Li Jie inadvertently stumbled into the realm of cultivation, only to find himself ensnared in a constricted space, utterly immobile. After a year and a half of arduous training, he finally achieved some measure of success, yet remained unable to extricate himself from this confined locale. It was not until that fateful moment that he heard a voice, "Hey, little girl, did you just fall into the water? Or is it this unadorned stone ring? This steadfast black iron ring? Or perhaps this treasure ring imbued with ancient mysteries?" As the cycle of epochs quietly resumed, an invisible hand in the heavens grasped the destinies of all beings. Would it herald destruction or usher in rebirth? As fragments of memory began to coalesce, Li Jie gradually recognized that his origins were far from the simplistic facade they appeared to be. With the stirring of battle songs, he embarked upon the path to ascendancy, soaring upwards towards the celestial realms. Reborn? A voice of astonishment echoed by a snow-covered brook. "Excellent. Those who once wronged and humiliated me, who forced me to toil like a beast, shall await my reckoning in this life. I, Li Jie, shall reclaim all that I have lost. Boss Ma, your business is mine from this moment onward." A smirk curled at the corners of Li Jie's mouth, a wicked grin reminiscent of a dragon king, as he took a step forward. Moments later, he realized he was still rooted in place. What sorcery is this? Lowering his gaze, he found himself standing in flowing stream water and melting snow. Wait, where are my legs? Where is my 80 centimeters? In panic, Li Jie touched his body, and two ethereal arms flickered before his eyes. Soon, he uncovered a shocking truth: may not have been reborn at all, but rather transformed into a wandering soul. Peering into the crystalline brook, he beheld his reflection. Indeed, it was himself. Yet apart from his head and hands, the rest of his form was a swirling mist. His hands passed through his lower half, prompting him to tilt his head back in despair. No! Snowflakes danced, and the northern wind howled. After some time, Li Jie, his head drooping in defeat, lay upon a large stone by the brook, his eyes blankly fixed on the sky. Some lived, yet he was dead. Others had perished, yet he remained. He had tried moving within a mere meter of space, unable to possess anything, unseen by living beings, truly a bound spirit, devoid of special abilities, unable even to disturb a leaf. "O cruel heavens! Why must you torment me thus?" Li Jie called out absent-mindedly. "I admit, I have sinned greatly. I indulge in spicy tofu pudding. I sit at the children's table during meals. I ride the bus without yielding my seat. I have no girlfriend." Enumerating his many transgressions, Li Jie sat up, raised his middle finger to the sky, and shouted, "But that does not justify your punishment. Damn you heavens!" After his loud tirade, a shadow suddenly enveloped his spirit, growing ever larger as it lunged towards him. He stared at the sky, his pupils dilating rapidly. What the hell? With a startled cry, a tempest swept across the land, dislodging snow from the trees and causing the brook to tremble violently. A colossal, golden-winged rock, with a wingspan of 30 feet, seized a fiery red serpent and ascended into the heavens. Moments later, from beneath the now exposed stone, a spectral head emerged. Gazing skyward multiple times, Li Jie was left bewildered. What had he just witnessed? The golden-winged rock capturing a serpent with a single horn, which was now spewing flames. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, he saw that the serpent and rock were still locked in combat. It appeared he was not reborn, but rather had traversed dimensions. If that were the case, the benefits of being a traveler should also be forthcoming. Li Jie felt a surge of excitement. "I know you're there. Don't hide, my little companion. Come forth." His words hung in the air for a long while, with no response, not even an echo. "Shy. I see it must be shyness," he mused, adopting a charming smile as he softly called, "Little companion, come out. Gidge is not a bad person." Silence enveloped him. Not yielding to such disrespect, he steeled his resolve. "Where's my companion? Come out this instant." His booming voice echoed, yet the only sound was the brook's gentle flow. A trace of panic visibly crept onto Li Jie's face. "Brother, little companion, please come out. I beg you." "Oh no, father. Where are you, little companion? Ancestral spirit, I kneel before you." Li Jie prostrated before the sky, yet still, no sound emerged. After a lengthy period of bowing, he came to a harsh realization. He had no companion. Without a companion, what use is this transmigration? Is the heavens toying with me? Must I toil and struggle alone? No, this predicament leaves me no means to cultivate. Am I merely to languish in this purgatory? If I must languish, I could have done so back home. Why drag me to this desolate place? No, I demand a reset. In a fit of rage, Li Jie rolled on the ground, horrified to discover he might be trapped in this palm-sized hell for eternity. With a heart full of despair, he began to float, contemplating a self-destructive plunge upon the stone, but then turned his gaze towards the half-meter deep brook, considering drowning himself. As his spirit entered the water, he felt nothing, yet the colorful pebbles at the bottom were strikingly beautiful. Gradually, his wandering gaze focused, and beneath the sediment, he glimpsed a half-ancient ring emanating an unusual luster, invoking a sense of enigmatic familiarity within him. Hope rekindled within his once despondent heart. He murmured to himself, "Could this be my true form?" With a single thought, he vanished from the outside world. In the void of existence, a tome as large as a door floated serenely, surrounded by an aura of chaos that was unmistakably otherworldly. The cover of the book resembled a marble relief, adorned with numerous creatures, entwined and entangled with one another, all orbiting a colossal tree that seemed to touch the heavens and the earth. A sense of wild desolation washed over him, causing Li Jie's pupils to widen, his lips to curl upwards until he could no longer contain his laughter. "Ah, little companion, I knew you were here. So, it turns out you cannot speak. I misjudged you. Mwamwamua." He caressed the immense black tome as one would a beloved, intimate partner. At the top of the book, 3 intricate characters were inscribed, and a mere glance revealed their profound meaning. The Book of Chaos. His beloved, his companion. As he opened the cover, a glimmer of golden light emanated, and Li Jie's expression turned solemn, as faint golden letters began to materialize before his eyes. As he read on, the anticipation in his gaze dimmed, ultimately fading into nothingness. He had not expected the Book of Chaos to indeed be a book, filled with an exhaustive array of descriptions about this realm of cultivation. From the heavens to the earth, from the mundane to the circles of cultivation, containing wonders beyond imagination, even remedies for barren sows. Li Jie's face fell, as if he had swallowed a dead rat. His companion had indeed arrived, yet it seemed he was still required to learn and memorize. There were no shortcuts or sign-in rewards. Damn it! Cursing into the void, he resolved to diligently peruse the book, aiming to find a way to escape his predicament. After much searching, he found no leads. The contents of the Book of Chaos were overwhelmingly vast, and to read them all could take an eternity. However, he did discover a method for cultivating his spirit, named Spirit Division Technique, which could augment his mental strength, allowing him to control objects once mastered. Li Jie decided to temporarily set aside his quest for escape, for once he perfected the Spirit Division Technique, he could carry the ring wherever he wished. Thus, the tale of Li Jie, the cultivator of the spirit, began anew. Chapter 2. The Stream God. A year later, a spirit emerged from the brook, exuding an aura of regal dominance. With a mere flick of his hand, fallen leaves began to swirl around him. After enduring such long and arduous training, I have finally attained a rudimentary mastery of the split spirit technique. Li Jie nodded in satisfaction. The reason for his only partial success was that he had only just scratched the surface of this technique, which comprises a total of 13 levels, and is notoriously difficult to master, being one of the most elite methods in the realm of cultivation, reaching a terrifyingly high celestial grade. As he dispelled the leaves, Li Jie concentrated his meager spiritual energy on an ancient ring, attempting to lift it. However, his expression twisted in frustration as the ring remained utterly motionless in the stream. What on earth? Li Jie shifted his focus and effortlessly tossed a nearby pebble, watching it skip across the water 20 times. Undeterred, he tried once more to lift the ring, but it still did not budge, nor could he even move the stones pressing down on it. After several futile attempts, the intricately inscribed dark golden ring continued to gleam quietly at the bottom of the brook. Cursed fate! In a fit of impotent rage, Li Jie withdrew from the ring's space. Another 6 months passed, and a weary soul drifted forth. Li Jie gazed despairingly at the ring in the brook. Despite 6 months of diligent practice, he had made no progress with the split spirit technique. Having hit a bottleneck right at the threshold of mastery, during this time, he had explored other possible methods, such as refining it with spiritual energy or using blood mediums, yet he possessed neither. He had even sacrificed a small animal that happened to pass by, but the ring remained unresponsive. Alas, is the heavens conspiring against me? Li Jie lamented, sinking deeper into despair, oblivious to a girl weeping on a nearby cliff. It wasn't until a melodious chime echoed that he glanced down, noticing a new black ring beside the ancient one. The two rings were positioned closely together. Wang Defa, Li Jie raised his head. For the first time in a year and a half, he spotted a human figure. He joyfully called out, but the girl in colorful attire atop the cliff did not respond, lost deeply in her own sorrow. Leaning in to listen, he could only faintly catch a few key phrases. The poison of fiery impurities, the contract of May, cancellation of engagement, 10,000 swords sect, I will kill you, and the like. Soon, the girl ceased her weeping and dashed down the cliff, searching fervently for the brook. As Li Jie gradually discerned her features, he noted her beauty, albeit marred by a large red mark on her neck, resembling a patch of psoriasis on a piece of raw jade. The girl, finding no success in her search, stood in the stream, anxiously glancing around before bursting into tears once more. Realizing it was his moment to act, Li Jie summoned a swirl of leaves that coalesced into a towering figure. The girl in colorful attire was taken aback, instinctively retreating while a faint glimmer of spiritual energy manifested in her hands. Fear not, dear maiden, for I am not a villain, Li Jie implored. The girl remained unresponsive, her energy coalescing into a small orb ready to be launched. In a moment of urgency, Li Jie directed the leafy figure to form into words. Little one, do not be afraid. I am the stream god. The stream god? The girl furrowed her brow in skepticism, yet her spiritual light dimmed. The leaves continued to shift, conveying Li Jie's message, Are you in search of a ring? Her eyes widened slightly, and she nodded eagerly. A smile crept across Li Jie's face as a pebble with a hole in the center emerged from the brook. Is this the pebble ring you lost? The leaves transformed into text. The girl shook her head in confusion. Then it must be this black ring, Li Jie asserted, maneuvering the black ring with ease. Yes, that's it, she exclaimed, nodding fervently to such an honest girl. As a reward, you may also take the ancient ring from the stream. The leaves fluttered, and new words appeared. The black ring fell back into the brook, and the girl hurried to retrieve it, earnestly stating, Thank you, stream god, but I only wish to reclaim my own ring, and no need for thanks. I, the stream god, cherish honest children. Quickly, take that ancient ring as well. After all, it is unclaimed. The girl hesitated momentarily, but under Li Jie's anxious gaze, she picked up the ancient ring. Ha! After a year and a half, I shall finally leave this wretched place. Li Jie reveled in triumph, directing the leaves to transform once more. Little girl, this is a terrestrial-grade treasure ring. It can protect you. Simply drip a drop of blood upon it to recognize its master. Drip blood? The girl frowned. Stream god, I have never heard of treasures requiring blood to recognize their master. Only those of the demonic path employ such methods. A chill ran through Li Jie at her words. He quickly altered the leaves. Is that so? The world is vast, and it is understandable that you may be unaware. This is a relic from ancient times. In his year and a half of relentless training in the split spirit technique, he had entirely neglected to supplement his knowledge of the cultivation world. Inadvertently exposing his ignorance, as Li Jie finished speaking, the girl's expression shifted to one of caution as she retreated. The ancient times? Are you not a deity of mountains and rivers? Indeed. How could I not be? Seeing her appear ready to discard the ring, Li Jie grew frantic, the leaves fluttering rapidly. This only served to startle the girl. She tossed the ancient ring aside and retreated, exclaiming, You are not the stream god, but a malevolent spirit. You must be seeking to possess me. Her words jolted Li Jie, who realized that he had tried various creatures but had never attempted to interact with a human. He immediately approached the girl, thinking, If I can escape this cursed place, what does it matter if I temporarily take on a feminine guise? A true man can bend and stretch. But just as he was about to reach her, his body suddenly halted, and the ancient ring was cast away, following her retreat. With the girl about to flee, Li Jie was engulfed in panic. If she escaped, he could not fathom when he might encounter another human. This year and a half had nearly driven him mad. The leaves shifted rapidly, conveying his desperation. To be honest, I am the reincarnation of an ancient celestial emperor, wronged by treachery and reduced to this plight." The girl remained unmoved, retreating swiftly with vigilance. Elijah changed the leaves once more. "I am a powerful being reborn. I am a sealed divine dragon. I am Aladdin's lamp. I can grant you 3 wishes." The more anxious he became, the more the girl recoiled, ultimately turning to flee. Elijah hung his head in despair. Not only had he failed to take her, but he had also been cast even further away. Cursed heavens! He cursed habitually, drifting backward. Now, he had but one option left: to diligently cultivate the split spirit technique. Based on his daily progress, he calculated that in 1,000 years he should achieve mastery. At that time, he would ensure that this girl regretted her choice today. Even in death, he would seek her out. As he prepared to retreat into the ring's space, a familiar melodious voice rang out. "I do not want 3 wishes. Can you help me eliminate the poison of fiery impurities? I am willing to pay any price." Lijie turned to find the girl's resolute gaze meeting his. Chapter 3. The fiery impurities. Of course, I can. After forming 4 characters with the leaves, Lijie swiftly returned to the ring's space. The suspended chaos book began flipping through its pages at an astonishing speed. After much time spent, he discovered that the book only required a single thought to turn to the desired section, rendering his previous efforts futile. The pages stopped, revealing golden characters. Fiery impurities. A form of innate essence that can convert the bearer's spiritual energy entirely into a unique fire attribute energy. The prerequisite is the use of spirit essence powder to refine the body for 10 days, thoroughly cleansing the toxic nature of the fiery impurities. Without spirit essence powder, fiery impurities will manifest as a negative substance, causing mild setbacks in cultivation or, in severe cases, endangering life itself. Having read the entry, Lijie understood that the girl outside likely had no knowledge of the existence of spirit essence powder. Hence her reference to the fiery impurities as a poison. Shifting his thoughts to spirit essence powder, he silently noted the required spiritual materials before appearing outside in an instant, manipulating the leaves under the girl's hopeful gaze. "Drip a drop of blood onto the ancient ring, and I shall reveal to you how to resolve the poison of fiery impurities." This time, the girl hesitated not at all. She picked up the ancient ring, placing it in her palm, decisively biting her other finger to let blood fall. In that instant, Lijie felt a subtle tremor within his consciousness, followed by a voice of confusion ringing in his ears. "Elder, is that you?" The girl gazed upward, her eyes meeting Lijie's. "You can see me now?" Lijie waved his hand. The girl nodded. Lijie felt a surge of joy. "Can you hear me speak?" "Yes," she replied softly, her expression shifting to one of intrigue as she observed Lijie's frantic gestures. She had initially perceived the being within the ring as a terrifying dark overlord, only to discover it was merely an ordinary spirit, devoid of any sinister aura, appearing somewhat weak and peculiar. "You must have been sealed for far too long to behave so erratically," she mused, after venting his emotions. Lijie calmed down, entirely unaware of the girl's thoughts. When he met her bright eyes, he only sensed deep admiration. He smiled proudly and said slowly, "Before I begin, you must first answer a few questions. First, what era are we currently in?" The Chaos Book had a vague description of the cultivation realm but lacked specific records regarding the era, cultural geography, or historical timelines. Thus, he needed to inquire further. But keywords were essential, and they had to be present in the Chaos Book. "What era?" the girl replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Seeing her confusion, Lijie spoke again. "My understanding is quite advanced, and thus I find many aspects of the low-level cultivation realm to be rather nebulous. Please enlighten me about this place. Also, do elaborate on the levels of cultivation. In essence, share all that you know, in as much detail as possible." "More detail, you say?" Xiao Linger blinked. "Indeed. My name is Xiao Linger. I am 15 years old, and I am the eldest daughter of the Xiao family." "Stop. I did not ask for your introduction. Begin from where you are currently situated. After a brief pause, Xiao Linger resumed. "I am in Yushur City, which belongs to the Zhangzhou province under the Great Zhou dynasty. There are 10 major sects, with the most powerful being the Wanjian sect, which boasts 1,000 golden core cultivators and 30,000 foundation establishment practitioners. One begins as a qi refinement cultivator, then progresses to foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divided spirit, harmonization, tribulation transcendence, great ascension, earth immortal, and those who ascend are referred to as human immortals. After approximately half an hour of listening to Xiao Linger share her thoughts, Li Jie had gathered a general understanding of the framework of this world. It resembled a conventional cultivation template. He was currently situated in the small map of Zhangzhou, with several larger maps yet to explore. Well, it seems quite similar to my era. I comprehend now. Li Jie nodded with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Linger hurriedly interjected, Senior, can you assist me in eliminating the fire toxin? I can indeed. But as you can see, my current state is rather dire. My body is destroyed and my soul is fragmented. It would be impossible for me to directly refine the fire toxin for you. So you must put in your own effort. I shall provide you with a prescription. You can use it to concoct the remedy. A prescription? Xiao Linger frowned with a bitter smile. But Senior, I am not an alchemist. Fear not. Simply take me home, and I shall impart my alchemical knowledge to you. Xiao Linger was taken aback. Really, is that true? Alchemists are a rare profession, and it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to learn. Not to mention that one must possess innate mental fortitude. Do you believe your talent is sufficient? After several exchanges, Xiao Linger gradually lowered her guard, her tone becoming much more relaxed. Humph! Under my tutelage as the alchemist sword immortal. Even a pig could be transformed into a pig immortal, Li Jie scoffed disdainfully, for in this place, no one was aware of his true identity. The alchemist sword immortal? Xiao Linger pondered, casting a furtive glance at Li Jie. Noticing her gaze, Li Jie tilted his head slightly, his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of profoundness. A peerless genius. Even when I was not yet a true human immortal, I was but a hair's breadth away. With alchemy in one hand and swordsmanship in the other, I wielded both to strike terror, causing gods to weep and demons to wail, skies to shatter and earth to quake. The pride of the heavens dared not raise their heads in my presence. When you have the opportunity to visit Kunwu Prefecture, you may inquire. The alchemist sword immortal is none other than I. Kunwu Prefecture was the furthest place Li Jie was aware of, and he felt no fear of boasting. Was Senior truly so formidable in the past? Xiao Linger's eyes began to glimmer with admiration. Li Jie was quite pleased, for this was the effect he desired. Although he was unsure of the source of the earlier stirring in his heart, it likely indicated an unspoken connection between him and the young woman before him. Now, they were akin to two grasshoppers on the same string. It was imperative to cultivate an image of strength, thus allowing him to better manage Xiao Linger. After following Xiao Linger through the dense forest for what felt like an eternity, Li Jie finally laid eyes on the long-awaited cluster of buildings, his heart swelling with emotion to the point of tears. Who could know the trials he had endured in those deep, ancient woods over the past year and a half? Regaining his composure, Li Jie focused his gaze with determination. He had taken his first step. The days to come would be devoted to strengthening himself, forging a powerful body, then ascending to the ninth heaven, casting the ruler of the celestial realm down, and marrying the most beautiful woman in the heavens, thereby achieving an undefeated legend. He chuckled to himself, lost in thought, until he realized he had arrived at a tidy little courtyard. Observing the eager look in Xiao Linger's eyes, he instructed her to fetch paper and ink, meticulously imparting the prescription for the Lingyuan San and an array of foundational alchemical manuals. Xiao Linger diligently transcribed. She felt the immense value of these manuals. Looking at Li Jie, her eyes reflected gratitude, and she spoke earnestly. Linger is but a useless being, fortunate to encounter Senior's grace. If Senior does not despise Linger's lack of talent, I humbly beseech you to take me as your disciple. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Linger bowed her forehead heavily to the ground. Eye in the air. Li Jie smiled. This was precisely what he had in mind, for he would not have gone to such lengths to retrieve numerous alchemical manuals otherwise. Have you considered this carefully? My sect's rules are strict. Once you enter, there will be no escape. Everything will be at the discretion of your master. The grace of my master in alleviating my fire toxin affliction is akin to being reborn. And you have also imparted to me superior alchemical techniques. Henceforth, Linger is willing to heed her master's teachings. Xiao Linger replied without hesitation. Excellent, from now on, you shall be my most esteemed disciple, the alchemist sword immortal's prized pupil. Chapter 4. Acquiring medicine in the dead of night, Li Jie emerged from the spatial ring, intending to enjoy the moonlight, only to discover that the young woman in the courtyard was still diligently practicing her swordplay. He recalled that shortly after returning, Xiao Linger had begun her sword practice, and at least 2 hours must have passed since then. This young girl truly had a commendable work ethic, Li Jie sighed. Offering encouragement, Linger, remember that cultivation requires a balance of rest and effort. Diligence is commendable, but one must also pay heed to their health. Xiao Linger sheathed her sword and said to Li Jie, "To be honest, master, it is merely that Linger could not sleep, which is why I came out to practice." Li Jie discerned that Xiao Linger had something on her mind, yet refrained from probing further. After all, she was but a young girl, likely concerned with matters of love. However, despite his disinterest, Xiao Linger spoke of it unbidden. "I was rejected by the young master of the Jiang clan, to whom I was betrothed since childhood. Due to the fire toxin affliction, we have agreed to a duel to the death after 5 months." "I see," Li Jie nodded. Noting the sorrow etched on Xiao Linger's face, he immediately offered words of comfort. "A mere Jiang clan is nothing to worry about. Rest assured, with your master's assistance, I shall ensure that by the end of 5 months, you will be able to dispatch him with ease. May I inquire about his strength?" Li Jie added as an afterthought. "Third layer of foundation establishment," Xiao Linger replied. "And you?" "Third layer of qi refinement." Li Jie inhaled sharply, realizing this posed a significant challenge. Though not insurmountable, however, he needed to be cautious of the situation escalating from minor to major. What is his background? He is not within his clan and is already a core disciple of the Wanjian sect. Wanjian sect? Li Jie's expression shifted slightly. He vividly recalled Xiao Linger mentioning the sect with its 1,000 golden core cultivators and 30,000 foundation establishment practitioners. This contract had indeed been hastily formed. He should have waited another 2 years. However, with the Chaos Book in hand, he had access to an array of techniques. 1,000 golden cores were not beyond his reach. Li Jie felt a renewed sense of confidence and cautiously inquired, "Linger, does the Wanjian sect possess any higher-level experts beyond the 1,000 golden cores? They seem to have 5 nascent soul ancestors, although I have only heard rumors." Xiao Linger contemplated before responding. "0.5 nascent souls?" Li Jie's brows furrowed deeply, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. With 30,000 foundation establishment practitioners, 1,000 golden cores, and 5 nascent souls, the enemy's lineup was indeed formidable. Looking at Xiao Linger, who was merely a third-layer qi refinement cultivator, Li Jie withdrew his gaze from the world book and searched for information on how to dissolve blood contracts. Soon, he discovered it was quite simple. All that was required was to release a low-tier spell using spiritual energy. The problem was, he had no spiritual energy. Despair began to creep in as Xiao Linger's sweet voice broke through. "Master, why have you fallen silent? Master, Master?" At dawn, Li Jie hurriedly urged Xiao Linger to venture out in search of medicinal ingredients. He had only just begun his cultivation journey, and now he was faced with an unprecedented adversary. Was this a scheme to end his life? Every moment counted. He needed to act swiftly to salvage the situation. He had come to understand that if either party connected by a blood contract perished, the other would suffer severe injuries or even die instantly. Following Xiao Linger to a herbal stall, Li Jie quickly spotted the Hongquan stone displayed on the table. It resembled an ordinary pebble, albeit with a pale blue hue. The 3 spiritual materials required for the Lingyuan San were not particularly rare and could be easily found. The crucial factor was the method of concocting the powder. After perusing the entire market, Xiao Linger swiftly gathered 50 sets of ingredients for the Lingyuan San, all of which she stored in her waist pouch. Just as she was about to leave, Li Jie's voice floated to her ears, "Wait, let us check that old bald man's stall over there." Xiao Linger followed Li Jie's indication and glanced at the gray-clad old man with thinning hair, who had a dazzling array of stones laid out before him. She had looked at them earlier, but hadn't he paid much attention without the Hongquan stone. "Ask him how much for that pockmarked red stone?" Li Jie prompted. Xiao Linger gently inquired, "Old man, how much for this stone?" The old man, revealing his toothless grin, replied animatedly, "Ah, little girl, you have a keen eye. This is a flame stone, invaluable whether for constructing fiery formations or infusing into weapons. Just tell me the price in spirit stones," Xiao Linger urged. The old man held up 5 fingers. "0.5 spirit stones?" Xiao Linger considered purchasing it, as it seemed quite reasonable. "No, 500. The gray-haired elder shook his head. "Why don't you go rob someone?" Xiao Linger retorted angrily, but recalling it was something her master had suggested, she was inclined to buy it. As she reached for her spirit stones, Li Jie stopped her. "Let us go." Xiao Linger paused, somewhat confused, yet her feet moved at his command. As she turned, the old man called out urgently, "Wait a moment, young lady. If you find it too expensive, feel free to haggle." Li Jelling nodded slightly, and Xiao Linger immediately turned back. "What do you think is a fair price? Do tell. The price is negotiable. 10 coins. Xiao Linger weakly echoed Li Jia's words. "Deal?" The balding old man swiftly thrust the flame stone into Xiao Linger's hands, reaching out for the spirit stones. Damn it, what a crafty merchant! Li Jie could tell from the old man's eager demeanor that he had set the price too high. However, he did not feel at a loss. He had just consulted the Chaos Book and discovered that there were only 2 types of stones that contained a fiery luster, and based on its appearance, he could easily deduce that this was the Heavenly Fire Essence Stone, a rare substance capable of refining spiritual energy and making it more pure. Once they distanced themselves from the old man's stall, Xiao Linger could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Li Jie, "Master, what exactly is that red stone?" "It is a precious stone known as the Heavenly Fire Essence, which can refine spiritual energy and enhance the power of spiritual techniques." "Really?" Xiao Linger's eyes sparkled. Her small red lips slightly parted. "But at your current stage, you are still unable to use it. You must wait until you break through to the Foundation Establishment stage." Foundation Establishment stage? Xiao Linger tightened her delicate fist slightly. In her past, she had already touched the threshold of the Foundation Establishment stage, but due to the outbreak of the fire taint poison, her cultivation had regressed instead of advancing. The great sect in Zhengzhou that had initially planned to take her as a disciple, the Divine Maiden sect, also chose to abandon her upon learning of the fire taint poison. Once a talented young girl, she had fallen from grace and endured the harshness of the world. "Fortunately, I have encountered my master," Xiao Linger murmured, her gaze drifting skyward, a glimmer of hope gradually emerging in her eyes. Li Jie, oblivious to the grateful look from the girl behind him, was lost in thought. Sensing the surrounding situation and contemplating what else he could pick up, he discovered that after connecting with the blood medium, he seemed to have grown stronger. When his consciousness spread, things within a radius of several dozen miles appeared in his mind, akin to a radar, and he could even move several miles. Just as Li Jie was exploring his newfound abilities, a harsh mocking voice suddenly rang out, "Oh ho, is that our genius Xiao Linger? It's only been a few days, and you've turned into this wretched sight." The voice came from a freckled woman in purple, accompanied by 2 other female cultivators, all of whom looked on with amusement. Xiao Linger raised an eyebrow. Having practiced until dawn the previous night and hurried to the market in the morning, she had neglected to change her clothes, and her white robe now bore some conspicuous stains. Glancing at the purple-clad woman, she chose to ignore her and hastened to leave. At that moment, Li Jie's voice rang out, "Go on, give her a couple of slaps." "What?" Xiao Linger was taken aback, doubting her ears, but Li Jie repeated his words in her art. "As a disciple of the Dan Sword Immortal, we do not retreat. Cultivation is a defiance against the heavens. Cowardice is something my Dan Sword Immortal will never condone." "Strike her!" With gritted teeth, Xiao Linger rushed forward in a flash, delivering 2 sharp slaps to the face of the purple-clad woman. In that instant, she felt an unprecedented exhilaration, as if all her thoughts had become clear. Master was right after all. "How dare you hit me?" The freckled woman, finally snapping back to reality, pointed a furious finger at Xiao Linger. "Go and give her 2 more slaps, and tell her that today. This lord is hitting you." "Yes." Xiao Linger decisively stepped forward and delivered 2 more resounding slaps. "Ah!" The purple-clad woman screamed, a faint glow appearing in her hand as she aimed a strike at Xiao Linger's chest. However, before it could land, Xiao Linger slapped it away. "Next time you bark in front of me, it won't just be your face I'll be hitting." Xiao Linger mimicked Li Jie's words with flair. Li Jie floated beside her, his gaze shifting from the dim, small light emanating from the purple-clad woman back to the surroundings. He was certain that her cultivation level did not exceed the 2nd layer of qi refinement. If such a weakling could act so arrogantly before him, it would be an insult to his identity as the owner of the Chaos Book, an old blue star transmigrator, and a future supreme being of the immortal realm. "Xiao Linger, just you wait. I will go back and tell my cousin." The purple-clad woman screamed as she covered her face, realizing Xiao Linger was approaching again, and she immediately scrambled away. After putting some distance between them, she did not forget to turn back and shout, "Xiao Linger, you harm your own kin." Just wait for punishment once you return to the Xiao family. Watching the purple-clad woman disappear, Li Jia asked, "Is that freckled face one of your kin?" "Yes, her name is Xiao Yin." Xiao Linger nodded. "Next time, hit harder. How dare a kin speak so disrespectfully to the daughter of the family head?" "Yes, master." Upon returning to her quarters, Xiao Linger took out the beginner's manual for alchemists and began to study it. Not long after, she started to mimic the techniques mentioned within, channeling her spiritual energy. The 3 types of spiritual herbs on the table began to levitate and slowly rotate around each other. Is alchemy really this simple? Li Jia floated in the air, observing closely as a milky white spiritual energy evenly enveloped the 3 herbs, gradually eroding their surfaces. After about 3 minutes, the cold spring stone crumbled into powder, followed by the other 2 herbs being enveloped. Soon, a light green liquid formed in the air, entangling with the powdered cold spring stone. Just as it seemed they would merge into one, it suddenly dispersed and splattered uncontrollably. "Master, I failed," Xiao Linger said, a hint of disappointment in her voice, her small hands trembling slightly from the tension. "Just one time. It's all right. Even I, as your master, took 2 tries before I succeeded back in the day." Li Jia encouraged her. "Besides, we bought 50 portions of herbs, so there's no need to fear failure." After a short break, Xiao Linger produced the 3 herbs once again, channeling her spiritual power. The milky white glow, visible only to Li Jia, gradually enveloped the floating herbs. The cold spring stone shattered, the white flower grass unfurled, and the 3 herbs began to recombine and merge at high speed. Suddenly, a flash of green light darted through the room, followed by a stream of azure light carrying crystalline fragments that fell into the large jade bottle in the center of the table. "Master, I succeeded," Xiao Linger exclaimed excitedly. "Well done. It seems you are not inferior to me during my early days," Li Jia remarked with a hint of admiration. He immediately withdrew his consciousness back into the ring space to check on the relevant content about alchemists. After understanding it, he could only say that Xiao Linger's talent was astonishingly formidable. The standard for measuring an alchemist's talent is the success rate of their first attempt at refining medicine. Failing 100 times and succeeding once is considered a 10th rank. Failing 90 times and succeeding once is a 9th rank, and so on. Those who succeed within 5 attempts are considered extraordinary talents. It appears that Xiao Linger is indeed a genius. Li Jia felt he had stumbled upon treasure. After all, someone who had been rejected in marriage was not to be underestimated. Subsequently, Xiao Linger refined 3 bottles of spirit essence powder, which was her limit. After completing the task, she appeared utterly exhausted, yet her spirits were high, for the fire taint that had caused her so much trouble was about to vanish. From now on, she would no longer be that useless girl. She would reclaim her title as a genius. Suppressing her wildly beating heart, Xiao Linger instructed her maid to tidy up the room, then brought over a bath barrel and began to loosen her thin garments. "Wait!" Li Jia's voice suddenly echoed in the air. "Master, is there something wrong?" Xiao Linger asked, puzzled, halting her actions. "I just wanted to say that wearing clothes would have the same effect." Li Jia replied, maintaining some basic moral principles despite not being human at the moment. Xiao Linger responded, then directly jumped into the bathtub, still clad in her garments. The scalding hot water enveloped her instantly, and soon, steam began to rise from her head. Li Jia floated beside her, watching as the crystalline substances from the spirit essence powder gradually entered Xiao Linger's body, the greenish hue in the water slowly dissipating. When the water became entirely clear, Li Jia spoke. "All right, today's medicinal bath is concluded." That night, Xiao Linger practiced her swordsmanship diligently, while Li Jia observed with great interest. The sword techniques devoid of spiritual power appeared unremarkable. Yet when infused with spiritual energy, even the simplest move possessed the strength to cleave stone from a distance. Li Jia felt a twinge of envy, but the thought lasted only a moment. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and he could hardly endure anymore. The practice of the spirit division technique had already worn him out. "Master, I feel as though my spiritual energy is recovering," Xiao Linger exclaimed, leaping with joy after finishing her sword drills. Li Jia responded nonchalantly, as drowsiness began to creep over him. The longer he stayed outside, the more pronounced the fatigue became. "Thank you, master," Xiao Linger called out softly, tears glimmering in her eyes. Yet, there was no response in the darkness. In the following days, Xiao Linger spent her time refining spirit essence powder and taking medicinal baths, her cultivation visibly increasing as she soared from the third layer of qi refinement to the seventh. Li Jie was left agape. Over these days, he had nearly grasped all the content regarding cultivation in the Chaos Book. Ordinary people might take a year or more to ascend a single layer, while Xiao Linger was practically advancing a layer each day. Although this was related to her prior cultivation level, it was still astonishing. On the 10th day, Xiao Linger entered the medicinal bath once more. Unlike previous times, Li Jie noticed that the unsightly mark on her neck began to glow, revealing a unique fiery red hue. The cooled water started to emit heat once again, boiling to a frenzy. Xiao Linger opened her eyes in the scalding water, a sharp glint emanating from her gaze, and a fiery pattern blossomed at the corner of her eye. She stood up, her waist-length black hair dancing without wind, and the boiling water burst forth from the wooden tub. "Wow, is this the manifestation of patterns?" Li Jie exclaimed in awe. A few minutes later, the commotion within the room subsided as Xiao Linger concluded her cultivation. The fiery patterns at the corners of her eyes vanished, and the turbulent energy within her body calmed. She tilted her head back and exclaimed, "Master, I have succeeded. My cultivation has restored to the 9th layer of qi refining, and I can feel a lingering warmth within me. That warmth is the transformative essence brought by the fire impurities. Now, your energy can barely be considered fire spiritual power," Li Jie elaborated. "Fire spiritual power?" Xiao Linger inquired, perplexed. Li Jie continued, "Fire spiritual power will greatly enhance the potency of fire-related techniques, and practicing fire-related methods will yield double the results with half the effort. However, your current spiritual energy only harbors a hint of fire nature. To complete the transformation, you must seek rare fire-attributed treasures for refinement." As he spoke, the courtyard door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash, and he turned to see Xiao Yin. "Xiao Linger, do you think you can escape by hiding in your room? I assure you, today is your downfall," Xiao Yin declared triumphantly. "Xiao Linger, hurry and come forth. Your assault on a fellow clansman is an unforgivable crime. You must report to the law enforcement hall today to receive your punishment." Xiao Yan's boisterous shout echoed through the courtyard, her lips curling upwards in arrogance. Behind her trailed 3 men clad in azure, who, upon a quick glance, Li Jie deduced were the so-called enforcers of the Xiao family. It was time for his performance to begin. As Xiao Linger emerged from the room in a flowing crimson gown, Xiao Wukuei's heart fluttered slightly. After months apart, his cousin had blossomed into an even more enchanting figure, her fiery blemish barely concealing her brilliance. Regrettably, Xiao Wukuei sighed inwardly. Without the fire impurities, Linger would currently be soaring like a celestial eagle, a figure I would have to look up to. But perhaps it is for the best. She can remain within the Xiao clan forever, and I shall protect her. "Xiao Linger, why did you strike a fellow clansman?" Xiao Wukuei spoke, his tone inadvertently revealing an air of superiority. "Because I felt like it," Xiao Linger replied, suppressing a hint of embarrassment as she mimicked Li Jie's words. Her response left Xiao Wukuei momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of hesitation, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Linger, I understand your grievances, but if you continue this reckless behavior, no one can assist you. My fate is my own, not determined by the heavens. If the heavens wish to extinguish me, I shall extinguish the heavens. I, Xiao Linger, the great heroine born between heaven and earth, cannot endure mockery indefinitely. What is wrong with striking someone?" In that moment, Xiao Linger's demeanor surpassed even the raucous Xiao Yin. Leaving the two accompanying enforcers speechless, their eyes darting back and forth, unable to discern who the true protagonist of the day was. "Xiao Linger!" Xiao Wukuei called out sharply. He had initially coordinated with the law enforcement elder to administer 100 strikes as punishment. But now, he found himself unable to help her. However, recalling their past bond, Xiao Wukuei quickly regained his composure and said gently, "Linger, do not be obstinate. Come with me to receive 100 strikes. We can consider your assault on a fellow clansman as resolved." 100 strikes. Is this a punishment meant for pigs? Li Jie interjected, astonished. He had thought that the leader harbored a fondness for Xiao Linger, only to realize he had been mistaken. Linger, call him by name and say, "Am I giving you face or not?" Remember to infuse your tone with intensity and wear a fierce expression. Xiao Linger nodded earnestly, fixing her defiant gaze upon Xiao Wukuei. "Xiao Wukuei, am I giving you face or not?" Xiao Wukuei was taken aback, Feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with today's Xiaolinger, he realized that the fall from an unparalleled genius to a mere wastrel was unbearable for anyone. Nevertheless, out of lingering affection from their youth, Xiao Wukue decided to endure one last time. Linger, I shall say this one final time. Come with me to the law enforcement hall to receive 100 strikes. Your assault on a fellow clansman and your contempt for the law enforcement hall will be considered resolved. Otherwise, if this escalates, even your father, as the clan leader, cannot save you. Are you threatening me? This time, without needing Li Jie's guidance, Xiaolinger adopted the appropriate tone, cold and foreboding. No, I am helping you. You have violated clan rules by assaulting a fellow clansman. Are you unaware that she insulted me? Whether Xiao Yin was in the wrong would be determined by the law enforcement hall, but your assault on a fellow clansman is a grave offense. Xiao Wukue, is this truly your true nature? How foolish of me to have once diligently imparted to you the secrets of cultivation. Enough, Li Jie interrupted, his voice booming. Now, in the past, slap him twice. Xiaolinger hesitated, but as if compelled by an unseen force. She stepped in front of Xiao Wukue and delivered 2 resounding slaps before the astonished eyes of onlookers. At that moment, Li Jie felt a sense of satisfaction. The energy sphere within Xiao Wukue was noticeably smaller than Xiaolinger's, barely qualifying as a practitioner at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refining. How could he still speak so boldly? It was a disgrace to the dignity of the holder of the Chaos Book. He resolved that as long as no one surpassed Xiaolinger in rank or background, he would never regard them as equals. Li Jie was determined to write a manual for Xiaolinger on how to strike back against those who belittled her. Do you dare to hit me? Xiao Wukue reacted as Xiao Yin had the previous day. What of it? Why should I not strike you? Xiaolinger retorted. Following Li Jie's directive, her head held high. Nostrils flared. Xiaolinger, have you lost your mind? Xiaoma, Xiaonyo, seize her. Xiao Wukue, though furious, managed to retain his composure. He believed that his restraint stemmed from their past connection, that he no longer owed Xiaolinger anything. Smack, smack. Just as Xiao Wukue resolved to sever ties, he beheld Xiao Ma and Xiao Niu being sent flying back by a single slap from Xiaolinger. In that instant, he felt as though the prodigious girl he once knew had returned. Linger, do not make a grave mistake. Xiao Wukue gritted his teeth, issuing a final warning, convinced that Xiao Ma and Xiao Niu had only been hesitant due to Linger's status as the clan leader's daughter. What waves can a mere 3rd-layer practitioner create? Xiao Wukue, if you wish to strike, then strike. If you dare not, then leave. I am tired of your incessant prattle. Xiaolinger mocked coldly. Instantly, Xiao Wukue's expression shifted, and his clothes flapped without wind as a snowflake sword appeared in his hand. Just as he prepared to strike, a flash of white light interrupted him, and Xiaolinger had already dashed forth. Xiao Wukue's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily raised his sword to defend himself, barely managing to block the blade while feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to tumble backward. Landing on all fours, Xiao Yin was taken aback and shouted, Cousin Wukue, do not hold back against this madwoman. She was aware of some past secrets between the two and assumed that Xiao Wukue was being lenient. However, only Xiao Wukue understood the absurdity of Xiaolinger's strength. He was distressed, being pushed back relentlessly by Xiaolinger, eventually receiving a kick that sent him sprawling out of the courtyard. Seeing the situation escalate, Xiao Ma and Xiao Niu joined forces and unleashed their true abilities, their spiritual energy swirling. Yet, within moments, they too were sent flying by Xiaolinger, landing beside Xiao Wukue. Xiaolinger, you have truly lost your mind. You dare to strike even the law enforcement hall, Xiao Yin screamed, unable to believe her eyes. The law enforcement hall represented absolute authority within the Xiao family. Even the clan leader could be punished for transgressions. Humph! Today, I am here to confront the law enforcement hall, Xiaolinger declared as she boldly approached Xiao Yin, who immediately recoiled in fear, repeatedly exclaiming, Xiaolinger, what are you doing? What am I doing? Can't you see? I am here to strike. Grabbing Xiao Yin by her collar, Xiaolinger swiftly delivered slaps with her delicate hands. 10 minutes later, a sobbing Xiao Yin, her face swollen like a pig's head, fled the courtyard, crying out in despair, She's gone mad. Xiaolinger has lost her mind. Standing at the entrance, Xiaolinger called out to the heavens like a child seeking a reward. Master, how did I perform? Her voice brimmed with excitement, her heart lighter than it had been in years. In just 2 days of meeting her master, the pent-up frustrations of years had dissipated. I can only give you 5 points for that performance. You were far too hesitant and indecisive. If it were me, I wouldn't even give Xiao Wukue the chance to speak. Oh, I understand, master. Next time, shall I just slap anyone I see? Xiaolinger replied, lowering her head. Indeed, you are a teachable student. In her exchanges with Li Jie, Xiaolinger often encountered peculiar terms she struggled to comprehend. For instance, the term showing off puzzled her throughout the night. It turned out to be a form of mental cultivation, seeking clarity and unrestrained freedom. As she entered the courtyard, a vision of a striking figure clad in white with an air of dominance suddenly flashed in her mind, prompting her to exclaim, Master, your prowess in showing off must have been extraordinary in your youth. Naturally, I have achieved the most lethal realm of formless showing off. However, I must caution you. One must understand the realm, background, and hidden cards of the opponent. Mindless boasting is unwise. When encountering masters, one must know when to be discreet, Li Jie advised, for he was omniscient but not invincible. Should Xiaolinger overstep, he too would be in peril. But what about Xiao Wukue just now? Trash at the qi refining stage is not included in this discussion. Li Jie chuckled. If one had to engage in intrigue with mere qi refining trash, it would be a slap in the face. The Chaos Book could easily produce a technique that could allow a dog to dominate the qi refining stage. Understood, master, I shall remember your teachings. Xiaolinger replied, sticking out her tongue playfully. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family's law enforcement hall, Xiaoyan lamented, Grandfather, look at what that Xiaolinger has done to me. I will never be able to marry now. You must take charge. Kneeling on the ground, Xiaoyan wept bitterly, her tears mingling with the bruises on her face, which evoked not pity but terror. Xiao Wukue, what on earth is happening? Explain this to me clearly. The enforcement elder, Xiao Lei, thundered with a fierce tone. He could hardly believe that a 7th-level qi practitioner, along with 2 5th-level enforcement disciples, could not subdue Xiaolinger, whose cultivation was in decline. It was utterly absurd. Xiao Wukue, his face smeared with dirt, hesitated, unable to admit that he was outmatched by Xiaolinger, a girl widely regarded as a waste of talent, someone even the guard dog dared to bark at. To confess such a failure would undoubtedly turn him into a laughingstock. Have you been biased? Seeing Xiao Wukue struggle to speak, Xiao Lei's expression softened slightly as he recalled the promise made when they grew up together. He began to piece things together. Very well. Xiao Wukue finally conceded, deciding that enduring some punishment was preferable to becoming a target of ridicule. You, Xiao Wukue, as the captain of the enforcement hall, for your failure to uphold justice. I hereby strip you of your position, Grandfather. Even if my cousin held back, it wasn't entirely wrong. The despicable one is Xiaolinger. She reduced me to this state. Please, avenge me first, Xiaoyan continued to sob, her tears flowing like a river. Silence, you fool. Others can regress for 5 years and still reach the 3rd level of qi, yet you, after cultivating for over a decade, remain at the 3rd level. What a disgrace. Xiao Lei's beard trembled with fury at the sight of Xiaoyan's state. Grandfather. Xiaoyan trembled under his roar, finally ceasing her cries. Xiaoma, Xiaonyo, stay behind. You two may leave. I will handle the matter concerning Xiaolinger myself. And she will not escape. With a firm slap on the armrest of his chair, Xiao Lei concluded the matter. Once Xiao Wukue and Xiaoyan departed, his gaze drifted outside, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ah, Xiao Wentian, I wonder if you can still hold onto your position as the family head this time. At the Xiao residence, Xiaolinger's abode, Li Jie lounged in midair, watching the girl practice her swordplay with keen interest. Shaking his head in contemplation, it would be delightful if I had some sunflower seeds right now. The mind diversion technique was too difficult to master, so he temporarily abandoned it, opting instead for the route of gathering resources and investing in spiritual materials. His plan was to strengthen Xiaolinger first and have her purchase the necessary materials for him. He had come to realize that a strong disciple meant a strong master. Lacking talent himself, he would rely on his disciple to compensate. He had no spiritual stones, and she would provide for him. This plan was nothing short of perfect. Under the old, withered tree in the courtyard, Xiaolinger tirelessly repeated a single sword technique. Initially unremarkable, the surroundings gradually began to resonate with an unseen rhythm as she swung her sword more frequently. With one final strike, she unleashed a golden phantom extending 2 zhong. Master, master, have I succeeded? Xiao Linger exclaimed in delight. Barely, but you have grasped the fundamentals of the great might heavenly dragon sword technique, Li Jie replied lazily. The reason he chose this technique for Xiao Linger was simply that its grand name suited her charming and lovely visage perfectly. Just imagine, a beautiful girl in battle suddenly calling out great might heavenly dragon, unleashing a 1,000-meter-long golden dragon shadow. How despairing that would be for her opponent. The mere thought of such a scene was breathtaking. It's a pity I can't practice it myself, Li Jie sighed helplessly, then glanced at the eager girl, suddenly recalling the bustling scene outside. Though intangible, a brief distraction might lighten his mood, so he declared. Today's training ends here. We should balance work and rest. Let's go out for a stroll. Great. Xiao Linger nodded joyfully, skipping towards the courtyard's exit. Just then, a curious voice floated in. Linger, who are you talking to? Father. Xiao Linger glanced at the imposing middle-aged man at the door, her expression startled, and she nervously replied, No, I was just talking to myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wentian felt a pang of pain in his heart. He longed to embrace Xiao Linger as he once did, but he found that the little girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman, leaving his hands suspended in the air. Indeed, he had neglected his child for far too long. Consumed by family matters, tirelessly working to stabilize the clan while failing to care for his own daughter, a wave of intense guilt washed over him as he observed Xiao Linger for a while before speaking. Linger, may I come in for a moment? Of course, father. Please do come in. Xiao Linger ran to the stone table, thoughtfully brushing away the fallen leaves and dust from the stone bench. Seeing this, Xiao Wentian felt even more sorrowful. But recalling his purpose, he spoke directly. I heard you had a conflict with Xiao Yin? Yes. Xiao Linger lowered her head slightly, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. You need not worry about this matter. I will handle it. I am here to discuss something else. What is it? Xiao Linger asked, her eyes widening with curiosity. I have found a method to rid you of the fire stain poison. Chapter 8. The spiritual mentor removed the fire stain. Xiao Linger paused, instinctively lifting her gaze. Your father mentioned it, Li Jie replied, unconcerned about revealing his secret, as only Xiao Linger could hear him. What is it? Xiao Linger turned to her father. Xiao Wentian hesitated for a moment before stating, This is a matter of great importance. I cannot share it with you now. 3 days from now, come to the ancestral grounds on the back mountain, and everything will be revealed. Understood, father? Xiao Linger nodded. Xiao Wentian exchanged a few more pleasantries with her before rising to leave. As he reached the door, Xiao Linger suddenly stood up and called out, Father, thank you. Xiao Wentian turned back with a smile, and all words were left unspoken. As he watched Xiao Wentian depart, Li Jie sighed in the AIRD. It seems your father is quite competent after all. My father has always treated me well. It's just that as family matters grew more pressing, he became increasingly unavailable, Xiao Linger replied, a tinge of melancholy in her voice. Suddenly, Li Jie recalled a question. He had never seen Xiao Linger's mother. He had intended to ask, but reconsidered that such matters likely involved high-stakes complications he could not afford to delve into recklessly. With a resigned sigh, he urged Xiao Linger to accompany him on a shopping excursion. His motive was not solely for relaxation. Xiao Linger was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of Qi, with foundational establishment imminent. The chaotic book contained 4 distinct methods of foundation establishment, ranked from low to high: ordinary foundation, advanced foundation, perfect foundation, and ultimate foundation. Each method significantly influenced subsequent cultivation and could even determine a practitioner's future potential. Although the chaotic book listed 4 methods, Li Jie knew that a competent master had no choice. Xiao Linger must pursue the ultimate foundation. As for the possibility of failure, he had not even entertained the thought. With counterfeit chaotic books in circulation, success was simply improbable. Upon arriving at the market, Li Jie guided Xiao Linger through various stalls, hoping to find a lucky bargain as before. Regrettably, the street vendors had little of note, and the 10 materials needed for the ultimate foundation were nowhere in sight. When they entered a spiritual materials shop, however, he discovered one exceptionally valuable item priced at an outrageous 50,000 spiritual stones. Li Jie was well aware of Xiao Linger's financial situation. All her possessions combined were worth no more than 1,000 spiritual stones. For her to purchase, it would require selling herself short. The inflation in this cursed place is ridiculous. Outside the shop, Li Jie cursed under his breath, prompting Xiao Linger to look up curiously. Master, what is this inflation you speak of? A term from Kunwu Prefecture, indicating that things are expensive. Hee, your place is quite amusing. Even expensive items have their unique terminology. I must see it for myself one day. That place is not very good. It's best if you don't go. Li Jie hastily changed the subject. If she went to see for herself, he would undoubtedly be exposed, and his identity as the Dan Sword Immortal would be jeopardized. Oh, Xiao Linger replied obediently, though her curiosity remained. Upon entering the second shop, Li Jie found 2 more materials required for the ultimate foundation, both exorbitantly priced. He silently took note and continued searching. After visiting several major shops in Jadestone City, he concluded that 7 of the 10 foundation materials were available, totaling 800,000 spiritual stones, all treasures of their respective stores. The remaining 3 were rare and would require a journey to the Beast Mountain. However, both options, venturing to the Beast Mountain or acquiring 800,000 spiritual stones, seemed insurmountable for Li Jie at this moment. Master, why don't we just opt for the ordinary foundation? I am confident I can succeed. Xiao Linger tentatively suggested. Absolutely not. Li Jie firmly rejected her proposal. If we settle for the ordinary foundation, what difference is there between me and a dead fish? How could I ever hope to ascend to the 9th heaven and win the heart of a celestial maiden? He had to extinguish Xiao Linger's lackadaisical thoughts. There is no such thing as difficult tasks, only those who choose to give up. I have already devised a plan. Lij's eyes gradually became clearer. Fortunately, he had read extensively in his past life and could draw from various traditional crafts. Let us start by raising some funds. You should inquire about which elixirs are valuable. We will refine and sell them. That night, at Xiao Linger's residence. Master, the most valuable elixirs among these are the healing elixir and the spirit recovery elixir, as well as the explosive flame elixir, but they are all second-tier elixirs that I cannot produce. Xiao Linger sat at the stone table, gazing at the names of the elixirs written on paper, her expression one of distress. As a mere apprentice alchemist, she had yet to refine a complete elixir. Aside from a few basic concoctions, you cannot produce second-tier elixirs? After going outside, how can you still claim to be the Dan Sword Immortal? Li Jie remarked, since we're merely chatting in the air. There's no harm in it. All I need to do is provide encouragement, as the effort does not fall upon me, however. Master, but what? If I can't succeed today, I shall strive again tomorrow. If tomorrow fails, then the day after. In my early days of alchemy, I effortlessly concocted second-tier elixirs, Li Jie asserted, hands on hips, boasting loudly. Is that true? Observing the earnest expression of her master, Xiao Linger felt a flicker of confidence blossoming within her. Despite her initial doubts, of course, have I ever deceived you? Xiao Linger pondered seriously and realized that her master indeed had never lied to her. The Ling Yuan San and the alchemy manual were authentic. Good master, I shall certainly put forth my utmost effort. Xiao Linger nodded earnestly, a spark of determination glimmering in her dark, bright eyes. A promising disciple indeed. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow we shall procure the necessary materials and commence our alchemical endeavors. As Xiao Linger drifted into a deep slumber, Li Jie withdrew into the space of his ring. With a thought towards the healing elixir, the Chaos Book rapidly flipped its pages. After scrutinizing the descriptions, his brow furrowed. Indeed, second-tier elixirs were beyond the capabilities of an apprentice alchemist, requiring at least some level of advancement to even have a glimmer of possibility. He glanced at the recovery elixir and the explosive elixir. Finding similar circumstances, this posed quite a challenge. Li Jie muttered to himself, wishing to elevate Xiao Linger's status as an alchemist. However, such progress would inevitably delay her foundational training. No, I am not just anyone. Others can readily produce elixirs, so it is inconceivable that I cannot even concoct a second-tier elixir. Li Jie swore internally, delving into the knowledge of alchemy within the void space. At dawn, Li Jie materialized in Xiao Linger's chamber. Intending to impart the mind division technique to her, as an alchemist places great emphasis on mental fortitude. The mind division technique was a ready-made solution. His inability to master it did not imply that Xiao Linger would struggle as well. Quick, fetch me paper and ink. I shall teach you a method to cultivate your mental power. Yes, Xiao Linger, already awake and practicing, dashed to the table. Li Jie eloquently articulated a lengthy discourse, then solemnly cautioned. First master the mind division technique, and thereafter you need only focus on concocting the recovery elixir. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Upon my return, I hope to find you capable of successfully creating second-tier elixirs. Yes, master, rest assured.
I shall exert myself. Very well, farewell. Li Jie swiftly returned to the space of his ring, as prolonged observation of the Chaos Book severely drained his mental energy, necessitating rest for recuperation. Chapter 9. Second-tier elixirs in an antiquated room. A rich scent of herbs permeated the air, with the floor and table strewn with unrefined spiritual material remnants. Xiao Linger sat in a chair, her once fair visage now smeared, eyes bloodshot. She stared intently at several floating spiritual materials, rapidly forming seals with her hands, channeling the spiritual energy in a unique manner. With a soft pop, the materials in the fusion stage exploded, splattering a blackish-green paste all over Xiao Linger, who paid it no mind and promptly retrieved new materials from her storage pouch to continue her alchemical work. In the ring's space, Li Jie roused from his slumber, realizing that after exhausting his mental energy, practicing the mind division technique would yield better results, albeit requiring longer rest periods. He was unaware of the time that had passed. "Let me see what my little Linger is up to," he murmured, his ethereal form drifting outside. The disarrayed room came into view, with the blackish-green sludge scattered across various corners. Despite lacking a nose, Li Jie could still perceive the foul odor. He gazed at the slumped figure of the disheveled girl on the table, voicing his displeasure. "Xiao Linger, have you blown up a latrine? Master, you've returned." Xiao Linger sprang up from the table, excitedly producing a black paste elixir the size of a cow's eye. "Master, I have successfully crafted the recovery elixir." "Oh, really?" Li Jie's gaze shifted to the pill resting in the girl's pale palm. Although its appearance was unappealing, the aura emanating from it confirmed its utility. Not bad. You show a hint of my former prowess, but you must continue to strive for improvement." Li Jie offered casual encouragement. "Yes, master, I will endeavor to do so." Despite the visible fatigue etched upon her features, Xiao Linger responded with vibrant enthusiasm. "What time is it now?" "It is .0. It should be past 11. Xiao Linger suddenly recalled Li Jie's method of timekeeping in Kunwu Prefecture and corrected herself. Has only an hour passed?" Li Jie raised an eyebrow, momentarily bewildered, feeling as though he had practiced within the ring for an eternity. "No. It's been 2 days, Xiao Linger pointed out. Li Jie was momentarily stunned, observing the scattered remnants of materials around them. "You haven't been concocting elixirs for 2 consecutive days, have you?" Xiao Linger remained silent, merely nodding. Seeing her exhausted state, Li Jie felt a pang of concern and muttered, "This little girl is working so hard, it makes me, as her master, seem inadequate." Hearing his murmur, Xiao Linger looked up in confusion, prompting Li Jie to quickly reassure her, "You should rest well. Your performance this time was commendable." "Yes, master," Xiao Linger replied sweetly, buoyed by his praise, her fatigue dissipating significantly. As dawn approached, the petite figure of Xiao Linger, wrapped in a black cloak, appeared in her family's marketplace. "Master, why must we conceal ourselves while selling our wares?" she inquired, puzzled. "You wouldn't understand. A common man is innocent, but possessing precious items can lead to trouble. In our vulnerable state, we must avoid attracting the attention of powerful cultivators. How has your practice of the concealment technique been?" "I have mastered it. Good. That way we will leave no traces. This high-level concealment technique I created is undetectable by fools below the out-of-body stage." "Master, I feel you're incredibly capable, as if you know everything," Xiao Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Naturally, as a qualified alchemist, creating 2 techniques while employing swordsmanship is a trivial matter," Li Jie boasted, unknowingly leading them to the largest shop in the marketplace, where he had learned a small auction was to take place. "Apologies, esteemed guest, but our Qianyao building has yet to open. Please return later." The plump owner, with a protruding belly, called out as he opened the door. "I am not here to purchase anything," Xiao Linger replied in her altered voice, imbued with spiritual energy. "Not here to buy." The owner squinted, subtly retreating a couple of steps. "Well, I certainly am not here to rob the place. I wish to participate in the auction," Xiao Linger clarified hurriedly. The owner sighed in relief at her explanation, recognizing the mysterious figure before him. As experts were hidden upstairs, a confrontation could endanger his life. "I apologize, but attendance at the auction requires an invitation, and the time for issuing them has passed. Please wait for the next event." The now relaxed shopkeeper adopted a friendlier tone. "I have something to sell." Though reluctant to engage further with the suspicious individual, the owner's instincts, honed by years in business, sensed that the item Xiao Linger spoke of was extraordinary. He scrutinized her closely, asking, "What do you have?" "Second-tier elixirs." The owner gasped, "Truly second-tier elixirs?" Xiao Linger opened her palm, revealing the black pill. "This is a second-tier recovery elixir, without a doubt." With a mere glance, the owner confirmed its authenticity, despite its unappealing appearance. The presence of a second-tier elixir at an auction in such a remote place was remarkable. "Esteemed guest, please come in," the owner beamed, gesturing for her to enter. Xiao Linger stepped confidently into the shop, guided by the owner's invitation, and soon an elderly man with white hair hurriedly approached. "I am Lu Yishou, the appraiser for Qianyao Building. Young friend, may I see the elixir you just mentioned?" "Of course." Xiao Linger calmly presented the second-tier recovery elixir. Upon making contact with the elixir, Lu Yishou's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He meticulously examined it from every angle, sniffing and tasting a small fragment before concluding. "This is indeed a second-tier recovery elixir." "Excellent," the owner exclaimed, promptly moving closer to Xiao Linger. "How does the esteemed guest wish to auction this elixir?" "If you entrust us with the sale, we will take a 10% auction fee." "I shall fully entrust it to you, and I wish to observe the auction as well as that permissible?" Xiao Linger and Li Jie had already inquired about Qianyao Building's auction methods, which included full delegation and free sale, with commission rates of 10 and 5%, respectively. Choosing full delegation was Li Jie's idea, aimed at fostering goodwill with Qianyao Building, anticipating future assistance in sourcing rare materials for foundational cultivation. "Of course, I will arrange a seat for you immediately," the owner responded eagerly. Chapter 10. The auction in the narrow, elongated corridor illuminated by torches, the enthusiastic owner introduced himself. "I am Ma Kue, the manager of Qianyao Building in Yushu City. If you do not mind, you may call me Little Ma." "Very well, Little Ma," Xiao Linger replied coolly, her voice wrapped in spiritual energy, rendering it androgynous. As Ma Kue heard the voice, he subtly raised an eyebrow. What he had initially perceived as mere pleasantries had evidently been taken to heart by the other party. From this, it became apparent that the figure concealed beneath the black robe was either a reclusive old eccentric who had devoted years to seclusion and cultivation, or a naive young individual unfamiliar with the world. With a discreet glance at the embroidered cloud-patterned shoes that were revealed only when they moved across the ground, Ma Kue pondered further. Suspecting that the individual might indeed be a woman, his mind raced. There were not many formidable female cultivators in Jadestone City, and he quickly narrowed it down to a few possibilities. Meanwhile, as he observed Xiao Linger, Li Jie was brazenly perched above him, scrutinizing him in return. This rotund fellow seemed rather astute. Li Jie noticed Ma Kue's eyes darting around during their conversation, yet he harbored no concerns about his identity being exposed. The legends surrounding Xiao Linger had faded from memory in Jadestone City for several years. Now, she was merely regarded as an inconspicuous little waste, and no one would think twice about her. After a while of subtle inquiries, Ma Kue, who was walking ahead, rubbed his neck. For some inexplicable reason, since entering the passageway, he had felt a heaviness in his head. Logically, as a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, such peculiar ailments should not afflict him. In an instant, he lost interest in observing Xiao Linger and simply led the way. The end of the passageway soon revealed a bright light, and Li Jie felt a sudden clarity in his mind. The auction was held underground, spacious and bright, nearly the size of half a football field, with glowing stones embedded all around. This 1,000-medicine tower exhibited a certain depth of heritage. Li Jie perched atop Ma Kue. He critiqued the scene before him, well aware that a grand auction venue represented a significant force. Without considerable strength, one would not dare to imagine. They were the largest commercial guild in Sangzhou, and it was said that this was merely a branch. Their true headquarters resided in the imperial capital. Xiao Linger slightly parted her red lips, transmitting a message to Li Jie. "Young master, please follow me." Ma Kue raised his hand in invitation, ushering Xiao Linger into a quiet private room, continuing, "If the young master requires anything, feel free to summon the attendant at the door. Should you need something, simply press the mechanism on the table to call out the price. The private room is completely soundproof, ensuring your privacy." Once the auction for the spirit-returning pill concluded, the acquired spirit stones would be promptly delivered to the young master. "Understood, thank you," Xiao Linger replied with a slight nod. Upon departing from Xiao Linger, Ma Kue instantly felt the oppressive sensation around his neck dissipate, and he turned back to glance at the private room, a chill running down his spine. Could it be that I was just discovered? Was that young master issuing a warning? Upon further reflection, Ma Kuei found this notion quite plausible and quickly made his exit. Inside the private room, Li Jie's spiritual form floated against the pristine, transparent crystal wall, providing him with an unobstructed view of the happenings below. Tiered seating, a white jade stone platform, a slender figure adorned in a diaphanous white gauze dress. With a graceful silhouette, slowly ascended, Elijah observed the woman with a critical eye, watching her approach the high platform. Esteemed friends, I am Jiang Ro, the host of today's auction. I presume many of you are old acquaintances, so I shall refrain from further introductions and proceed directly to the main subject. AS is well known. The Thousand Medicine Tower holds a grand auction every 3 months, and we never commence without a prize treasure. I can reveal a hint about our significant treasure today. It is the descendant of a 4th-tier demon beast from the Demon Beast Mountain range. As Jiang Ro's words fell, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. What? A 4th-tier demon beast? That is equivalent to a top-tier demon beast of the nascent soul stage. For the Thousand Medicine Tower to acquire its descendant is simply terrifying. Li Jie regarded the loud-mouthed bald man with a smirk. Brother, could you possibly be more transparent in your flattery? However, one could not deny that the auction house's method of building excitement was effective, as everyone buzzed with speculation. Could it truly be a descendant of a 4th-tier demon beast? Had the people of the Thousand Medicine Tower ventured into the 3rd level of the Demon Beast Mountain range? That place is a forbidden zone for ordinary cultivators. Xiao Linger covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Just a 4th-tier demon beast? Little dower, back in the day, my master was guarding the place with 3-headed 9-tier demon beasts. Li Jie scoffed, having gained a clearer understanding of the foundational structure of the cultivation world through his deeper study of the Chaos Book. For instance, the ranks of demon beasts range from 1 to 9, corresponding to the levels of human cultivators from Qi refinement to Great Ascension. Moreover, the rankings of alchemists, array masters, and weapon refiners also follow this 1 to 9 system. The hierarchy of spiritual techniques and skills spans the realms of heaven, earth, and the mundane, with each tier subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Additionally, there are unique divine abilities and spells that can only be learned after reaching the nascent soul stage. The price system dictates that a single upper-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 middle-grade spirit stones, and a middle-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 ordinary spirit stones. Enough with the verbosity. I hereby declare the commencement of this auction. Jiang Ro stepped back, and an item suddenly appeared upon the white jade stone platform. It was a floating double-bladed axe, its sharp edges glistening coldly. This axe, known as the mountain-cleaving axe, is a 1st-tier spiritual weapon, weighing 500 pounds and measuring 7 feet 3 inches in length, crafted by the renowned blacksmith Jiang Yezi in his early years. I trust that all of you are familiar with the name of Master Jiang. Therefore, the starting bid is 100 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 50. Jiang Ro proclaimed loudly. To think it would be Master Jiang. He is currently the most renowned blacksmith in Sangzhou, and it is said that the Longyuan sword of the Lord of the 10,000 Sword Sect was also forged by Master Jiang. Although this axe may not possess remarkable aesthetics or a high tier, it is nonetheless a rare gem for collectors. Amidst the crowd, the bald man voiced his astonishment, igniting the enthusiasm of the previously bewildered onlookers. I bid 500 spirit stones, 800, 1,000, 1,200. Let us see who dares to compete with me. The deep voice of a burly man overshadowed all others, and every cultivator present turned to look. Followed by hushed gasps, it was none other than the Blood Bull, the leader of the Bullhead Gang. We dare not provoke him, I concede. At the scene, Jiang Ro regarded the burly man with a beaming smile, then scanned the surroundings, confirming that no one else was willing to bid. She then gently called out, 1,200 spirit stones once, 1,200 spirit stones twice, 1,200 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations, Blood Bull, for acquiring the mountain-cleaving axe. The next item up for auction was also a weapon. However, before its presentation, I must recount a tale. Many of you are aware of the tragic massacre of the Li family in Jadestone City a few years ago. That night, blood flowed like rivers, with a total of 1,335 souls lost, including the family dog, whose fate was no different. It is rumored that the murderer sought a particular sword. The bald man, who had been lurking at the back of the crowd, suddenly raised his voice in surprise. Could it be that the 1,000 medicine tower intends to auction? Indeed, it is the stone scar sword. Chapter 11. The spirit returning pill. The stone scar sword? Li Jie felt a surge of interest, retreating into his ring space to consult the chaos book, but found no records pertaining to it. Was it a counterfeit? Or perhaps too insignificant to warrant mention? Or could it be that its name had been misrepresented? Li Jie suspected the latter, for the chaos book had detailed even the most trivial matters. Are you familiar with the Li family incident? He murmured to Xiao Linger at his side. I am aware. Xiao Linger responded softly, recounting the tale. The Li family was once one of the 5 prominent families in Jadestone City, but they vanished overnight. This incident even drew the attention of several major sects, yet those golden core cultivators found nothing after days of investigation, and ultimately, the matter was left unresolved, reducing the 5 prominent families of Jadestone City to 4. Li Jie pondered this matter, finding it peculiar. Such significant events should not transpire in a novice map. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, recognizing that his primary concern was to empower Xiao Linger and ensure she would reciprocate by aiding him in refining a secondary body. While he was lost in thought, the auction for the stone scar sword reached a fever pitch, soaring to the staggering price of 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones once. Jiang Rou raised her small wooden hammer and began her call. 3,100 spirit stones. A male voice interrupted her. 3,500 spirit stones. 4,000 spirit stones. I, Shi Putian of the Breaking Heaven Gang, am present. Any who dare to bid against me shall find themselves as my enemies. Leader Shi, this auction is based on voluntary participation. Your conduct is in violation of our regulations. Jiang Rou's gaze sharpened, her previously gentle tone now laced with coldness. Shi Putian, the leader of the Breaking Heaven Gang, offered no reply, merely grunting heavily, clearly dismissing Jiang Rou's warning. Jiang Rou, on the platform, bit her silver teeth, her eyes flashing with a glint of icy resolve. Whether it was due to Shi Putian's intimidation or the soaring price of the stone scar sword. The crowd fell silent and Jiang Rou, with a sigh of regret, dropped her hammer, causing the stone scar sword to vanish. The third item for auction appeared, a talisman. Most of the subsequent items were rather mundane. And Li Jie cast a glance before withdrawing his gaze, eventually retreating to his ring space to conserve energy, instructing Xiao Linger to call him when the spirit-returning pill was about to appear. As long as she infused spiritual energy into the ring, he would be alerted. The stone scar sword. The stone scar sword, Ligla on the chaos book, mumbling incessantly, driven by a man's intuition. He felt that this sword's name was not trivial, yet with scant knowledge, he had no way to investigate further, resigning himself to let the Breaking Heaven Gang's leader safeguard it for now. Awaiting an opportunity to reclaim the treasured sword at that moment, a surge of spiritual energy rippled within the ring. In a flash of thought, Li Jie materialized outside, the sound of Xiao Linger's excited voice echoing in his ears. Master, master, come quickly, master, master, come quickly. Are you treating me like a genie? Li Jie retorted irritably, and Xiao Linger's voice abruptly ceased. Then, she smiled gently, pointing outside. Master, our spirit-returning pill is about to be unveiled. I am not blind. On the exquisite white jade platform, Jiang Rou held a beautifully crafted mahogany box, her expression solemn as she spoke. This item has been entrusted to me by a senior to be sold at Qinyao Tower. It is a temporary sale and does not fall among the 3 most significant treasures. However, it is certainly not lacking in value compared to them. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the name of the recovery pill. In the midst of battle, when spiritual energy runs low, consuming one will immediately revitalize you, even causing an evenly matched opponent to flee in fear. What I possess is a second-tier recovery pill, boasting an efficacy 3 times that of a standard one. Moreover, there is one crucial point. Jiang Rou paused for effect before suddenly unveiling the mahogany box. Under the dazzling white light, the dark pill, resembling the size of an ox's eye, was strikingly prominent. When the recovery pill was revealed, the entire venue fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, a voice of doubt emerged. This is fake. The recovery pills I usually consume are merely the size of a booger. Yet this one is comparable to an ox's eye. Even if it is second tier, it cannot be this outrageous, a scruffy cultivator sneered, seated alone within a 3-meter radius. Zhang Daoren is correct. Typical recovery pills are indeed quite small. And this is precisely what sets this one apart. Our appraisers at Xinyao Tower have already calculated that a standard recovery pill can only restore a cultivator's spiritual energy for 1 or 2 techniques. And a second tier one merely 5 or 6. However, this second tier great recovery pill can completely replenish the entire spiritual energy of a golden core cultivator in a short span of time. Jiang Rou's words left the gathered cultivators in stunned silence. Go fully replenish the spiritual energy of a golden core cultivator is no trivial matter. Their spiritual energy is akin to a vast lake. And even if one were to absorb it at home for half an hour, it would still not suffice. The prospect of an immediate replenishment was utterly terrifying. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the auction hall. While in a private room, Li Jie and Xiao Linger wore bewildered expressions. They had never paid attention to the size of the pills. Recalling the astonished expression of the appraiser Lu Yishou, Li Jie began to understand. Such a large recovery pill is indeed absurd. Sensing that she had achieved the desired effect, Jiang Rou continued unhurriedly, "The value of this great recovery pill is clear to everyone. So I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid is 1,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 500. As soon as her words fell, voices immediately called out in response. I, Wu family, bid 3,000 spirit stones. I, Xiao family, bid 4,000 spirit stones. I, Chen family, bid 6,000 spirit stones. The bidders were all prominent figures in Jade Stone City, and as the competition heated up, a commanding voice emerged from one of the private rooms. I, Ho Junyue, bid 15,000 spirit stones. The authoritative voice silenced the commotion, leaving only whispers in the hall. Who would have thought it was Ho Junyue? Didn't he go outside the city to deal with demonic cultivators? Killing a few demon practitioners is as easy as catching fish for him, yet he has already returned. It seems this great recovery pill is his. Discussions erupted in the auction hall, and no one dared to raise their voice again. The reputation of the first expert in Jade Stone City was formidable, and all parties chose to show him respect. Jiang Rou realized that this great recovery pill would not stir up any more waves and was about to bring down the gavel when a languid voice interrupted. I bid 15,500 spirit stones. Instantly, all eyes turned to the scruffy Taoist. 20,000. The authoritative voice from the private room called out once more. 20,500. The scruffy Taoist retorted, still picking his nose. The authoritative voice fell silent. As a disciple of the Ho family stood up, shouting angrily, "Do you have a grudge against my Ho family?" "No," the scruffy Taoist replied nonchalantly, still preoccupied with his nose picking. "Then you are courting death." The moment the Ho family's disciple finished yelling, he began to cough violently. What did you make me eat?" "Nose booger," came the scruffy Taoist's casual reply. Ugh, Chapter 12. Seizing opportunities in the private room. Xiao Linger burst into a series of melodious giggles, yet no one in the audience dared to speak. The most powerful family in Jade Stone City was not to be trifled with, and everyone was curious about the identity of the scruffy Taoist until an exclamation suddenly rang out. "It's him. It's him. It's Zhang Xuanzhai, the only survivor from the Li family's external son-in-law who went out. They never expected him to return. Zhang Xuanzhai, I hope fortune favors you." A nonchalant voice drifted from the private room. "No need for you, Ho Junyue, to worry. I have always been quite fortunate," the scruffy Taoist replied casually. Jiang Rou on the white jade platform waited a moment, confirming that no one would speak further, and decisively brought down the gavel. "Congratulations, Taoist Zhang. The great recovery pill is now yours." The auction continued. And a knock sounded at the door of the private room. Li Jie understood that money had arrived and immediately signaled Xiao Linger to open the door. The visitor was none other than the portly Ma Kuei. "Young master, here are your spirit stones. Please take a look." Ma Kuei handed over a storage bag and continued. "After deducting our commission at Xinyao Tower, there remains a sum of 18,450 spirit stones." "Yes, that's correct." Xiao Linger accepted the storage bag and glanced inside, her small face beneath the black robe brimming with uncontainable joy. She felt like jumping up and shouting. "Since there are no issues, I shall not disturb you further," Ma Kuei said, preparing to close the door when an urgent voice called from within. "Wait, Xiao Ma." Following Li Jie's instructions, Xiao Linger, puzzled, asked, "Is there anything else, young master? I am about to leave." "Is there a secret passage?" Xiao Linger repeated Li Jie's question. "Yes, of course, but wouldn't you like to see the next treasure? It's a fine item that Qianyao Tower has gathered from across the entire Zhangzhou. Ma Kuei replied, no need. I have urgent matters, Xiao Linger insisted. Very well, please follow me. Ma Kuei led the way quickly. Throughout the auction, Xiao Linger had remained silent, so her departure went unnoticed. Upon reaching the secret passage, Li Jie instructed her to inquire. Xiao Ma, how many secret passages are there in the auction hall? 5. Ma Kuei replied, rubbing his neck. The familiar pressure returned, and he began to doubt his earlier judgment. Before him stood an ancient being who, despite not exuding any spiritual fluctuations, could exert immense pressure. Nodding slightly, Li Jie descended from Ma Kuei's neck and departed with Xiao Linger. Ma Kuei stood at the entrance of the secret passage, furrowing his brow. Just then, a figure in black appeared beside him, rasping, Manager, should we follow them? No, the opponent is too unfathomable. It is best not to provoke them. Ma Kuei hastily waved his hand. Inside the secret passage, illuminated by glowing stones, Xiao Linger asked, Master, why aren't we watching the final treasure? They are all worthless trinkets. There's nothing worth seeing. I'm taking you to do something important, Li Jie replied ominously. What important matter? Xiao Linger was left puzzled. Her curiosity piqued. Just follow my instructions later. Before long, Xiao Linger found herself beneath a barren mound of earth. She glanced around, realizing she had already exited the city. Spotting the lone large tree amidst the cracked yellow earth, Li Jie swiftly commanded, hide in the bushes next to that tree. Xiao Linger immediately darted over. Thanks to her petite frame, the small bushes completely concealed her. And with Li Jie's reminder, she employed the concealment technique to mask her presence. The concealment technique not only obscured one's cultivation level but also shielded one's aura and spiritual fluctuations. At this moment, Xiao Linger was entirely merged with the bushes. Time passed for nearly half an hour, and unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Linger inquired, Master, why are we waiting here? Seizing opportunities. Seizing opportunities? This is the unique skill of my Danjian Xian. Traversing the world. I only impart it to you, Xiao Linger, because of your extraordinary aptitude. This technique is most averse to impatience. You must wait patiently to I understand, Master. Xiao Linger nodded earnestly. After waiting for another 10 minutes, the tranquility beneath the mound persisted, prompting Li Jie to stroke his chin. He seemed to have misjudged. This cultivation world was rather civilized, and there were no tendencies toward ruthless plundering. Or perhaps those individuals had taken other passages. Just as he began to consider giving up, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from within the mound, followed by a shadow swiftly darting past him, ascending the tree to conceal itself. They arrived. Li Jie smirked, convinced that everyone had become morally upright and abandoned the notion of pursuing immortality. Within less than half a minute, 2 more individuals appeared, directly burying themselves in the earth. Xiao Linger, concealed in the bushes, felt a surge of tension, further deepening her hidden aura, as the 3 newcomers bore a presence no less formidable than hers, one of whom exuded the solid aura of a foundational stage expert. Moments later, voices erupted from the passage, and Sherpatian emerged with another person at the entrance, poised to flee when fierce sword beams suddenly erupted from both sides of the earth. Thieves, how dare you? Sherpatian exclaimed, revealing a yellowish barrier to negate the ambush, while the companion accompanying him was not so fortunate, instantly cleaved in two. Before the white sword light could fully dissipate, the 2 individuals from the earth sprang forth. Their sharp swords aimed directly at Sherpatian's head. The 3 engaged in a fierce melee, evenly matched in strength. As Sherpatian steadied his mind, the 2 assailants gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. In a moment of carelessness, one was swiftly dispatched by Sherpatian, leaving the other to realize defeat was imminent. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Sherpatian contemplated pursuing, when suddenly, a flicker of dark light shimmered from the tree above, and an ethereal arrow shot forth without warning. Sherpatian halted, brandishing his sword to shatter the dark energy coalescing above, ceasing his chase of the previous assailant, and scoffed at the towering tree. Stealthy creatures, I have already seen through your ruse, he mocked. Who would have thought that the leader of the Sher gang has actually achieved the 2nd level of Foundation establishment? I must admit, I underestimated you, came the reply from the hidden figure. Leaping down from the tree, Li Jie recognized him as Xuanyou, the leader of the Oxhead gang. Xuanyou, I harbor no grievances against you. Nor have I sought any quarrels of late. Why then do you ambush me? Are you attempting to incite conflict between our gangs? Shirpatian demanded sternly. Not at all, I merely hold an interest in the Shirhin sword and have no desire to ignite a feud between our factions. After all, who wishes to see blood flow through Jade Stone City? Xuanyo replied calmly. Should you hand over the Shirhin sword, I shall allow you to leave unscathed today. Dream on. Even amidst devastation and ruin, I would never part with the Shirhin sword so easily. Shirpatian roared, his hair bristling with fury. Then you are courting your own demise. Xuanyo retorted with a smirk. We shall see who prevails today. With a low growl, Shirpatian unleashed 5 streams of sword energy. On the cracked yellow earth, the sword energy surged, and the axes gleamed as dust and debris swirled in a chaotic dance. In an instant, the parched ground was etched with numerous deep ravines, rapidly multiplying. Elijah discerned that both Xuanyo and Shirpatian were evenly matched, their reserves of spiritual energy comparable, leaving the outcome to their hidden trump cards. Shirpatian, do you recognize this move? Xuanyo suddenly bellowed, as his blood surged, revealing a colossal Red Bull apparition above him. Tio, think you have mastered the Red Bull Dharma form, but if you believe this guarantees your victory, you greatly underestimate me, Shirpatian, he scoffed, raising his sword high as brilliant white light erupted like flames, transforming his sword into a 3-meter-long blade of light. Indeed, a grand spiritual blade. Xuanyo gasped, his battle spirit ignited as he swung his axe and shouted. But what of that? I, Xuanyo, am unrivaled within Jade Stone City. Then today, you shall face a worthy adversary, Shirpatian declared, swinging his sword down as the 3-meter blade clashed with the charging Red Bull apparition. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, sending sand and stones flying, uprooting the leaves of the nearby bushes. Xiao Linger, who had been covering her mouth in awe, quickly shrank back, hiding her embroidered shoes. With a cough, Xuanyo knelt, blood spilling from his lips as he bitterly admitted, I have been defeated. No, you have not. Though Shirpatian remained standing, his pallor betrayed his own injuries, his sword shattered in hand. Who would have thought you possessed such strength? Shirpatian? Xuanyo gasped, trembling as he struggled to rise. Neither should you underestimate me. I have been remiss in my judgment. Shirpatian finally succumbed to his wounds, blood trickling from his lips, if not for the enmity between the Ox Head Gang and the Shir Gang. I would have welcomed the chance to befriend you, Xuanyo mused. I share that sentiment. Shirpotian's eyes revealed a genuine emotion. Oh, Shirxiong, you hold such thoughts as well? Then let us become sworn brothers of different surnames. Xuanyo proposed with delight. Excellent. Within the bushes, Li Jie and Xiao Linger exchanged bewildered glances, the unfolding events seeming rather absurd. While outside, Xuanyo and Shirpatian drew closer. Heaven above, earth below. I, Xuanyo, I, Shirpatian. We swear brotherhood here, sharing joys and sorrows, seeking not to be born on the same day, but to die on the same day. Brother Patian, brother Xue, good. I shall honor your bond. As their words echoed, a cold voice intruded, startling them into silence. A green sword light shot forth from the hillock. Brother Patian, beware! Xuanyo interposed himself before Shirpatian. In an instant, blood splattered across Shirpotian's chest as he cradled the faltering Xuanyo. His voice trembling with anguish, Xuanyo, brother Patian, I regret meeting you too late. Otherwise, our axes and swords would have harmonized. No, my bull, Shirpatian cried out, his grief palpable. The raw emotion evoked tears from Xiao Linger, who whispered to her master, how touching they are. Yet Li Jie, floating in midair, wore a perplexed expression. Something felt amiss, yet he could not quite pinpoint it, only able to summarize it with 2 words, truly absurd. Cradling the lifeless body of Xuanyo, Shirpatian glared at the figure clad in black, golden core stage, and yet, what of it? I, Shirpatian, fear nothing. As he spoke, dark flames enveloped him, his entire being seemingly on the verge of combustion. Devil's Path? The cloaked figure scoffed, conjuring several talismans that swiftly shot toward Shirpatian. The golden talismans struck Shirpatian, momentarily suppressing the dark flames surrounding him, but only for an instant, as the talismans ignited. The body of Xuanyo was reduced to black ash in Shirpotian's arms, and his form rapidly expanded into a towering giant, standing 3 zhang tall. I wondered, why the devilish practitioners dared to wreak havoc in Jadestone City. It appears there are traitors within. The figure in black extended his hand, summoning a green sword. Leaping into the air, the blade aimed directly at the enlarged head of Shirpatian. Even in his transformed state, Shirpatian proved no match for the cloaked figure, his body sliced by the green sword, blood gushing forth, and no matter how he roared or raged, he could not reach the black-clad figure. Once one enters the Golden Core stage, the chasm between mortals and immortals is clear. You are but an ant in my eyes. Your audacity stems from ignorance. The foundation establishment of 1,000 men in Jadestone City must bow before me. As the black-clad figure spoke, he danced around the monstrous Shirpatian, slicing through his flesh and blood until finally severing his thick, blackened arm. Shirpatian cried in agony, his eyes wild with despair. In a sudden motion, he produced an object from his hand and hurled it away, shouting as he turned to flee, "The Shirhin sword is among them." The cloaked figure, initially intent on pursuing the devilish Shirpatian, suddenly turned, a glint of focus igniting in his dark eyes. From the bushes, Ligia sensed a formidable aura approaching through the passageway. Clearly, the newcomer was also a Golden Core practitioner. He felt a headache coming on. What was supposed to be a simple opportunity was spiraling out of control. He urgently instructed Xiao Linger to conceal herself and avoid exposing her presence. Emerging from the passage was someone Li Jia recognized all too well, the disheveled Taoist who had been incessantly picking his nose. "Ho Junyue, are you not the foremost gentleman of Jadestone City? Why resort to such stealth and subterfuge, lurking about to snatch something?" The Taoist remarked nonchalantly, still digging at his nose. A gray storage pouch sat forlornly between him and the black-clad figure. "Enough chatter!" Ho Junyue acknowledged his identity, soaring back, wielding his green sword to strike down from afar. Instantly, a 10-meter arc of sword energy cleaved through the yellow earth. The Taoist halted, flicking the remnants of his nose picking away, and with a casual wave of his hand, a massive black handprint of spiritual energy manifested, crashing into the 10-meter sword energy. As Ho Junyue darted forward, aiming for the storage pouch on the ground. The Taoist waved his hand, summoning the unseen spiritual energy to snatch it back, but Ho Junyue swiftly cleaved it down. The storage pouch fell to the ground, the black handprint lunging at Ho Junyue, who instantly teleported, reaching out to grasp it. That moment, a green light swept in, and Ho Junyue appeared, forcing the Taoist to withdraw as he unleashed a torrent of white light. Ho Junyue cleaved through the white light, sweeping his hand to make the storage pouch vanish from the ground. In retaliation, the Taoist's fist slammed into his face, sending blood spraying. The storage pouch floated upward as the Taoist reached for it. But the rebuffed Ho Junyue's green sword pulsed with light, unleashing a fearsome fan-shaped wave of energy. The Taoist retreated, but the storage pouch was struck by the sword light, bursting open to reveal a myriad of dazzling treasures spilling forth. Neither Ho Junyue nor the Taoist paid heed to the scattered treasures. Their sole focus remained on the gray Shirhin sword. As fist and sword collided, the residual force struck the Shirhin sword, shattering it into several pieces. With a clatter, a small fragment of the Shirhin sword fell before the bushes, where a delicate hand reached out. "Big, you dare to pick that up?" Li Jia was left dumbfounded in midair. "Run!" He had no time to educate Xiao Linger. With urgency, he shouted, knowing that capture would lead to dire consequences. As branches swayed and leaves fell, Xiao Linger burst forth from the bushes. Both the Taoist and Ho Junyue momentarily paused in shock before realizing they needed to pursue. In their frantic chase, they exchanged attacks until they noticed the astounding speed of the fleeing figure, prompting a tacit agreement to cease their aggression. With only a handful of Golden Core practitioners in Jadestone City, both were acutely aware that the person fleeing was evidently not one of their own kind, and they dared not openly strike at what was clearly a lowly ant. Ceasing their attacks, both Ho Junyue and the Taoist accelerated, quickly closing the distance behind Xiao Linger, as they beheld the simultaneous onslaught of the spiritual handprint and sword light approaching. Li Jia urged her urgently. "Recite with me. The decree of the yellow heavens calls upon the true spirits, igniting my essence and bestowing upon me divine swiftness, blood escape." He had long anticipated unforeseen circumstances and had sought a top-tier evasion technique that required no cultivation. Merely the burning of vital blood to flee as two overlapping voices echoed. A surging crimson light erupted from Xiao Linger, propelling her several dozen meters away in an instant, leaving both Hou Junyue and the disheveled Taoist utterly astonished. "Hurry to Yushur City," Li Jie exclaimed urgently as he spotted the distant city. With a pale face, Xiao Linger slightly adjusted her direction and continued her desperate flight. The disheveled Taoist and Hou Junyue simultaneously quickened their pace. For in that fleeting moment, they had sensed Xiao Linger's cultivation level. She was merely a Qi refinement stage individual. Yet this Qi refinement stage person dared to see something from them. Cultivators of the Golden Core stage. The disheveled Taoist maintained a semblance of composure, while Hou Junyue's face turned ashen. Being robbed of the Shurhin sword fragment by a Qi refinement stage individual was more unbearable than having everything taken by the disheveled Taoist. He could accept defeat, but not humiliation. To be robbed by someone of the Qi refinement stage was a grave insult. As he caught up to Xiao Linger, Hou Junyue held nothing back, immediately unleashing a fan-shaped sword light. "Thief, prepare to die, blood escape." Xiao Linger cried out once more, significantly closing the distance to Yushur City, the bustling crowd at the city gate now vividly visible. The fan-shaped sword light missed its target, and a glimmer of calmness flickered in Hou Junyue's eyes. Once was a fluke, twice was proof of capability. When had such an enigmatic Qi refinement stage cultivator emerged in Yushur City, even he, the foremost expert of Yushur City, had failed consecutively. However, there would be no third time. Ascending into the air, Hou Junyue's azure sword radiated an increasingly fierce glow as he targeted that swiftly retreating figure. Poised to strike, when the disheveled Taoist appeared before him. "Enough, Hou Junyue, do you wish to harm the innocent? Do not forget the 10 sect laws." Humph! With a cold snort, Hou Junyue's azure sword vanished, his gaze fixating on Xiao Linger, who had melded into the crowd, instantly disappearing. The disheveled Taoist gazed at the imposing Yushur City and murmured, "Interesting." Upon entering the city, Li Jie urged Xiao Linger to swiftly dart into an alley and conceal her black robe, simultaneously activating the concealment technique. Emerging from the alley, Xiao Linger had transformed from a cloaked figure into an innocent neighbor girl, with a wary Hou Junyue standing before her. A tremor coursed through Xiao Linger's heart as Li Jie's voice rang in her ears. "Do not be afraid. Just walk forward." Steadying her chaotic breath, Xiao Linger confidently stepped past Hou Junyue as his gaze shifted from the young girl before him. The veins on Hou Junyue's forehead throbbed. His formidable spiritual perception scoured the crowd but yielded no results. The thief who had stolen his belongings had seemingly evaporated into thin air. "Cursed thief, I shall find you," he muttered darkly before vanishing from the spot. He had departed in midair. Li Jie sighed in relief. Instantly, Xiao Linger's previously upright posture slumped, her petite mouth panting heavily, yet she soon brightened, exclaiming, "Master, we struck gold, gold my foot. Do you not realize you were on the brink of meeting your great-grandmother just now?" Li Jie scolded, exasperated. Had it not been for the last-minute discovery of a forbidden evasion technique in the chaotic book that required no cultivation, both of them would now be in dire straits. To have a Qi refinement stage individual seize something from a Golden Core stage cultivator was no mere act of thievery. It was akin to reaching into the belly of a tiger, an act of sheer recklessness. "But master, did you not tell me to seize the opportunity?" Xiao Linger replied, her expression filled with grievance and defiance. "I did say so. But did I ever mention you should act without my command?" Li Jie felt a headache coming on. This apprentice had shown signs of rebellion after just a few days. If he had a body, he would surely have knocked some sense into her. Xiao Linger lowered her head. "Master," Linger realizes her mistake. Hearing her soft voice, Li Jie's heart softened momentarily, intending to offer comfort, only to be interrupted by Xiao Linger's voice. "But master, was it not right that the Shurhin sword fragment fell beside me?" After retreating into the ring space, Li Jie pondered in silence for a long while. In truth, Xiao Linger was not at fault. The error lay with him, his foolish desire to seize an opportunity. "Yes, it is all my fault." He slapped himself twice. Though it did not hurt, his soul felt the weight of a grave error. That night, Xiao Linger practiced her swordplay in the courtyard. The moment Li Jie appeared, she immediately halted, joyfully calling out, "Master, are we going out again?" Since following Li Jie these past few days, she had experienced unprecedented joy. Refining pills, earning spirit stones, seizing opportunities, especially the thrill of snatching in the midst of chaos. The exhilarating feeling of striking when the combatants were oblivious was simply delightful, and she relished it while practicing her swordplay. "We are not going out." Elijah doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Continuing, "Bring me paper and pen.is master going to impart another technique to me?" Xiao Linger skipped back to her room, swiftly returning to the stone table. "Take note, this technique is called the 5 elements and 5 symbols evasion technique, comprising 10 top-tier evasion methods: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and blood." Within the ring's space, Li Jie, having undergone a moment of deep reflection, summarized all mainstream evasion techniques, compiling them into a comprehensive tome that encompassed various harsh environments. He had discerned the audacious soul hidden beneath Xiao Linger's adorable exterior. After narrating all the evasion techniques, Li Jie added, "You must give equal importance to the 5 elements and 5 symbols evasion technique and the Great Might Celestial Dragon Sword technique. And do not slack off. Among them, blood escape carries severe side effects, diminishing one's lifespan, yet it is also the most powerful evasion technique. Do not use it lightly unless in a dire situation." "Ah, master, but I have already used it today," Xiao Linger exclaimed in surprise. "You are still young, brimming with vitality. Living a few years less is inconsequential." Xiao Linger. "Now, let us discuss serious matters. We are still nearly 790,000 spirit stones short of the 800,000 needed. In the days to come, aside from purchasing spiritual materials, you must not venture out. Dedicate all your spare time outside of cultivation to pill refining. As the disciple of the top alchemist in Kunwu Prefecture, you must be a genius among geniuses." Lijs spoke earnestly, weaving fanciful tales. "Rest assured, master, I shall not tarnish your reputation. I will strive to cultivate diligently. Refine pills earnestly, and become the second alchemist sword immortal," Xiao Linger replied exuberantly. Then, with her shimmering black eyes glistening with curiosity, she inquired, "Master, what does top alchemist mean?" "The strongest individual in a region." "Then I want to be the top alchemist of Tsangzhou in the future." Chapter 15. The False Immortal Bone. After studying the Shurhin sword fragments with Xiao Linger for a considerable time, Li Jie concluded that it was merely an unremarkable piece of worthless stone, devoid of spiritual energy fluctuations and not a rare material. The only commendable aspect was the intricate patterns upon it, but even that was just a small segment, offering no discernible significance. Xiao Linger resumed her training. And as Li Jie prepared to retreat into the ring space, he was momentarily taken aback by the unusual soul light emanating from the depths of Xiao Linger's being. He recalled clearly that such an anomaly was indicative of having reached the first layer of the spirit separation technique. "Ahem, Linger," Li Jie called to her. "How is your progress with the spirit separation technique?" Xiao Linger opened her eyes and truthfully replied, "I have reached the first layer." "The first layer?" Realizing that hearing it and experiencing it were two different matters, Li Jie was astonished. He had spent a year and a half without making any headway in this technique. Yet Xiao Linger had grasped it in just 3, or was it 5 days? Suppressing his astonishment, Li Jie maintained a stoic expression and said, "Ahem. Let me test you. What does 3 Yang gathering the dome? The great path guiding the cosmos mean?" This was the core of the first layer of the spirit separation technique that he had never comprehended. Xiao Linger pondered for a moment and earnestly replied, "First, visualize a small figure in your consciousness, then guide the wandering spiritual energy to converge, thereby forming a circulating cosmos." Listening intently to Xiao Linger's description, Li Jie swiftly returned to the ring space to practice. An hour passed. Lij's formless spiritual body opened his eyes. "Damn, is this really something that can simply be conjured by thought? My head feels heavy, and there is a single thread of hair in my mind. Could it be that my posture is incorrect?" Li Jie uncrossed his legs and lay on the chaos book, quickly drifting off to sleep. The next day, in a cozy chamber, Master, stop calling. "I'm coming out," Li Jie responded irritably to Xiao Linger. "Master, besides Lingyuan powder, is there any other method to eliminate the fire impurity?" Xiao Linger, clad in a white dress, exited the courtyard and headed toward the family's back mountain. Li Jie floated beside her, confidently asserting, "No, then why did my father say? Could it be Lingyuan powder too? Let us go take a look first." Lijie felt that this was improbable. The likelihood of encountering innate essence was already 1 in a billion. And even fewer people knew about Lingyuan powder. Otherwise, the saying about the 5 elements poison would not have spread. However, he was also curious about the method mentioned by Xiao Wentian, given that he had repeatedly searched through the Chaos Book and found no other means to resolve the fire impurity beyond Lingyuan powder. Amidst the jagged stones, a narrow path wound upward. At the path's end, Li Jie encountered Xiao Wentian, who donned a black robe adorned with golden threads. Linger has arrived. The moment his gaze met Xiao Linger's, the heaviness on Xiao Wentian's face vanished without a trace. Father. Xiao Linger slightly bowed in respect. Follow me. Xiao Wentian turned and walked to a black stone tablet, placing his palm, infused with spiritual energy, gently upon it. In an instant, invisible ripples spread before Li Jie's eyes, revealing an entrance on the previously barren black stone mountain. Father, what is this? Xiao Linger gazed in astonishment. Having lived within her family for 15 years, she had never heard of a cave dwelling at the back of the mountain. This was the ancestral land of the Xiao clan, known only to a select few, including myself. Xiao Wentian explained as he stepped inside. Li Jie had initially imagined it to be a paradise, yet the interior resembled an ordinary large cavern. Xiao Wentian meandered through the space, leading Xiao Linger to a secret chamber. The light within the chamber was dim, with only a stone platform at its center, upon which lay a comatose little girl, plump and pale, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old. Father, who is she? How did she end up here? Xiao Linger raised her delicate brows. She is a girl from the collateral branch of the Xiao family, the very method I mentioned to relieve your fire toxin. Xiao Linger was perplexed, prompting Xiao Wentian to slowly elaborate. It is widely recognized that the poison of the fire toxin is unsolvable, yet it is not entirely without remedy. Practitioners of demonic, ghostly, or monster paths are immune to the effects of the fire toxin. However, the cultivation in these paths is inherently cruel and malevolent. Once one strays into them, there is no turning back for a lifetime. As your father, I cannot allow you to fall into such wickedness. Hence, I must seek an alternative route. This false immortal bone is the sole method. False immortal bone? Xiao Linger echoed with a hint of skepticism. A similar doubt lingered in Li Jie's mind, as he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the scene before him. Indeed, among humanity, there exists an exceedingly rare probability of individuals possessing powerful physiques, and those endowed with a false immortal bone are among them, allowing them to cultivate with remarkable efficiency and convert the spiritual energy they absorb into a unique essence, thus evading the fire toxin's incineration of their spiritual energy and remedying your inability to cultivate. Father, you cannot mean, a sudden dread gripped Xiao Linger's heart. Yes, I intend to transplant this girl's false immortal bone into you. Upon uttering this, Xiao Wentian appeared notably relieved. No. Both Li Jie and Xiao Linger exclaimed in unison. It dawned on him. No wonder this dark chamber seemed familiar. It was unmistakably a site for bone extraction. This was undeniably the act of a quintessential villain. The little girl lying on the stone platform was no ordinary child. Should Xiao Wentian proceed today, within 3 years, her grave would surely be overgrown with grass. Linger, I know your heart aches, but would you rather endure the torment of the fire toxin? Your desire to cultivate has been evident over the years. I have seen you practicing your sword late into the night and being the first to arrive at the training grounds at dawn. Witnessing your daily struggles has pained me more than anyone else. Yet, I have no means to alleviate your fire toxin, which is why I have refrained from visiting you. If you can understand your father's intentions, cast aside your pity. All subsequent sins shall be borne by me alone. Xiao Wentian's voice trembled, love evident in his eyes. Father, Xiao Linger hesitated, her thoughts interrupted by Li Jie's voice. Tell him your fire toxin has been resolved, and that you have become a disciple of a nameless, unparalleled master. With Li Jie's permission, Xiao Linger immediately spoke with urgency. Father, in truth, my fire toxin has already been resolved. Xiao Wentian exclaimed in disbelief, as Xiao Linger deliberately released her cultivation, causing a wave of qi at the 9th layer of qi refinement to ripple through the chamber. How is this possible? Xiao Wentian's eyes widened. Despite his extensive experience, he could not maintain his composure at this moment. Not long ago, I encountered a reclusive master who took me as a disciple and cured my fire toxin. Xiao Linger explained slowly. Then, where is your master now? I must personally express my gratitude. Xiao Wentian's expression grew excited, his body trembling slightly. After curing my fire toxin and imparting the sex techniques, my master vanished, stating he would continue his travels and would return when time permitted. Indeed, a truly reclusive master, like a dragon whose head is seldom seen. Xiao Wentian marveled, his pent-up emotions released, leaving him almost bewildered amidst the joy. Father, I apologize. I intended to wait until I had established my foundation before revealing my circumstances, never anticipating that you would worry for so long. Seeing Xiao Wentian's elation filled Xiao Linger with guilt. Ha ha ha, no need for apologies. As long as your fire toxin is resolved, that is the greatest comfort to your father. Xiao Wentian laughed heartily. Father, we can now return her home. Yes, of course. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Xiao Linger felt a significant weight lift from her shoulders. The fire toxin was her greatest secret, and she had been contemplating how to explain it to her father. You truly have a wonderful father. Li Jie remarked, his voice suddenly drifting to her. He has always treated me so well, Xiao Linger replied proudly. Child. Li Jie chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wentian appeared in a secluded alley, handing the unconscious little girl over to a cart driver. Just as he departed, the little girl opened her eyes, fixating intensely on the spot where he had vanished. Chapter 16. Cultivation. Upon returning to the familiar courtyard, Li Jie eagerly declared, Xiao Linger, the ultimate taboos of the cultivation world that I am about to share with you. You must heed closely. Understood. Xiao Linger nodded earnestly. Firstly, in the cultivation world, you must never provoke anyone from the 5 great surnames: Yi, Qian, Lin, Wang, and Chu. Also, do not engage with Han. Secondly, avoid any ordinary folks as much as possible. Why? Xiao Linger blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. This concerns the heavenly Tao. In short, you cannot go wrong by following my guidance. I understand, Master. Indeed, a teachable child. Li Jie nodded in satisfaction, retracting into the spatial ring. The chaos book floated into the air as he pondered, softly murmuring, I have acquired a method for concealing my aura, a technique for escaping, and a powerful sword technique. But what am I still missing? Defense. Yes, that I still require a defensive spiritual technique. The Xuanwu armor sounds quite appealing, but regrettably, it is merely of the low-grade earth tier. It would be rather embarrassing to present it. Chaos book. List all the top-grade heavenly defensive spiritual techniques. Immediately, golden words appeared before Li Jie's eyes. Divine Emperor's heavenly profound vitality. Sacred martial enlightenment armor. 16 Demon King shields. Why do all these names sound so convoluted? Could we have something simpler? Li Jie grumbled. His gaze drifting downward. Earthly Bodhisattva statue. This seems quite promising. It materializes a grand, compassionate statue of the earthly Bodhisattva, safeguarding oneself and serving both offense and defense. Mastering it to a profound level allows one to emit a radiant light capable of vanquishing any evil. This appears to be a monk's technique, but it does not explicitly state that women cannot practice it. So be it, I shall choose this. Reappearing in the courtyard, Li Jie noticed that night had fallen, and Xiao Linger was in meditation. He refrained from interrupting her, instead attempting to practice the spirit division technique once more. After meditating for half a day, his mind remained a blank slate, with no progress whatsoever. Damn it, how does this even qualify as a top-grade heavenly technique? What a sham! Cursing under his breath, Li Jie abandoned the effort entirely. He would focus on crafting his mount instead. Soon, Xiao Linger opened her weary eyes. And before she could make a move, Li Jie's voice resonated in her ear. Very good. Your spiritual energy has become significantly more refined. In Li Jie's eyes, while the spiritual energy mass within Xiao Linger had not grown larger. Its luster had intensified considerably. All thanks to my master's guidance, Xiao Linger replied sweetly. Indeed, you speak true, Li Jie affirmed with satisfaction, then added, I have another top-grade heavenly defensive spiritual technique that you should note down. Another top-grade heavenly technique? Xiao Linger was astonished. Thus far, aside from the 5 elements and 5 phases escape technique, all the techniques she had cultivated were of the top-grade heavenly tier. Reflecting on the Xiao clan's ancestral techniques, which were merely half a volume of the mid-grade profound tier sword technique, she felt as if everything she received at this moment was like a dream, too surreal to be real. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and write it down, Li Jie urged. Yes, master. Xiao Linger responded, her voice trembling as tears of gratitude welled in her eyes. Her master had been so extraordinarily kind to her. She was determined to cultivate with even greater diligence. Originally, Li Jie had intended to find a top-grade heavenly heart technique for Xiao Linger, but as she had already reached a breakthrough bottleneck, it would be futile to provide it now. She would have to wait until she established her foundation before he could offer it to her. In the market district, Li Jie instructed Xiao Linger to exchange over 10,000 spiritual stones for materials to concoct recovery pills, blood return pills, and explosion pills, and then directed her to explore the roadside stalls. Having come this far, he could not afford to miss any opportunity for bargains. However, after nearly completing a thorough tour of the market, he had found nothing particularly remarkable. Just as he was about to instruct Xiao Linger to return home, a palm-sized piece of yellow clay caught his attention. "Let us go check out that old bald fellow's stall and inquire about the price of that clay." Li Jie encouraged, his eyes drawn to the yellow lump exuding a faint orange hue. Xiao Linger approached the elderly man in coarse gray robes and softly inquired, "Old man, how much for this piece of yellow clay?" 10,000 spiritual stones. The bald elder recognized Xiao Linger as the girl who had purchased medicine previously. Thus he unabashedly quoted a steep price point, 10,000. Xiao Linger gasped slightly in disbelief. Li Jie, standing beside her, urged, "Bargain with him. Offer 5 spiritual stones." "Old man, would you sell it for 5 spiritual stones?" Xiao Linger asked, her voice lacking conviction. "Little girl, do you see clearly? This is no ordinary yellow clay. It is mixed with the feces of a 5th-tier demon beast, the black bear spirit, making it a rare alchemical material." Ask him, "How do you know it is the black bear spirit and not just a black bear?" After Li Jie finished speaking, Xiao Linger immediately reiterated his words. "Because I saw it with my own eyes," the balding elder asserted emphatically. 10 pieces is the maximum. No. This is the excrement of a 5th-tier demon beast. I can take a loss, but it must be 8,000. 10 pieces. 8,000. 10 pieces. Deal. The balding elder promptly shoved the yellow clay into Xiao Linger's hands. After paying with spirit stones, Xiao Linger discreetly transmitted a message. "Master, is this truly the excrement of a 5th-tier demon beast, the black bear spirit?" "No, then what is it?" "It's Tu Huangjing." Noticing Xiao Linger's confusion, Li Jie patiently explained using the description from the Chaos Book. Tu Huangjing is a type of earth treasure, a superior-grade yellow spirit material, and one of the 10 materials you need for Extreme Path Foundation establishment. In truth, he had also felt a bit uncertain earlier. But fortunately, the world of spirit materials and treasures is not solely described in words. There are also vivid illustrations. "What?" Xiao Linger gasped, quickly tucking the Tu Huangjing away under the astonished gaze of the balding elder. Her strange behavior prompted the elder to take a few more glances, stirring doubt within him. Could it be that it wasn't just a lump of clay? No, it was definitely a lump of clay. What spirit material could resemble clay? Yet, why did that young girl run away? Watching Xiao Linger swiftly retreat, the balding elder suddenly felt the 10 spirit stones in his hand had lost their allure. Had I truly misjudged? No. It is indeed a lump of clay. After a fierce bout of self-affirmation, the balding elder felt somewhat better. For the next several days, Xiao Linger engaged in intense training on the back mountain of the Xiao family. Li Jie instructed her to prioritize enhancing her evasion techniques, followed by the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Sword technique, and only then to cultivate the Earth Store Divine Statue.as for the Concealing Chi technique. It posed no difficulty and could be easily mastered, so he did not require Xiao Linger to focus on it. With a sword strike, she cleaved out a 3-zhong golden dragon, and Xiao Linger erupted into jubilant cheers. "Master, I have finally succeeded in conjuring the dragon shadow. You have achieved minor success in the Great Might Heavenly Dragon Sword technique, but there remains a significant issue with your execution. Remember, when employing this sword technique, you must shout it out loud." Chapter 17. Palace Coup. Hurry, hurry, hurry. In the council hall, the 5 elders have gathered. Something monumental is about to transpire. As Xiao Linger walked along the stone path, surprised exclamations echoed in her ears. Following the sounds, she saw the surrounding Xiao family members swiftly making their way towards the council hall. She too was preparing to take a look when a sharp, caustic female voice drifted over. "Xiao Linger, this time you're finished." After several days of applying ointment, Xiao Yan's pig-like face had finally recovered somewhat. Xiao Linger remained silent, directly using her wind evasion technique to appear before Xiao Yan. Delivering 2 resounding slaps. You hit me again." Xiao Yan shrieked, attempting to retaliate, but was immediately frozen in place by Xiao Linger's terrifying gaze, unable to move. Just a moment ago, she had felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of her grandfather. If you continue to make noise in my presence, I will strike you every time I see you, Xiao Linger declared resolutely, leaving Xiao Yin trembling in silence. At that moment, several disciples from the law enforcement hall appeared. With Xiao Wu Kuei among them. Linger, you are becoming increasingly arrogant and overbearing. Xiao Wu Kuei stepped forward, expressing his profound disappointment. He vaguely remembered the once innocent and gentle Xiao Linger. How have you transformed into this? Reflecting on the painful truth, he cried out in despair. Smack! Xiao Linger delivered a slap across Xiao Wu Kuei's face, speaking with the utmost arrogance. What does it matter to you? You, beyond the anger of being publicly slapped. Xiao Wu Kuei was more astonished. He had not even seen how Xiao Linger had struck. He was aware that he was a top-tier expert at the 7th level of Qi training, among the top 10 of the younger generation, yet now, he could not discern how Xiao Linger had executed her move. It was utterly terrifying. While Xiao Wu Kuei remained in shock, the leading middle-aged man in black coldly barked. Assaulting a member of the law enforcement hall in public, Xiao Linger, you are simply lawless. Seize this disgraceful family member. Several members of the law enforcement hall, clad in uniform, sprang into action at the middle-aged man's command. Attempting to apprehend Xiao Linger, smack, smack, one slap, two slaps. Xiao Linger moved like a specter, delivering slaps to each member of the enforcement team, sending them crashing backward. Ultimately, she arrived in front of the black-clad middle-aged man and forcefully swung her hand down. Puff! A few teeth, stained with blood, scattered as the black-clad man staggered, nearly falling to the ground. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. The black-clad man was already a master at the 9th level of Qi training. Yet he had been casually knocked down by Xiao Linger without having a chance to react. Hiss! Xiao Wu Kuei and Xiao Yin gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. Xiao Linger! The black-clad man shouted angrily, a surge of profound spirit energy erupting as he struck towards Xiao Linger's chest. Xiao Linger allowed the blow to come, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of her mouth. Just as the palm was about to make contact, she retaliated in an instant. The black-clad man felt a blur before his eyes, followed by an immense force to his back, sending him flying away. At that moment, only Xiao Linger, clad in a dress as white as snow, stood proudly in the center. She tilted her delicate face at a 45-degree angle, her cold gaze sweeping over the members of the law enforcement hall, none daring to meet her eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Linger transmitted a thought, Master, how long must I stand like this? While she relished the fearful gazes of the crowd, she was more concerned about the impending events in the council hall. With the 5 elders gathered, she knew without a doubt that it pertained to her father. That should be enough. Let us go, Li Jie remarked contentedly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Linger vanished, leaving the members of the law enforcement hall gradually regaining their senses, pondering in confusion. Could it be that Xiao Linger had truly cultivated? Xiao Wu Kuei covered his face, bitterness flooding his mouth. He alone understood the gravity of the situation. Xiao Linger had likely restored her strength. In the Xiao family council hall, Xiao Wentian, you have indulged your daughter Xiao Linger in assaulting her kin, obstructing the law enforcement hall's duties, and secretly harming the family's collateral branches. You are devoid of virtue and compassion, unworthy of the position of head of the Xiao family. Elder Xiao Lei thundered from the assembly, his voice booming like a bell, his beard trembling with each word. Humph! Others have insulted me first. It is only natural for Linger to retaliate in her youthful exuberance. Those who were struck can only admit their inferiority. As for obstructing the law enforcement hall, should I not intervene against unjust actions? Your claims of harming collateral branches are utterly absurd. Xiao Wentian slammed his palm on the table, his voice cold and resolute in response. Is that so? Xiao Wentian, do you not realize that if one wishes for others not to know, one must refrain from doing so? Elder Xiao Lei sneered as he called out, Bring that coachman up. 2 members of the law enforcement hall stepped forward from the crowd, escorting a tall, gaunt man whose clothes were stained with blood. The moment Xiao Wentian laid eyes on him, he narrowed his gaze. He had believed the matter regarding the fake immortal bones to be well concealed, known only to a handful, yet it had been exposed. Letting out a long breath, Xiao Wentian understood that today's events could not end well. Ma Yuan, step forward, Elder Xiao Lei bellowed, and the gaunt man named Ma Yuan was thrown to the ground. He quickly knelt, frantically kowtowing and speaking. It was all the patriarch's orders. He told me to capture a little girl and bring her to his estate. But after I delivered her, I never saw her again. She must have been what? Elder Xiao Lei pressed, his voice sharp. Killed by the patriarch. Ma Yuan exclaimed, trembling. As his words fell, the Xiao family members outside the door erupted into an uproar. What? The patriarch is truly harming his own kin in secret. He must be cultivating demonic arts. Quickly, throw him out. Yes, throw him out. Depose him. Depose him. Xiao Wentian, you shall be deposed. The clamor outside was thunderous, and a faint smirk appeared on Xiao Lei's face. Xiao Wentian, what further words do you have to say? To fabricate charges is easy when there are no defenses. Xiao Wentian withdrew his gaze from Ma Yuan, having initially believed it was coercion, only to realize it was collusion. Now, no matter how he explained, he could not clarify, unless he found that little girl. But was that even possible? Perhaps she had already been killed by Ma Yuan. It seems you are tacitly admitting to the fact of having harmed your kin. Law Enforcement Hall, take action? Elder Xiao Lei waved his hand, and several law enforcement hall members rushed out. Xiao Wentian fixed his gaze, a formidable aura rising within him. Xiao Lei was immediately taken aback and shouted, Xiao Wentian, as the head of the family, are you planning to rebel? Your daughter is in our hands. Xiao Wentian ignored him, his piercing gaze sweeping over the other elders present. Do none of you believe me? No elder responded. Very well, I understand. The tension in Xiao Wentian's aura dissipated as he recognized his precarious position. Several members of the law enforcement hall stepped forward, spirit energy shackles materializing in their hands. Ready to restrain Xiao Wentian. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out from outside. Let us see who dares to touch my father today. Chapter 18. The Elder Supreme. All eyes turned to Xiao Linger, who stood frozen in place, looking somewhat bewildered. Master, I shouted it out. What next? Go up and slap that bearded old fool, Li Jia urged. That might not be appropriate. He is an elder. What elder? He is trying to pull your father down. You still want to show him respect? Slap him. All right. With a resounding affirmation, Xiao Linger swiftly advanced to Xiao Lei's front, delivering a sharp slap to his astonished face. The crisp sound of the slap reverberated throughout the hall, leaving everyone in shock. Xiao Lei gingerly touched his face to confirm that he had indeed been struck by Xiao Linger. A rush of crimson swiftly crept up his cheek, and as he prepared to bellow in rage, another slap met the other side of his face. This left him utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. His eyes flickered several times, confirming that the person before him was undeniably Xiao Linger. Subsequently, his fury surged to new heights as he roared, Xiao Linger, do you dare to defy the heavens? Xiao Lei's thunderous voice, accompanied by a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy, unleashed a palm strike. Anticipating his move, Xiao Linger gracefully floated backward, but the enraged Xiao Lei pursued her relentlessly, only to be intercepted by Xiao Wentian, who appeared before him, forcefully halting his impending spiritual technique. What is it to bully the younger generation? Do you not aspire to the position of clan leader? Come, let us exchange a few blows. Xiao Wentian, Xiao Lei shouted furiously, his entire being crackling with spiritual energy, redirecting all his wrath toward Xiao Wentian. Very well. 10 years ago, I suffered a narrow defeat at your hands. Today, let us settle the score. With that, Xiao Lei lunged forward, his fists crackling with arcs of electricity. You faltered 10 years ago, and the outcome shall remain unchanged today. Xiao Wentian stood firm, unleashing a powerful strike, enveloped by a golden aura. Retreat. The council chamber transformed into a battlefield, with the other elders swiftly withdrawing, taking the remaining members of the Xiao family with them. Under Xiao Wentian's instructions, Xiao Linger exited the chamber. Just as she stepped out, a deafening explosion erupted, tearing the roof off the council chamber as Xiao Wentian and Xiao Lei ascended into the sky. Both being unparalleled masters of the first layer of the Golden Core stage, their every movement accompanied by the roar of thunder. Enough! At that moment, a deep voice thundered from above, reverberating like a clap of thunder. An elderly woman clad in simple garments materialized between Xiao Wentian and Xiao Lei. With a mere push of her hands, the violent attacks were instantly neutralized. Upon seeing her, both Xiao Wentian and Xiao Lei ceased their actions. Elder, they acknowledged. You still remember me as the elder. Why have you not eradicated the entire Xiao family? The elderly woman scoffed. Both Xiao Wentian and Xiao Lei dared not speak, though the animosity in their eyes remained undiminished. I have no desire to learn the origins of this matter. Cultivators speak with strength. You two, disregarding kinship, have engaged in open conflict. According to clan rules, you should be eternally confined to the forbidden grounds. However, considering your contributions to the family, I shall refrain from punishment. Yet, from this moment forth, you are both stripped of your rights to inherit the position of clan leader. What? The Xiao family members gasped in shock, while several elders' eyes gleamed with excitement. Just then, the elderly woman's gaze swept across them. You old schemers, who only know how to vie for power, are unworthy. 1 month from now, during the youth competition of the Xiao family, the victor shall become the new clan leader. As for you two, you will both accompany me to the forbidden grounds for seclusion. Xiao Wentian forced a bitter smile. Though it was termed seclusion, it was, in fact, imprisonment. Despite his reluctance, he could not refuse, unless he truly wished to expel himself from the Xiao family. On the other hand, Xiao Lei's expression was equally grim. His decade of effort had once again come to naught. Yet he understood that the elders' actions were for the good of the entire Xiao family. If not for this, the Xiao family would surely face division. Even though he aspired to the position of clan leader, he did not wish to witness the fragmentation of the Xiao family. His earlier actions had been driven by anger and frustration. The elderly woman departed, taking both Xiao Wentian and Xiao Lei with her, leaving the remaining Xiao family members exchanging bewildered glances, confirming with one another that they had indeed not misheard. A month from now, the youth competition of the Xiao family would select a new clan leader. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Yusher City within a day. In the courtyard, Xiao Linger fidgeted anxiously, as anyone with discernment could see that her father and Xiao Lei had been imprisoned. Master, should we directly focus on foundation establishment? With some luck, we could achieve advanced foundation establishment. Unthinkable, Li Jie decisively rejected. It's merely a youth competition. One can easily prevail in the Qi refinement stage. But there are many foundation establishment experts among the clan leaders. I'm afraid of encountering. Xiao Linger hesitated, her voice tinged with anxiety. Do not fret. I will impart a few heavenly tier spiritual techniques to you, Li Jie replied, completely unconcerned. Can your spiritual techniques even defeat someone at the 8th layer of foundation establishment? What? 8th layer of foundation establishment? Li Jie sat up from his reclined position. Indeed, Xiao Lei's grandson, Xiao Qing, is a disciple of the Tianlei sect and is the strongest among the youth of our Xiao family. I never imagined the Xiao family had such a figure. Truly, a shallow pond can only yield turtles of great stature, Li Jie muttered. Master, what did you say? Nothing. If that's the case, we must indeed break through to the foundation establishment stage. But our medicinal materials are still far from sufficient. Give me a moment to think. Li Jie retreated into his ring space, pondering alternative methods for extreme foundation establishment. It seemed that he could either seek guidance from a supreme being or employ the heavenly fire to cleanse his marrow. These options were unattainable, and using materials of the 5 elements was the simplest solution. Should we settle for a perfect foundation establishment for now and later seek heavenly materials and earthly treasures to supplement that girl? Li Jie murmured, but his expression soon turned resolute. No. With something like the Chaos Book at our disposal, how can we settle for less? It must be the best. He began perusing the Chaos Book, searching for a spiritual technique capable of slaying a nascent soul with a single sword strike in the Qi refinement stage. Such techniques existed, but the cost was to sacrifice all one's blood essence to unleash a single strike, leaving the user incapacitated. There were also sword formations, talismans, and pills that could briefly elevate one's realm, but the problem was that he couldn't produce them. Xiao Linger would have to seek them out herself. If it took too long, her father might remain imprisoned for at least a decade. Li Jie suddenly felt a hint of difficulty, yet he remained unwilling to give up. After several considerations, he devised a final plan. Within a month, he would gather as many materials for extreme foundation establishment as possible. The 7 varieties from the market were not too concerning. If necessary, he could purchase a technique, although it was a bit risky. It would yield quick returns. In addition to the earthy yellow essence he possessed, Xiao Linger was only lacking 2 types of spiritual materials: a highly volatile earthy attribute material and a superior yellow-tier spiritual fruit. The Qingmu spirit melon. He already had a lead on the former. Chapter 19. Subtle approaches inside the bustling market, heat enveloped the atmosphere, and the blazing sun illuminated every corner. An elderly bald man, with a large lotus leaf atop his head, dozed in a rickety bamboo rocking chair. Xiao Linger peeked around the corner of an alley. Master, does that old man truly know the whereabouts of earthy attribute materials? Having encountered rare spiritual items at his stall twice, he should at least possess some clues. When we approach him, do not rush to ask. Follow my lead. Understood. Navigating left and right, Xiao Linger arrived at the bald man's stall. Before she could speak, the old man swiftly lifted the lotus leaf, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Friend, do you need him? You again, little girl." The bald man squinted, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. With a single glance, Li Jie discerned that this old fellow was quite astute. "Inquire about that black grass root. How much does it cost?" Following his cue, Xiao Linger sweetly asked, "Old man, how much for this herbal root?" 20,000 spirit stones, the bald man declared without hesitation. Accustomed to the old man's exorbitant prices, Xiao Linger feigned surprise, attempting to negotiate. "How about 2 spirit stones? Deal." The bald man readily agreed. Elijah, observing from above, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had lost the first round. Judging by the bald man's eagerness, the item on the ground was likely just an ordinary root, perhaps not even qualifying as a medicinal herb. After Xiao Linger paid, she promptly picked up a black stone from the stall, pretending to inspect it. "You have a keen eye, little girl. This is a treasure excavated from the fire mountain, known as Black Furnace Stone. It is a variant of fire spirit stone, useful for formations, assisting in alchemy, and even directly absorbing its fire spiritual energy." Having received 2 spirit stones, the bald man became increasingly enthusiastic. "Is that so? But why have I never heard of this name?" Xiao Linger inquired suspiciously. "You're still young. It's normal not to have heard of it. Now you have." The bald man spoke confidently. Emerging from the ring's space, Li Jie instructed Xiao Linger, "Ask him how much. Pretend you want to buy it." Xiao Linger hesitated but quickly followed Li Jie's directions. "Old man, how much for this stone?" 1,000. So cheap. Xiao Linger involuntarily exclaimed, unaccustomed to the sudden low price after the bald man's usual exorbitance. "Just 1,000. No bargaining," the bald man insisted. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Linger transmitted to Li Jie, "Master, what should we do? First, display hesitation, then show a very pained expression, as if you desperately want to buy the stone but hesitate at the last moment to ask where he found it." "A very pained expression? I'll give it a try." Xiao Linger gently bit her translucent red lip, taking a step back while frequently glancing back, her eyes shimmering with longing. "Stop." Li Jie couldn't bear it any longer. "I told you to act as if you wanted to buy it but couldn't bring yourself to do so, not to seduce him. Forget it. Just jump to the last step." "Yes, master." Xiao Linger's cheeks flushed slightly. The bald man, observing in confusion, suddenly saw her produce a high-quality spirit stone, and a smile blossomed on his aged face as he reached out eagerly for the spirit stone. However, at that moment, Xiao Linger withdrew her hand once more. "Old sir, could you enlighten me on where you discovered this black furnace stone?" "Right in the monster beast mountain range." The bald old man paused, squinting his small eyes as he inquired. "Little girl, are you truly interested in purchasing it?" "Yes, but first you must reveal where you found it." "No. I will divulge that only after you make the purchase. If you tell me, I will buy it." "Then I refuse to sell." The bald old man recognized that the young girl was attempting to extract information from him, so he remained unperturbed. Xiao Linger, feeling helpless, communicated with her master. "Master, this old fellow is quite astute. I should directly ask him if he found it in the same place as last time." "The yellow imp you did," Elijah responded. Xiao Linger relayed Li Jie's words, prompting an immediate exclamation from the bald old man. "How did you know?" A flicker of suspicion appeared in the old man's eyes. Could it be that the mud truly is a spiritual material? Li Jie instructed Xiao Linger to share information about the earth yellow essence. Instantly, the bald old man reacted as if he had been struck by lightning, exclaiming in despair, "What? That is indeed a top-quality yellow-grade spiritual material, the earth yellow essence." Xiao Linger was taken aback by the old man's frantic demeanor. Pondering what would happen if she disclosed the news about the heavenly fire essence, yet she restrained her inclination to tease the venerable elder. "The earth yellow essence. My earth yellow essence. My 50,000 spirit stones." The bald old man lamented. his heart aching as if it were about to shatter. I have already refined some of the earth yellow essence, but half remains, if you can take me to the place where you found it last time. I might consider gifting it to you. Elijah urged Xiao Linger to continue relaying his words. The quantity of earth yellow essence is substantial. Sharing half would not hinder Xiao Linger's foundation establishment. Really? The bald old man returned to his senses, his spirit invigorated. You can swear it? Xiao Linger raised her hand, and the old man scrutinized her with a solemn gaze, pausing for a moment before responding. Observing this, Li Jie suddenly said, "Release your cultivation." Upon sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, the bald old man's expression relaxed as he waved dismissively. "Ah, what need is there for oaths? How troublesome. Meet me outside the market early tomorrow. I will take you there." Having secured the bald old man's agreement, Xiao Linger turned into a narrow alley and emerged clad in a floor-length black robe, hastening towards the Qinyao building. Due to the urgency of time, Li Jie could not afford to delay, instructing Xiao Linger to hand over the elixirs intended for auction to Ma Kuei, and promptly proposed to exchange half of a yellow-grade top-quality cultivation technique for the Qingmu spirit melon. What? A yellow-grade top-quality cultivation technique? Ma Kuei was taken aback. A complete yellow-grade top-quality technique could establish a small family. Although this was only half, it could incite fierce competition among scattered cultivators. Observing the black-robed figure before him, Ma Kuei's heart raced. He was relieved he had refrained from any reckless actions previously, as someone capable of casually producing half of a yellow-grade top-quality technique was not someone he could provoke. The individual beneath the black robe was undoubtedly a reclusive master. Rest assured, Senior, I will pay special attention to any news regarding the Qingmu spirit melon, and I will also have someone spread the word. I believe we will have news shortly. Ma Kuei said respectfully. That would be much appreciated. Xiao Linger replied in a neutral tone, and as she turned to leave, Ma Kuei hurriedly called out, "Senior, may I inquire if our Qinyao building finds the Qingmu spirit melon? Could we exchange it for your half of the yellow-grade top-quality technique?" Of course. With that, Xiao Linger vanished in a ripple beneath her feet, employing the Earth Escape technique, disappearing from Qinyao building in an instant. Chapter 20. The Monster Beast Mountain Range. Initially, Li Jie had intended for Xiao Linger to purchase some defensive talismans, as the location mentioned by the old bald man was the Monster Beast Mountain Range, an area rarely traversed by humans and entirely under the dominion of monsters. At times, relying solely on speed would not suffice. Unfortunately, after searching the talisman market for quite some time, he could not find anything formidable. Only some low-tier fireball talismans and swift movement talismans. Reluctantly, he directed Xiao Linger to another market, but the outcome was the same. "Master, shall we continue?" In the unfamiliar market, Xiao Linger rubbed her legs and complained. "Master, a single word from you has my legs running off." Li Jie floated beside her, curiously gazing at a cage nearby, where a white-skinned woman resided. Unlike humans, she had pointed ears and black scales adorned her neck. Most intriguingly, she possessed dark golden vertical pupils. Xiao Linger also spotted the woman in the cage, unable to suppress an exclamation. "A demon? Little girl, you have a keen eye. This is a demon transported all the way from Zhenzhou. For just 998 middle-grade spirit stones, this beautiful demon can be yours. Whether for labor or to guard your home, this demon is quite capable." The cultivator overseeing the cage eagerly introduced. Li Jie tuned out the cultivator's words, his gaze locked onto the demon woman's dark golden vertical pupils. For some reason, he felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. He waved his hand experimentally. But the demon woman averted her vacant gaze. Was it merely an illusion? Shaking off the strange thoughts, Li Jie urged Xiao Linger to seek out a stall selling talismans. He did not notice that after Xiao Linger departed, the demon woman in the cage glanced once more in the direction they had left. Who would have thought that Sangzhou would have demons? Even from a distance, Xiao Linger could not help but exclaim softly. After waiting quietly for a moment, receiving no response, she asked in confusion, "Master, are you still there?" Li Jie responded lightly, snapping back to reality. He had just been reviewing records about demons. They inhabited another realm but often emerged from weak points between the two worlds. Being extremely bloodthirsty and murderous, possessing two forms, human and their true selves, which could range from giants to creatures with multiple arms, even sprouting blood wings to fly. The transformation techniques commonly employed by demon cultivators were derived from the properties of demons. "Wait, here is a disguise talisman," Passing by a talisman stall, Li Jie quickly called out to Xiao Linger to go ask how much it costs. After some back-and-forth bargaining, Li Jie ultimately purchased 3 first-tier disguise talismans for 500 spirit stones. As the name implies, a disguise talisman allows the user to create a false appearance, but being the lowest-tier talisman, it can only remain as still as a wooden puppet and has a very short duration. After finishing their round at the last market, their only acquisition was the 3 disguise talismans. Well then, let's head back, Li Jie sighed lightly. Perhaps he had set his expectations too high. This was merely a novice village. And although these low-tier talismans were rare, talismans like the Mountain Opening Talisman, Water Avoidance Talisman, and Pestilence Dispelling Talisman were also quite scarce. He looked down at Xiao Linger, who was pacing beneath him, when a thought suddenly struck him. What if I let her learn talismans? It wouldn't deplete my spiritual energy. Outside the lush mountains, Xiao Linger, adorned in a black dress and veiled in black gauze, appeared alongside the bald old man, who wore a tattered straw hat. Li Jie stepped onto the old man's hat, directing Xiao Linger to venture into the mountains. He was confident in allowing her to accompany the old man. Having discerned the latter's cultivation level, 8th level of Qi training was a trivial challenge for Xiao Linger at this stage. Following Li Jie's instructions, Xiao Linger was about to step forward when the old man suddenly interjected. Little friend, wait a moment. I have a friend who will be arriving shortly, and he is already on his way. Xiao Linger raised an eyebrow, a faint hint of hostility emanating from her. Although inexperienced, she was well aware of the treacherous dealings of the world, having recently witnessed one such event. Don't be alarmed. Let's observe the situation first, Li Jie reassured her, feeling quite confident. Even a golden core cultivator would find it challenging to catch up with his mount, let alone 2 Qi training cultivators. Noticing the unnatural aura surrounding Xiao Linger, the old man quickly added, that place is not accessible to ordinary people. My friend is essential for assistance. He is an array master. An array master? Xiao Linger was taken aback. Such a profession was rarer than that of an alchemist. Indeed, that location is protected by a barrier. It must be breached to enter in midair, Li Jie contemplated. This dungeon seemed to be more complicated than expected. While he pondered, a rustling sound approached from the distance, and an elderly figure in robes strode forward, stepping lightly upon the grass. Old bald man. Why have you brought an extra person? Upon seeing Xiao Linger, the old manly halted at a distance, squinting his eyes. Oldly, don't be alarmed. I merely brought my family's junior to broaden her horizons. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The bald old man explained amiably. Is that so? The old manly scrutinized Xiao Linger with suspicion. Xiao Linger followed the old man's lead and bowed respectfully. Junior pays respects to the senior. After assessing Xiao Linger's cultivation, the old manly revealed a hint of surprise and turned to the bald old man. Your family has a prodigy who has reached the 9th level of Qi training at such a young age? And you, at 70 or 80 years old, have only reached the 8th level. Truly, a golden egg has emerged from a chicken coop. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? The old bald man flushed with indignation. Enough with the chatter. Let us proceed. This may be our last chance to enter that place, as I have seen many people approaching with a map. The old manly urged sternly. A map? The bald old man appeared puzzled. The old manly waved his hand, producing several yellow papers that floated in the air. I wonder who had the audacity to wholesale these treasure maps in the underground black market. Xiao Linger grabbed one and shared it with Li Jie, both their faces reflecting surprise as they noticed the patterns on the map bore striking similarities to the winding traces on the stone mark sword. Wow, could this be my protagonist's halo? Li Jie mused, casting an involuntary glance at Xiao Linger. Following closely behind the old bald man and Li Laodao, Xiao Linger soon found herself amidst the dense foliage at the periphery of the monster beast mountain range. Before her lay a large cave in the stone mountain, where a gigantic bear with glossy black fur was sprawled at the entrance. It was, astonishingly, a second-tier monster beast. Xiao Linger gasped slightly. A second-tier beast was comparable to a foundation-establishing practitioner. And with their tough hides and innate strength, they typically surpassed human cultivators. Stay calm. The old bald man chuckled, casually tossing a yellowish object into the distance. In mere moments, the slumbering black bear awoke and excitedly rushed towards the yellow morsel. Chapter 21. A hidden realm. As they stealthily entered the cave, Xiao Linger curiously inquired, "What was that you threw just now?" "That was some cow dung mixed with purple-tailed bee honey," The old bald man replied with a faint smile. Cow dung. Xiao Linger was taken aback. Cow manure. Li Jie chimed in, his voice echoing beside her thought. Upon realizing this, Xiao Linger quickly covered her mouth, silently mourning for the unfortunate black bear for a fleeting moment. Outside the cave, the towering black bear, over 3 meters high, was happily licking the cow dung, saliva pooling around it, while several figures emerged from the surrounding bushes. The leader, a scarred-faced man, glanced at the bear before his gaze fell upon the dark cave entrance. Hesitating momentarily, however, recalling the precarious state of their gang due to their leader's disappearance, he steeled himself and declared, "The stone mountain marked on the treasure map seems to be right here. Let us proceed quietly." The members of the Putian gang began to move, stealthily approaching the cave entrance without incident. Just as they were about to enter, rustling sounds emerged from the grass on the other side. Startled, they watched as a dozen bald men burst forth, Oxhead Gang, Putian Gang. With dozens of eyes locked onto each other in surprise, an array of treasures suddenly flew into the air. Inside the cave, Xiao Linger heard an enraged bear roar. "Not good. Others must have arrived. We need to descend quickly," Li Laodao urged, suddenly quickening his pace. Xiao Linger and the old bald man closely followed, the three of them gliding several meters with ease. The cavern was filled with glowing crystal stones, and a wave of heat became increasingly palpable as they descended, with crimson glimmers beginning to appear. Ligf felt certain they had not come to the wrong place. The likelihood of finding fiery earth attribute spirit materials in such a treasure-laden land was high. Soon, the world before him opened up, revealing a vast underground space, with a sheer cliff hundreds of meters high and a river of molten lava flowing below. "I didn't expect such a place to exist on this small map," Li Jie remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Xiao Linger, familiar with his terminology, understood that small map referred to Cangzhou, and asked, "Master, is this very strange? Cangzhou's geography is inherently dry and hot, and there are also flame mountains nearby," Li Jie replied, shaking his head. "You don't understand. This river of lava is a geography that may harbor top-tier natural treasures, which typically only manifests at higher realms. Never mind. You won't grasp it now. Just remember that when treasures appear, one must seize the opportunity." "Yes, master." Xiao Linger quietly observed the old bald man and Li Laodao from behind. "Achoo!" The old bald man sneezed, turning to glance back, feeling inexplicably chilled in this cavern. The trio climbed along the jutting stones of the cliff for a while, when suddenly, Li Laodao halted, his expression serious. "Something seems off today. The river of lava usually flows smoothly, but now it appears to be boiling. Could it be that the treasure map is accurate and that treasures are truly about to emerge?" The old bald man exclaimed, squinting as his gaze flitted from Xiao Linger to Li Laodao, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. "Ha ha ha!" The two exchanged a knowing smile, instinctively distancing themselves slightly, regardless of whether treasures are emerging. "Let us first inspect that treasure site. This is our final opportunity, and what we can obtain depends entirely on fate." Leaping onto the raised stone pillars, Li Laodao began to dart towards the opposite side of the lava river. Xiao Linger and the old bald man followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves on a spacious black platform, with the surging river of lava nearly reaching the platform's height. Standing at the center of the platform, Xiao Linger noticed strange patterns beneath her feet. The black platform had not formed naturally, but had been artificially carved. "All right, you two, I will break the formation next. Follow my lead and strike with your spiritual power at the critical moment. Remember, do not hold back. This formation barrier is immensely powerful, and merely creating a small opening will exhaust all my energy." Acknowledging the command, Xiao Linger watched in confusion as Li Laodao pulled several pieces of bone armor from his storage bag and hurled them at the black stone wall before him. Instantly, ripples spread across the stone wall like waves. Elijah, puzzled, suddenly glimpsed another realm beyond the stone wall, filled with swirling yellow sand, parched earth, and ancient floating buildings. He paused for a moment, ready to share his findings with Xiao Linger. When Li Laodao's voice rang out, "Now, attack the glowing point." Li Jie looked up to see an ethereal halo shimmering on the stone wall. "Little drill wine technique? Great divine dragon." The two exclamations rang out almost simultaneously, and to the astonishment of Li Laodao and the old bald man, a golden dragon shadow several meters long crashed through the stone wall, revealing a world shrouded in yellow sand. After a brief moment of shock, Li Laodao quickly gathered the pieces of bone armor and dashed inside, followed closely by the old bald man, who had regained his senses. "Quick, follow me," Li Jie called urgently, and Xiao Linger, belatedly aware, moved to follow. "Sigh. I can only say I am still too young," Li Jie lamented, realizing that in such a small secret realm, one could afford to dawdle. A single misstep could lead to losing everything. As they entered the stone wall, the world around them shifted rapidly. Through the swirling sands, Li Jie turned back to find the cracked yellow earth behind him, strewn with numerous bleached bones and broken weapons. It seemed a great battle had once taken place here. "Master, look at this," Xiao Linger exclaimed, picking up a rough black-red stone, which turned out to be the Heaven Fire Essence crystal that Li Jie had discovered for the first time. He glanced around, noting many more scattered on the ground. So, the old bald man had been collecting treasures here after all. Li Jie muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the old bald man and Li Laodao ahead, who were tentatively exploring the empty air before suddenly racing towards the floating architectural complex. "I see now. The agitation of the lava river greatly weakens the barrier formation. I, Li Tianxing, am indeed favored by fortune," Li Laodao shouted exuberantly, appearing almost frenzied. Li Jie contemplated for a moment and understood that previously, Li Laodao and the old bald man had only been able to unearth stones and soil on this yellow land. But today's upheaval had completely shattered the barrier formation. "Master, what should we do now?" Xiao Linger stood frozen in place. "First, gather these stones," Li Jie replied unhurriedly. Once Xiao Linger had collected the Heaven Fire Essence crystals, he watched the two figures rapidly fading from sight and whispered, "It's time to showcase the true art of evasion." "Linger, wind evasion?" "Yes, master." In the small world, the winds and sands were fierce. When Xiao Linger activated wind evasion, it was as if she had received a tremendous boost, instantly spiraling into a whirlwind. Chapter 22. Trial Sword Pavilion. The old bald man and Li Laodao stood stunned, watching the massive whirlwind sweep past them as they desperately pursued. In just a few breaths, the whirlwind Xiao Linger conjured had reached the base of the floating buildings. Before them lay an ancient architectural complex, much of which had been destroyed, with fragments of buildings floating in midair, forming strands of black debris, some even shimmering faintly with light. The celestial realm does not lean, and the heavens manifest flowing light. There must be ultimate treasures above. "Charge!" amidst Li Jie's excited voice. Xiao Linger gracefully ascended, swiftly climbing atop the scattered bricks and tiles. The old bald man and Li Laodao, who had fallen far behind, saw this and grew frantic, hastily tapping into their innate strength to accelerate their pursuit. Meanwhile, in the external cave, the tumult of the molten lava river reached its peak, causing the cave to tremble violently until the ground cracked open, a beam of white light shooting into the sky, instantly igniting rumors throughout Yushur City. The rumors of the Li family's hidden treasure are true. It lies at the edge of the Monster Beast Mountain range. In an instant, all cultivators in Yushur City sprang into action, rushing towards the Monster Beast Mountain range. Atop the branches of a tree nearly 100 meters high, a figure clad in green, Ho Junyue, stood upon a leaf, gazing down at the fissure emitting a radiant beam. A faint smile curving his lips as fragments of shattered stone sword pieces floated before him. "Li family's secret treasure. Do not let me down." The fissure cultivators leaped one after another, and the stone platform where Xiao Linger and the others had once lingered had transformed into a glowing, massive gateway, revealing the sandy world beyond. "Quick, enter the secret realm first." The scarred-faced man, pursued by the second-tier black bear, led the few remaining capable members of his gang into the portal. The remnants of the Oxhead gang, seeing this, sheathed their weapons and followed closely, while the bloodied black bear opened its massive jaws and lunged in as well. Behind them, a steady stream of figures continued to emerge. Inside the small secret realm, Li Jie directed Xiao Linger to abandon the small buildings below, heading straight for the luxurious grand palace at the apex. While the old bald man and Li Laodao, hot on their heels, immediately darted into two adjacent auxiliary palaces. Standing before the luxurious grand palace, Li Jie felt as though he had miscalculated. The ancient structure known as the Trial Sword Pavilion hung askew, bearing a sign that read Trial Sword Pavilion. "Is Master going in?" Xiao Linger inquired. Li Jie turned back, his gaze penetrating through layers of obstruction, and noticed a throng of figures emerging in the distance. Raising an eyebrow, "Enter." Xiao Linger stepped forward, and the moment her foot crossed the threshold of the Trial Sword Pavilion, her entire being transformed into light and vanished. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a dimly lit secret chamber, flanked by cold stone walls, with only a path ahead. "What is going on, master?" Xiao Linger exclaimed, warily surveying her surroundings. "Do not be alarmed. This is merely a small teleportation array. You should now be within the interior of the Trial Sword Pavilion," Li Jie reassured her. The appearance of a teleportation array on the minimap is indeed quite impressive. This Trial Sword Pavilion seems far from ordinary. Proceed forward with caution and watch for traps in the vicinity. Understood. As Xiao Linger advanced, the dark stone corridor illuminated with a ghostly glow, revealing several stone statues gripping swords. Observing the statues towering over her, Li Jie pondered thoughtfully. These should be puppets. Defeat them to advance to the next level. All right, Xiao Linger responded, raising her sword with a fierce shout. Great might heavenly dragon! A golden dragon silhouette roared forth, surging ahead with an unstoppable force, shattering the stone statues before they could even raise their swords. Xiao Linger swiftly darted forward, reaching the end of the corridor where a scroll floated in midair, which she beckoned towards her. It contained a sword technique known as Azure Light Flowing Shadow Sword Art, but only a single form was recorded. Garbage. But I'll take it for now, Li Jie commented dismissively without even glancing at it. Soon, Xiao Linger stepped onto a new teleportation array. Second level. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Third level. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Fourth level. Master, I can't go on. At the entrance of the corridor, Xiao Linger, her face pale, spoke with a hint of grievance. You can't be done already after just a few uses? Li Jie frowned. But I truly can't. I have no spiritual power left, Xiao Linger pouted. Very well, take a moment to rest and consume some medicine to regain your energy. Li Jie suddenly realized a pressing issue. Although the heavenly level sword techniques were formidable, they consumed a great deal of energy. Xiao Linger had already exhausted herself after just 3 uses, and this was only because she had just begun to grasp it. If her understanding deepened and her power increased, the energy consumption would become astronomical. Relying solely on powerful techniques was not feasible. It appeared he needed to provide her with a few ordinary moves as a transition. Li Jie muttered to himself and dashed back to the space within his ring. Chaos Book, show me the sword techniques that can be executed without spiritual power. The sound of pages flipping echoed. And soon several titles appeared before Li Jie. He scanned them and selected one to unfold. Dominating Sword Technique, a sword art that requires no spiritual power and relies entirely on physical strength. The greater the practitioner's strength, the more powerful the sword strikes become, though one must also train in strength to reach advanced levels. Without any hesitation, Li Jie took it. Oftentimes, the more unconventional sword techniques could catch opponents off guard. When Li Jie emerged, he found Xiao Linger deep in contemplation. He glanced at the half-completed Azure Light Flowing Shadow Sword Art floating in midair and immediately understood the situation. He made no attempt to interrupt, quietly waiting for Xiao Linger to comprehend. Outside the Trial Sword Pavilion, a crowd of figures had gathered. What is this? The Trial Sword Pavilion. It appears to be a place for inheriting sword techniques. Some attempted to enter but were promptly rejected at that moment. One individual pointed to the brightening floor above. There are people inside. The Trial Sword Pavilion boasted a total of 9 levels, and the floating light quickly ascended to the 8th level. Li Jie had to admit that Xiao Linger was indeed a prodigy. Given a sword manual, she could comprehend it in mere minutes and execute it flawlessly. The subsequent levels were all conquered by her own application of the Azure Light Flowing Shadow Sword Art. This made him, as her master, feel somewhat diminished. Upon shattering the final golden statue of the same realm, a spectral figure of an elderly man in a white robe appeared before Xiao Linger. It has been many years since I have seen a disciple capable of overcoming the 9 trials of the Trial Sword Pavilion at the entry examination. Young lady, what is your name? The elder inquired kindly. I am Xiao Linger, a junior. Xiao Linger responded respectfully. The elder nodded in satisfaction and continued. I see you possess remarkable bone structure and innate sword talent. You are truly a once-in-a-century genius for sword cultivation. I am the 9th generation sword master of the Great Qing Sword Sect. You wish to become my disciple. What? You old coot dare to vie for my disciple? Li Jie's voice erupted in extreme dissatisfaction. causing both Xiao Linger and the elder to look up in surprise. Chapter 23. Two old men. The former was astonished by her master's anger, while the latter was taken aback by the sudden voice. "Who are you?" The elder furrowed his brow, noticing a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "You can see me?" Li Jie was equally astonished. "You are right before me. How could I not see you?" "Even better. Let's get down to business. On what grounds do you, you old coot, dare to steal my disciple?" Li Jie's tone remained firm, yet he floated behind Xiao Linger, positioning himself to retreat to the space within the ring at a moment's notice. After all, he lacked any cultivation. Although they were both spiritual entities, there was no telling what strange spiritual techniques the elder might possess. "She is your disciple. Then why do you both appear in my great Qing sword sect?" The elder's expression grew increasingly serious, a flicker of hostility crossing his face. "Could it be that your great Qing sword sect has perished? What is so strange about that?" Li Jie replied dismissively. Cutting off the elder's words, "Why great Qing sword sect has perished?" The elder could scarcely believe his ears, falling into a stupor as he processed the information, unable to regain his composure until Xiao Linger's voice broke the silence. "Senior, it is true that the great Qing sword sect has fallen. We entered by accident, alas, alas." The elder shook his head in sorrow, muttering to himself, "No wonder, I felt I had been asleep for such a long time." "So this is the case. Let us go, Linger. We have obtained the azure light flowing shadow sword ART.IT. Seems this old coot has nothing of value to offer." Li Jie urged as Xiao Linger prepared to step into the teleportation array. "Wait," the elder called out urgently. "I still possess the complete inheritance of the great Qing sword sect. Would you, young friend, be willing to accept it? If you encounter a fated individual, please pass it on. The great Qing sword sect has lasted for 1,000 years, and I truly do not wish to see its legacy come to an end." The elder's voice was tinged with bitterness, almost pleading. "I am but a remnant soul, unable to leave the sword pavilion. However, this favor will not be a burden on you. I can teleport you to the sect's sword tomb, where the strongest restrictions remain. Even if the sect has been breached, remnants of the treasures should still linger." Upon hearing this, Li Jie's interest was piqued, and he quickly urged Xiao Linger to halt. "My old friend, your words are quite compelling. Even without the sword tomb, I would surely assist in preserving the legacy of a sect. Rest assured, I will take this matter upon myself. Just allow me to see if the treasures within the sword tomb still exist." The elder regarded Li Jie, then looked at Xiao Linger, who was obediently listening. He understood that the decision rested with him, so he no longer hesitated. Raising his hand, he pointed, and the patterns of the teleportation array on the ground rapidly transformed. Li Jie urged Xiao Linger to step inside, but the elder waved his hand again, summoning a white sphere of light that appeared before Xiao Linger. "Fellow Taoist," Li Jie understood and called out. "Linger, quickly consume this light sphere." "Xiao Linger." The elder forced a smile, exclaiming in exasperation, "There is no need for that. Simply open your mind and touch it with your hand." Following the instructions, Xiao Linger reached out, and the moment she made contact with the light sphere, a surge of radiance entered her body. Instantly, her brow furrowed in distress. "Old coot, what is happening?" Li Jie asked with suspicion. "The essence of the sect's techniques is contained within. The information is somewhat complex. It will not take long to process." Li Jie observed for a moment and noticed Xiao Linger's expression growing increasingly pained. He then glanced at the elder floating before him, suddenly sensing a foreboding feeling as the elder's figure appeared to dim considerably. "Old man, this is a transmission of inheritance, is it?" The elder immediately smiled benignly. "Of course, it is an inheritance. How could I deceive my fellow Taoist?" "Is that so?" Li Jie responded with narrowed eyes before retreating into the space within his ring. The elder was taken aback, calling out twice for his fellow Taoist without receiving a reply, and a fierce expression replaced his benign demeanor. "It seems that fellow has already caught on. I can no longer hold back with that." The elder transformed into a streak of light, shooting into Xiao Linger's forehead. Inside the ring's space, Li Jie anxiously searched the Chaos Book for techniques to attack spiritual entities. Moments later, several red characters caught his eye. "Soul Arrow. Divide a portion of one's spiritual entity into an arrow. No training required, but the cost is that the divided spiritual entity will forever dissipate." "Hiss, this seems a bit too ruthless," Li Jie gasped, but there was no time for hesitation. That old coot outside was surely up to no good. He burst out of the ring's space, conjuring a white arrow that coalesced beside him, reducing his spiritual entity's size by a notch. Old coot, prepare to meet your end, Li Jie shouted, only to find himself alone. He glanced around, his gaze settling on Xiao Linger, who appeared to be in distress. Possession. Drawing from his accumulated experience, Li Jie charged toward Xiao Linger's body with the arrow in hand in an instant. He found himself enveloped in a vast expanse of white, where the figure of the old man in the white robe reappeared, along with the ethereal form of Xiao Linger, ensnared by countless black chains. Compared to Li Jie and the white-robed elder, Xiao Linger's spirit was rather indistinct, resembling an underdeveloped infant, yet her size was immense, surpassing both Li Jie and the elder by more than double. It dawned on him then, regrettably, that it was all over. The white-robed elder erupted into laughter, his body intertwining with the black chains. Is that so? Li Jie commanded a white arrow to shoot forth with his mind, striking the elder squarely in the chest, creating a clear passage through his torso. You dare to attack a soul body? The white-robed elder exclaimed in shock, but as he noticed the wound slowly healing, his expression gradually relaxed. It seems your feeble assault is insufficient. Li Jie furrowed his brow, coalescing 6 arrows, his physical form visibly shrinking. Whoosh! The 6 arrows were unleashed, puncturing 5 additional holes in the elder's body, a significant portion of his head blown away. However, upon seeing the diminished Li Jie, the elder only laughed with greater glee at so. Your spell drains your own vitality. It appears that in your attempt to vanquish me, you may well perish too. Come, I implore you, end my life. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this brazen laughter, Li Jie's expression hardened. He realized that there would be no peaceful resolution today. Initially, he merely wished to deter the old man. But now he had no choice but to go all in, for such an outrageous demand could not be left unfulfilled. This is what you asked for. With a low growl, Li Jie began to shrink rapidly, while simultaneously, a massive arrow was expanding above his head. As the arrow exceeded his own size, the white-robed elder was thrown into a state of panic. Friend, grant me a chance. I will leave at once. Go to hell. Now the size of a palm, Li Jie bellowed, and the colossal arrow surged forth, slicing through the white mist with a deafening roar. Chapter 24. The Great Sword's Descent. Bang! A burst of white light erupted as the white-robed elder shattered into countless fragments amidst his thunderous roar. The black chains binding Xiao Linger's spirit began to snap, swiftly vanishing into thin air. Damn it! Does he not realize who I am, daring to act so arrogantly before me? Grumbling, Li Jie floated to the scattered white shards, curiously reaching out to touch them. They felt pleasantly warm, and in an instant, they vanished. He glanced at himself in astonishment, realizing that his palm-sized form had grown slightly larger. After a brief moment of contemplation, he understood that these spirit fragments had the potential to aid in his growth. Having collected all the fragments, he now stood the size of a newborn infant. As he floated out of Xiao Linger's spirit realm, his gaze met a pair of pitch-black eyes. Master, why have you become so small? Xiao Linger gasped, covering her mouth. Elijah. Xiao Linger continued, Master, I believe I just had a dream in which I was ensnared by chains, while you battled a demon. Actually, that was not. Yes, it was indeed a dream. Elijah intended to reveal the truth to Xiao Linger but hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The words died on his lips, as it was indeed his own carelessness that had led to this situation. Master, what about that old man? Xiao Linger surveyed the surroundings, unable to find any trace of the white-robed elder, her heart stirring with confusion. That old fellow vanished after casting his spell, but I didn't receive anything. He deemed you unworthy but later changed his mind to pass it on to me, so that's why you shrank. Yes. Xiao Linger approached the teleportation array, looking up to ask, Shall we go, Master? The cracked yellow earth was dotted with an array of swords, most of which had decayed, yet some remained intact. That old man did not deceive me after all, Li Jie muttered, urging Xiao Linger to move forward. The wind within the sword grave was fierce and unusually sharp. After only a short distance, a gust tore through her long skirt, compelling her to summon her protective spiritual energy. The wind here is quite strange, Li Jie murmured, scanning the surroundings, suspecting some grand formation at play. Yet, given his current level, He could not discern iti in a moment of clarity. He spotted an extraordinary sword. Over there, he pointed at a sword with a blue-white blade stood alone, thrust into the ground, with no other swords in sight for miles. The soil, which should have been brown, was peculiarly coated with frost. Upon seeing it, Xiao Linger's eyes lit up, and she rushed to retrieve it, but Li Jie's voice halted her. I meant the one buried next to it. Turning her head, she then noticed a rough-hewn black sword lying at an angle in the soil, its surface covered in a red substance, resembling rust. Just a glance revealed her distaste. The black sword was far too large for her. Even the hilt approached her height, let alone the blade, which was over a yard long, almost 3 times her size. This is utterly unmanageable, she pouted, softly saying, Master, I want that one, and I also find that large sword in the earth quite impressive. I meant that I know, you have a fondness for that black sword, do you not? I understand your feelings. If you like it, take it, Master. I meant Linger. The opinions of the mundane world are inconsequential. What matters is your affection. Hurry and take it, Xiao Linger. Then it became evident to her that the one truly enamored with the massive sword was her master. Pouting her lips, she glanced at the delicate frost-colored spirit sword and then at the unsightly black sword in the soil. Letting out a soft sigh as she grasped the reddening hilt and summoned her strength. The earth parted as the colossal sword revealed its true form, its blade resembling obsidian encrusted with dirt. A faint red glow emanating from its depths. Though blunt, it exuded a terrifying aura of power. Impressive, was Li Jie's sole appraisal. This great sword, when wielded in battle, would command an imposing presence, though he had initially sensed the frost-colored spirit sword. In the face of sheer impressiveness, rank became secondary. He would later have Xiao Linger seek out several artifact smiths to inscribe some runes upon this formidable sword. Its spiritual might would rival that of the frost-colored spirit sword. After a careful assessment, he discerned that this massive sword indeed possessed a rank of its own, lower yellow grade, only 2 ranks below that of the earth-grade spirit sword. Struggling to lift the enormous sword, Xiao Linger found her legs sinking into the soil. She still wished to retrieve the frost-colored spirit sword, but as she reached out, it vanished. She blinked, astonished to find the spirit sword had truly fled. Master! Xiao Linger felt on the verge of tears. Do not fret, Linger. The escape of that spirit sword signifies its inability to recognize true worth, indicating that this great sword is your true match. Some things are best left unforced. But Xiao Linger understood that high-grade artifacts possessed a semblance of sentience. She suspected that her initial choice of the black sword had caused the frost-colored spirit sword to flee. There is no but, Linger. We must trust in the choices of fate. See? This great sword has not fled. It has chosen you. Really? Xiao Linger's expression was one of doubt, her eyes still searching for the exquisite frost-colored spirit sword. Linger, cease your search. What you must do now is make that spirit sword regret its choice today. We must grow stronger. We must be magnificent, drive it to despair. Let it experience the inferno of regret. Do you understand? Xiao Linger nodded, still dazed. Master, what is an inferno of regret? It means making those who have cast you aside regret their actions, so that they may return to you, and at that time, you shall sever all ties with them. I understand. I will grow stronger. Xiao Linger's gaze regained its determination. She vowed to make that sword rue the day it had chosen otherwise. Once you disregarded me, and I shall ensure you cannot reach my heights in the future. Observing Xiao Linger's increasingly resolute expression, Li Jie nodded in satisfaction, a subtle, cunning smile gracing his lips. Fortunately, I have managed to deceive her. He had encouraged Xiao Linger to wield this massive sword purely for the sake of the dominant sword technique. With one strike, it would surely shake the very earth. What need was there for illusory sword energy when he sought the purest form of power? One strike to flatten a mountain. Once Xiao Linger refined the great sword, he would have her inscribe a name upon its blade. One he had long contemplated, Fallen Ruin. Xiao Linger surprisingly refused. Master, this is my sword. I shall name it Xiaolanhua. You may call it Xiaolanhua, but inscribing Fallen Ruin will not affect it, will it? Is that so? Xiao Linger blinked, perplexed. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Ultimately, Xiao Linger inscribed the 2 characters Fallen Ruin upon her Xiaolanhua. Chapter 25. The Essence of the Sword. Xiao Linger pressed onward. The interior of the sword grave was vast, and despite walking for what felt like an eternity, there was no end in sight. As she ventured further, each step became increasingly arduous. Even her protective spiritual energy, at its peak, could scarcely withstand the fierce winds that raged around her. Elijah, however, was unfazed by the physical turmoil, yet he could not stray too far from Xiaolinger. He soared into the air, his gaze piercing through the swirling sands, revealing a colossal chasm that had cleaved the mountains before him in two, stretching endlessly into the unknown. As he brushed past a sharp gust of wind, a thought struck him. He hurriedly retreated into his ring space. Moments later, he emerged, excitement bubbling within him. Linger, this is the essence of the sword. Release your protective energy and quickly grasp its meaning. Xiaolinger was momentarily taken aback, but promptly obeyed Li Jia's command. Releasing her protective energy, in an instant, the razor-sharp winds lashed against her face, drawing forth a crimson line. Xiaolinger furrowed her brow lightly, yet she did not retreat, allowing the accompanying sword and tint-laden gales to strike her. Soon, she was transformed into a figure drenched in blood. Elijah, though somewhat concerned, dared not interrupt upon seeing the serious expression on Xiaolinger's face. He attempted to comprehend the situation himself, but unable to perceive any external influence. Even when he caught sight of the strands of sword and tint amidst the storm, he found himself unable to gain insight, and thus resigned himself to being a mere bystander. As Xiaolinger earnestly contemplated, the skies above the sword tomb flickered unexpectedly on the ruins of the palace. Hou Junyue was relentlessly hacking at the void before him with one sword stroke after another. After a succession of over a dozen strikes, an ancient voice resonated beside him. The formation here has been breached. We must proceed to the next location, uttered a gray-clad elder, whose demeanor exuded an air of ethereal grace. Hou Junyue took a step forward, only to halt abruptly, his voice sharp. Zhang Xuanzhai, when did you learn to sneak around like this? Are you plotting a surprise attack while my guard is down? Haha, we are merely passing by, just passing by. No need to be so agitated, replied the disheveled Zhang Xuanzhai, stepping out from behind a floating wall with an unruffled smile. Since you are here, lend a hand. There are 8 formations left in this sword tomb. We shall each break 4, and the treasures within shall be claimed based on our abilities. What say you? I fear I may disappoint you, for I have no interest in what lies within. Zhang Xuanzhai replied nonchalantly. No interest? Hou Junyue's eyes narrowed slightly, his spiritual energy surging, clearly skeptical of Zhang Xuanzhai's words. Do not be so agitated. I shall take my leave, this very moment, Zhang Xuanzhai said, turning away. When suddenly a streak of azure sword light shot towards him, he immediately pivoted, pushing forward with his palm. The azure sword light split in his grasp, and then the surrounding structures were cleaved apart from the center, shattering into fragments. Brother Hou, it has been over a decade, and your temper seems to have grown fiercer, Zhang Xuanzhai remarked, shedding his amiable tone as his aura escalated. You returned simply to uncover the truth behind the annihilation of the Li family. Did you not? I will reveal it to you once the sword tomb is opened, Hou Junyue retorted, pointing his sword at the ground. You indeed know. Zhang Xuanzhai clenched his fists tightly. How shall it be? Will you fight, or shall we seek the truth? Hou Junyue glared at Zhang Xuanzhai with a sidelong glance. After a brief silence, Zhang Xuanzhai released his grip. As you wish. Within the sword tomb, Xiaolinger's blood trailed a long crimson streak across the parched earth as she advanced. Contemplating the sword and tint, the damage inflicted by the raging winds had become negligible. Just as she approached the split peaks, the flickering sky suddenly shattered like a mirror, revealing the dilapidated structures suspended above. Is someone there? Hou Junyue raised an eyebrow and struck with his sword, the azure sword light surging down with overwhelming force, but upon colliding with the tempest, the light dissipated instantly in a moment of surprise. Hou Junyue struck down again, and at that moment, Zhang Xuanzhai casually interjected, This is the sword and tint born from the myriad spiritual swords of the sword tomb. Even an old immortal at the out-of-body stage would struggle to break through. It is indeed sword and tint? A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Hou Junyue's eyes as he descended sharply, only for Zhang Xuanzhai to materialize before him once more. Tell me the truth. The Li family fell victim to the sect. Zhang Xuanzhai replied succinctly. Those few simple words left Hou Junyue stunned, his mind racing back over a decade. At that time, he had just joined the Xintian Dao sect, and the Li family seeking protection and to establish connections, had rarely gifted him several treasures obtained from this small secret realm. That's so it is. Zhang Xuanzhai howled towards the heavens, his eyes instantly reddening, veins bulging on his clenched fists. He turned his gaze downward, plunging into the sword in tent-laden sword tomb. In contrast to Xiao Linger and Hou Juanyue's contemplative approach, Zhang Xuanzhai unleashed his fists forward, his frenzied strikes generating sonic booms amidst the tempest of sword intent. Li Jie, witnessing the sudden emergence of two familiar figures behind him, felt a jolt in his heart. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiao Linger had a 300-foot lead. Even if the two were at the Golden Core stage, they would not catch up anytime soon. However, his expression soon changed as Zhang Xuanzhai's pace became astonishingly swift, akin to a madman, unfazed by the slicing winds that tore at flesh and bone. Relentlessly pressing forward. What a beast, Li Jie thought, his heart racing in trepidation. After charging several hundred meters, Zhang Xuanzhai finally slowed. No matter how he roared, the tempest, now resembling a colossal wall, forced him to move slowly. At this moment, he was only a few meters away from Xiao Linger. Yet, as Li Jie turned his head, another figure had stealthily appeared behind them. 3 feet behind Xiao Linger, Hou Juanyue coldly swung his sword. This is no place for a rat like you. He clearly observed that the bloodied figure ahead possessed only the strength of the qi refining stage. The azure sword light sliced through the tempest. But as it neared Xiao Linger, it shattered and vanished. Furrowing his brow, Hou Juanyue surged forward significantly, making another strike. Linger, awaken. We are being robbed, Li Jie shouted frantically, yet Xiao Linger showed no signs of waking. Just as Hou Juanyue's sword was about to descend, he conjured a soul arrow and hurled it forth in an instant. Hou Juanyue's form jolted, the azure light from his sword dispersing as he warily fixed his gaze upon Xiao Linger's back. Illusionary magic? Li Jie concentrated on forging another arrow, but as the invisible projectile was about to strike Hou Juanyue's head, he swiftly tilted his head to evade, scoffing disdainfully. Mere tricks, Li Jie was startled, suddenly realizing that this soul arrow seemed only capable of targeting stationary objects and could even be perceived by others, rendering it utterly worthless. He promptly resolved to dive into Xiao Linger's mind to force her awake. For in the face of life and death, everything else paled in significance. However, before he could act, Hou Juanyue had already drawn his sword, and at that moment, a flash of dark red light erupted. 3 colossal swords the height of Xiao Linger poised at Hou Juanyue's neck. Chapter 26. Frantic, the air fell into silence for a brief moment, with only the sound of wind echoing through the sword tomb. Feeling the pressure on his neck, Hou Juanyue returned to his senses amidst his astonishment and cleaved upward with his sword, the condensed azure shadow instantly severing the colossal swords. Xiao Linger gripped the sword hilt tightly, her feet propelling her off the ground with a powerful leap. In an instant, the colossal swords descended. How dare an ant be so arrogant? Hou Juanyue raised his sword to parry, but the next moment, half his body was driven into the earth, and his azure sword nearly slipped from his grasp. Bravo! Li Jie cheered from the sidelines. Although Xiao Linger was perplexed by her master's exclamation, she recognized it as praise from his familiar tone, and thus felt greatly encouraged. The colossal swords swung with vigor, each movement creating a resounding roar that momentarily drowned out the howling winds. Arrogance. Forced to retreat repeatedly, Hou Juanyue's fury ignited. When had a mere qi refining cultivator dared to act so brazenly before him? Even daring to launch an assault. He was once the foremost genius of Yushur City, capable of slaying foundation establishment cultivators with his qi refining prowess. Soaring into the air, Hou Juanyue unleashed a fan-shaped azure sword light, with Xiao Linger managing to block wave after wave. The fan-shaped sword light surged like ocean waves, each more powerful than the last. She was sent flying, spitting blood, and while Li Jie wished to have her retreat, he noticed the indomitable fighting spirit ignited within her eyes. With the colossal sword raised high, Xiao Linger summoned forth a blade over a yard long, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Spiraling winds encircled the colossal sword, and the buried blades in the earth seemed to respond to her call, all rising to converge upon the colossal sword. The disheveled elder, who had been grappling with the sword intent, halted his steps, gazing upward in bewilderment, murmuring, "She has grasped the sword intent of this place." As myriad swords converged, including many gleaming spiritual swords, they encircled Xiaolinger and the colossal sword. Wait, great celestial dragon. Hou Junyue's urgent voice was drowned out by a delicate yet powerful shout. In the next moment, a golden dragon silhouette manifested before him, accompanied by countless sword blades. The dense azure light collided with the myriad swords, momentarily locking in a stalemate before the golden dragon tore through the azure light and roared forth. Silence enveloped the sword tomb, the wind softened, and a rain of swords descended, creating a deep chasm beneath Xiaolinger. Li Jie floated to the edge of the chasm and gazed down, unable to contain his astonishment, his heart exclaiming, "My disciple Linger is truly remarkable." Yet at that moment, a hoarse voice emanated from below the chasm. As a bloodied figure in tattered clothing rose from the depths, "Did you truly believe you could kill me?" Hou Junyue raised his gaze, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he appeared before Xiaolinger. Swinging his sword downward in an instant, a massive azure sword light struck Xiaolinger back, and as Hou Junyue swung his sword again, a line of azure light spanning dozens of meters hovered motionless before him. Li Jie, perplexed, was suddenly met with an enraged roar. "Azure flow, heavenly waterfall." Hou Junyue gripped his sword with both hands, slicing horizontally, the azure light before him extending rapidly to the sides. Li Jie and Xiaolinger struggled to perceive the edges. The azure waterfall surged forth with a ferocious gale towards them. Linger, earth escape. With a startled cry, Li Jie was the first to dive into the ring space, suspecting that this azure light could even sever his soul. Whoosh! The azure light, accompanied by a fierce sandstorm, swept through half of the sword tomb, crashing violently against the distant split peaks. Beneath the earth, several meters down, Xiaolinger clutched her heaving chest in trepidation. "Master, what shall we do? It seems we have angered him. This is your fault. Why did you unleash such a powerful move for no reason? Look what you've done. Now he's furious." Li Jie emerged, his tone exasperated. "I, too, am reluctant. It was the sword tomb that compelled me to act thus. That moment, I felt an overwhelming surge of ambition coursing through my veins, as if grasping at something just within reach. And before I knew it, my hand was raised. You have obtained the sword intent here? Is this it?" Xiaolinger raised her hand, and a faint, murky golden aura swirled around her fingertips. Even Li Jie, possessing only a spiritual body, could perceive the sharpness contained within. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. His original intent was merely for Xiaolinger to casually ponder and enhance her swordsmanship, yet she had directly uprooted the very essence of the sword tomb. It is known that sword intent is something only powerful beings in the out-of-body stage can comprehend. Once again, I reiterate, my disciple Xiaolinger possesses the potential of a celestial being. Li Jie thought with pride, as the surrounding earth began to tremble. "Alas, master, we have been discovered," Xiaolinger exclaimed in alarm. At this moment, however, Li Jie remained unperturbed, his voice steady. "You have grasped sword intent. This is something only ancestors in the out-of-body stage can understand. What is there to fear? Go forth and strike him down. But master, the power of my previous move stemmed from the sword tomb itself. If I extract the sword intent, that power will dissipate." "Wagwan, why are you still standing there? Escape." In an instant, Xiaolinger darted 10 meters sideways. "Rodent, I shall see where you can flee today." On the ground, Hou Junyue's eyes were bloodshot as azure sword lights fell like rain into the earth, churning up the entire sword tomb in mere moments, leaving behind unsightly ravines. Yet not a single sword chi managed to strike Xiaolinger. His fury was palpable, as he had never before experienced such disgrace as the #1 in Yushur City. "Earth escape technique, is it? Let us see how long you can remain underground." With a cold snort, Hou Junyue ceased his reckless attacks and waited patiently above ground. Underground, Xiaolinger felt a wave of panic. "What shall we do, master? The earth escape technique indeed has a limited duration. She could not remain underground for long, a trivial matter. We shall emerge directly and show him what the 5 elements and 5 symbols escape technique truly entails." Li Jie replied nonchalantly. Soon, Xiaolinger reappeared at the edge of the sword tomb, and a cruel smile crept across Hou Junyue's face as he lunged forward. "Rodent, the game is over." He swung his sword downward, unleashing a ferocious azure sword light that surged towards Xiaolinger. In that moment, she vanished at an astonishing speed. Watching the tornado of her escape, Ho Junua's expression twisted with rage, and he pursued relentlessly, shouting without regard for decorum. "Rodent, I, Ho Junua, shall surely slay you today." His furious voice echoed across a significant portion of the secret realm, causing fellow cultivators scouring for treasures to glance skyward, witnessing the chaotic chase unfolding behind the tornado. When Ho Junua cornered Xiaolinger in a windless, dark hollow, a chilling smile appeared on his face. "Run, why have you ceased your flight?" Xiaolinger surveyed the surrounding blackened rocky hills and called out defiantly. Gold Escape, Chapter 27, Treasure Hunting. Ho Junua's pupils widened slightly, his pale hands nearly crushing the hilt of his sword as an inhuman roar erupted from his throat. Ho Junua howled to the heavens, his azure sword relentlessly cleaving at the dark hollow, the fierce sword light slicing through all directions, leveling the entire hollow in mere breaths. A shadow darted from within, as Xiaolinger once again utilized Wind Escape. Ho Junua clutched his chest fiercely, and as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his speed surged. He resorted to consuming his own essence. Upon seeing Xiaolinger's blood-stained garments, uncontainable excitement surged on his furious face. He raised his sword, unleashing all his pent-up frustration with the sword chi. However, at that moment, a burst of blood light erupted, and Xiaolinger vanished in an instant, leaving him engulfed in a storm of dust. Nearly losing sight of her shadow, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ho Junua plummeted from the sky, and when he looked up again, Xiaolinger had completely vanished, leaving him to gnash his teeth and roar at the heavens. "Once again, it is you, little thief. I, Ho Junua, vow that if I do not slay you, I shall never be human." Behind the floating brick wall, Xiaolinger clutched her rapidly rising chest in fear. "I finally shook him off." "That was terrifying, Linger. Remember this vengeful little man. The day you break through to the core stage will be the day of his demise," Li Jie thought with a grimace. He had never encountered someone so obstinate. Was it merely a single strike? Moreover, it did not even kill you, yet he pursues you to the ends of the earth. "Yes, master, I will remember him." Xiaolinger nodded vigorously, her gaze suddenly lifting. "Master, how much blood essence does it cost to use blood escape technique once?" "Not much, merely 10 years, Li Jie replied indifferently. "What? 10 years?" Xiaolinger nearly leaped up in shock, her eyes brimming with tears as she began to sob. "Woo-woo, master. You owe me 30 years. Isn't it just 30 years? Once you break through to the foundation stage, I will compensate you. It is no great matter. Originally, one could live for 150 years at the foundation stage, and now I have only 120 left. Then you can break through to the core stage, directly extending your lifespan to 300 years. You would still be gaining, but I am still losing 30 years. Then break through to the nascent soul stage. I will grant you 800 years, and now you will have gained even more." Xiaolinger paused her sobbing, feeling that there was something amiss in Li Jie's words, yet she could not pinpoint the issue. She earnestly looked at her fingers and calculated, asking uncertainly, "But master, I originally have 800 years of lifespan upon breaking through to the nascent soul. It is not something you grant me." "Linger, your reasoning here is flawed. Do you realize your own potential?" Li Jie floated before Xiaolinger, speaking in an extremely serious tone. "Mediocre. Utterly mediocre. Do you believe that with your talent, you can break through to the core and nascent soul stages?" "No, that I cannot." Xiaolinger nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "Precisely. So you know what you must do now." "Thank you, master. A child worth teaching indeed. Let us proceed to the next location in no time." Li Jie and Xiaolinger arrived at a gathering place of cultivators. Previously, he had been ignorant, thinking treasures only resided in palatial halls, unaware that the most extraordinary places were often protected by additional formations. At that moment, a throng of fervent cultivators attacked a massive barrier, behind which lay a vast, shimmering medicinal garden, various spiritual materials swaying enticingly. Just as the barrier began to show signs of collapse, an elder in a Taoist robe rushed forth. "Stop! Forcing your way through the formation will damage the spiritual plants within. I am a formation master. I can handle this. Let me take charge." The surrounding cultivators paused in confusion, collectively deciding to halt. The quality of spiritual plants directly correlates with their prices, a consensus in the cultivation world. The elder approached the forefront of the crowd, producing a large piece of tortoise shell inscribed with patterns. "Fellow cultivators, channel your spiritual energy into this formation diagram. and when I count to 3, be ready to freeze your hands. We will heed your instructions, fellow cultivator. The surrounding cultivators echoed in unison. Then, the elder tossed several shell fragments in all directions. Once everything was set, he formed seals with his hands, swiftly conjuring dozens of runes. As the collective spiritual energy of the crowd converged, both the tortoise shell and bone fragments began to glow, and the contours of the invisible barrier flickered gently. Li Jie floated in the air, his eyes brightening at the sight of the ethereal spiritual materials within. However, recalling the aggressive tactics of the eagle from the Trial Sword Pavilion and the swift winds of the Sword Tomb, he remained cautious and advised Xiao Linger to quietly retreat behind the crowd. Master, aren't we going to charge in? Xiao Linger also spotted the treasures inside. Though she couldn't discern their value, the spiritual light emanating from the materials was unmistakably remarkable. What is there to charge in for? As a young lady, you must maintain your image. Let us first observe the situation from the outside. Oh, very well. Xiao Linger reluctantly retreated behind the crowd. Noticing her slight discontent, Li Jie patiently continued. Linger, I shall now impart a lifelong lesson from my years of cultivation. You must remember it well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger's spirit lifted. She had long regarded Li Jie's occasional wisdom as sacred doctrine. Listen closely. While friends amass treasures, I accumulate weapons. Friends are my treasure storehouse. Master, is a weapon a long spear? No, it refers to another kind of powerful magical artifact. Alas, it has long since vanished in this era. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Just remember this phrase. Yes, Linger understands. Merely knowing is insufficient. You must comprehend. Do you understand? Xiao Linger pondered for a moment. Steal. Rob. Clever. Quickly, bring out the black robe. As Li Jie imparted the principles of cultivation to Xiao Linger, the defensive formation teetered on the brink of collapse. The cultivators gazed hungrily at the revealed spiritual materials, each one eager to make their move. Their eyes gleaming with greed. 3, the elder began to shout, a multitude of treasures soaring behind him. 2, more and more weapons radiated with spiritual energy. The crowd anxiously awaited, visibly trembling in excitement. It was evident that some cultivators' hands quivered. Ordinary scattered cultivators had never witnessed such a scene of spiritual herbs strewn about, driving them nearly to madness. The third count lingered, leaving everyone puzzled, when suddenly, the elder swiftly gathered all the items and dashed into the crumbling light portal. The outside cultivators were left dumbfounded, and only when they realized the light portal was about to close did they erupt in alarm. No, that old man has deceived us. Quick, smash the barrier and kill him. Shameless old thief. I shall slay him. Chapter 28. Chaos. Various magical artifacts relentlessly bombarded the formation's barrier, which, already on the verge of collapse, could not withstand for long before shattering with a resounding crash. Enraged, the crowd clamored to kill the old Taoistly, but upon witnessing the vast spiritual herb fields, their eyes turned red with greed, and they immediately turned on one another in a frenzied brawl. As the carnage unfolded, with many lives lost, Li Jie instructed Xiao Linger to sneak towards a dirt mound. He had been observing the old Taoistly from the start and had seen him vanish near the mound just as the barrier broke. The mound itself was a piece of spiritual land, albeit with its spiritual plants withered to dust. The surrounding soil cracked and parched, presenting an unremarkable appearance. Li Jie sensed the surroundings, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk, signaling Xiao Linger to proceed forward. Below the mound, the old Taoistly, concealed by a formation, exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched the retreating figure in a black robe. Then, he noticed a few individuals approaching. Cursing, damn it, we must find that old codger. He entered first and surely harvested the finest spiritual materials. The scar-faced man growled. I just saw that old fellow heading this way. A shorter companion chimed in. He might have used a teleportation technique. Let us continue searching ahead. Humph. You lot think you can find me. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage cannot detect my concealed presence. The hidden old Taoist chuckled smugly, his rough hand instinctively reaching for his storage bag. The thought of several millennia-old spiritual materials within made his lips curl upwards in delight. On this outing, if he could find an alchemist to concoct a foundation-building pill, breaking through to the foundation establishment stage would no longer be a mere fantasy. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven favors me. Youth is youth, But what does high cultivation matter? Just as the old Taoist reveled in his thoughts, a shadowy figure wielding a wooden stick silently approached. Master, is it here? Xiao Linger steadied herself and transmitted her voice. Strike with all your might, Li Jie commanded in a low voice. Clang! Xiao Linger found her wooden stick stuck in midair. And then a familiar figure in Taoist robes tumbled out. He is really here. Master, you are incredible. Xiao Linger gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Don't dawdle. Quickly take his storage bag. Understood. Xiao Linger swiftly snatched the old Taoist's storage bag and noticed several bone fragments hanging from his waist as she turned to leave. Master, should I take these bone fragments? Take them. What about this robe? Take it. And the shoes? Take them. Half an hour later, the old Taoist groggily regained consciousness, disregarding the chill that enveloped him, and immediately looked down. Seeing himself stripped to his undergarments, he raised his head and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn thieves! His anguished cry caught the attention of cultivators scavenging in the herbal field, and those who saw the greed flickering in his eyes immediately recognized him. It's that old codger. He's right here. In an instant, the scattered cultivators around were drawn towards him. Some were initially confused, but upon hearing cries of that old man is full of spiritual medicine, they all joined in the hunt. At that moment, Xiao Linger, already mingled with another group of cultivators, looked at the approaching throng in confusion and asked, Master, it seems they are chasing something. Elijah replied disdainfully, Don't mind them. The alchemy ground is about to open. Prepare to freeze your hands. Yes, meanwhile, a blood-soaked Zhang Xuanzai emerged from the sword tomb. The bloodshot-eyed Hou Junyue appeared above him, frowning. What have you obtained? Nothing to disclose. Estimating Zhang Xuanzai's injuries, Hou Junyue slowly tightened his grip on his sword. Zhang Xuanzai calmly regarded him, his aura steadily rising. Moments later, the sharp glint in Hou Junyue's eyes faded, and the azure sword in his hand was swung behind him. It is said that the head of the Li family was the last of the fallen sword sect. It seems that is indeed true. Zhang Xuanzai shrugged and walked away, while Hou Junyue's voice continued to resonate. Then it follows that the item in question is not merely a rumor. You must be in dire need of it now. For one must possess strength to seek revenge. Zhang Xuanzai paused. It is unattainable. The Shurhin sword has been destroyed, and a piece is missing. That person is right here. We need only to join forces to capture him. Join forces? Who is he? Hou Junyue gritted his teeth. It is that damned rat. In the distant alchemy ground, Xiao Linger stealthily hid behind a massive alchemical furnace, where a group of people was engaged in a fierce struggle over a small golden furnace, with several corpses strewn across the ground. Master, members of my Xiao family have also arrived. Xiao Linger frowned and whispered, spotting a few of her kin among the fallen. This sudden appearance of a secret realm will surely incite envy in everyone. Let us seize a few treasures and depart. Otherwise, more powerful figures will arrive, and perhaps sects from thousands of miles away will open teleportation arrays to come after us. Li Jie's tone was grave, for he had already seen the disciples from the 4 major families of Yushur City during their earlier brief encounters. Ha ha ha, I, Hou Tianqing, have obtained it. This low-grade yellow-tier alchemical furnace is mine. As the scramble for treasures concluded, only the finely dressed Hou Tianqing remained, laughing triumphantly, having fought his way through dozens of people. A testament to his strength, Elijah discerned that the fellow had already reached the foundation establishment stage. But so what? In the world of martial arts, speed is paramount, and unexpected moves are key. Now is the time. At Li Jie's low roar, Xiao Linger instantly activated her wind escape technique and darted out. Immersed in overwhelming elation, Hou Tianqing had no time to react before the world before him darkened. Oh no, master, I think I might have hit too hard. Xiao Linger appeared before the unconscious Hou Tianqing. The whole family's members, if they die, they die. We are merely collecting some interest now. Quickly, take his storage Biajid in a chaotic, expansive Taoist hall. Li Jie spotted a golden book floating in midair, where 10 or so foundation establishment cultivators and 2 golden core cultivators were locked in fierce combat. Master, that seems to be a yellow-tier technique. Xiao Linger's voice quivered with excitement. Rubbish. Elijah dismissed it with a wave of his hand, too disinterested to even glance at it. He had an abundance of techniques at his disposal. Upon reconsideration, Xiao Linger lost interest, having already cultivated heavenly-grade superior techniques. Even her lowest was the earth-tier lower-grade Qingguang Luiying sword. Let us go. There's nothing of value here. Ligia surveyed the entire Taoist hall and the shattered floating structures. Noting that they had deteriorated even further since they first entered the secret realm, Xiaolinger softly responded, gliding back in the direction they had come. Suddenly, she curiously looked down at her glowing storage bag. Chapter 29. Transforming Conflict. To her surprise, the glowing storage bag was not someone else's, but her OWN.AS. She focused her thoughts to investigate. A distant shadow approached, accompanied by a soaring sword light. Qinglu Tianpu? Hou Junyue bellowed, and the sword light surged forth in his slicing motion, rapidly expanding into a massive curtain. Xiaolinger attempted to retreat, but Zhang Xuanzhai appeared behind her and struck out with a punch. His dimly glowing fist distorted the surrounding space, and even though Xiaolinger was still far from the fist's edge, she felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Her figure staggered, and the azure waterfall shadow loomed closer. Li Jie's expression changed dramatically, while Xiaolinger remained calm, drawing in her breath. The colossal sword of destruction materialized in her hand, a strand of murky yellow sword energy coiling around the blade. Great might heavenly dragon! With a commanding shout, a three-zhang golden dragon shadow roared forth, shattering the azure waterfall shadowed. At that very moment, Zhang Xuanzhai closed in on Xiaolinger, his raised fist enveloped in swirling black energy. The surrounding space seeming to collapse. The earth store bodhisattva. As the terrifying fist descended, a towering statue of compassion appeared around Xiaolinger, shielding her within. Bang! The golden light trembled as Zhang Xuanzhai's fist struck the statue. The disheveled hair of both combatants whipped up by the violent shockwave. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, but just as he was about to strike again to obliterate the crumbling statue before him, Xiaolinger suddenly shifted, propelled by a swirling wind, speeding away. The sword energy from Hou Junyue missed its target, and the rushing figure twisted mid-air, roaring as he pursued Xiaolinger with fervor. Rat, I don't care who you are. You shall surely die today. In the midst of the whirlwind, Li Jie, momentarily calmed but still anxious, failed to praise Xiaolinger as he watched the relentless chase from Hou Junyue. Damn it, is this guy a dog? He just keeps barking and chasing, master. What shall we do now? Should we discard this Shurhin sword fragment? Xiaolinger, having found the source of the storage bag's disturbance, asked urgently. No, if we just toss it aside, we will certainly be hunted down by that mad dog, especially since he now has two companions. We need to head to the previous Taoist hall, Li Jie instructed earnestly. Understood. Xiaolinger adjusted her course, racing towards the chaotic Taoist hall. Following closely, Zhang Xuanzhai soon spotted the dazzling treasure-laden hall and felt a jolt in his heart. Earlier, he had revealed the Shurhin sword with his secret technique, and now that the opponent was suddenly changing direction, their intentions were clear. Even if it were merely a guess, he had to prevent it. Ho, stop! Zhang Xuanzhai bellowed suddenly. Unfazed, Hou Junyue continued his pursuit, prompting Zhang Xuanzhai to coldly huff. Do you not wish to obtain that secret treasure, Hou? Hou Junyue halted, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xuanzhai with suspicion. Even with our combined strength, we cannot subdue that individual. It is evident he is not as simple as we imagined. He is no ordinary qi refinement cultivator. His spiritual techniques are extraordinary and wield terrifying power. You must have encountered such a person before. Zhang Xuanzhai spoke slowly. As Hou Junyue fixed his gaze ahead, he hesitated for a moment before voicing his thoughts. Could it be a disciple from the great sect of Zhongzhou? Most likely, we should refrain from provoking such individuals. If we cannot slay them, we shall inevitably meet our demise at their hands. Moreover, the fragments of the Shurhin sword remain in his possession. Should he deliver them to those two fellows at the Taoist temple, the outcome is one that neither of us would wish to witness. What will you do? Hou Junyue scoffed in discontent. I will engage him in conversation. In comparison to two golden core practitioners, the threat posed by a mere qi refinement stage cultivator is considerably less daunting. At the very least, his unwillingness to confront us directly suggests that his strength pales in comparison to ours, leaving no room for the possibility of him deliberately concealing his power. Nay, what of the disciples from Zhongzhou? I, Hou Junyue, shall slay them. He shook his head defiantly, brandishing his sword, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Zhang Sunzha raised an eyebrow and continued. Once we acquire the spiritual source, You may act as you wish. However, I must remind you that if the Shurhin sword is destroyed, that location will remain forever inaccessible. Upon the floating edifice, Xiao Linger came to an abrupt halt. Why aren't my masters pursuing? It is likely due to this object in your possession. Li Jie pondered aloud. The fragment of the Shurhin sword? Xiao Linger raised her hand. Should we dispose of it then? Let us not be hasty. Li Jie had noticed a disheveled figure approaching alone. At Tianzhong from the suspended building, Zhang Sunha came to a stop and employed a secretive communication technique. Fellow cultivator, relinquish the fragment of the Shurhin sword, and I shall retreat. You seem unable to catch up to me. Why would I surrender it? Xiao Linger altered her voice with spiritual energy, rendering it androgynous. If you truly wish to pursue, you could manage it. After all, you are merely at the qi refinement stage. Zhang Sunha responded with measured calmness. Xiao Linger's expression tightened. The other's words rang true. If he were to persistently chase her, her spiritual energy would eventually be depleted. She promptly transmitted a message to Li Jie. Master, should we give him the fragment? Absolutely not. His presence indicates that this object is indeed a treasure, though its purpose remains unclear. How could we possibly relinquish a treasure once acquired? From now on, you shall heed my commands. Understood. After a brief wait, when the other party still did not respond, a surge of spiritual energy rippled from Zhang Sunha's clasped hands, revealing that he had prepared for both dialogue and confrontation. As the intensity of his spiritual energy escalated, the previously silent Xiao Linger resumed speaking under Li Jie's guidance. This item appears significant. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Zhang Sunha's gaze sharpened. What do you desire? 500,000 spirit stones. Very well. Zhang Sunha replied with prompt decisiveness. Yet Li Jie immediately regretted it and hastily prompted Xiao Linger to amend her request. I meant 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Fellow cultivator, surely you jest? Even the combined wealth of the 4 great families of Yushur City would scarcely yield 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. Even if I were to agree, would you trust me? Zhang Sunha said, stepping forward slowly. How about this? I shall reveal the truth of the Shurhin sword, and you need not hand it over to me. However, you must accompany me to a certain location, during which I swear by my heart demon oath that I shall not harm you in the slightest. What say you? After a brief consultation with Li Jie, Xiao Linger replied, Speak. The Shurhin sword is the key to unlocking the hidden treasures of the Great Qing Sword sect. Within, there are numerous spiritual artifacts and treasures. Once the vault is opened, I shall take but one item, and the rest shall belong to you. The hidden vault of the Great Qing Sword sect? Li Jie felt a surge of excitement but maintained his composure. Who could say if the vault harbored dangers? Rushing in recklessly could lead to dire consequences, especially with 2 formidable golden core adversaries accompanying them. The best course of action was to ensure that all parties could share in the spoils of this hidden vault. Alas, I am truly a good person, he mused inwardly, before addressing Xiao Linger. Linger, call out. Call out what? Xiao Linger queried, bewildered. Chapter 30. For the Jade and Silk. Ho Junyue, you shall not monopolize the hidden treasures of the Great Qing Sword sect. I, 9527, shall not permit your wishes to come to fruition. Xiao Linger's hoarse cry echoed, causing the myriad of cultivators embroiled in battle below to cease their attacks, collectively gazing skyward. Seeking death. At the moment the reverberating voice emerged, Zhang Sunha moved, leaving behind a series of black afterimages as he swiftly closed the distance to Xiao Linger. His terrifying fist distorting the very fabric of space. Ghost Martial King Fist, with a low roar, a massive armored shadow emerged behind Zhang Sunha, its colossal fist descending like a grinding wheel. Xiao Linger had anticipated the attack. As the earthly Buddha statue activated, she retreated at an incredible speed. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not evade the impact of the Ghost Martial King Fist, the enormous black fist engulfing a vast swath of space. The earthly Buddha statue shattered into countless fragments, and Xiao Linger was sent flying, only regaining her balance high above the Taoist temple. Li Jie gasped in astonishment. He had underestimated Zhang Sunha, who, in terms of spiritual technique prowess, exceeded Ho Junyue by a significant margin. Is Linger unharmed? Xiao Linger coughed up a mouthful of blood and replied, Nothing serious. Discard the fragment of the Shurhin sword. Let them engage in mutual destruction. Yes, Master. Immediately, a raspy voice resonated across the expanse of the Taoist temple. This is the key to the hidden treasures of the Great Qing Sword Sect, the fragment of the Shurhin sword that I, 9527, shall not allow you to achieve your desires today. As the white light shot forth, figures emerged from all directions. Zhang Sun's eyes blazed with fury, eager to strike again, yet Xiao Linger was already 100 miles away. He realized that the other party had never intended to negotiate in good faith. Hou Junyue arrived, observing the throng of cultivators vying for the fragment with a cold smirk. Zhang Sunha, is this your method? Zhang Sunha snorted, then replied after a moment, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The location of the vault is not as simple as we imagine. Perhaps its exposure is not a bad thing after all. The scramble soon yielded a result, with a golden core cultivator seizing the fragment of the Shurhin sword. Ha ha ha, the fragment is now in my possession. Qin Zhongfeng. Before Qin Zhongfeng's laughter faded, a fierce sword light erupted behind him. He swiftly dodged, coldly admonishing, Wu Laolu, you remain incorrigible. Ha ha ha, brother Qin. What do you mean? I merely wished to see what the fragment of the Shurhin sword looked like. The burly man in black laughed heartily at this moment. Another wild golden core cultivator who had been repelled by Qian Zhongfeng rejoined the fray. Gazing at the two men with predatory intent, Chen Zhongfeng's eyes flickered. Gentlemen, let us not forget that Hou Junyue is still watching. If we continue to squabble, we merely benefit them. The restless Wu Laolu and the gaunt wild golden core cultivator simultaneously suppressed their greed. Casting glances toward Hou Junyue and Zhang Sunjai that moment, Qin Zhongfeng burst into laughter and tossed the fragment of the Shurhin sword into the air. Is merely a fragment. If you wish to see it, behold, Wu Laolu caught it, glanced at it, and then tossed it to the wild golden core cultivator, in midair. Seeing that the confrontation had subsided, Zhang Sunha ceased his observation and flew toward Hou Junyue, saying, Brother Qin, Brother Wu, Brother Ma, it is good to see you all well. Zhang Sunha smiled and cupped his hands in greeting, and the three men regarded him, clearly recognizing one another. Brother Zhang, you are being rather ungracious. Such a significant matter regarding the hidden treasures of the Great Qing Sword Sect, and you did not inform your brothers? Do you fear being outmaneuvered? Qin Zhongfeng sneered. Zhang Sunha dismissed the remark with a casual smile. Ha ha ha, naturally, I fear that. Hence I have come to discuss it with you all. Qin Zhongfeng's expression turned contemplative. If that is the case, then the tale of the Li family's progenitor being the last disciple of the ancient sword sect is indeed true? The matters of the ancestors are ancient history, and I cannot be certain. However, I do know a thing or two about the hidden treasures here. Pray, enlighten us. Wu Laolu interjected eagerly. Years ago, within the domain of Yushir City, there existed a once mighty sect known as the Great Qing Sword Sect, which ranked among the top 10 sects of Cangzhou. However, as talent dwindled and the land's essence withered, the Great Qing Sword Sect fell into decline and was ultimately destroyed during an invasion by external foes. Nonetheless, as a sect with a millennium of history, the Great Qing Sword Sect possessed a depth of resources beyond our imagination, including the hidden treasure vault. In times of peril, they sealed this vault, safeguarding the numerous treasures they had amassed over the millennia. What you are all fighting over now are mere remnants from the great battles of yesteryear. The true treasures lie within the vault. Upon hearing Zhang Sunha's account, the breaths of Wu Laolu, Chen Zhongfeng, and the wild golden core cultivator quickened involuntarily. A millennium-old sect's hidden treasures. What might they contain? Perhaps acquiring them could lead to the rebirth of a new sect. Brother Zhang, where might this hidden vault be located? Qin Zhongfeng inquired eagerly, his demeanor far more affable than before. Brother Zhang, do share. Be it ascending a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of flames. I, Wu Laolu, will not hesitate. Wu Laolu echoed in excitement, and I, Ma Chuan, shall consider you my sworn brother from this day forth. Your affairs are now my affairs. The three men, Wu Laolu, Qin Zhongfeng, and the wild golden core cultivator, enthusiastically pledged their allegiance. Their previous enmity vanished without a trace, eager to align themselves with Zhang Sunha. With a cold inward chuckle, Zhang Sunha raised his hand to point skyward, uttering two words, above. Several gazes simultaneously followed Zhang Sunha's gesture. But the dim, yellow sky revealed nothing. Brother Zhang, if I may be so bold, I believe formations and runes require a physical medium to manifest. The sky above is devoid of foundation. Could there possibly be a concealed formation? Qin Zhongfeng queried, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Is there, then, a way to hand me the fragment of the stone scar sword for a trial. At this, Chun Zhongfeng hesitated, exchanging a knowing glance with the wild golden core Wu Laolu. As the three of them instinctively closed in, encircling Zhang Sunai in that moment, Chun Zhongfeng let out a hearty laugh. Very well, let us witness this today. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the lost fragment of the stone scar sword materialized in Zhang Xuanzhai's hand. He turned his gaze and spoke calmly. Brother Ho? Ho Junyue waved his hand, sending forth 2 fragments of the stone scar sword. As spiritual energy surged from his palm, the shattered sword reformed in Zhang Xuanzhai's grasp. He ascended to the pinnacle of the trial sword pavilion, standing at the very apex, raising the sword skyward. Among the crowd below, Xiao Linger had restored her original attire, draped in a simple skirt with a black veil, gazing upwards with curiosity like many other cultivators. Elijia was also observing, momentarily perplexed by Zhang Xuanzhai's actions. However, soon his pupils dilated slightly, reflecting the silhouette of a mountain. Gasps of astonishment erupted. Look at that! Is that a celestial mountain? Charge! Li Jia urged Xiao Linger to shout, as he too joined the throng of frenzied cultivators rushing towards the suddenly manifested green mountain in the sky. At that moment, the sky was lush and vibrant, white birds soaring amidst colorful rays of light as the majestic mountain gradually revealed itself. Chapter 31. The Hidden Place. Chapter 32. The Treasure Pavilion. More than half an hour passed, and the number of pavilions glowing with radiant colors diminished, with the ordinary pavilions vanishing entirely. Only a few pavilions on the mountainside still shimmered, but a fierce battle was underway among a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. Li Jie glanced at the chaos above and decided against wading into the turmoil. It was too chaotic, and he could easily encounter Wu Laolu. It would be wiser to blend in with the multitude of Qi refinement cultivators. Before him, a radiant pavilion burst open, revealing a short spiritual weapon dagger, which Li Jie estimated to be of low-grade profound rank. Unsurprisingly, this dagger belonged to the old bald man, who had refrained from claiming any treasures until now. Even though Li Laodao was envious, he dared not voice his thoughts. There are no treasures left around. What should we do now? Should we head up? The old bald man gazed at the glowing horizon, feeling restless. Previously, he wouldn't have dared to entertain such thoughts, but now, with a low-grade profound spiritual weapon in hand, he felt he could at least ensure his survival against Foundation establishment experts, given that most cultivators present wielded yellow-rank spiritual weapons. Li Laodao, feeling similarly tempted, recalled the unfortunate incident in the spiritual herb garden that had cost him decades of hard work. The memory of that mysterious thief made him feel a surge of anger. And he couldn't help but curse aloud. Curse thief. I will find you no matter what. Cough, cough, whatever works, Xiao Linger replied dismissively, shifting her gaze elsewhere to avoid confrontation with Li Laodao. The old bald man, though irritated by Li Laodao's blatant suspicion, had no choice but to accept it, offering a bitter smile without defending himself as he continued to gaze upwards. Just as he looked up, he happened to see a throng of Qi refinement cultivators rushing down the mountain path. What are they doing? The old bald man's voice of confusion caught the attention of Li Jie, Xiao Linger, and Li Laodao, and the three turned their gazes in unison. On the sheer cliffside of the mountain, a radiant treasure pavilion was under siege. Let us go take a look, Li Jie suggested, and Xiao Linger immediately soared forward, with Li Laodao and the old bald man following closely behind. Before the treasure pavilion, a large group of Qi refinement cultivators, under the command of an elderly man in green, launched their attacks in perfect unison. Each time their spiritual energy struck, a barrier appeared in front of the pavilion. Xiao Linger stood behind the crowd, looking up as the elderly man's voice rang out. Fellow Taoists, the barrier will soon be breached. Do not hold back. Attack with all your might. As his words fell, the Qi refinement cultivators were invigorated. This was the only treasure pavilion they could access, having been temporarily overlooked by the Foundation establishment cultivators due to its remote location. Strike? The elderly man shouted. And the protective barrier of the pavilion trembled violently, a massive golden crack appearing on its surface. Something's off. This powerful barrier cannot be broken through sheer brute force without consequence. We must retreat. Li Laodao's urgent whisper reached Li Jie's ears. Surprised, he quickly ordered Xiao Linger to retreat 20 miles. Just as Li Laodao, the old bald man, and Xiao Linger regained their footing, the tremors from the pavilion's barrier reached a crescendo. countless golden cracks spreading across the transparent shield. "Strike again!" the elderly man yelled, swiftly retreating, while the fervent cultivators, oblivious to the impending danger, raised their spiritual weapons to strike once more. Boom! Deafening explosion erupted as the pavilion's barrier shattered. Those nearest were reduced to mangled remains, while others fell grievously injured. The elderly man, having already retreated, laughed triumphantly as he rushed towards the treasure pavilion, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. "Ha ha ha, all treasures belong to me. How dare you, thief!" His triumphant laughter was abruptly cut off as a shadow darted past him, igniting his fury. Rushing into the treasure pavilion, Xiao Linger obeyed Li Jie's instructions, disregarding her surroundings, and began to fill her storage bag with treasures. By the time the elderly man arrived, the entire first floor of the pavilion was bare, and he was enraged, kicking the air in frustration as he raised his sword. Creating a hole above him, just in time, he spotted a masked figure frantically stuffing treasures into their storage bag. "Thief! How dare you!" the elderly man roared, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy. Li Jie urgently urged Xiao Linger. "Ignore him. Keep collecting." "Yes, master." Ducking under the sword energy, Xiao Linger swiftly cleared the entire floor of treasures, her form flashing to the third floor. The elderly man was fuming, desperately following her, but each time his sword energy was about to land, she evaded it skillfully. Realizing he could not overpower the thief before him, the elderly man suddenly had an epiphany and took out his own storage bag to snatch treasures alongside Xiao Linger. Both appeared on the fourth floor simultaneously, but Xiao Linger abruptly ceased her collection. Li Jie, eyeing the rows of elixirs on the shelves, exclaimed, "Linger, what are you dawdling for? Collect the treasures, master. All 3 storage bags are full." "Then strike him." As Li Jie spoke, Xiao Linger drew forth her great sword, Desolate Fall, and unleashed a powerful attack. The elderly man, having never encountered such a formidable technique, cried out in shock and retreated. "You despicable child, I hope Qingshan will remember you." "Another from the whole family?" Li Jie mused, glancing at the gaping hole above. "It seems they are indeed fated to cross paths with us at that moment." Xiao Linger had begun to discard some worthless items from her storage bag, but as she prepared to continue collecting elixirs, the sounds of frantic movement from below reached her ears. "Never mind. Let us leave," Li Jie advised, aware that if they lingered, Xiao Linger would soon become a target. "Master, are we leaving now? There are still several floors above," Xiao Linger protested, her face a mixture of reluctance. "When I was at the Qi refinement stage, I could easily defeat 1,000 opponents of the same rank. Can you?" Li Jie retorted. With a swift motion, Xiao Linger made her decision and vanished. Just moments after her departure, a fierce battle erupted within the treasure pavilion, causing the entire structure to tilt and tumble into the abyss. On a nearby tree, Li Jie shook his head in dismay. "Let them fight. Nothing will be gained now." After his lament, he instructed Xiao Linger to check her storage bag, promptly receiving an enthusiastic response: a pile of elixirs, a heap of spiritual materials, a large stash of spiritual stones, a multitude of spiritual weapons, master. "We struck gold," Xiao Linger exclaimed joyfully, leaping with glee. "Calm down, Linger. This is merely a fraction of what we collected. Remember, we must maintain an unwavering inner peace," Li Jie chided, feigning profundity before retreating into his ring space, leaping and singing with joy. Once he regained his composure, he emerged and declared, "Let us go home, Linger." "Yes," Xiao Linger nodded emphatically, ready to depart. However, at that moment, a tremendous explosion resounded above, shaking the entire mountaintop. "What I, Ho Junyue, desire, no one shall take from me." With a thunderous roar, the azure sky descended, colliding with a wave of sword energy, resulting in a violent explosion. Soon after, black shadows of fists emerged, entangled with ghostly spear flashes. Witnessing the cascade of stones falling from above, Li Jie gasped in astonishment. Has the battle truly begun? Chapter 33. The Golden Core Battle atop the peak. Ho Junyue's flowing black hair danced in the wind, his azure sword stained with blood, while Chen Zhongfeng hovered opposite him, his expression heavy, blood trickling down his shoulder and dripping onto the hilt of his sword. He cast a glance at another battlefield nearby, suddenly regretting his earlier decision. He had intended for Wu Laolu and the Wild Golden Core to eliminate Zhang Xuanzhai while he held off Hou Junyue, but given the current circumstances, it appeared that Zhang Xuanzhai was no ordinary foe. Managing to stand his ground against two adversaries. With a shift in thought, Chen Zhongfeng bellowed, "Brother Wu, hold this fiend off for a moment while I attempt to slay him." "Understood," Wu Laolu responded resolutely, swiftly disengaging and passing by Chen Zhongfeng as he lunged towards the advancing Hou Junyue with his spear. "Ho Ergu, your opponent is me," Wu Laolu shouted, wielding his spear while calling out a lesser-known name of Hou Junyue. In an instant, the expression in Hou Junyue's eyes transformed, more terrifying than when he had pursued Xiao Linger, his murderous intent almost palpable, a glimmer of azure light igniting within his gaze. He raised his sword, silently unleashing the azure stream waterfall. Though Wu Laolu appeared relaxed, his mind remained sharply focused, channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost, causing the sleeves of his arms to burst open from the force. Heaven-piercing strike. Amidst the thunderous roars, a blinding white light erupted from the long spear wielded by Wu Laolu, akin to the piercing tip of an arrow, forcefully striking against the azure canopy ahead. The clash between the white and azure lights resulted in an intense interplay of mutual annihilation. In an instant, Wu Laolu's eyes sparkled with resolve as the tip of his spear broke through the cascading azure torrents, only for his expression to shift to one of sheer terror as Hou Junyue descended from the heavens. His corporeal form transformed into a tangible azure radiance that expanded relentlessly, exerting a pressure that rendered Wu Laolu unable to evade. Raising his spear, Wu Laolu bellowed skyward, "Heavenly strike, second form." At that very moment, a piercing whisper resonated through the sky. "The world shall be unveiled." Perched upon a great tree, Xiao Linger was enveloped in a layer of mottled white light that mingled with the azure hue of her surroundings. Her ears rendered deaf to all sound. Just as she perceived herself to be losing her hearing, the white light dissipated, immediately followed by a cataclysmic explosion at the mountaintop, sending boulders crashing down. Li Jie, unaffected by Hou Junyue's ethereal prowess, gazed up at the house-sized boulders hurtling toward him and shouted, "Fool! Why are you still dawdling? Run!" Awakening to the urgency, Xiao Linger swiftly employed her evasion technique. But before her feet could find firm ground, boulders cascaded beside her. "Run sideways," Li Jie urged. Xiao Linger decisively darted laterally, weaving through the torrent of rolling stones. The anguished cries of those previously injured by the explosive bindings echoed around her. The unfortunate cultivators, now victims of the collapsing mountain, succumbing one after another beneath the debris. The cacophony of chaos persisted for a considerable time, and when tranquility finally returned, Li Jie turned his gaze back to the mountaintop, where he beheld a significant reduction in its height. "Hou Junyue, you dare to slay Wu Laolu?" Chen Zhongfeng's heart quaked with shock, his focus shifting from suppressing Zhang Xuanzhai alongside the wild golden elixir. He soared to the severed remains of Wu Laolu, voicing his outrage. "Do you wish to reignite the war among the four great families?" Though the four great families of Yushur City engaged in fierce competition, they had never encroached upon the core pillars represented by the golden elixirs, maintaining a delicate balance. Today, however, Hou Junyue had shattered that equilibrium. Raising his bloodied azure sword, Hou Junyue pointed at Chen Zhongfeng with an air of indifference. "War? Your words hold no weight. Yet, I sometimes wish that a single family could exist in Yushur City as it once did." "You?" Chen Zhongfeng felt a surge of power within, his long blade gradually enveloped in a layer of reddish-brown. His gaze remained fixed on Hou Junyue, who met his stare unwaveringly. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Zhongfeng ultimately relinquished his intention to strike, unable to discern whether Hou Junyue had sustained injuries. While the wild golden elixir on the other side appeared to be in a precarious state. "Brother Ma, we must depart," he called out, and with that, he and the wild golden elixir hastily retreated. Bloodied and battered, Zhang Xuanzhai approached, halting 3 paces from Hou Junyue. The two exchanged a tranquil gaze, while the previously tumultuous mountaintop fell silent. Blood dripped from Hou Junyue's sword, and Zhang Xuanzhai's hands were likewise stained. "You've been injured?" Zhang Xuanzhai was the first to break the silence. "You may test that theory," Hou Junyue replied. "The more spiritual essence one possesses, the greater the chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. You know I cannot let go. Then let us dispense with the pleasantries." With that, Hou Junyue raised his sword, shaking off the blood that clung to the azure blade, and leapt into the air. An explosion of azure light enveloping him. Zhang Xuanzhai propelled himself off the ground, a shadow clad in armor materializing behind him, joining in the fray. The clash of fist and sword unleashed an invisible shockwave, sending stones tumbling down the mountain once more. As the two engaged in fierce combat, they remained oblivious to a stealthy figure approaching from the side. "Master, are we not leaving?" Behind a stone that had been cleaved in half by sword energy. Xiao Linger activated her concealment technique to its utmost, her breaths measured and delicate. "Leave? The treasures lie right before you," Li Jie remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the milky white object hovering at the heart of the conflict. Xiao Linger flashed a sly smile. "Then we shall observe for a moment." Li Jie understood that Xiao Linger had deliberately climbed up. Truthfully, he lacked her audacity, only feeling secure due to his powerful protagonist aura. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to take such a risk. The two combatants appeared utterly consumed by their rage. Should they act without restraint, even the fastest evasion technique would prove futile against overwhelming strength, unless they were to wait until one had fallen. Cough! Ho Junyue was sent flying by a punch, and as he spat blood, he charged back, unleashing a fan-shaped arc of sword light that struck Zhang Xuanzhai's shoulder. Blood gushed forth as Zhang Xuanzhai disregarded the pain. Retaliating with a punch, Ho Junyue withdrew his sword to evade, and their battle devolved into a series of ordinary exchanges, reminiscent of two martial arts masters clashing. Li Jie observed intently, far more composed than Xiao Linger, who was nervously fidgeting with her hands. From the perspective of spiritual essence, the luminous spheres representing their power within Ho Junyue and Zhang Xuanzhai remained robust. Both seemed to be biding their time for a significant strike. In the blink of an eye, Ho Junyue was once again struck away, struggling to regain his footing. As Zhang Xuanzhai approached to deliver a lethal blow, he was met with a counter from Ho Junyue's sword. Both fighters appeared to be nearing their limits. "Master, are your hands cold?" Xiao Linger's voice carried an undercurrent of excitement. "Just a moment longer," Li Jie replied, his doubts intensifying. At that moment, a piercing cry resonated from the horizon. Chen Zhongfeng and the wild golden elixir returned, both unleashing their utmost spiritual techniques, a frenzied blade light and ominous shadows racing towards Ho Junyue and Zhang Xuanzhai. Indeed, a shiver ran through Li Jie as he beheld the spiritual energy within Ho Junyue and Zhang Xuanzhai bursting forth. Immediately, he issued a low command to Xiao Linger, "Freeze." Chapter 34. Rift in an instant, Xiao Linger vanished into the earth, hurtling forward at great speed. Simultaneously, the armored shadow's furious punch struck the wild golden elixir, obliterating it into a mist of blood, while the azure torrents cleaved through Chen Zhongfeng's spiritual technique, consuming him whole. Bloodied and battered, Chen Zhongfeng fell to the ground, and just as Ho Junyue prepared to strike him down, the sudden tremor compelled him to redirect his sword towards the ground beneath the spiritual essence. Zhang Xuanzhai, sensing the disturbance, disregarded his injuries and unleashed the ghostly martial king fist. The sword light cleaved through stone, the fist shattered the earth, and Xiao Linger was propelled forth. Ho Junyue's pupils dilated as he transformed into a fleeting shadow. Mouse! Xiao Linger spun in midair, evading Zhang Xuanzhai's punch while summoning the colossal fallen ruined sword. With a resounding crash, the sword carved a gash, sending Xiao Linger hurtling away. Li Jie, initially hoping to urge her to flee, watched in horror as a bloodied figure lunged toward the hovering spiritual essence. "How dare you!" Ho Junyue and Zhang Xuanzhai roared in unison, launching their attacks. Chen Zhongfeng, possessed by a fervor, recklessly reached for the spiritual essence. The sword energy and fist struck him simultaneously, colliding with the hovering spiritual essence. In that instant, a white crack appeared upon the milky essence, and the once complete entity shattered into fragments, with Ho Junyue, Zhang Xuanzhai, and Chen Zhongfeng all vying for dominance. Only Xiao Linger, following Li Jie's directive, surged towards the stone basin that birthed the spiritual essence. As her hand brushed against the stone basin, a wave of sword energy swept forth, revealing a considerably diminished earth god statue that stood firm against the onslaught. Embracing the stone basin, Xiao Linger was then struck by a powerful punch. The earth god statue crumbled, and she was sent flying. Just as she prepared to utilize her evasion technique, Ho Junyue descended from above, the azure and white sword light cascading down, unveiling the world. Ho Junyue bellowed, blood spilling from his mouth as he sought to execute the final strike. Xiao Linger sank into the earth, the surrounding soil transforming to white in an instant. The furious azure and white sword energy cleaved through the mountains, eye in a heartbeat. Half of the peak slid into the abyss with a thunderous roar. Ho Junue soared to the bloodied earth, his gaze seething with murderous intent as he peered into the abyss, ready to pursue. Suddenly, he coughed up blood and collapsed, barely maintaining his balance with the azure sword. I told you, he is not ordinary. Why did you not believe me? Zhang Xuanzhai approached, watching the fleeing figure in the distance, lamenting, now, that fellow has escaped, and I have lost a portion of the spiritual essence for nothing. After a moment's pause, Ho Junue gradually rose, inquiring, is the stone basin that birthed the spiritual essence a spiritual artifact? No. Zhang Xuanzhai shook his head. Moments later, both vanished from the mountaintop. I in the dark, Li Jie gazed up at the beam of light filtering through the crevice above. Then glanced at Xiao Linger, whose back was slashed open and body drenched in blood, as she sat in meditation to recover. Anxiously, he floated restlessly nearby. Before long, Xiao Linger opened her eyes. Though her complexion appeared weak, she seemed overall unscathed. She regarded Li Jie, who was anxiously hovering, and remarked lightly, Master, are you spinning around out of concern for me? Concern for you? Nonsense. I am worried about myself. Li Jie, not having noticed when Xiao Linger awoke, reacted only upon hearing her voice. Compared to an immediate demise, being sentenced to an indefinite imprisonment in this lightless chasm was far more terrifying. Xiao Linger softly murmured, a hint of disappointment surfacing in her heart. Li Jie floated in front of her, pointing towards a faintly illuminated narrow passage. I just checked. There should be a route here. Xiao Linger rose to her feet. What if there is no route? Then you can turn back. After walking for quite some time, the light before Xiao Linger brightened slightly. She cast a glance at the fragmented corpse sprawled on the ground, feeling no surprise along the way. She had encountered many others who had met similar fates. Let us pause. It seems there are people ahead, Lijs suddenly spoke, sensing several luminous spheres ahead. Compared to Xiao Linger's biological instincts, his spiritual perception extended far beyond, and after consuming the luminous sphere dropped by the white-robed elder, his passive skill had significantly amplified. He could see a radius of 20 miles unobstructed, disregarding obstacles and terrain. He was Xiao Linger's human radar, just a few cultivators at the Qi refinement levels 2 or 3. We can quietly follow behind them. Having clarified that they were merely a few cultivators of lower levels, Li Jie relaxed his vigilance. Xiao Linger nodded, concealing her aura as they swiftly advanced in pursuit. Amidst a group of bloodied individuals, the leader, a scarred man, glanced apprehensively at the fissure above and spoke with a quivering heart. Indeed, the prowess of a gold core cultivator is truly terrifying. As his words resonated, his companions fervently nodded in agreement. Fortunately, I possess great fortune and resilience, and I have managed to survive. Now, if I can just make my way out and sell the few spirit herbs I've obtained, my breaking heaven gang shall rise anew. The scarred man couldn't help but envision himself seated upon the throne of the leader, lost in contemplation. Truly, I, Lu Shilin, am destined for greatness. As his declaration lingered in the air, several compliments arose in unison. The vice leader is astute. The scarred man nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand, leading the way forward. The hidden Xiao Linger promptly followed suit. After traversing the narrow passage for half an hour, the air grew increasingly sweltering. The scarred man, wiping the sweat from his brow, was suddenly startled by a shadow darting from the darkness. Damn it! He was taken aback, instinctively swinging his blade, and the searing blood immediately splattered across his face, causing him to grimace in agony and roll on the ground. When he finally rose, his neck was already a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. What a potent corrosive! Li Jie, hovering above the crowd, murmured as he observed the chaos below. The creature, resembling a four-legged beast clad in molten rock armor, bore a striking resemblance to the pangolins of the old blue planet. Curse that foul creature! The scarred man furiously stomped on the corpse of the beast, gritting his teeth as he made his way to the back of the group, simultaneously ordering the shortest among them to lead the way. The procession continued, and the scarred man abruptly raised his blade, cleaving downwards. Blood sprayed forth once more, drenching his face in a rich, warm crimson. Ah! The scarred man shrieked, his entire head seeming to emit smoke. This time, It took him quite a while to recover, his hair resembling dried grass, with only a few strands clinging to his decaying scalp. His subordinates were left in shock by his pitiful appearance. "Leader, you done all right?" One stammered. "Dio, I look like I'm fine." The scarred man bellowed angrily, dragging 2 men with him into the heart of the group. "Humph! I refuse to believe this time you will ambush me." The scarred man seethed inwardly, urging his subordinates to move forward. Intimidated by his grievous state, the subordinates hesitated, their steps faltering as they warily scanned their surroundings. Just then, a familiar sound echoed from the front of the line. The 2 alert subordinates instinctively dove aside, while the scarred man, seeing a gaping maw aimed at him, swung his blade in reflex. "Ah!" The piercing cry of anguish reverberated through the fissure. Chapter 35. Power ha ha ha. From behind the stone fissure, Li Jie and Xiao Linger erupted in laughter. The scarred man, who had been cradling his head in pain, immediately roared at the disruptive sound. "Who is it? Who's laughing?" He pressed his blade against the neck of the shortest man. "Leader, it wasn't me. You know my loyalty to you." The short man protested, shaking his head vigorously. The scarred man swiftly redirected his attention, placing the blade against another robust man's forehead. "Second brother, you know I never smile." Fuming, the scarred man turned away and swung his blade. "Then it must be you, monkey." The lanky monkey of a man immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy. "Second brother, you know me. I never jest. During such a dire moment, how could I possibly laugh? You, with that bald head." The scarred man gritted his teeth. The balding cultivator at the back of the line pointed towards the rear. "Second brother." "I heard the laughter coming from over there." Instantly, all eyes turned toward the sheer cliff's stone crevice. "Friend, are you attempting to exploit our misfortune?" The scarred man inquired ominously, signaling to several subordinates to encircle the stone fissure. Clad in a dark robe, Xiao Linger leaped forth. The scarred man, already furious, bellowed, "Kill him!" The 5 men struck simultaneously, but Xiao Linger brandished her sword, the radiant blade of the fallen star materializing, aimed directly at the scarred man. Upon witnessing the enormous blade, larger than himself, the scarred man was inundated with memories. His first love, the initial collection of protection fees, and the loss of his great-grandmother decades ago. "Spare me, revered one," with a thud. The scarred man knelt, the massive sword hovering above his forehead, its spiritual energy and a hint of yellowish sword intent receding. The others, witnessing the scene, dropped their weapons in fear, their very souls shaken by the overwhelming power exuding from the colossal sword. "Master, why do you want me to spare them? I know these men are villains from Yushir City, oppressing the weak without remorse," Xiao Linger murmured softly. Before Li Jie could respond, the scarred man, keenly aware of his surroundings, cried out, "By the heavens, I, Lu Shilin, and my subordinates only target rival gangs. We have never harmed ordinary folk. The accusations of oppression are utterly unfounded. Please see the truth. Is that so?" Xiao Linger replied skeptically. As several voices chimed in to echo her doubt, Li Jie interjected, "Linger, grant them a reprieve." "Why, master? They are indeed villains," Xiao Linger protested. "Your perspective is too narrow. To survive in this world, one must possess their own power." Xiao Linger paused, contemplating Li Jie's words. "I possess a secret technique that, once implanted, will ensure they obey your every command." Xiao Linger's lips pouted in reluctance, but ultimately, she could not oppose Li Jie's authority. After articulating the method of the technique, Li Jie turned to the kneeling scarred man. "This technique is called blood spirit induction. You must refine a drop of your blood and implant it into their bodies. At any moment, should you wish for their demise, a mere thought will suffice to bring about their end. Is it true?" Xiao Linger exclaimed in delight, swiftly mastering the blood spirit induction and flicking a drop of refined blood into the scarred man's body. The scarred man trembled in fear as Xiao Linger repeated Li Jie's earlier words in a chilling tone. Attempting to extend the blood spirit induction to the others, Li Jie hastily intervened. "Wait! These weaklings with only 2 or 3 levels of chi refinement are not worth your effort." In Li Jie's eyes, among the 5 misfits, only the scarred man, at the 8th level of chi refinement, held any potential. "Have them line up neatly," he instructed softly, and Xiao Linger immediately commanded, "Stand in line, all of you." The 5 men quickly complied, standing in a row as she turned to the scarred man. Continuing to echo Li Jie's directives, State your names. I am Lu Shilin of the Breaking Heaven Gang. Very well, from now on, your Breaking Heaven Gang shall be under my command. 9527. Your first task is to unify the underworld of Yushur City. Lu Shilin. What? Is that too difficult? And no, it's just that, revered one, our Breaking Heaven Gang has only 5 members left, and this task is indeed challenging. Yushur City has numerous gangs. Lu Shilin lamented, realizing the absurdity of sending 5 men to confront dozens of gangs. A certain path to annihilation. He cast a glance at the dark-eyed figure beneath the hood, feeling as if his very thoughts were laid bare, suppressing any rebellious notion. He sensed that to voice his doubts would lead to swift retribution. Li Jie, stroking his chin, considered the situation, realizing his ignorance of local dynamics. Linger, bring forth some of the lesser items from your storage bag. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger raised her hand, and a plethora of sparkling pills and materials appeared before Lu Shilin and his companions, leaving them awestruck. Although most were of inferior quality, for the severely diminished Breaking Heaven Gang, they felt as if they were treasures from the heavens. Revered one, I, Lu Shilin, will forever be indebted to you. Lu Shilin fell to his knees, and the others followed suit, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Li Jie, pleased by their reaction, prompted Xiao Linger to retrieve a significant technique she had acquired. This technique, the Fury Technique, is of the upper tier of the yellow grade. Take it with you. As Xiao Linger finished speaking, Lu Shilin's head struck the ground heavily. The upper tier of the yellow grade? He could scarcely believe his ears, yet as he beheld the ancient tome before him, he knew he had not misheard. An unparalleled technique lay within his grasp. Revered one, if you would not reject me, I, Lu Shilin, wish to adopt you as my righteous father. His voice rang with sincerity, tears streaming down his face. The 4 odd fellows beside him echoed his sentiment, calling out for a righteous father. Stop, Xiao Linger interjected, unable to bear the thought of being someone's father. You shall address me as the leader. Yes, leader. With the sword sheathed, Xiao Linger prepared to move forward, but Lu Shilin jumped out, exclaiming, Revered one, there are lurking beasts within this passage. Though weak, they may tarnish your robes. Allow me, Lu Shilin, to pave the way for you. Xiao Linger nodded nonchalantly, and Lu Shilin, invigorated, brandished his blade and moved ahead. As the group advanced, the stone walls on either side turned to fiery. Li Jie gazed at the flowing magma beneath the deep crevice, murmuring to himself, could it be that we are nearing the exit? Chapter 36. The magma fire lotus. As the fissure brightened, it also widened, eventually resembling the subterranean cavern they had first encountered. Lu Shilin and his companions followed Xiao Linger cautiously, fearful of the molten lava that might splatter onto them. Li Jie floated above, his gaze fixed intently on the rolling magma below. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. A shadow within the lava caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a bear. The bear in the river of lava has been scorched. Its fur charred away, leaving behind only patches of blackened skin, yet its vitality remains unyielding as it swiftly navigates through the molten flow. It is none other than the second-tier demon beast. The Great Black Bear. Members of the Breaking Heaven Gang have also noticed the commotion in the lava river, unable to suppress their exclamations. Master, what is that bear doing? Xiao Linger gazes at the black bear with a look of confusion. Despite being on the verge of being turned to carbon, the bear seems to be fighting for its life to swim forward. Soon, Li Jie discovers a clue. In the middle of the river lies a plant resembling a lotus flower. He immediately returns to his ring space to consult the Chaos Book. The Lava Fire Lotus, a top-grade heavenly spiritual material, imbued with sentience, grows in the intensely hot depths of the Earth's core. Consuming it can refine the fire spirit body, rendering one impervious to ordinary flames. For those with fire attributes, it can aid in breaking through to the peak beyond the nascent soul stage, or significantly enhance their cultivation. Linger, there is treasure over there, Li Jie exclaims. Xiao Linger focuses her gaze, and amidst the surging lava, a blooming crimson lotus flower flickers into view. Instantly, her heart races with excitement, and she darts towards it, stepping on the rocks, but only halfway through. Her black robe ignites, forcing her to retreat in a flurry to extinguish the flames with her spiritual power. Master, it's too hot down there. I can't get through it all, Xiao Linger complains, her face scrunched in distress. Alas, it seems the fire lotus is beyond our reach. Li Jie sighs. Considering the extreme heat outside the lava river, one can only imagine the temperature within. Even if Ho Junyue and the others were to arrive, they could only gaze longingly at the flower. Only beasts with tough skin and strong flesh would dare to swim across. Wait, a demon beast? Li Jie's gaze returns to the black bear desperately swimming in the river, and his eyes gradually light up. Heh, let us not rush. We can wait up here for the great black bear to bring the fire lotus to us. Xiao Linger nods vigorously, but then a thought strikes her as odd. Master, what if the big bear ends up eating the fire lotus? Then we shall feast on bear meat in the lava river. The great black bear's swimming speed noticeably slows, its body beginning to show signs of burning. However, upon catching a glimpse of the spirit-filled fire lotus, it charges forward without hesitation. After swimming 2 miles, its body erupts in flames and it panics, retreating. Wow, bear brother, how can you run away now? You were so close. Li Jie laments, frustrated, and immediately commands, Linger, let us help it. Let us send down a couple of large stones. Xiao Linger understands and raises her hand to unleash a sword chi, striking the massive stalactite overhead, which then plummets heavily into the lava river. The fleeing black bear is startled by the sudden commotion, nearly sinking into the river, but once it steadies itself and sees the dissolving stone before it, a glimmer of understanding crosses its eyes, and it leaps onto it. Just as the stalactite is about to completely dissolve, Xiao Linger slices off another piece. The great black bear in the depths of the lava comprehends, leaps across, and the flames on its body are entirely extinguished, casting a grateful look towards Xiao Linger. Wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth, she responds with enthusiasm, raising her sword to strike the stone again, shouting, Go for it, big bear. In an instant, the black bear in the depths of the river seems to be invigorated by some unseen force. Leaping from stone to stone, gathering strength to pounce forward. Its large eyes reflect the image of the fire lotus, but just as it prepares to bite down, the lotus vanishes, leaving only a single petal behind. The great black bear swallows the petal and sinks into the lava, its body engulfed in flames. On the towering stone wall, Li Jie sighs. Indeed, heavenly-grade spiritual materials possess sentience. How could a mere bumbling bear obtain one? Then, Master, can we still eat bear meat? Although Xiao Linger feels a twinge of regret, it is not overwhelming. Her gaze is still fixed on the lava river. Li Jie pauses, looking down again. Surprisingly, the vanished black bear resurfaces and swiftly swims toward the shore. This fellow is quite special, he mutters, urging Xiao Linger to quickly descend and assist the black bear. Estimating where the black bear is about to climb up, Xiao Linger readies her enormous sword. Her mind racing with thoughts of roasted bear paws, stewed bear brains, and bear lung slices flashing through her mind. The black bear, climbing the cliff, sees the outstretched sword as if it were a lifeline. Scrambling over with great speed, at that moment, the black bear extends its charred hand, and Xiao Linger raises her giant sword to stab. Stop! Li Jie roars, his heart racing as he watches the bear beneath the sword. Had he shouted a moment slower, the bear would have been skewered. Master, didn't you say you wanted to eat bear meat? Xiao Linger gazes at the black bear trying to claw its way up the giant sword. Its nostrils flaring, the aroma of the black bear wafts enticingly below. Eat what? Can you stop thinking about food all day? But it really smells so good. Xiao Linger stares longingly at the black bear clambering up the giant sword. She isn't usually a glutton, but the aroma is too tempting to resist. Unbeknownst to the great black bear, it continues to struggle upwards, and when it finally reaches the cliff's edge, it collapses onto the ground, silent. Master, it's dead. Can I eat it now? Observing the significantly shrunken black bear, Xiao Linger thinks it doesn't even need to be roasted. She could simply dig in. As her words fall, the charred black bear suddenly springs back to life. Its eyes wide with fear as it stares at Xiao Linger. It attempts to resist, but its flailing paw bleeds, and ultimately, it can only let out a roar. Kneeling on the ground, bowing repeatedly to Xiao Linger as if in prayer. Who would have thought this bear possesses sentience? Li Jie muses, observing the unusual crimson glow flowing within the bear, and he suspects it has absorbed some of the fire lotus. Though he cannot be certain, seeing the black bear plead so pathetically, Xiao Linger's desire to consume it diminishes greatly. Linger, form a contract with it and take it as your pet beast. What contract? Xiao Linger is taken aback. Ligia transfers the beast-taming contract from the Chaos Book to Xiao Linger. Immediately, a red halo adorned with runes appears in her hand. Great Bear, open your mind. Otherwise, I will eat you. The great black bear trembles in fear and nods human-like, the red halo floating smoothly into its body. Xiao Linger's complexion visibly pales. The beast-taming contract requires a significant amount of her blood essence. Suddenly, a soft voice whispers in her ear, "Master, don't eat, don't eat." Following that gentle voice, Xiao Linger's excited voice rings out, "Master, it seems like I've succeeded." I can hear its voice. Li Jie is momentarily taken aback, then quickly reassured. After all, a mount's pet is still its own pet, so it's entirely normal to hear it speak. After soothing the great black bear for a moment, confirming it wouldn't be eaten, the bear collapses heavily onto the ground, appearing relieved. "Master, what happened to it?" Xiao Linger gasps, "Don't worry, it's likely just severely injured and fainted. Give it a couple of healing pills." Prizing open the bear's mouth, Xiao Linger pours 2 healing pills inside. Observing the immense size of the great black bear, she feels it isn't enough, hesitating for a moment before emptying the entire bottle into its mouth. After a short wait, Li Jie's voice sounds heavy. This big black bear seems to be dying. Eye in his eyes. The crimson glow within the bear is gradually dimming. The charred exterior of the bear shows no sign of flesh or blood. Its ears and claws have been burned away, making it appear like a large lump of charcoal. "Master, what should we do? Is there any way to save it?" Xiao Linger asks anxiously, feeling a unique bond with the great black bear due to the beast-taming contract. "Bring out the stone milk basin." Xiao Linger is taken aback for a moment, then quickly raises her hand. A flash of white light reveals a stone milk basin, covered in layers of grime. Appearing unremarkable, much like the stalactites below, Ligia floats to the stone milk basin, pointing to a spot. "Cut a corner off here and extract a small bottle of the spiritual source liquid inside." Xiao Linger takes out a small knife and carefully begins to see as the blade delves into the stone milk basin. A dazzling white light erupts, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, replaced by an intoxicating fragrance that makes Xiao Linger swallow involuntarily. "You cannot eat this yet. This spiritual source liquid is a holy healing item, capable of reviving the dead and healing grievous wounds. It can also be used by cultivators to break through to the nascent soul stage," Li Jie explains. Resisting the allure of the aroma, Xiao Linger's gaze is fixed on the jade bottle in her hand. As the emerald-like spiritual source liquid gradually fills it, causing the stone milk basin to appear aged as if it had passed through countless years, "Ice all gone," Li Jie reminds her. Xiao Linger then stands up, prying open the bear's mouth. "Master, how much should I give it?" "1 drop." A single drop of the azure liquid falls, glowing faintly as it rolls deep into the great black bear's body. Li Jie observes closely, seeing the drop of spiritual source liquid transform into wisps of energy flowing into the bear's limbs and bones. In mere moments, the bear's once dim life essence reignites with vitality. "All right, now we just need to wait." Li Jie breathes a sigh of relief, retreating into the ring space to search for information. Soon, he finds records about demon bears. There are 3 types of bears with powerful bloodlines, each mastering the forces of thunder, flame, and earth, with the fire mastery bear known as the Crimson Flame Bear. The Crimson Flame Bear has fire-red fur, reaches over 10 zhang in height when fully grown, and flames erupt with every breath. Once it reaches its peak, it can easily summon the molten lava from beneath the earth, incinerating vast stretches of land. Some may even break through the ranks of demon beasts, achieving the human realm of earth immortals, making it a formidable member of the demon beast aristocracy. Wow, is it really that impressive? Li Jie's mouth hangs open, astonished that a mere encounter with a large bear reveals it to be a member of the demon beast nobility. "The aura of my protagonist is indeed terrifying," Li Jie gasped in astonishment as he emerged from the spatial confines of his ring, his gaze fixated on the charred remains on the ground. At that moment, the faint red glow within the great black bear had surged to an extraordinary intensity, resonating like the thundering beat of a drum within the cavern. The charred body began to crack, with tendrils of red light escaping. Li Jie's pupils dilated, and he could not help but exclaim in excitement, "Awaken, O Crimson Flame Bear, bang, bang." As the rich red light enveloped the area, the sound of shattering echoed through the air, and the blackened carbon chunks splintered apart. Once the brilliance faded, Li Jie beheld a black bear, roughly the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child, its fur glossy and dark, with a tuft of reddish-brown fur adorning its chest. It stared at Xiao Linger with wide, watery eyes, letting out a dazed call. Master. The innocent, childlike voice melted Xiao Linger's heart, prompting her to affectionately stroke the bear's head. Both the girl and the bear radiated joy, while Li Jie stood frozen in disbelief. Wait a moment, where is the promised crimson flame bear? Its fur is entirely red, and this one still has brown patches. It's merely a bear. Li Jie hurried back to the ring's space, where he discovered a line of small print at the end of the crimson flame bear's description. 30,000 years ago, in a great battle, the crimson flame bear had perished. Li Jie hung his head in realization. This bear was still just a bear, possessing only a faint trace of the crimson flame bear's bloodline, perhaps a mere 1 in 1,000. Suddenly, he lifted his head. Chaos Book, present me with the methods of ancestral reversion for beast bloodlines. The Chaos Book shimmered with changing light, and in the blink of an eye, a plethora of characters appeared. Li Jie scrutinized them, and his heart sank in despair. The difficulty of reverting the bear to its ancestral form was nearly as challenging as reconstructing his own physical body. Disheartened, he drifted out of the ring's space, only to immediately hear Xiao Linger's cheerful voice. Master, little bear is so adorable. Let us give it a name. Bear Air. Perfect. From now on, little bear, you shall be called Bear Air. Xiao Linger gleefully lifted Bear Air, who let out a plaintive sound. After a moment of playful interaction, she set Bear Air back on the ground. Li Jie observed intently. The black bear had indeed undergone a degree of ancestral reversion, possessing the intelligence akin to that of a 2-year-old child, currently only capable of calling its master, with all other communication reliant on gestures. Master, what is Bear Air doing? Xiao Linger asked, perplexed, as she watched Bear Air darting back and forth in front of her. Initially, Li Jie was unclear, but after noticing Bear Air anxiously gesturing with its paws, he began to comprehend. It seemed to be urging them to follow. As Xiao Linger took a couple of steps, Bear Air immediately sprinted ahead, and she quickly understood, signaling the 5 members of the Broken Sky gang to hasten after Bear Air. The bear was well acquainted with the subterranean passages, leading them through a series of twists and turns until they emerged into a dry stone cavern. The natural cave was illuminated by red crystals, and in the center lay an enormous skeleton, measuring 5 zhang in length, its bones not white but a dark hue tinged with crimson. Could this be Bear Air's mother? Xiao Linger mused, watching as Bear Air approached and let out a few mournful sounds before digging beneath the massive skeleton. Li Jie immediately focused his gaze, peering through the soil to discover a peculiar glow beneath. Chapter 38. Return. The brown sandy soil was pushed aside by Bear Air's paw, revealing a fiery red soil fragment. It was no larger than half of Bear Air's paw, emanating a fervent aura. Li Jie floated closer, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. He swiftly darted into the ring's space for a quick inspection before returning in haste. Indeed, what lay before him was a type of soil with fiery attributes known as blood fire soil. Although not the fire stone he initially sought, its properties were equivalent, and in terms of rank, this blood fire soil surpassed the fire stone by a significant tier, having already reached the lower grade of the earth tier. Ha! Truly, one could traverse iron shoes in vain. Yet the treasure materializes effortlessly. Li Jie laughed heartily, urging Xiao Linger to swiftly retrieve the item from Bear Air's grasp, for they were merely one Qingmu spirit melon away from achieving the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Master, is this appropriate? It seems to be something left for Bear Air by its mother, Xiao Linger expressed, her face reflecting hesitation. You are its master now. What is rightfully its is yours, and what is yours remains yours. There is no need for uncertainty. Still observing Bear Air clutching the soil fragment, Li Jie decided to float before it and declared loudly, a proper beast companion should learn to be selfless. Relinquish the soil fragment in your possession. In the next moment, Bear Air hesitantly stepped forward, only to quickly retreat, its large eyes warily fixed on the air above. Li Jie shook his hand, feeling puzzled. It appeared that Bear Air could see him. He waved his hand again, and indeed, Bear Air's eyes moved in response. This made things more manageable. With a sly smile, Li Jie floated close to Bear Air's ear, gently coaxing, Bear Air, you are still young. It would be best to entrust any treasures to your little master and big master for safekeeping. Pointing to himself, he added, I am your big master. Listen to me. If you cannot handle this item, hand it over, and we shall safeguard it for you. Bear Air blinked its big, watery eyes, glancing from Li Jie to the blood-fire soil it held, its expression revealing reluctance to part with it. Be good, listen well. You are still a good bear. Otherwise, Li Jie leaned closer to Bear Air's ear, suddenly shifting his tone to one of menace. Otherwise, we shall feast on bear meat today, in an instant. Bear Air's eyes widened, and it scampered off in a panic, clutching the blood-fire soil, emitting tiny whimpers of, "Don't eat, don't eat." Xiao Linger attempted to approach the frightened Bear Air, which promptly dropped the blood-fire soil into her hands, leaving her bemused as she glanced at Li Jie. "Master, what did you say to Bear Air?" "Oh, nothing much, just a few encouraging words. See how it moved, almost brought it to tears," Li Jie yawned, floating ahead of the group, his hand gesturing for them to follow. "Let us hurry and find our way out. I can hardly wait to witness your foundation establishment. What about Bear Air? It knows to follow along in the verdant mountain range." A prominent fissure stood out as the group swiftly climbed the protruding rocks within it, with a half-grown bear sporting reddish-brown fur trailing behind. Finally, they emerged. Back on the fragrant earth, Xiao Linger exhaled a breath of relief, her gaze shifting to the 5 members of the Broken Sky Gang behind her and the distant, hesitant Bear Air. "Master, what shall we do about them?" "Let the members of the Broken Sky Gang disperse. Grant them a month's time, and I wish to see a formidable Broken Sky Gang," Li Jie proclaimed, after which Xiao Linger immediately relayed his words sternly to the 5. Lu Shilin responded with determination. "Rest assured, gang leader, with these spiritual materials and pills, I can swiftly reconstruct a powerful faction, perhaps even attempt to unify the 3 streets and 7 alleys. Well then, go forth and strive." Xiao Linger nodded in satisfaction. "I, Lu Shilin, shall not disappoint the gang leader's expectations." With a solemn bow, Lu Shilin departed with his remaining 4 subordinates. As Xiao Linger vanished from view, the timid dwarf cautiously approached Lu Shilin. "Deputy leader, with so many pills and treasures in our possession, shouldn't we find a safe place to cultivate? I doubt that enigmatic elder will come looking for us anytime soon." "Cultivation? Nonsense." Lu Shilin smacked the dwarf's head. "Continue, that elder is unfathomably profound. Do not harbor any petty thoughts. Encountering that elder is an immense opportunity. Did you not see how casually they tossed out a trove of spiritual materials and pills? Once we complete our task, who knows, the elder might be pleased and grant us another bounty of treasures. How can we not aspire for greatness?" Lu Shilin held his head high. "Most importantly, I, Lu Shilin, must reclaim my pride. I aim to achieve something grand and make a name for myself. I want everyone to remember my name. Lu Shilin. Meeting the elder is our chance." "Second brother, we understand." The stout man, the bald-headed fellow, the little dwarf, and the lanky yellow-skinned one chorused together. "It's he, the back mountain of the Xiao clan." Xiao Linger dashed into the dense forest with Bear Air in tow. "Bear Air, you shall cultivate here in peace. I will return to check on you shortly." Bear Air blinked its eyes in a daze. Subsequently, Xiao Linger extracted a portion of fire attribute spiritual materials suitable for Bear Air from her storage bag. Through her conversation with Li Jie, she had learned of Bear Air's attributes. Although it was merely a bear with a diluted bloodline of the Crimson Flame Bear, she felt a surge of joy. Emerging from the forest, Xiao Linger had changed into a white dress. She glanced back once. "Master, will Bear Air be safe alone inside?" "Safe? You underestimate it. If it truly comes to a fight, it might even surpass you." Li Jie scoffed, noting that the spiritual energy within Bear Air was nearing the completion of Foundation establishment. "Is that so? Then I shall rest easy." Xiao Linger smiled lightly, quickening her pace towards the Xiao residence. By the time she returned home, dusk had fallen, yet the Xiao residence was bustling with activity. Even those who usually secluded themselves in closed-door training were visible. What a pity, the clan leader and the Grand Elder are in seclusion within the Forbidden Grounds. Our Xiao clan has garnered the least from this secret realm's emergence. Yet, this could be a blessing in disguise. We have not lost many lives. I heard that on the final day in the hidden sacred mountain, the disciples from the other 3 clans suffered devastating losses, even to the point of, "Shh, do not speak of such things." I heard that Brother Xiao Qing has returned and is currently imparting martial teachings in the training ground. "Let us go take a look." "Xiao Qing." Xiao Linger was momentarily taken aback. her steps instinctively halting as she became engulfed in a reverie. Elijah observed her with curiosity, just as a tall, handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes approached, parting the crowd. "Cousin Linger, it's been a while," he said in a voice rich with magnetism. "I hear you've fought many within the clan. I remember you were not always like this, once wise and serene, treating others with kindness." Xiao Linger lifted her gaze to meet his. You are mistaken. That was merely a facade. What you see now is my true self." Xiao Qing chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "I once regarded you as a rival, but it seems you have disappointed me. You remain at the third level of qi refinement, which is to be expected. Given the burden of your past, that you haven't regressed further is already a commendable outcome." Xiao Linger clenched her fists but soon relaxed them, exhaling softly as she brushed past Xiao Qing. "Perhaps, in the near future, you will be astonished." Xiao Qing's gaze flickered, and he turned to watch the solitary figure of Xiao Linger retreat into the distance. Beside him, Xiao Yin spoke up in indignation. "Brother, are you just going to let her walk away like that?" She wished to chase after Xiao Linger but instinctively covered her face, halting her steps. The upcoming grand tournament will provide her with the lessons she needs. Xiao Qing murmured coldly, his eyes fixed on Xiao Yin. "Rather than seek revenge, you should focus on enhancing your own strength, brother." Xiao Yin reluctantly averted her gaze. Meanwhile, Li Jia observed the proud figure of Xiao Qing standing amidst the crowd. "Is that the foremost individual of your Xiao clan? He doesn't seem particularly impressive." "How old is he?" 25. Xiao Linger replied tersely, a hint of hostility seeping through her demeanor. Once, she and Xiao Qing were celebrated as the dragon and phoenix of the Xiao clan. But following the eruption of her past, the world only recognized the dragon, oblivious to the fledgling phoenix. The jibes she received most frequently involved comparisons to Xiao Qing, particularly since she had once defeated him publicly 5 years ago. Yet in the years that followed, she had been vanquished by him in a single move, one that required little of his energy. Thus, 5 years had passed, transforming her from a prodigy into the subject of ridicule. The magnitude of her decline was known only to her. Xiao Qing became a mirror of her shame and suffering, AT 25. Only at the second level of foundation building, and 10 years behind you. He seems to be quite the disappointment. Once you succeed in your foundation, you could easily dispatch 10 such talents with a single sword stroke, Li Jie proclaimed boldly, recognizing Xiao Linger's despondency. Xiao Linger raised her head, which had been bowed since the outset, tears glistening in her eyes as she managed a smile at Li Jie. "Master, are you deceiving me? Nevertheless, I will strive to surpass him. I believe in you, my disciple. You possess the grace of a celestial being." With a soft chuckle, Xiao Linger's heavy footsteps regained their former lightness. Yet, Li Jie discerned that the turmoil within her heart remained unresolved. In the past, he would dissuade her from practicing late into the night. But tonight, seeing the fierce determination in the young girl, he remained silent and returned to cultivating within his ring space. To be frank, the urgency he felt in the trial sword pavilion was palpable. The dangers of the cultivation realm were not mere fabrications, and he needed to adopt a more serious approach. Relying solely on his mount for combat was impractical. Unexpectedly, Li Jie successfully manifested a virtual white figure in his mental realm. Following the meditative method Xiao Linger had suggested, the figure, whose features were indistinct, sat cross-legged within his consciousness. Time passed without notice, and eventually, a weary Li Jie floated away, murmuring, as Linger said, "The incorporeal shadow of a divine being is the first stage of the separation of spirit technique." As he released his spiritual energy, he had long awaited this moment. Mastering the first stage of the separation of spirit technique meant he could wield a spiritual spell. Divine motion thunder sound? At dawn, the moment Xiao Linger opened her eyes, she spotted Li Jie, buoyantly floating above her head. "Linger, the sun is already high in the sky. You have been quite negligent today," he said, suppressing his voice. Xiao Linger's face flushed. She had only just fallen asleep after the moon set, having poured her frustrations into practicing the Qingguang Luiying sword for an extended period. She looked at Li Jie, her rosy lips parting to speak, but suddenly realizing something, she altered her words. "Master, can you speak now?" Xiao Linger heard clearly. This time, Li Jie's voice resonated from all around rather than just within her mind. "Ahem. I have regained 1/10,000th of my strength. Speaking is quite normal. If I continue to recover, I should regain even more and soon." Tearing apart golden elixirs and trampling Yuan infants will be a trivial feat. Li Jie boasted, maintaining the persona of an unparalleled master at all times. Really? Xiao Linger envisioned a majestic figure floating in the heavens, with numerous great cultivators prostrating at his feet. Li Jie, unaware of her thoughts, assumed she doubted him and quickly added, "Let us visit the market. I believe Xiao Ma should have news regarding the Qingmu spirit melon." Having overheard the conversations of the Xiao clan's disciples the previous night, Li Jie learned they had spent 3 days in the miner's secret realm. Indeed. Xiao Linger nodded earnestly, casting a cleansing spell upon herself, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Now, if she could find the Qingmu spirit melon, she could prepare for the extreme foundation building. The glory she once lost, she was determined to reclaim. After selling numerous spiritual materials obtained from the miner's secret realm at various markets, Li Jie gathered 800,000 spirit stones to purchase 7 types of materials for extreme foundation building, subsequently guiding Xiao Linger back to the 1,000 Medicine Pavilion. Senior. Upon seeing Xiao Linger in her black robe, Ma Kuei immediately approached and bowed, driven by genuine respect, not only for her seemingly unfathomable strength, but also for the value brought by her alchemical endeavors. The 1,000 Medicine Pavilion he managed was flourishing like never before. "Xiao Ma, have you located the Qingmu spirit melon?" Xiao Linger inquired, her voice hoarse. Ma Kuei's expression faltered. "Senior, to be honest, my people at the 1,000 Medicine Pavilion have indeed encountered the Qingmu spirit melon. However, during the transaction, an unexpected event occurred. Our trade was ambushed, and the Qingmu spirit melon vanished amidst the chaos." Xiao Linger's countenance shifted uncomfortably as Li Jie spoke in a calm manner. "Where was your trade location?" Ma Kuei hesitated, sensing a subtle change in the senior's tone, but did not dwell on it, promptly replying, 500 miles outside Yushur City, at Ma Ti Go. There, a band of rogue cultivators, formidable and elusive, has thwarted our numerous attempts to eradicate them, returning empty-handed each time. Li Jie recognized Ma Kuei's ulterior motives. However, given the significance of the Qingmu spirit melon, he refrained from engaging in lengthy discussions. Directing Xiao Linger to exit the city, "Do dare seize what belongs to Li Jie. You have chosen the path to your demise." In the next chapter, amidst the horseshoe-shaped valley, a figure clad in a black robe swiftly glided past, ultimately appearing atop a high peak on one side of the valley. Xiao Linger stood upon the reddish rocks, her brow slightly furrowed. "Master, this place is barren and desolate. It hardly seems indicative of a bandit hideout." Li Jie scanned the stark, red Rocky Mountains, sensing nothing amiss, and concluded in his heart that bandits likely did not conceal themselves within the valley. "Let us return," he stated, realizing that to locate this group of bandits would likely require the cooperation of the 1,000 Medicine Pavilion. Using the pretext of transporting treasures to draw them out, time was of the essence for the extreme foundation building. He felt a twinge of anxiety. The upcoming Xiao Clan Youth Tournament was approaching rapidly, and should they return empty-handed, he, as her master, would suffer great embarrassment. "Once I find you, I shall extract your very souls and transform you into my soul banners," he thought bitterly, following Xiao Linger as they soared over the cracked yellow earth plains. At that moment, a long line of merchant carriages was steadily making its way toward them. "Wait," Li Jie suddenly called out, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the merchant convoy, realizing that their intended direction was indeed the Ma Ti Valley. Although it was merely an ordinary caravan of mortals, led by a practitioner at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, Li Jie spotted an unusual aura emanating from one of the carriages. That unmistakably belonged to a foundation-building cultivator. Li Jie squinted, immediately urging Xiao Linger to approach stealthily. The black cloak shifted, allowing Xiao Linger to slip into the last cargo carriage of the caravan. Within the dark confines lay 2 large chests, and Xiao Linger crouched among them, whispering, "Master, this is just a mundane merchant convoy. Will those bandits really raid them? Among mortal treasures, there are still items that may attract lower-tier cultivators." Li Jie replied, uncertain. Had he not detected the presence of a foundation-building cultivator in the middle carriage, he would not have allowed Xiao Linger to infiltrate. Time was pressing, and for now, they would have to take risks. Instructing Xiao Linger to remain hidden, Li Jie projected his spirit and approached the front of the convoy. "Everyone, be cautious. The Ma Ti Valley has been unsettled lately," the leading practitioner, at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, shouted. "Yes," several mortal guards echoed in unison, their voices thunderous. As the caravan delved deeper into Mati Valley, a massive stone suddenly plummeted from the sky, causing chaos among the merchants. As the dust and debris settled, a figure emerged atop the stone. "Stop! This tree was planted by me, and this valley was created by me. If you wish to pass through, leave behind a toll." Li Jie was taken aback, realizing he had not sensed the man's presence until now, and he quickly turned to look. Standing atop the stone was a burly man with a full beard. Good heavens, just a common man. It startled me. In that fleeting moment, he had thought he was facing an unperceivable powerhouse. "Calm your mind," and Li Jie heard the voice of a practitioner at the second level of Qi refinement, whispering in his ear. "You dare to rob both officials and merchants? You are simply courting death." The Qi refinement practitioner leaped off his horse, and amidst the astonished gazes of those behind him, he stepped twice in midair before striking with a blade. The burly man with a beard faced the sudden intruder without a hint of fear, drawing his own weapon to engage in battle. At the same time, a cacophony of roars erupted from the valley as a group of bandits emerged without warning. Elijah scanned the newly appeared figures with his mind, realizing that they were all mere commoners. It seemed that the 1,000 Medicine Pavilion would need to intervene. The Foundation establishment practitioner in the carriage was likely just a passerby. With a slight sigh, Li Jie floated backward, intending to call Xiao Linger to leave. However, at that moment, a sudden, thunderous shout rang out. He turned to look, and to his astonishment, the bearded man who was supposed to be slain suddenly radiated a crimson glow. His physique swelling dramatically, muscles bulging. "A demon cultivator," the Qi refinement practitioner exclaimed, abandoning all restraint as his spiritual energy overflowed. Unleashing his techniques, Elijah halted, his brow furrowing. The situation appeared to be more complicated than he had anticipated. Despite exerting all his strength, the Qi refinement practitioner was still no match for the demonized bearded man, who brutally slashed him, causing blood to spurt forth. Desperately, he ran toward the carriage, shouting, "My lord, save me." The voice of the Qi refinement practitioner was abruptly silenced as his head flew off, his expression frozen in terror. The bearded man, eyes wide with fury, appeared behind him, drinking deeply from his lifeblood. At that moment, Li Jie sensed a fluctuation from the previously calm aura of the Foundation establishment practitioner. In the next instant, a man clad in white silk appeared before him. With a flash of sword light, the bearded man was cleaved in two. The silken-clad man turned and struck again, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that decimated the previously fearsome bandits, leaving the remaining few to flee in panic. "This fellow is rather formidable," Li Jie thought, astonished. He had witnessed many Foundation establishment practitioners in the minor secret realms, but none possessed the overwhelming presence of this silken-clad man. "It's Lord Xiang Tian," someone among the survivors exclaimed. The silken-clad man remained silent, his gaze fixated on a certain point. Elijah followed his gaze, and, within his mental perception, he detected a swelling mass of red light. Behind a massive crimson stone, a roar unlike that of any human echoed ominously. "Another demon cultivator?" Li Jie frowned, observing that the glowing mass behind the stone was rapidly expanding, now surpassing the silken-clad man. "What could that be?" The merchant caravan erupted in exclamations, all eyes drawn to the enormous red stone. A red figure flickered into view. Just then, the silken-clad man sprang into action. The astonished onlookers felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. The silken-clad man soared forward, almost instantaneously appearing before the crimson stone, bowing slightly as he withdrew his sword in one fluid motion. A terrifying aura of spiritual energy erupted from his blade, coalescing into a dazzling white sword light. "Lord Xiang Tian is taking action. How utterly terrifying." Many in the merchant caravan gasped, their eyes reflecting fervent reverence. The sword light passed through the stone, and a blood-red hand, thick as a pillar, emerged from within, the sword light leaving behind only a shallow mark. The silken-clad man's pupils dilated in alarm as he prepared to retreat, but the blood-red hand had already seized his head. The silken-clad man opened his mouth in terror, yet he had no chance to utter a sound before his entire head was crushed in one swift motion. Blood splattered like watermelon juice. Everyone stood frozen, astonished to the point of breathlessness. Lord Xiang Tian is dead. With a single step, the towering red figure of the demon cultivator emerged, its gaze piercing through the air, locking directly onto Li Jie. Li Jie's breathing quickened, his eyes meeting the two blood-red bull-like eyes just inches away. Moments later, the demonized cultivator averted its gaze, carelessly discarding the blood-drained body of the silken-clad man onto the ground. Bellowing, "Capture all the living ones." Chapter 41. The Demon Lair Master. What has happened outside? The moment Li Jie's spiritual form returned, Xiao Linger immediately inquired. Due to the view from the carriage, she had only witnessed the killing of ordinary bandits. Completely unaware of the events that had transpired ahead, it's a demon cultivator. They are likely the ones robbing the 1,000 Medicine Pavilion's transaction, Li Jie explained. Then, Master, I will go out and slay them at once. Reclaiming the Qingmu spirit melon, Xiao Linger's eyes flared with killing intent as she prepared to act. The Qingmu spirit melon was far too important to her. Anyone who dared to seize it was her mortal enemy. Wait, Li Jie quickly called out, restraining the eager Xiao Linger. This matter is fraught with complexity. We cannot act hastily. You must hide for now. The demon cultivators are capturing people. Later, we will mingle among the crowd and locate their stronghold. Xiao Linger rolled her eyes and immediately understood. Master, are you worried that the Qingmu spirit melon is not in their possession? Your foresight is commendable. Commendable, my foot, Li Jie muttered. He was simply concerned that Xiao Linger might be no match for the large demon cultivator outside. Otherwise, it would have been more efficient to eliminate them all and leave one alive for interrogation. The bandits were conducting their search swiftly, having already overturned half the carriage. Damn it, just a bunch of gold. Utterly useless. A burly man cursed as he kicked over a box, causing gold coins to scatter across the ground. Yet, no one paid them any heed. Suddenly, they discovered a figure that sent them into a frenzy. There's a woman here. Quickly, capture her. My lord, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Bind her hands and tie her to the others in front. The searching bandits approached, their coarse shouts and overlapping footsteps echoing in Xiao Linger's ears, causing her heartbeat to quicken as her small hands instinctively balled into fists. More gold? A bunch of paupers, not even a single herb of age. The burly man ignored the glittering treasures in the carriage, turning away without a second thought. Boss, aren't we searching this last carriage? No need to search. It's obviously filled with gold. Hearing the retreating footsteps outside, Xiao Linger was left stunned. Why are they not searching here? Li Jie floated outside for a glance, quickly urging, Linger, create some noise. Bang. Xiao Linger kicked a box. Instantly, all the bandits in front halted, looking back in unison. The leader exchanged glances with several subordinates, drawing their blades and slowly advancing. Just as he was about to lift the black cloth covering the carriage, a sharp voice rang out from the front. What are you fools dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. The bandits immediately resumed their march. Watching their departing figures, Li Jie was left bewildered. Is my protagonist aura truly that terrifying? Meanwhile, Xiao Linger in the carriage was equally dumbfounded. She called out Li Jie twice without receiving a response, gritted her teeth, and jumped out of the carriage, stumbling forward a few steps amidst several bewildered gazes before falling to the ground. I've been discovered. After several moments of stunned silence, the leader finally snapped back to reality. Bellowing, grab her. Soon, with her hands bound, Xiao Linger was thrust into the midst of a frightened and restless crowd, following the bandits deeper into the valley. The valley was riddled with narrow paths, some so constricted that only a single rat could squeeze through. Winding aimlessly into the unknown, Li Jie soon understood why the 1,000 Medicine Pavilion had never managed to eradicate these bandits. These passages would likely disorient even a mouse. Before long, Xiao Linger was driven into a cave, where the bandits secured the wooden door with iron chains. Alongside her were several weeping women. Li Jie instructed Xiao Linger to retreat to a corner before employing the golden escape technique to vanish into thin air. Completely unnoticed by the sorrowful women, Master, what should we do now? Xiao Linger inquired from within the stone, as the golden escape technique had a limited duration, necessitating swift action. First, investigate the surroundings, Li Jie suggested. The two moved rapidly through the stone, but after a considerable time, they only discovered more cells, housing a multitude of captives, in the depths of the underground. Li Jie even spotted a cultivator whose shoulder blades were pierced by chains. What are the bandits doing with so many prisoners? Xiao Linger asked, her eyes filled with suspicion. In a brief span, she estimated that the number of captives had already exceeded 500 and continued to grow. With stone cages stretching endlessly ahead, Elijah furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the whispers of strangers at the auction. There are demon cultivators active outside Yushur City. Let us keep looking. Initially, he planned to find the Qingmu spirit melon and leave. But it seemed that the situation here was far more complicated, and the Qingmu spirit melon might not be so easy to locate. After traversing several miles within the stone walls, Li Jie suddenly spoke. Alerting Xiao Linger to conceal her presence in the scorching corridor, two practitioners were approaching, clad in matching black attire, with a blood dragon embroidered on their chests, both at the 5th level of qi refinement. They are from the Blood Dragon sect, Xiao Linger whispered. Blood Dragon sect? Li Jie murmured in mild disbelief. As the only demon sect in Sangzhou, he was aware of its existence. It was more a group of wicked cultivators banding together to resist the 10 major sects attempting to eradicate them. Lacking a proper mountain stronghold, with disciples scattered across various regions, their recruitment motto was simple: be bad. Moreover, they had a notorious recruitment slogan: the Blood Dragon Grand Stage, come if you're wicked enough. This phrase had drawn countless nefarious individuals to the Blood Dragon sect, allowing the sect to thrive like a resilient weed. Of course, there was an even more critical aspect. Unlike regular cultivators, disciples of the Blood Dragon sect could absorb human blood to enhance their cultivation, with no qualifications required for entry, leading to rapid expansion. Such audacity could only be the work of the Blood Dragon sect. Li Jie whispered, as two cultivators from the Blood Dragon sect approached. Brother Zhao, how many have you feasted upon today? Both Li Jie and Xiao Linger felt a jolt of surprise. The people from the Blood Dragon sect were indeed as terrifying as rumored. Speaking so casually about consuming humans. 3.3, replied a young demon cultivator, his voice lacking confidence, his features somewhat delicate. What? Brother Zhao has devoured 3? I, having only reached the 2nd level of blood absorption technique, can manage but 1. Truly, Brother Zhao is a genius of the demon sect, personally favored by Elder Ma. Ha, Brother Zhang. You flatter me. I merely had a stroke of luck and would never dare to compare myself to you. Oh, Brother Zhao, such modesty. Elder Ma holds you in high regard. I will require your guidance in the future. Modesty indeed. The two demon cultivators gradually drifted away. Elijah raised an eyebrow, feeling that the young demon cultivator with his wandering gaze was no ordinary individual. Moreover, the aura emanating from him was markedly different from that of the other demon cultivators, almost akin to that of normal cultivators, pure and untainted, unlike the others who exuded a thick, bloody light. This suggested that there was either a hidden agenda or something extraordinary about him. Linger, follow that pretty boy, Li Jie commanded. Chapter 42. Undercover. After bidding farewell to the demon cultivators, Zhao Ju scanned his surroundings. Ensuring no one was tailing him, he swiftly maneuvered through the passage, ultimately entering a brightly lit stone chamber. Closing the stone door behind him, Zhao Ju let out a sigh of relief. After confirming that the restrictions he had set were intact, he produced a jade talisman and cast a spell, causing the image of a square-faced middle-aged man to appear. Mountain Master, I have successfully infiltrated the Blood Dragon sect and am currently at one of their key strongholds. When will you send someone? Is it merely a key stronghold? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed. Indeed, I have confirmed it multiple times. It is a key stronghold, and they are holding over 1,000 mortals here. It seems they are preparing for some sort of cruel ritual. I implore the sect master to dispatch someone urgently. What is their strength like? There is a golden core elder, 5 foundation establishment demon cultivators, and over 100 disciples. Only 1 golden core at the key stronghold? The middle-aged figure questioned, puzzled. Yes, Zhao Ju nodded emphatically. Do not act hastily. Continue to observe. I will relay the information you gather to the sect. As the middle-aged man's image began to fade, Zhao Ju called out urgently, Mountain Master, when can I return? Do not worry, it will be soon. The day the Blood Dragon sect falls is the day you. Zhao Ju, return in glory. Zhao Ju gritted his teeth. Understood, Mountain Master. Just as the middle-aged figure was about to vanish, Zhao Ju hastily inquired, Mountain Master, how is my junior sister faring? Do not fret. Your senior brother is taking good care of her. With that, the middle-aged figure disappeared, and Zhao Ju stowed the jade talisman away, stepping outside as if nothing had occurred. At that moment, Xiao Linger appeared in the stone chamber, the duration of her gold escape technique having expired. That was close. I almost got exposed, Master. Why didn't you let me go? She exclaimed. placing a hand on her slightly heaving chest and exhaling deeply. The content of that boy's conversation is of great significance. Hence, I could not allow you to leave, Li Jie replied, though internally he thought, if I had let you go, would I have ever heard such explosive news? Linger, we must keep a close eye on that lad. Li Jie intended to understand the future developments regarding his junior sister and senior brother, as well as Zhao Ju's role in it. Why? He has no connection to the Qingmu spirit melon. Xiao Linger queried, puzzled. You do not understand. This is my innate divine intuition. Just follow my lead. I would never harm you, Li Jie stated earnestly. Yes, master, I understand. Xiao Linger nodded obediently, her previous doubts dissipated. Now, you stay here to recover and wait for the cooldown of the gold escape technique. I will go out alone to gather information. Master, please be careful, Xiao Linger expressed concern. Do not worry. Once Li Jie confirmed Zhao Ju's direction of departure, he glided forward, passing through one stone chamber after another. He had previously tested that he and Xiao Linger could maintain their limit at a distance of 10 miles. With the addition of his mental perception, he could sense a radius of about 30 miles. Unlike Zhao Ju's stone chamber, the new chamber exuded a sinister aura, tainted with filth, and he even discovered a long-haired skeleton on the stone bed. Truly, demon cultivators were terrifying. Li Jie felt a chill and quickly moved to the next stone chamber, which was even worse. Human skulls lay scattered on the ground, resembling a urinal. Hiss, he inhaled sharply, continuing to pass through the stone wall. Soon, a cacophony of anguished cries reached his ears. Our demon cultivator was bound to a wooden frame, mercilessly whipped by another, bloodied and battered. Resisting the impulse to conjure a soul arrow and eliminate both on the spot, Li Jie floated out of the stone chamber, realizing he should not have been curious about the chambers of these demon cultivators. They were indeed not good people. One could hardly be a demon cultivator without some peculiar predilection. It was impressive that someone like Zhao Ju could navigate such a perverse crowd, Li Jie sighed, pausing his ethereal form as he reached the limit distance from Xiao Linger. Extending his mental perception, Li Jie consciously shielded all the demon cultivator chambers and moved toward the passage. Before long, he sensed a vast open space, with numerous figures moving about. As he attempted to probe further, a sudden wave of energy resonated deep within his soul. It was Xiao Linger calling for him. Quickly retreating, Li Jie found himself back in the bright, clean stone chamber, where Xiao Linger was seated on a stone bench. Unharmed, he scolded her. You better have been all right. Xiao Linger blinked twice and replied, Master, you were gone for quite some time, and I was worried something had happened to you. Li Jie pondered for a moment. Had he truly been gone long? Surely, it was those twisted chambers that had delayed him. Shaking off his thoughts, he intended to discuss the expansive space he had sensed with Xiao Linger, but suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed outside. In an instant, Xiao Linger's figure vanished from the stone chamber. Intruders from the righteous path have infiltrated. All disciples, swiftly return to your chambers for inspection. Those who disobey shall be executed without mercy. Following the stern command, the hurried demon cultivators quickly retreated to their respective chambers. Before long, a gaunt Foundation establishment demon cultivator appeared in the passage. Inside, Li Jie observed Zhao Ju's complexion had changed. He was breathing erratically, trembling increasingly as the gaunt cultivator drew nearer. The righteous cultivators in the prison would not vanish without reason. There must be an undercover among you. If I find out who it is, I will flay your skin, pull out your bones, and refine your soul. The withered Foundation establishment cultivator was merely 2 stone chambers away from Zhao Ju. A cold sweat dripped from Zhao Ju's forehead as the aura of spiritual energy emanated from his hand, his entire being tense like a drawn bowstring. However, upon seeing the Foundation establishment cultivator approach, he felt an odd sense of relief. If I can kill a Foundation establishment cultivator before I die, I, Zhao Ju, will not have lived in vain. Farewell, junior sister. Wait. Just as Zhao Ju was about to strike, a divine voice suddenly resonated in his ear, causing him to hesitate. The gaunt Foundation establishment cultivator stepped right before him. Zhao Ju, why do you not open the stone door? Zhao Ju stammered, still dazed from the divine voice. The Foundation establishment cultivator, noticing Zhao Ju's evasive gaze, took a step back and coldly remarked, Are you an undercover agent from the righteous path? No. Zhao Ju hurriedly replied, feeling a lump in his throat. His voice becoming unnatural, he realized he had lost the opportunity to act, and it was too late to retaliate. At that moment, Li Jie's voice echoed once again in his ear. "Do not be afraid. Just open the door." Chapter 43. Exposure. Then why have you not opened the stone door yet? The gaunt elder shouted angrily, the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator radiating from him, accompanied by a subtle surge of blood energy, a precursor to the use of demonic techniques. Zhao Ju understood that if he did not open the door soon, he would surely perish on the spot. The demon sect cared not whether one was a disciple or not. Although he was uncertain where the voice was coming from, he had no choice but to take the gamble. Zhao Ju pushed open the stone door, revealing a dim light. The gaunt elder snorted coldly, stepping forward, but as soon as one foot crossed the threshold of Zhao Ju's chamber, he retreated, quickly instructing the others behind him, "No need to search. Elder Ma's favored talents are indeed exceptional. Let us proceed to the next chamber." Zhao Ju was taken aback and hurried back into his chamber, where he beheld a comatose demon cultivator hanging from the wall, his body marred with lash marks, and beneath the bed lay a urinal made from a human skull. Most absurdly, beneath the covers, there was also a female skeleton. "No need to thank me. It was all my doing," Li Jie stated, allowing Xiao Linger to emerge from the stone wall, though he was now taking the lead in the conversation. "Who are you?" Zhao Ju gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of the figure in black robes behind him. "The sect," Li Jie replied, knowing that the more he spoke, the more he risked revealing himself. It was best to keep his responses brief. As expected, after his succinct statement, Zhao Ju's eyes lit up, and he eagerly examined the restrictions in the stone chamber, exclaiming, "Could it be that you are also from the Xintian Orthodox sect?" Xintian Orthodox sect? Li Jie retracted into his ring space and opened the Chaos Book, where a term promptly appeared. Xuantiang Zhengzong, the second sect of Cangzhou, subordinate only to the Wanjin sect, is nestled within the Yunyang mountain range. Divided into 12 peaks, each presided over by a mountain lord. The sect primarily cultivates divine powers, spells, and talismans, placing greater emphasis on the law than on tools, with the foremost duty being to eradicate the demonic sects and restore the righteous path. After swiftly perusing the entry, Li Jie gestured for Xiao Linger to nod, and then spoke slowly. "Indeed, I am a member of Xuantiang Zhengzong, having infiltrated the Shuilong sect 2 decades ago. 2 decades? Zhao Ju paused. Perplexed. It seems that the Shuilong sect did not even exist at that time, did it? Ah? Is that so? You are indeed rather uninformed. By then, the Shuilong sect had already shown signs of emerging. The Mountain Lord, possessing keen insight, arranged for me, who had just joined the sect, to infiltrate the Shuilong sect." Zhao Ju pondered for a moment, believing Li Jie's words to be about 70 to 80% credible, and immediately bowed deeply. "Senior, to endure humiliation and bear burdens for 20 years is truly admirable." Li Jie instructed Xiao Linger to step forward a few paces, tilting his head slightly with his hands clasped behind his back, and proclaimed loudly, "Merely 20 years, in the grand scheme of Xuantiang Zhengzong's righteousness, what does that signify? If it means a world free of demons, with all malevolent spirits eradicated, I would willingly endure 50 years. 100 years. I vow not to return to the sect until the Shuilong sect is vanquished. If I do not enter hell, who will?" Upon hearing Li Jie's fervent declaration, a proud and transcendent figure appeared in Xiao Linger's mind, prompting her to involuntarily slap her hand. Though she was uncertain why she felt compelled to do so, it seemed appropriate at that moment. "Senior." Zhao Ju's eyes welled with tears as he knelt on one knee, recalling his own eagerness to leave after merely 3 months, overwhelmed with shame. "Get up. A man of Xuantiang Zhengzong does not shed tears. Yes, now, let us discuss the matter at hand. What brings you here?" "Recently, it appears that the Shuilong sect has been plotting something significant. The Mountain Lord has tasked me with uncovering the truth. Do you know who was responsible for the robbery at Qinyao Tower a few days ago?" "I am uncertain, but Chu Nan should know." "Where is he?" "In the 10th stone chamber on my right." With that, Li Jie and Xiao Linger vanished. As expected, the senior is formidable. He arrives and departs without a trace, able to move unseen even within this demonic stronghold. But why did he inquire about the Qinyao Tower incident? Zhao Ju gradually regained his composure, his expression turning peculiar. As he entered the 10th stone chamber, a burly man, returning from an outing, collapsed to the ground. When he awoke, he found himself facing a figure clad in black robes. "Where is the Qingmu spirit melon?" Xiao Linger landed a punch on the burly man's face. The burly man was momentarily stunned. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, another punch landed, knocking out his teeth. "Speak," dazed. The burly man was about to respond when a merciless fist struck again. "If you refuse to speak, I will continue until you do." Xiao Linger seethed with rage. The Qingmu spirit melon was her lifeblood, and taking it from her was akin to taking her life. After enduring a brutal beating, the burly man's face was disfigured, his breath faint. "Master, this fellow seems quite resilient," Xiao Linger remarked, frowning. "Fear not, I have a method. First, we shall beat him to death, then I will invoke the soul-binding technique, and I shall interrogate his spirit." Li Jie's voice echoed mysteriously. The burly man, initially dazed from the beating, immediately forced himself to regain consciousness upon hearing that voice, crying out in despair, "Senior, please stop. I will tell you everything." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Linger muttered. Internally, the burly man lamented. "You never gave me a chance, did you?" Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, forcing a smile as he faced the black-robed figure. "Senior, what do you wish to know? Where is the Qingmu spirit melon?" "I do not." The burly man hesitated as he saw Xiao Linger's fist raised, swallowing the last two words. "Perhaps you could describe it more clearly? For instance, what does this spirit melon look like? Does it have any distinctive features?" "It is a type of spiritual material," the burly man. "That you do not know?" Xiao Linger's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The aura of her fist intensifying, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the burly man's cheek, and in the next moment, he calmly spoke. "If I am not mistaken, the Qingmu spirit melon is green. And typically, melons are either oval or round. The term spirit signifies a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Just a few days ago, during an outing, I glimpsed a hint of oval green, accompanied by a subtle wave of spiritual energy. Thus, the truth becomes evident. The Qingmu spirit melon was in the hands of the steward who accompanied me that day." Finally, the burly man added hastily, "The steward stands 7 feet tall, with a pallid complexion. Emaciated, usually clad in blood-red robes, residing in the third cave dwelling ahead." Clap, clap, in midair, Li Jie applauded, utterly astonished to hear such a brilliant deduction in the realm of cultivation. He immediately signaled for Xiao Linger to deliver a swift end to the burly man, concluding his nefarious existence. The description matched that of the withered old man they had just searched. The two swiftly made their way to the designated cave dwelling, only to find it empty, save for a stone bed and several large jars. Curiosity piqued, Li Jie floated closer for a better look, only to discover the jars contained human corpses, the sight horrifyingly grotesque. Chapter 44. The Great Demon Ascension Ceremony. Within 10 jars lay 5 men and 5 women. Their eyes gouged out, tongues severed, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Xiao Linger drew near, and Li Jie attempted to intervene, but it was too late. "Master, the individuals inside." Just a glance sent Xiao Linger into a state of shock, causing her to avert her gaze instantly. "After we eliminate that Foundation Establishment demon cultivator, let us grant them a swift end," Li Jie sighed, instructing Xiao Linger to conceal herself. Their exchange was silent, while the jars still contained the dazed human forms, swaying their heads vacantly. After a long wait, the stone door opened slightly, yet just as Xiao Linger prepared to strike, the gap closed once more. Li Jie, puzzled, dispersed the gathered spiritual energy of his soul arrow and sent forth his ethereal form toward the entrance. The withered old man was halted by a disciple of the Shuilong sect. "Steward Yin, Elder Ma has summoned everyone to the main hall for the early commencement of the Great Demon Ascension Ceremony. What has transpired?" A disciple was found dead in his stone chamber. Elder Ma suspects this stronghold has been compromised, and righteous cultivators may be on their way. "I knew it. There is a traitor among us. I must find him," the withered old man seethed, sweeping his sleeves as he strode purposefully to one side. "This situation is amiss," Li Jie whispered as he floated back to Xiao Linger. "Master, what should we do now?" Xiao Linger inquired, having overheard the conversation at the entrance. "Follow me, Li Jie," and Xiao Linger vanished from the cave, while a solitary demon cultivator passing through the corridor inexplicably disappeared, in the blink of an eye. Xiao Linger emerged, her expression darkened, now clad in the black garb of the Shuilong sect. The main hall mentioned by the demon cultivator turned out to be a vast, cavernous space, branching in multiple directions, where numerous disciples gathered from various paths. Upon entering with the throng, Li Jie immediately spotted a large pool bubbling with blood in the center, where 5 demon cultivators exuding the aura of Foundation establishment stood atop. As the cavern filled with a sea of bodies, a skeletal figure with white hair glided forth, draped in a long red robe, hovering above the blood pool. When that sinister gaze fell upon Xiaolinger, her body involuntarily trembled, but fortunately, the white-haired demon cultivator soon shifted his attention, not lingering on her. In recent years, the situation at our Shuilong sect has grown increasingly dire. However, under the wise leadership of our sect master, all remains stable and on the rise. Although we have suffered significant casualties, our numbers have also increased, maintaining a reasonable level. As the white-haired demon cultivator spoke from atop the blood pool, Li Jie fell into deep contemplation. Has the cultivation world developed this rapidly? Even demon cultivators have begun to speak with such eloquence. We have established preliminary connections with other demon sects outside of Zhangzhou, and we will enhance our collaboration and deepen our communication. The grand vision of creating a prosperous era for the great demon sect has officially been put on the agenda. I believe that soon, we will no longer need to cower underground, nor will we be hunted down. Once the white-haired demon cultivator concluded, a Foundation establishment demon cultivator stepped forward and shouted, "What is our motto?" All the demon cultivators echoed in unison. Kill those we wish to kill, refine those we wish to refine, walk in the sunlight, and be a righteous demon cultivator. Li Jie was taken aback, mulling over his feelings, and could only think of 2 words to encapsulate his current sentiment: impressive. Indeed, the Shuilong sect's rise as the sole demon sect in Zhangzhou is no mere coincidence. Now, we shall commence the great demon ascension ceremony. The white-haired demon cultivator nodded with satisfaction, descending to the edge of the blood pool. With a wave of his hand, several mortals were summoned forth, soon filling the area. I now offer you a chance at life. Are there any volunteers wishing to join my Shuilong sect? The white-haired demon cultivator's chilling voice resonated in every mortal's ear, and none dared to respond amidst their terror. After a moment of silence, seeing no one answer, he waved his hand lightly. A sanguine streak shot forth, and those struck by it were instantly decapitated. The gushing hot blood had yet to dissipate when it was swiftly drawn into the blood pool. In an instant, a peculiar radiance emerged from the once dull blood pool. A few terrified mortals, having lost their resolve, stammered their willingness to join the demon sect, only to be swiftly obliterated by the bloodlight. The white-haired demon cultivator sighed, shaking his head. You do not genuinely wish to join. The remaining mortals, desperate to plead for their lives, found themselves in utter despair. Among the demon cultivators, Zhao Ju clenched his fists, yearning to intervene but feeling utterly powerless. Xiaolinger wore a face full of indignation when Li Jie's voice resonated at the right moment, urging her to remain calm. As his consciousness swept across the multitude of demonic cultivators, he unexpectedly detected an unusual cluster of light, its intensity and brilliance rivaling that of the white-haired demon cultivator above the blood pool. Yet it was distinctly white. Moreover, several individuals among the demon cultivators and those standing at the cavern's edge also bore similar pure white light within them. Initially perplexed, Li Jie soon comprehended the situation as he observed the surge of spiritual energy from those enveloped in the rich light. They were all undercover agents. At that instant, the ground trembled as a massive hole was torn open above the cavern, unleashing a torrent of sword qi. In the next moment, a golden core cultivator, having amassed the energy for a formidable spiritual technique, soared into the air, bellowing fiercely, "Demon, prepare to pay with your life." As the golden core cultivator unleashed his technique, a violent beam of sword light descended upon the white-haired demon cultivator. The latter merely lifted his eyelids, and with a cold smirk, he countered by sending forth a surge of blood light. "Wanjian sect, I knew it was you." The blood light transformed into a terrifying blood skeleton the moment it left the grasp of the white-haired demon cultivator, swiftly annihilating all the sword light. Disciples of Wanjian sect, kill all demon cultivators without mercy. Following this impassioned command, a multitude of Wanjian sect disciples surged forth from the cavern and its surroundings, engaging in ferocious combat with the demon sect practitioners. The disciples of Wanjian sect clearly held the upper hand, driving their demon adversaries into retreat. who were forced to hastily resort to their demonic transformations for defense. Amidst the tumult, the white-haired demon cultivator, locked in battle with the golden core cultivator in mid-air, suddenly burst into a triumphant laugh. Jiang Xingzhou, do you truly believe I am unaware of your plans? To be frank, I intentionally allowed you to enter. As he spoke, 3 formidable auras manifested within the cavern. Ha! I must admit, you are cunning, but what does that matter? In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. A tremendous pressure erupted from Jiang Xingzhou, startling the 4 golden core demon cultivators. You have actually stepped into the realm of false infant. Quickly, use the blood demon great formation to eliminate him. The fierce battle in the cavern raged on, while Xiao Linger approached a fleeing, emaciated old man. The old man had not participated in the fight. The moment Wanjian's sect appeared, he had fled into a tunnel. He tore off his blood-stained robe, donning the attire of an ordinary person, his demonic aura dimming, rendering him unremarkable. I never expected the infiltration of Blood Dragon's sect to be so severe. Fortunately, I foresaw this and had already discovered a technique to conceal my demonic aura. The old man thought smugly, quickening his pace, yet he headed not towards the surface but downward. Elijah, observing with a sense of confusion, momentarily restrained the restless Xiao Linger. Chapter 45. The trump card now that this location has been exposed. The old demon above is embroiled in battle and certainly wouldn't suspect that I would come here to steal his treasures. With this artifact, my cultivation will undoubtedly soar, and in the future, I shall roam freely across Zhangzhou. Elijah listened to the old man's muttering from behind. His curiosity piqued, prompting him to glide closer. Xiao Linger, equally intrigued, felt as if her mind were being gnawed by 1,000 insects, desperately yearning to uncover the nature of the treasure mentioned by the old man. Thus, she activated her concealment technique to its utmost limit, stealthily maneuvering through the stone wall to approach. Just as she drew within 2 meters of the old man, a ghostly hand struck out without warning, instantly propelling her from the stone wall. Sneaky little thing. Do you think I wouldn't notice you hiding so tightly? The old man scoffed, simultaneously shifting his position, revealing a curved blade wreathed in black mist. Surprise flashed across Xiao Linger's face as she swiftly retreated. The curved blade aimed for her. The massive sword, Desolate Fall, appeared in her grasp, blocking the descending edge. Seeing the gigantic sword in Xiao Linger's hands, the old man was momentarily taken aback but continued to swing his weapon. Flamboyant. A colossal black hand struck out, slamming Xiao Linger against the stone wall, disrupting her concealment. The old man looked up, sneering, "So you're merely a chi refinement cultivator. No wonder you are so sneaky." As his curved blade descended, he proclaimed with arrogance, "I have no fear in telling you that your concealment technique is indeed flawless. But my blood absorption technique can sense the fluctuations of human lifeblood." Xiao Linger was sent flying, but this time, she landed steadily on her feet. Gazing at the old man who pursued her relentlessly, she calmly whispered, "I see I in midair." Li Jia also experienced a moment of clarity. He had been puzzled over how a foundational cultivator could detect a heavenly grade spell. The blade swung toward her. Xiao Linger tilted her head back, her other hand gripping the sword hilt. The blade's light swept past. She pushed off the ground, channeling her spiritual energy into her hands, a faint golden sword intent manifesting along the blade. Great might heavenly dragon. With a melodic cry, a 3-meter golden dragon silhouette burst forth, illuminating the old man's darkened face, filling his eyes with sheer terror. He could not fathom how a chi refinement cultivator could unleash such a powerful spiritual technique. The old man was immediately engulfed by the golden light, and when he reappeared, he was a bloodied figure, his limbs shattered. "You do not," he gasped, lying on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Xiao Linger swiftly approached to seize his storage bag. At that moment, a glimmer of determination sparked in the old man's eyes. His form shifted rapidly, and his severed arm regrew, becoming remarkably robust as he lunged toward Xiao Linger's chest, his feeble cry morphing into a sinister laugh. "You don't think I would die so easily, do you?" Caught off guard, Xiao Linger hastily activated the earthly talisman, her body enveloped in radiant energy. While she successfully mitigated the fatal blow, she was still forcefully propelled back, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The demonized old man transformed into a towering giant, leaping in front of Xiao Linger, his massive hand reaching out to grasp her. prepared to crush her. Yet, sensing something amiss, he abruptly turned and threw a punch. Bang! The colossal red fist collided with the desolate fall giant sword, causing both Xiao Linger and the old man to stagger back. An illusion? The old man realized as he beheld the vanishing figure on the ground. Humph! Do you really think such tricks could easily end my life? Xiao Linger mimicked the old man's taunts. Despicable insect! The old man launched another assault, his body shrouded in swirling black mist. Before his fist arrived, the dark energy had already distorted Xiao Linger's attire. Watching Xiao Linger battle alone, Li Jie refrained from transforming into the water commander, recognizing that a formidable opponent could hone her combat instincts. Yet, he was not entirely passive, as he clutched the soul arrow, poised to deliver a lethal strike the moment the old man faltered. After several intense exchanges, the old man became astonished, realizing he was somewhat outmatched by this chi refinement cultivator. The protective talisman surrounding Xiao Linger effectively countered his demonic abilities, rendering his breakthrough attempts futile. He was certain that blood would be drawn with each swing of that massive sword. As his second-layer foundation establishment demon cultivator, he had never felt so constrained. With his thoughts racing, the old man began to retreat. Xiao Linger seized the opportunity to unleash a fierce assault, her giant sword slicing through the air, striking the demonized old man. She leaped once more, preparing to unleash the great might heavenly dragon again. At that moment, the old man's pupils widened as all the black mist around him coalesced into a massive black spear, launching toward Xiao Linger with lightning speed. Thud! Xiao Linger was struck by the black spear, crashing to the ground, while the great might heavenly dragon surged toward the old man, piercing through his body and creating a bloody hole. Yet, he managed to rise before Xiao Linger, his form shrinking, his injuries rapidly healing, though his face visibly paled. Young one, I concede your strength, but you still lack something. The old man's eyes glinted with malice as his skeletal hand reached out, summoning a massive black hand. Xiao Linger attempted to lift the desolate fall, but alas, she could not in that perilous moment. A voice suddenly broke through the chaos. Halt! Li Jie unleashed the divine movement thunder sound, the sudden resonance causing the old man to stagger, blood oozing from his ears and nose. Yet, he quickly regained composure, bewildered as he gazed upward. In the next instant, his body stiffened, his gaze dulling. Xiao Linger understood. Her master had intervened. Picking up the desolate fall, she charged forward, its tip aimed to impale the old man into the stone wall. The old man screamed in agony, blood spewing forth as he struggled feebly before his head drooped, gazing down at the fallen figure. Li Jie mused, my mental strength is still too weak, resulting in the minimal impact of the divine movement thunder sound. The difference between my ability and the thunderous sound described in the Book of Chaos is significant. It seems I must find a way to enhance my mental prowess. Relying solely on the soul arrow will eventually drain me dry. While he was lost in thought, Xiao Linger had already reached the old man's lifeless body. Retrieving his storage bag, upon inspection, her expression transformed into one of elation, and she jubilantly declared, Master, I found the Qingmu spirit melon. Li Jie responded casually, refocusing his wandering thoughts as he floated toward a tightly sealed stone archway. The archway stood 3 zhang tall, adorned with the images of 2 terrifying, grotesque demons. Li Jie stroked his chin, harboring doubts about the old man's previous words being mere deception, yet he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that they might be true. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to venture inside. Linger, golden escape. Xiao Linger flickered forward but was immediately repelled. Li Jie furrowed his brow, attempting to glide through, only to be met with the same resistance. He pondered, a restriction? Chapter 46. The fierce battle today marks your demise, Jiang Xingzhou. Within the ominous array shrouded in bloodlight, sinister melodies surged forth, as countless crimson skulls relentlessly charged toward the white silhouette at the center. Jiang Xingzhou stood proudly amidst the chaos, unwavering, while a spirit sword swiftly whirled around him, effortlessly cleaving through the oncoming skulls. Outside the blood array, the white-haired demon cultivator's expression shifted slightly as he observed the fluctuating aura emanating from Jiang Xingzhou, prompting an exclamation of alarm. This is bad. That fellow intends to use our strength to break through to the nascent soul stage. Everyone, cease your reservations. If Jiang Xingzhou succeeds, we will all be doomed beneath his sword. In an instant, the white-haired demon cultivator underwent a transformation. His skin turned crimson like blood, and a second pair of eyes emerged within his pupils. The other 3 golden core demon cultivators also exhibited varying changes. One appeared as if a celestial demon had descended, towering nearly 5 zhong. Another bore a demonic eye upon his chest, exuding a fierce glow, and yet another sprouted 3 heads and 6 arms. Brandishing 6 weapons, 4 beams of bloodlight surged back into the blood magic array, and the ferocious, howling skulls suddenly multiplied, forming a wall of skulls that rapidly encircled Jiang Xingzhou from all sides. At this moment, a flicker of change finally crossed Jiang Xingzhou's countenance as he uttered a decisive command. Spirit Sword Ban, 19, transform into thousands. As his voice echoed, the spirit swords surrounding Jiang Xingzhou halted, multiplying from 1 to 10, then to 100, 1,000, and then to 10,000. Like an unending tide, they surged toward the skeletal blood wall, staunchly resisting its encroaching force. The skulls upon the blood wall roared madly, as beams of light swords collided with it, shattering and dissipating, only to be immediately replaced by new swords. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate, when suddenly, the 6-armed demon cultivator hurled a black axe, piercing through the blood wall and cleaving through numerous light swords to reach Jiang Xingzhou. Raising a hand, Jiang Xingzhou deftly grasped the axe blade, but at that moment, the surrounding light sword shattered. And as he momentarily diverted his focus, the 4 golden core demon cultivators unleashed a second wave of bloodlight simultaneously. The sounds of fracture and destruction echoed through the blood magic array. Jiang Xingzhou sheathed his sword, as all the sword lights converged into a singular entity. Spirit Sword Ban, 12. Rushing Flow Strike. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Jiang Xingzhou, coalescing in the sword he held, and then violently burst forth, directly shattering the skeletal blood wall before him. Jiang Xingzhou charged through, as the 6-armed demon cultivator descended, weapons crashing down simultaneously. With a single swing of his sword, Jiang Xingzhou repelled the onslaught. But behind him, the spectral figure of the white-haired demon cultivator had already closed in, thrusting forth a serpentine-long sword with ferocity. Jiang Xingzhou sidestepped, feeling a spray of blood as he did so. Before he could steady his footing, a thunderous roar descended from above. Today, I shall make certain that no disciple of the myriad sword sect returns. The massive black sword struck, sending Jiang Xingzhou hurtling away, while the 5-zhong demon cultivator charged forward, continuing his assault with a cataclysmic momentum. Swordlight swept across, as blades of all kinds converged upon Jiang Xingzhou, who deftly evaded each strike, countering the white-haired demon cultivator with a fierce exchange that sent him reeling. As he looked up, a colossal crimson eye loomed before him, and merely meeting its gaze caused a tremor in his spirit, as if his very soul were fracturing. With a resounding crash, the black sword struck Jiang Xingzhou, and a brilliant light erupted from his form. A superior-grade mystical armor? The 5-zhong demon cultivator sneered, his voice booming. Hand it over. Jiang Xingzhou swung his sword, blocking the 5-zhong demon cultivator's assault, yet was immediately struck by the white-haired demon cultivator. Blood sprang forth. Before he could touch the ground, the 6-armed demon cultivator's attack arrived, sending him soaring, blood spilling from his lips, as the 4 demon cultivators attacked in unison. Junior Martial Uncle, the disciples of the myriad sword sect. Their eyes wide with despair, attempted to rush forward, but were obstructed by the other demon cultivators. Gazing at the gaping hole above, Jiang Xingzhou felt a ray of light descend upon his blood-stained face. At that moment, the light seemed to embody a sword. He reached out and grasped it in that instant. Jiang Xingzhou's dilated pupils regained focus, as a surge of dense white spiritual light erupted from him. Halting the encroaching attacks from all directions, he raised his sword and called out, Spirit Sword Ban, 20. Heavenly beings borrowing the sword. The light falling from the cavern above turned pure white, and both the battling demon cultivators and the disciples of the myriad sword sect looked up in astonishment. Above, a colossal sword ablaze with flames plummeted. The 4 golden core demon cultivators were filled with dread, realizing that Jiang Xingzhou had truly broken through. A palpable, invisible pressure enveloped them, rendering them utterly immobile. At that moment, Jiang Xingzhou floated into the air as the flaming giant sword whizzed past him. Boom! The giant sword pierced the cavern, engulfing the 4 golden core demon cultivators in a blinding white light. Along with a multitude of demon sect disciples, their souls obliterated. In stark contrast, the disciples of the myriad sword sect radiated white light, shielded by an unseen force. It's over. Zhao Ju felt a surge of despair as he closed his eyes. The residual force of the colossal sword rushing toward him. Just as he believed he was doomed, he felt his body lighten, and upon opening his eyes, he found a charred, bloodied hand grasping his collar. "Elder Ma?" Zhao Ju exclaimed in surprise. "Follow me." The white-haired demon cultivator, drenched in blood, swiftly darted into a tunnel, racing deeper underground without pause. Meanwhile, behind a stone pillar at the grand stone archway, Xiao Linger stifled yawns. "Master, could it be that you've miscalculated? Though the treasure is enticing, those demon cultivators are not fools. Now that the myriad sword sect has arrived, they will surely prioritize their escape." Elijah began to doubt himself as well. But in order to maintain his authority, he replied with conviction, "People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Demon cultivators will undoubtedly come." No sooner had he finished speaking than a shadow rushed in, barreling through the archway. Without Li Jie's warning, Xiao Linger understood what she needed to do at that moment: conceal her aura and follow from a distance. Having learned from the mistakes of the emaciated old man, she kept her distance this time. Beyond the stone archway lay a corridor extending downward, with hazy red light emanating from deep within. After descending for quite some time without reaching an end, Li Jie hesitated for a moment but soon called for Xiao Linger to follow. Indeed, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. This saying applies to him as well. After approximately half an hour of descent, Li Jie and Xiao Linger finally reached the bottom of the corridor. Below lay yet another cave, but it was exceedingly low, barely the height of an ordinary person, with numerous stalactites and columns resembling jagged teeth, and a blood-red glow suffusing the entire space. At first glance, it appeared they had descended into the depths of hell. Xiao Linger felt a surge of trepidation. "Master, this place feels strange. Perhaps we should turn back. We've come this far. We cannot retreat. Fear not, for I am here." "But you are in the ring, Elijah." At that moment, a sound echoed from ahead. Chapter 47. The essence of souls. The cave was narrow and quiet, with even the slightest sound carrying art. Elijah did not allow Xiao Linger to approach, instead drifting forward himself in a small clearing. There was a basin-sized pool, from which white mist rose, obscuring its contents. The injured white-haired demon cultivator sat cross-legged nearby, instructing Zhao Ju. "Zhao Ju, go keep watch for me." "Yes, elder." Zhao Ju took a glance at the small pool and walked toward the exit. The white-haired demon cultivator squinted at his retreating figure. "If I were to consume Zhao Ju now and absorb his essence, I could recover significantly. However, advancing further would be a pipe dream. Better to wait until he cultivates the blood absorption technique to the 6th level before transferring souls." "Damn you, Jiang Xingzhou. Just wait. One day I shall avenge this blood feud with interest." Closing his eyes, the white-haired demon cultivator began to circulate his demonic arts, emanating a crimson light. Elijah observed the seemingly exhausted white-haired demon cultivator, his mind racing with possibilities. If he were to unleash a soul arrow now, it would undoubtedly hit its mark, but whether it would be lethal was uncertain. The cautionary tale of Ho Junyu was still fresh in his memory. He decided to first ascertain what lay within the pool, determining whether it was worth his intervention. As his spiritual form entered the mist, Li Jie suddenly felt a wave of warmth and comfort, as though bathed in the gentle sunlight of early spring. "Essence of souls," Li Jie gasped, his eyes brightening at the prospect of this rare treasure that could enhance one's spiritual form in an instant. His expression turned fierce. "Old fool, you dare to monopolize my essence of souls? You have sealed your own fate." Swiftly returning to Xiao Linger, Li Jie formulated a battle plan in 3 seconds. He would strike first, while Xiao Linger would wait for the opportune moment to deliver the final blow. Channeling half of his soul power, Li Jie conjured a massive arrow resembling a spear. Whoosh! The soul arrow shot forth. But the white-haired demon cultivator, still in the midst of his recovery, remained oblivious until the invisible arrow reached mere inches from him, at which point he suddenly opened his eyes. "Thief!" with a startled cry. The white-haired demon cultivator's body recoiled swiftly, but he had only moved 2 inches before collapsing, his aging eyes turning murky and devoid of spirit. "Linger, Strike now, Li Jie shouted, and Xiao Linger instantly appeared before the white-haired demon cultivator. Swinging her giant sword, the Azure Descent, which unleashed a streak of azure light. Xiao Linger employed the azure light flowing shadow sword, despicable. Just as the colossal sword neared his neck, the white-haired demon cultivator bellowed in rage. A glimmer of vitality igniting in his lifeless eyes as he managed to block the descending blade with one hand. Xiao Linger's expression tightened. She had exerted all her strength, yet the azure descent could advance no further. Halted mere inches from the white-haired demon cultivator's throat. Dark blood oozed forth, and the white-haired demon cultivator's complexion turned ghastly. As Li Jie prepared to condense another soul arrow, he heard a sinister melody resonate as the arrow approached the white-haired demon cultivator, causing it to dissipate. Cursed be it, this fellow possesses some formidable power. Li Jie maneuvered behind the white-haired demon cultivator and launched another attack, only for the same demonic melody to sound once more, causing his soul arrow to scatter yet again. A brief moment of hesitation passed, and Li Jie realized that the white-haired demonic cultivator could indeed sense the fluctuations of the soul arrow's attacks. Truly, he was worthy of being a golden core demon. He was not something that a spirit of his meager cultivation could hope to vanquish, however. After those two strikes, the colossal sword of desolation had embedded itself deeply into the white-haired demon's neck. With just a bit more force, he could sever the creature's head. Li Jie drew another arrow from within himself, but at that moment, the white-haired demon suddenly bellowed, "Zhao Ju, save me!" Zhao Ju, who had long been drawn by the commotion of the battle, was hiding behind a stone pillar. Realizing he had been exposed, he leapt out. Upon seeing Xiao Linger, who was similarly clad in the blood dragon sect's robes, he hesitated, his eyes flickering with indecision. If he could slay the white-haired demon, he could return to the sect with justification. Hee, Zhao Ju, I know what you're thinking. You don't truly believe that my death would allow you to return, do you? Within you, I have already implanted the twin bloodworms. If I die, you will perish as well. The white-haired demon sneered, pressing down on Desolation's hilt and retreating slightly. Zhao Ju felt a chill run through his heart, recalling the blood pill he had consumed. His expression turned grim as he resolutely attacked Xiao Linger. As the white sword light cleaved towards her, Xiao Linger arched her brow, withdrawing her sword. The white-haired demon soared into the air, grasping at her with a withered, bloodied hand. The mist sword light struck the stone pillar, while the demon's bloodied claws drew perilously close to Xiao Linger's head. Zhao Ju leaped from the side, swinging his sword in attack. Just as the claws were about to close in, a golden Buddha statue, radiating kindness, appeared beside Xiao Linger, instantly sending both opponents flying. Before the white-haired demon and Zhao Ju could land, a delicate voice rang out, "Great might heavenly dragon." Instantly, a three-zhong dragon shadow engulfed both the white-haired demon and Zhao Ju, crashing through the stone and earth, carving a wide path through the narrow cave. Go! The increasingly fragmented white-haired demon seized the barely conscious Zhao Ju, his body exploding with a rich blood aura as he darted to the side. Xiao Linger and Li Jie pursued, only to see a flash of white light before both vanished without a trace. Li Jie floated to the array formation on the ground, muttering in astonishment. It's actually a teleportation array. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the twisting corridor. Realizing it was undoubtedly the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect conducting a search, he immediately instructed Xiao Linger to put away the soul essence. Two disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect appeared, spotting the blood dragon sect's garb, but the individuals vanished in the blink of an eye. Too late to intercept in an instant, Jiang Xingzhou appeared beside a small pond. Observing intently for a moment before speaking in mild disbelief, "There's actually soul essence here." At that moment, the two 10,000 Sword sect cultivators who had searched the low cave rushed back. "Junior uncle, we found a cross-state teleportation array nearby. Should we continue the pursuit? Leave the following matters to me. You go rescue the injured mortals and then destroy this demon lair." "Understood." Jiang Xingzhou stepped onto the teleportation array, instantly transforming into a beam of light and vanishing on the red rock mountain. A massive red-skinned lizard was languidly basking in the sun when suddenly, a figure emerged from nowhere, startling it into a frenzied flight. "Phew! Finally out!" Xiao Linger exclaimed with a lingering sense of dread, recalling that her previous position was nearly 1,000 zhang above the ground. Li Jie floated beside her, gazing down at the enormous chasm created below and recalling the tremor from moments earlier. Could it be that a Yuan incultivator has arrived? He pondered, but soon turned his focus back to Xiaolinger. Let us find a safe place to prepare for our foundation establishment. Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, Xiaolinger and Li Jie vanished from the Red Rock Mountain. Far off, tens of thousands of li away, two figures trudged through the endless desert, blood dripping profusely along their path. Zhao Ju kept his head down, surreptitiously surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the ominous voice of the white-haired demon echoed in his ear. Zhao Ju, do you know of the twin bloodworms? If the secondary worm strays too far from the primary, it will go mad, becoming exceedingly bloodthirsty, causing the host to endure the ceaseless agony of the venomous creature gnawing at their heart. The white-haired demon turned to face Zhao Ju, his withered visage fixated on him. Would you care to test that theory? Chapter 48. Breakthrough in the depths of the dense forest behind the Shao family estate. A flock of birds suddenly took flight. Linger, you may begin your breakthrough here. I and Xiong Air will guard you. Elijah and Xiaolinger materialized beside a clear stream, with Xiong Air waddling eagerly behind. In just 2 days, its size had noticeably increased. Yes, master. Xiaolinger leapt onto a large stone in the center of the stream. Settling into a meditative pose, oh wait, bring out that soul essence. With a flash of spiritual light, a large jade bottle appeared, smoke swirling within, a misty white haze. Elijah struggled to open the lid with his mind. Then, satisfied, took a deep breath, feeling his soul soar, the ethereal essence solidifying slightly. This is extraordinary. At this moment, 10 varieties of spiritual materials had already gathered around Xiaolinger, orbiting her in a mesmerizing dance. Li Jie dared not disturb her further, instructing Xiong Air to take the soul essence to a corner and absorb it. Each sip of the soul essence allowed his spirit to solidify more. When the soul essence was nearly depleted, his spirit reached an unprecedented level of solidity, even emanating a pure white light from within, making him appear almost divine. Xiong Air, witnessing this, could not help but bow its head repeatedly. Li Jie ignored it and began cultivating the spirit division technique, sensing that something had been unlocked in his mind, his spiritual power now more abundant than ever. When he awakened again, the moon hung high in the sky, and Xiong Air remained faithfully guarding him and Xiaolinger like a loyal sentinel. Wood, Li Jie called, and a large piece of dry wood floated instantly into his hand. He then turned his gaze to the massive stone in the stream. Stone! A boulder the size of a truck flew up and quickly came to his side. With a casual wave, he sent it crashing into the depths of the forest. Indeed, earthly-grade spiritual materials are as terrifying as rumored. I have swiftly advanced to the 3rd layer of the spirit division technique. I am no longer defenseless, Li Jie mused, stroking his chin, contemplating asking Xiaolinger to procure a fine sword for him. As this was the realm of cultivation, and he needed to keep up with the trends. However, he lamented that despite his surroundings, his spirit had not grown in size, remaining as small as a toy bear. To grow larger, he would need to consume souls. But where could he find souls to devour? His gaze fell upon Xiong Air, who instinctively took a step back, a look of alarm crossing its face. He indeed harbored an immature thought, but it would have to wait until later for experimentation. As Xiaolinger's breakthrough approached a critical moment, he too had to remain vigilant of his surroundings. His vast spiritual energy spread out, capturing every movement within a 60-li radius. His mental perception sharpened further. The 10 varieties of 5-element spiritual materials began to transform into a multicolored spiritual herb under Xiaolinger's refining, gradually entering her body. With each passing moment, as the external colorful spiritual herbs diminished, her physique exhibited an intangible vibrancy visible only to Li Jie. Time swiftly passed, and the spiritual herbs had nearly disappeared. As only a trace remained, the previously tranquil water in the stream suddenly trembled. Droplets began to dance wildly, and Xiaolinger's body lifted into the air, morphing into a vortex of spiritual power. An immense tide of energy surged from all directions. Upon reaching a critical threshold, her form transformed into an ethereal silhouette, 5 golden whirlpools appearing within her body, greatly amplifying the intake of spiritual energy. If the previous sensation was akin to a great river flowing, now the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Xiaolinger like a dam bursting, crashing violently into her form. The forest stirred with wind. countless dry branches and leaves spiraling into the sky, many trees bending under the pressure. Elijah watched in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the terrifying commotion that such a peak foundation establishment would generate. This chaos might attract the attention of nearby creatures. If it were merely humans, it would be manageable, given that they were on the Shao family's grounds. But if beasts from the Demon Beast mountain range came, it would spell trouble. At this moment, he could only pray for Shao Linger to complete her peak foundation establishment swiftly. The tempest of spiritual energy continued, with the 5 whirlpools inside Shao Linger resembling 5 radiant miniature suns, particularly striking against the moonlit night. Fortunately, the towering trees around provided considerable cover for most of their brilliance. Meanwhile, within the Shao family estate, many individuals awakened from their cultivation, acutely aware that the spiritual energy around them was waning. Yet unable to discern the cause. One by one, they emerged from their cultivation chambers to investigate. Numerous disciples congregated outside a training room, engaging in fervent discussion. Could it be that Brother Shaoqing is about to break through? Indeed, only he could incite such a furious upheaval of spiritual energy in the entire Shao family. How terrifying! How terrifying! Amidst their chatter, the door to the training room swung open, and Shaoqing lifted his gaze towards the direction of the back mountain. His expression peculiar, he could faintly sense the flow of spiritual energy. Could it be that the Grand Elder is preparing to advance further? In the forbidden stone mountain of the Shao family, an elderly woman floated upward, darting towards the depths of the forest. Within the woods, a massive crimson serpent, nearly 10 zhang in length, was swimming swiftly, its target unmistakably Shao Linger's location. Elijah, riding on Xiong Er's back, felt his expression shift. Indeed, what one fears most often comes to pass. The immense silhouette approaching in his mental perception was a radiant orb nearing the golden core stage. Xiong Er bared its teeth and growled fiercely, the trees before it continually toppling and snapping. The cacophony of a colossal being moving in their vicinity grew louder. Li Jie shouted sternly, Xiong Er, a bear may be nurtured for 3 days. But today is the time for you to repay your master. Charge. The bear clan fears nothing. Roar. Xiong Er roared, launching itself fiercely at the oncoming serpent's head, which had also opened its massive jaws to bite down upon it. With a furious swipe of its paw, the enraged bear struck the head of the crimson serpent, causing it to tilt askew. Just as Li Jie was about to rally for Xiong Er, the forest erupted with the snapping of branches, and a colossal serpent's tail swept through, shattering trees effortlessly. Xiong Er was sent flying, crashing through over a dozen large trees, only to roar back with ferocity. His body ablaze with a fiery red glow, as if his very fur was about to ignite. That moment, the crimson serpent reared its head, gathering a dense green light in its maw, which erupted forth as a torrent of emerald energy. Boom! The violent stream of green energy struck, forcing Xiong Er's form backward, burying his limbs deep into the earth. His head, weighed down by the pressure of the energy, roared desperately, striving to lift itself, but as the brilliance of his aura dimmed, he was engulfed by the torrent in an instant. A chasm formed in the forest, and Li Jie was taken aback. A bear would risk its life for its master. What could he possibly say? Without hesitation, he floated before the crimson serpent, summoning all his mental strength to lift a massive boulder and hurl it towards the serpent's head. Bang! The boulder shattered, yet the crimson serpent seemed unfazed, gliding past Li Jie and opening its gaping maw to bite at Shao Linger. Serpent brother, grant me a chance, Li Jie exclaimed, conjuring a soul arrow that soared towards the serpent's head. Meanwhile, a light flickered above the forest canopy. Chapter 49. The youth tournament whoosh. Before Li Jie's soul arrow could strike, the enormous serpent's head plummeted to the ground, leaving him momentarily stunned in midair. Incredulously gazing at the fallen serpent's massive body, goodness, am I truly this formidable? But he soon realized that such a clean cut could not have been inflicted by a mere soul arrow. He turned to scan the skies above the forest, where a figure seemed to vanish. Just then, the tempest of spiritual energy dissipated, and a melodious voice rang out, Master, I've broken through. Shao Linger awakened, immediately reporting her achievement. Her foundational cultivation now fully unfurled, Elijah noted that the figure above the forest had disappeared, and after probing with his senses, he received no feedback, confirming that the individual had indeed left. Could it have been an elder from the Shao clan? Master, did you slay this serpent? Shao Linger's exclamation pierced the air once more. Ligs ceased his contemplations, gracefully descending before her, clearing his throat to speak. A trivial matter, nothing worth mentioning. Wow, Master is truly remarkable. This appears to be a demon beast at the foundation stage. Shao Linger gazed intently at the severed remains of the crimson serpent, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Li Jie. For the first time, Li Jie felt slightly overwhelmed by such adoration, discreetly averting his gaze and adopting a serious tone. Now that you've broken through, it is essential to solidify your cultivation. The Shao Clan's tournament is imminent. Do not let me down, understood, Master. At the mention of the Shao Clan tournament, a serious expression crossed Shao Linger's fair face. By the way, now that you are at the foundation stage, you may take the Supreme Spirit technique and the dominant sword art to cultivate. These are the ultimate techniques and swordsmanship I obtained from an immortal cave, and they complement each other splendidly. Practicing the Supreme Spirit technique will allow you to gather spiritual energy while enhancing your strength. And the dominant sword art can be wielded without spiritual power, with greater strength leading to increased might. Is that so? Shao Linger's eyes brightened. Ligia began to meticulously explain the Supreme Spirit technique and the dominant sword art. And by the time he finished, the moon had set in the west. Suddenly, he recalled something he seemed to have overlooked. What could it be? Don't know. Xiong Air. The bear that had been retrieved was not bleeding from its eyes, but rather shedding tears. It was not unconscious. Instead, a branch had pierced its body, leaving it suspended in mid-air. It could distinctly sense its two masters nearby, even picking up on their joyful emotions. That moment, it felt that the pain of being impaled by the branch was nothing compared to the agony of feeling unloved by its masters. Master, what happened to Xiong Air? Why does it seem so lifeless? Shao Linger asked, using a healing potion to staunch the bear's bleeding and mend its wounds. Yet since Xiong Air had been brought back, it had exhibited a listless demeanor. Cough, it must be quite injured. It will recover in a couple of days, Li Jie observed, inexplicably feeling sorrow emanating from those drooping bear eyes, which seemed to follow him no matter how he moved. Shall we give it a drop of spirit essence? This Li Jie hesitated. Spirit essence was a heavenly grade material, and giving it to a half-breed bear felt somewhat wasteful. However, seeing the flicker of hope in those sorrowful bear eyes, he acquiesced. Fine, give it. Upon receiving the spirit essence, Xiong Air instantly perked up, nuzzling against Shao Linger repeatedly. The trio, one person, one spirit, and one bear, began their training in the heart of the forest. As the blazing sun hung high, the Shao family's martial arts arena was bustling with activity. Among the tiered seating, prominent figures from the Shao clan mingled with those clad in the attire of the Chen family. A middle-aged man in combat attire stepped onto the stage, his voice booming as he addressed the eager crowd. This tournament will feature altered rules, divided into 3 age brackets, 10 to 15, 16 to 20, and 21 to 25. Participants may engage in both free challenges and ranked matches. Those I call will compete in the first round, with victors advancing to the second round of free challenges. The top 5 challengers will enter a no-age limit ranked battle, a hint for everyone. The rewards for this tournament are the richest ever, including treasures capable of elevating one's realm, so give it your all. The moment these words were spoken, the youthful competitors below the martial platform ignited with excitement. Satisfied with the response, the middle-aged man continued to proclaim, I hereby declare the tournament open. Shao Li, Shao Feng, stepped forward. As he finished speaking, 2 young boys, still bearing traces of youth, leapt onto the arena. After bowing to each other, they unleashed the Shao clan's secret techniques in a flurry of exchanges. An elderly woman with silvery hair was also present in the stands, nodding in approval as she observed the spirited competition among the Shao clan's younger generation. The youths who stepped onto the martial stage radiated vitality, each brimming with the ambition to prove themselves against the heavens. Even the duel between those at the second and third levels of chi cultivation was a thrilling spectacle, drawing applause from the audience. In the blink of an eye, the youthful competitors dwindled, and the middle-aged man at the side of the stage called out names. Shao Linger, Shao Yan. Upon hearing her name, Shao Yan's face shifted with alarm. Instinctively covering her face, when she cautiously stepped onto the martial stage, she noticed Shao Linger was still absent. Shao Linger, the middle-aged man shouted again, scanning the audience for her presence. but finding none. His brow furrowed, a glimmer of confusion crossing his features. Laughter erupted from the crowd below. Ha ha, Xiao Linger must know the rules have changed. She is hiding because she is scared. Of course, she is. Unlike Xiao Qing, we want to go easy on her. What a pity. I thought she was competitive, but it turns out she only knew that Xiao Qing wouldn't go all out against her. Truly disappointing. Silence. The middle-aged man's voice turned stern. He could discern that Xiao Linger possessed a resolve to compete stronger than anyone else. Though she understood her cultivation was regressing, she had never missed a single tournament. He had even tried to dissuade her. But she had always approached the competitions with unwavering determination. Such stubbornness was something he hadn't even seen in some of the boys. It was improbable that she would withdraw out of fear. Despite his authority, the murmurs from the youthful audience did not fade significantly as time passed. The middle-aged man's thoughts began to waver, and he turned his gaze toward the seemingly meditative elderly woman. Realizing that the Xiao clan had never had a participant withdraw without a fight. Let us wait a little longer. The elderly woman calmly uttered 3 words. The spectators clad in Chen family attire began to murmur amongst themselves, reminiscing about the once celebrated prodigy of Yusher City, lamenting the loss of potential. After a short while, the murmurs from the audience reignited, filled with disparaging remarks. The middle-aged man solidified his belief that Xiao Linger intended to flee from the fight and was about to speak when a clear, melodious voice echoed ahead of him. Sorry for being late. Chapter 50. Surrender. The elderly woman opened her eyes and turned toward the girl who had just emerged from the back of the crowd. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience as they turned to see a stunning young lady in a flowing white dress gracefully making her way forward. Many male cultivators couldn't help but express their admiration. If it weren't for the red mark on her face, she would be utterly breathtaking. The crowd instinctively parted to make way, the previous banter silenced as they awaited the unfolding drama with keen interest. The young lady moved slowly, a slight flush coloring her cheeks, the weight of the collective gaze causing her steps to feel somewhat ethereal. Yet, as she fixed her gaze on the martial stage, determination flickered in her eyes, and her steps regained their strength, each footfall resonating with purpose. At that moment, Li Jie could swear he had truly arrived late, devoid of any desire to show off. Initially, he had clarified the rules of the Xiao clan tournament, intending only to eliminate Xiao Qing in the final match, unaware that the rules had changed at the last moment. However, he had to admit that this timely entrance was refreshing. Upon leaping onto the martial stage, Xiao Linger offered an apologetic nod to the middle-aged man. Sorry, fifth uncle. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement, stepping aside to allow the arena to be shared between Xiao Linger and Xiao Yan. A testament to the dignity of the Xiao clan's descendants, even in the face of potential defeat. Let the competition commence. A single shout echoed through the air, prompting Xiao Linger and Xiao Yin to exchange formal greetings. The two had yet to engage in battle, yet the audience below had already begun to stir restlessly. I wager a spirit stone that Xiao Linger won't last more than 3 moves. From her current state, it appears she has lost all her cultivation. She can barely manage even 1 move. I'll raise that to 5 spirit stones. Humph. You all underestimate Xiao Linger far too much. Even without her cultivation, her talent in swordsmanship is unparalleled. If it comes down to pure swordplay, I reckon she could withstand at least 10 moves. The discussions below grew fervent, while the 2 combatants above remained immobile. Xiao Linger stood calmly with her wooden sword in hand, while Xiao Yin was already drenched in sweat. She had her suspicions. Xiao Linger had regained her strength, and the uncertainty of her opponent's capabilities only heightened her fear. Hey, are you 2 going to fight or not? Xiao Yin, weren't you the one who despised Xiao Linger the most? Why aren't you making a move? Just yesterday, you were cursing her, calling her a worthless waste and saying you'd turn her into a pig's head. Enough! With a gaze that steadily intensified, Xiao Linger turned sharply towards the shouting female cultivator, while Xiao Yin quickly lowered her head. I concede. As those 3 words left her lips, the tremors coursing through her body dissipated, and she felt a considerable sense of relief. Xiao Linger appeared somewhat puzzled but soon understood. Xiao Yin was the one who had been defeated by her the most, so it was only natural for her to discern the situation. However, the crowd below did not share Xiao Yan's understanding, their expressions shifting to astonishment followed by suspicion. What is happening? Is there some kind of inside story? Did Xiao Linger use her position as the clan leader's daughter to intimidate Xiao Yan? Speculations among the audience grew increasingly absurd, while Xiao Linger remained composed, casting a tranquil gaze towards the stout middle-aged man beside her. Uncle Wu? The middle-aged man, regaining his composure from his surprise, had just scrutinized Xiao Linger's body and realized he could not perceive her cultivation level. However, one thing he was certain of was that Xiao Linger had certainly not fallen to the level of an ordinary person. I declare that in this match, Xiao Linger is the victor. The middle-aged man stepped forward to announce, immediately inciting a wave of dissent from the crowd below. He straightened his face and declared, "For those who are unconvinced, the next round will allow for free challenges. You may challenge Xiao Linger directly. Should anyone dare to speak ill of others behind their backs again, don't blame me, Xiao Wu, for being merciless." The atmosphere around the arena fell silent, as numerous piercing gazes were directed towards Xiao Linger. She offered a gentle smile in response to their hostile stares, remaining unfazed. After 5 years, she had long grown accustomed to such scrutiny. The new round of battles commenced, and as Xiao Linger stepped to the periphery of the crowd, a sturdy teenage boy suddenly blocked her path, tears glistening in his eyes as he shouted, "Cousin, I can't believe you're this kind of person. I once looked up to you as a role model. Yet you resorted to despicable means to make cousin Xiao Yin yield." Li Jie raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the emotional outburst from the stout, youthful boy, wondering which nerve had been misfired in him to come crying and scolding. "Xiao Hu!" Xiao Linger pursed her lips and uttered softly, "Don't call my name. You'd better wait. I will personally defeat you, and from now on, I no longer have a cousin like you." After lamenting, the boy quickly ran off. Li Jie momentarily questioned the boy's sanity and turned to Xiao Linger, asking, Who was that?" "My younger cousin, Xiao Hu. He lived with me for a while, but after the eruption of my fire poison, his parents took him away," Xiao Linger explained with a hint of melancholy. Yet, in the next moment, she rallied her spirits. The fire poison had been dispelled, and she was no longer the Xiao Linger of old. "So, he's an ungrateful little brat. I'll have to teach him a lesson later," Li Jie smirked, his mind conjuring up 100 cruel methods to discipline the child. "He was only 5 when he was taken away," Xiao Linger said, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry as she gazed in the direction the boy had vanished. "Actually, he is quite protective of me. I remember during the first 2 years. He often got into fights for my sake. Oh, it seems not all the members of the Xiao family are short-sighted," Li Jie mused, realizing he was losing the thread of the current situation. After a little over half a day, the final match concluded, and Xiao Linger returned to the arena, where 15 young members of the Xiao family stood in a row. The stout middle-aged man scanned the group and bellowed, "To be able to stand here now indicates that you are all elites of the Xiao family. We will now determine the final 5. You may choose your challengers freely, and those selected must not refuse to fight. I challenge Xiao Linger. No one else is allowed to contest me." Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Xiao Hu's voice rang out. His cultivation at the 5th level of qi refining erupted, drawing gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Even the previously silent spectators began to murmur that the newly emerged prodigy of the Xiao family, 10 years old and at the 5th level of qi refining, truly impressive, a potential dragon and a phoenix. The future of the Xiao family is boundless. On the arena, Li Jie ignored the surrounding noise, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the young troublemaker before him. "Linger, make sure to teach this brat a lesson so he understands why flowers bloom so beautifully." "Master, he is my cousin." Xiao Linger hesitated, her face showing uncertainty. "If you don't discipline him, he'll just grow up to be a troublemaker. And with this attitude, he'll suffer in the future. We are doing this for his own good. That's so." Xiao Linger wavered, her gaze settling on the defiant Xiao Hu. Chapter 51. A severe lesson soon. The arena was divided into 5 sections, with 5 battles taking place simultaneously, while those who had not chosen their opponents retreated to the sidelines. "Xiao Linger, don't think that just because you're my cousin, I'll go easy on you. You will pay for your despicable actions," Xiao Hu shouted as he charged toward Xiao Linger, his tightly clenched fists devoid of any aura. "Is that so?" Xiao Linger raised an eyebrow, fully agreeing with Li Jie's assessment. This brat was truly too arrogant. She released a fraction of her spiritual energy, and as Xiao Hu lunged at her, his face twisted in rage, he suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, his knees hitting the earth as his hands struggled to hold himself up. Confused, Xiao Hu couldn't comprehend what had happened. He attempted to rise but found himself unable to move, trapped in a kneeling position before Xiao Linger. What's going on? The audience, already intrigued by the match between Xiao Hu and Xiao Linger, now turned their full attention to the unexpected sight of Xiao Hu kneeling. Did Xiao Hu twist his ankle? A 5th-level Qi refining cultivator, and he twisted his ankle? Then what's wrong with him? Whispers filled the crowd as Xiao Linger approached Xiao Hu from behind, swiftly yanking down his trousers and bringing her wooden sword down upon his backside. Ah! Xiao Hu screamed, the humiliation overshadowing the pain as he could hardly believe he was being spanked before so many eyes. Although he had often been disciplined by his cousin in the past. That was 5 years ago. Smack! Xiao Linger struck again. Xiao Hu clenched his teeth, his face turning crimson as he struggled, his nostrils flaring, yet it was futile. He could not budge an inch, as if a small mountain were pressing down on him. Xiao Linger, I'll kill you. Initially intending to deliver just a couple of light taps, Xiao Linger's expression soured upon hearing those words, and she swung her wooden sword with renewed vigor. Ah! Xiao Hu's cries echoed, and even the onlookers found it hard to bear woo-woo. Xiao Linger, you're using demonic arts. Woo-wooed. What kind of hero are you? Woo-woo. If you have the guts, let me up for a one-on-one. Xiao Hu, tears streaming down his face, remained stubborn. Fine. I'll grant you that wish, Xiao Linger snorted softly, releasing her pressure. Xiao Hu sprang to his feet, ignoring the pain in his swollen backside, quickly pulled up his trousers. His spiritual energy surging as he launched a punch toward Xiao Linger's chest. At that moment, he saw a fair hand flying toward him before he could react. Smack! Xiao Hu was sent flying by the slap. Rolling several times before managing to get back on his feet, still dazed, it dawned on him why Xiao Yin had conceded. Excitement surged within him, but the fiery pain on his backside and face fueled his rage. Twisting his features, Xiao Linger, you're forcing my hand. With a roar, Xiao Hu summoned his spiritual energy, swinging his fists left and right before settling into a stance. Tiger Fist. The mere utterance sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing even the stout middle-aged man to change his expression slightly. Xiao Hu has actually mastered the Tiger Fist at the 5th level of Qi refining. That's one of the 3 great techniques of our Xiao family. Wasn't it said that one must reach the 9th level of Qi refining to learn it? Tiger Fist? Li Jie recalled having perused information about the 4 great families in his leisure time. Remembering that it indeed was a high-grade yellow technique, in summary, it was a formidable skill. With all eyes on him, Xiao Hu charged, a clear, yellowish tiger form materializing around his small frame, roaring and swiping its claws. Smack! Xiao Linger casually raised her hand, shattering the tiger form while simultaneously sending Xiao Hu flying. In an instant, the arena fell silent, and even the other combatants turned their gazes toward the spectacle, all too aware that the girl standing proudly on the stage was no ordinary figure in the stands. The 4 elders of the Xiao family exchanged glances before settling their gaze on the central elder, who wore a satisfied smile, seemingly in command of the situation. Unbidden, a thought flashed through their minds. Xiao Linger's fire poison has been dispelled. However, uncertainty lingered. Someone yearned to pose a question, yet with the presence of the Chun family outsiders nearby, they could only stifle their words. Rising from the ground, Xiao Hu wiped the blood streaming from his nose, his face still bearing an expression of defiance. Li Jie couldn't help but admire the boy's resilience. He was indeed thick-skinned. He immediately instructed Xiao Linger to approach and deliver a more severe lesson. As the approaching figure of the bright-eyed girl drew nearer, Xiao Hu instinctively took a step back, a profound fear welling up in his gaze, as if he had recalled a great terror. In that moment, he was acutely aware that the woman who once dominated him had returned. When Xiao Linger raised her hand, Xiao Hu suddenly knelt, clinging to her leg and crying out, "Sister, I realize my mistake. Please, don't hit me. Spare me." Xiao Linger's hand hovered in the air, her mind flooded with memories of the past, when Xiao Hu frequently begged for mercy in this very manner. "Get up," she said with a gentle smile, lowering her hand. Xiao Hu instantly sprang to his feet, eagerly asking, "Sister, have you recovered?" Xiao Linger did not respond directly but instead said, "If you wish to earn a family reward, you had best hurry and secure a spot." Xiao Hu was momentarily taken aback, his fierce gaze shifting towards someone in the crowd. As Xiao Linger approached the stage, a disheveled youth inadvertently stumbled down beside her, prompting Xiao Hu's furious shout from behind, "Who else dares?" The crowd parted once more, and the disdainful looks in some eyes had vanished, replaced by fear. Indeed, Linger had truly returned. Xiao Wukui stood amidst the crowd, his heart heavy with bitterness. Though he had long suspected it, he had been unwilling to believe it until this very moment, when the stark reality lay before him. After weighing his thoughts, recalling their childhood promise, he ultimately decided to step forward and offer his congratulations. But before he could, Xiao Qing's figure appeared ahead of him. "Congratulations on your recovery," she said. Xiao Linger halted, somewhat surprised, but out of politeness, replied calmly, "It was merely luck. I in the path of cultivation. One must row against the current. Luck is but a form of strength. We have awaited this day for a long time." Xiao Qing gazed steadily at Xiao Linger, a faint battle intent flickering in her eyes, her spiritual energy emanating an invisible pressure. "Of course, I am also," Xiao Linger countered, her gaze locking with Xiao Qing's, no longer concealing her own power, as the spiritual pressures from both gradually intensified. Soon, the ordinary members of the Xiao family could no longer withstand it, forced to bow their heads, while those of lesser strength trembled, nearly collapsing to their knees. As the two women's auras simultaneously broke through a critical threshold, a cacophony of astonished gasps erupted from the Xiao family disciples. Foundation Establishment, Chapter 52. Formation. Upon witnessing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Xiao Linger, not only did the many Xiao family members find it hard to believe, but even a few elders seated in the stands voiced their astonishment. It took the four of them a while to compose themselves before they turned to the old matriarch, who had remained unfazed throughout. "The ancestor must have known long ago," they inquired. The old matriarch did not respond, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, a few members of the Qin family, observing from the sidelines, exchanged discreet glances and collectively pushed one forward. Bowing respectfully to the matriarch, "Congratulations, esteemed Elder Xiao. The phoenix of the Xiao family has been reborn, and the dragon soars high. This is a momentous occasion. Haha, it pales in comparison to your Chen family's twins." The old matriarch replied with a smile, engaging in polite banter. Xiao Linger paid no further attention to the ensuing competitions, making her way back to her private residence. She initially intended to check on the injured Xiong heir, but feeling the weight of attention upon her, she decided to postpone her visit to avoid unnecessary complications. Once inside, and reminded by Li Jie, she emptied the contents of the small secret realm she had obtained. Instantly, the room was filled with spiritual energy. With so many spoils, she had yet to take a thorough inventory. She counted the treasures piled like a small mountain. Li Jie compared them against the records in the Chaos Book. Most of the spiritual materials were of average quality, with very few exceeding the yellow rank. After converting their worth into spiritual stones, he estimated the total to be around 600,000 spiritual stones. Nodding in satisfaction, I suppose I've made a nice little fortune. After all, the most valuable items, like the spiritual materials from Li Lao Dao's storage bag, had already been selected and sold, so having 600,000 spiritual stones left was quite remarkable. After instructing Xiao Linger to gather the materials on the floor, Li Jie's gaze fell upon the wooden table where the remaining items lay, the most precious treasures from the secret realm. A vial of spiritual essence, a low-grade golden alchemy furnace of the mysterious rank, a vial of healing elixir known as Immortal Treasure Pill, a bundle of jade spirit incense aiding in mental cultivation, and 4 bone shards inscribed with runes. The level and material of the bone shards were unclear, and he found no explicit record in the Chaos Book. However, he did discover a similar item known as the Zhou Emperor's 8 trigrams Qinkuan Array Jade. Zhou Emperor's 8 trigrams Qinkuan Array Jade, one of the supreme immortal weapons, crafted from 64 different heavenly rank gemstones. It is a top-tier treasure for formation masters. It allows the wielder to conjure a grand formation with a mere gesture and can be altered at will according to the user's mastery of formations, easily transitioning between offense, defense, and containment. Wow, is it really that impressive? Li Jie marveled, his mouth agape as he examined the 4 dark, aged bone shards. He could almost ascertain that these were crude replicas, as the inscriptions on the dark bones were respectively Qi, Kuan, Zhen, and Sun. They formed the initial foundation of the Zhou Emperor's 8 trigrams Qinkuan array. A thought struck him, and his mind began to whirl. I wonder if I can refine them. Returning to the space within his ring, he found a method for refining treasures using spiritual power within the Chaos Book. With a focused thought, The 4 bone shards began to float slowly into the AI, and Elijah continued to infuse spiritual power into them. And gradually, the runes on the dark bones began to shimmer, the original markings being erased little by little. After a quarter of an hour, he successfully left his mental imprint on them, with a slight mental command. The 4 bone shards appeared around him, and as he tested returning to the ring's space, the shards followed suit. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly realized that the ring's space seemed to possess a storage function as well. But when he attempted to store other items, he found it impossible. Could it be that only my refined items can be stored? After pondering for a moment, he decided not to dwell on this issue. A smile spreading across his face, he had long intended for Xiao Linger to also train as a formation master, as high-quality secret realms and caves would undoubtedly require formation protection. But now, as an ambitious guide, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. The cultivation of formations did not require spiritual power. As long as there was a medium to channel and activate the spiritual energy, it was a perfect match for him. Moreover, he had already acquired the 4 Chinkuan array jade bone shards. After diligently researching in the ring space for quite some time, Li Jie floated out, ready to showcase his newfound formation skills to Xiao Linger. Noticing her engrossed in cultivating the sacred spirit technique, he chose not to interrupt, instead soaring into the air above the courtyard, reciting incantations as he directed the 4 Chinkuan array jade bone shards towards the cardinal directions. The shards quickly settled into place, vanishing from sight, and an invisible barrier materialized outside the courtyard. Elijah approached and touched it, creating ripples. His first-tier defensive formation, the small Zhou Tian array, had succeeded. By the time Xiao Linger concluded her cultivation, it was already late at night. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the floating spiritual form before her. "Master!" Xiao Linger exclaimed in surprise. Typically, she could not see her master at this hour, making this occurrence rather unexpected. "Your sacred spirit technique has progressed well," Li Jie casually complimented, adding, "The night is quite lovely." Huh. The 2 seemingly unrelated statements left Xiao Linger in a state of confusion. She looked up in puzzlement at the dazzling night sky, blinking at the bright moon and countless stars, which seemed no different from previous nights. As she returned her gaze, Li Jie's voice chimed in again. "Did you not notice?" "Notice what?" Xiao Linger looked up once more. "Ahem." Li Jie propelled a small stone to strike the small Zhou Tian array. The water-like patterns rippled, and Xiao Linger gasped in astonishment. A barrier? Having experienced the many wonders of the small secret realm, she was already quite familiar with barriers formed by formations. Alas, who would have thought that my master had hidden it so deeply? "Do not be surprised. This is indeed the great array I have laid out," Li Jie said, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. "Master, you can also set formations?" Xiao Linger exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, unabashedly revealing her admiration. Her master had once again expanded her understanding of him, an abundance of knowledge, sword techniques, alchemy, and now, formation mastery. He seemed to possess boundless capabilities. Li Jie, hands clasped behind his back, tilted his head with a slight, dismissive smile. "It's only natural for an alchemist who wields a sword to have some knowledge of formations, don't you think?" On the bustling streets of Jade Stone City, passing cultivators engaged in hushed conversations. Recent significant events had unfolded in the city. The emergence of a secret realm, the eradication of the demonic sect, and now the competition of geniuses from the Xiao family, one event after another, leaving them overwhelmed. "Have you all heard?" "We've all heard. Xiao Linger has truly recovered. I witnessed the 5-colored radiance of the Xiao family that night." Yes, I saw it too. There was even a phoenix soaring in the sky." At a tavern window, a white-clad man sipped his wine, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke to the 3 youths before him. "The poison of the fire dregs has been lifted. This is indeed a marvel. Since I have some leisure time, I shall pay a visit to the Xiao family." Chapter 53. Rivalry. In stark contrast to the previous days of competition, the training grounds of the Xiao family were now teeming with numerous outsiders. While the stands overflowed with spectators, including representatives from the 4 prominent families of Yushur City. Among the crowd, Xiao Linger cast a glance towards the stands, where 2 somewhat familiar figures emerged, Ho Tianqing and Ho Qingshan. One had been deprived of a pill refining furnace by her, and the other had been outmaneuvered by her in the treasure pavilion. Returning in defeat, Elijah also spotted the 2 individuals, but paid them little heed. A mere contest would not reveal all one's cards. Even without resorting to heavenly-tier spiritual techniques, the Ba Jianzhu and Qing Guanglu in Jianfa were sufficient to vanquish Shaoqing. His focus lay instead on the young man in white, who stood at the edge beside the elderly woman. The luminous orb emanating from him in his mental perception resembled a small sun, radiating a searing heat that seemed even more powerful than that of the old woman. Just then, the white-clad youth abruptly raised his head and gazed in Xiao Linger's direction. Elijah instinctively withdrew his mental perception, a flicker of unease stirring within him. Had he been discovered? After a moment, the white youth quickly redirected his attention towards Shaoqing, prompting Li Jie to exhale in relief. Of course, there was no way he could reveal his abilities so soon in the novice village. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, a robust middle-aged man leaped onto the competition stage, and the throng hushed instantly, their gazes fixated upon him. He cleared his throat and proclaimed with great vigor, "Today marks the youth ranking battle of the Xiao family, with a total of 15 participants. The matches will proceed through a draw. Within this wooden box, there are papers of red and blue colors, each inscribed with 7 numbers. Those who draw corresponding numbers will face off, and the victors will advance to the next round. As the champion of the last competition, Shaoqing automatically enters the final round." Upon the conclusion of the middle-aged man's words, discontented shouts erupted from the crowd. "Uncle, this is unfair. If I draw Xiao Linger, won't I be eliminated immediately?" A young man from the Xiao family, at the 9th level of Qi training, wore a crestfallen expression. He had initially hoped to secure 3rd place, but now it seemed uncertain, and he might even be out in the first round. The middle-aged man retorted sternly, "Humph, fairness. This is to remind you all that in the path of cultivation, there is no fairness, only strength. In the arena, you may attribute failure to bad luck, but once outside, it could mean death." "Yes," the youth muttered, lowering his head. "Now, come forth to draw lots," the middle-aged man commanded again. 14 young men and women ascended the competition stage, queuing to draw from the wooden box. When it was Xiao Hu's turn, he rubbed his hands together and bowed towards the sky, murmuring, "Not my cousin. Not my cousin." He drew a blue slip, his heart racing as he glanced at the blue paper in Xiao Linger's palm. Instantly, he shouted in excitement, his former arrogance returning as he provocatively surveyed the surrounding competitors. The draw concluded, and the middle-aged man stored the wooden box away. Those who drew number 1 stepped forward. With a leap, Xiao Hu was the first to bound onto the competition stage. His opponent was Xiao Wukue. "Cousin Xiao Hu, it would be wise for you to concede now. Once we start, I won't hold back," Xiao Wukue said with an easy smile, releasing his spiritual energy at the 7th level of Qi training. "Humph, Xiao Wukue, I'm not one to be intimidated. You'll witness my true strength," Xiao Hu bellowed, unleashing his 6th level Qi training prowess, which elicited gasps of astonishment. Even Li Jie couldn't help but glance over. This audacious child indeed possessed remarkable talent. Having endured a beating yet not shattered in spirit, he had instead broken through. The Xiao family members marveled in admiration, while Xiao Wukue's expression darkened. At T17, losing to a mere 10-year-old would be utterly humiliating. "You ungrateful wretch, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my cousin today." Xiao Hu assumed a hoarse stance, his body emanating a fierce aura. Tiger's fury, the overwhelming force erupted suddenly, causing Xiao Wukue to sense a hint of danger and take the matter seriously. He brandished his wooden sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword sheath, water-flowing blade. Sharp-eyed members of the Xiao family gasped. This was an advanced spiritual technique of the yellow tier. The tiger's shadow struck out with massive claws, obliterating the sword chi, yet its own form was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Hu and Xiao Wukue engaged in a fierce struggle, neither side gaining the upper hand. Both factions had their supporters cheering, yet Li Jie saw clearly that the advantage lay with Xiao Wukue. Xiao Hu's techniques were grand but consumed spiritual energy at an alarming rate, causing the already small luminous orb within him to shrink rapidly, while Xiao Wukue, merely dodging and countering, experienced minimal energy depletion. "You may be on the verge of defeat, little brother," Li Jie transmitted to Xiao Linger. "Let him lose. There was always a gap between him and Xiao Wukue," she replied, observing how effortlessly Xiao Wukue handled himself, while Xiao Hu resembled a headstrong bull, appearing fierce yet being played around effortlessly. The sword light that had vanished for a time reappeared, forcing Xiao Hu back, and before he could regain his footing, Xiao Wukue delivered a kick that sent him flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Cousin Xiao Hu, concede, Xiao Wukue said nonchalantly, already exuding an air of certain victory. Xiao Hu wiped the blood from his lips and roared defiantly, I will never concede, you white-eyed wolf. In that instant, Xiao Wukue's expression shifted. The term white-eyed wolf struck a sensitive nerve, and his wooden sword suddenly gleamed with an unprecedented sharpness. He deeply resented being labeled as such. Everyone knew he had once been favored by the head of the Xiao family, but had later allied himself with elder Xiao Lei. While it was known, voicing it was an outright insult. Xiao Hu, despite being battered and bloodied, remained unyielding in his attempts to strike back, while Xiao Wukue's wooden sword danced like a shadow, leaving bloody marks across Xiao Hu's body. It was evident to all that the battle was one-sided, except for Xiao Hu, who persisted. Even as he bled profusely, he continued to rage and throw punches, resembling an enraged beast. However, he was kicked into the air and then heavily stomped down. In the end, Xiao Wukue stood on his chest, sword poised at his throat. You have lost? I have not. Xiao Hu grasped the wooden sword, attempting to resist, only to be met with a crushing blow. Below the stage, Li Jie couldn't help but click his tongue. Xiao Hu's fighting spirit had altered his initial impression of him. He was not as detestable as he had thought. Since you are so fervent, allow me to lend you a hand, he mused with a smirk. On the cold stone floor, Xiao Hu gasped for breath, barely able to rise, while Xiao Wukue approached slowly. Young descendant of the Xiao family, your fighting spirit has successfully caught my attention. Now listen closely. This is an unparalleled legacy of the Xiao family, not something an ordinary person can attain, known as the 10 Halls of Yama Fist. Remember it well? Xiao Hu's pupils dilated as he felt a divine resonance echoing in his ears. Chapter 54. 10 Halls of Yama Fist. Time was limited, and Li Jie imparted only one move of the fist technique. Whether Xiao Hu could grasp it depended entirely on him. The 10 Halls of Yama Fist was also a heavenly tier advanced spiritual technique, distinct from ordinary techniques in that it did not emphasize spiritual power manipulation, but rather directly harnessed the vitality and fighting spirit. The stronger one's vitality and fighting spirit, the greater the power unleashed. Additionally, it could continuously stimulate and enhance the body's latent potential, unleashing extraordinary strength. Most notably, it required no arduous training. The moves were simple, devoid of any embellishments, merely an unassuming fist strike, the underlying meaning relying solely on comprehension. Fist that shatters the heavens, none shall rival me, unrivaled across the world. Li Jie could not fully grasp the phrase recorded at the beginning, but seeing Xiao Hu's ecstatic expression suggested he understood. In an instant, a layer of red light enveloped Xiao Hu's body, and at the moment Xiao Wukue's sword descended, he swiftly sidestepped. Still have strength? Xiao Wukue's gaze flickered as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Returning to Xiao Linger's side, Li Jie nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a technique must align with the right individual to flourish. It was a perfect match. Unlike Xiao Linger, a delicate and charming girl wielding a massive sword to strike. What is that? A gasp arose from the stands. The young man in white narrowed his eyes, speaking in astonishment. Vitality solidified. The crowd was perplexed, evidently lacking understanding, prompting him to elaborate slowly. This is a realm achievable only by physical cultivators, yet he could not have possibly attained it, the white-clad youth murmured in confusion, his gaze drifting to the elderly woman beside him. The old woman, too, bore a look of intrigue, softly replying, Xiao Hu has merely tempered his body more than the average youth. The white-clad youth shook his head with a smile. Then it seems he is exceptionally gifted. What a pity that Sangzhou no longer has any sects that focus on martial arts. Otherwise, they would surely come in droves to seek him out. Finally, the white-clad youth added, if Xiao Dao friend does not mind, I could allow him to join my Xiantian Dao sect. The elderly woman smiled in response. The decision to apprentice lies with Xiao Hu himself. My Xiao family has never interfered with the choices of its descendants. That is indeed a pity, the white-clad youth said, straightening his posture, his gaze returning to the competition stage. At that moment, the young man in a brocade cap beside him scoffed. Humph! It is a blessing for your Xiao family to be considered by my Xiantian Dao sect. Ordinary families would struggle to even find a way in. Yinli. Once the brocade-capped youth finished his statement, the white-clad youth leisurely reprimanded him, then turned to the elderly woman with an apologetic expression. Xiao Dao friend, My young companion is ignorant and narrow-minded. I hope you will not take offense, of course. Ignorant youth, narrow-mindedness. Who would take offense? The old woman nodded gently, reiterating the 8 words emphasized by the white-clad youth. You? The brocade-capped youth retorted. The white-clad youth regarded the elderly woman for another moment before raising a hand. Silencing the young man's voice, the atmosphere in the stands shifted subtly as a sudden gasp erupted from below, drawing the attention of every onlooker. On the duel stage, Xiao Hu stood drenched in blood, the crimson aura surrounding him gradually transforming into an ominous black. A formidable force was coalescing around his fist. Opposite him, Xiao Wukuei's hand trembled slightly as he clutched his sword, utterly perplexed as to how Xiao Hu, who seemed on the brink of defeat, could suddenly manifest such divine strength. He lifted his gaze, observing the escalating momentum emanating from his opponent, and his heart sank. How could he have been cornered to such an extent by a mere child of 10? Defeating Xiao Linger was one thing. She was a prodigious talent, albeit hindered by the poison of Huoguo. But what was Xiao Hu's justification for this power? I shall not be defeated, Xiao Wukuei gritted his teeth. His voice a low growl, visibly losing composure. The veins on the back of his sword-wielding hand bulged, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy swirling around him, his garments and hair dancing wildly. He raised his wooden sword and charged forward, letting out a desperate roar. Huang Tian Ichi sword. The raging spiritual energy crystallized upon the wooden blade, transforming the once unremarkable sword into an imposing 8-foot yellow-hued spiritual sword, aimed directly at Xiao Hu's heart. A low-tier Xian rank spiritual technique. The middle-aged man in battle attire gasped in shock, about to rush forward to protect Xiao Hu, only to see the bloodied and tattered youth charge willingly toward the sword energy. All his blood essence concentrated in his right fist, a terrifying black warrior visage manifested on his body, striking in unison with him. Bang! A fierce shockwave surged forth. The middle-aged man hesitated for but a moment before the two collided. The black fist radiance, with unstoppable force, tore through the yellow sword light, shattering the wooden blade and sending Xiao Wukuei sprawling out of the vast duel arena. Among the crowd, Xiao Wukuei lay on the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, despair etched across his face. He could not comprehend where he had faltered. The opponent was clearly inferior. He too was a genius of the Xiao clan. His heart boiled with resentment. In the first round of the duel, the victor was Xiao Hu. The middle-aged man bellowed from the stage, applause and cheers erupting throughout the arena. Xiao Wukuei was unceremoniously carried away, his eyes fixed on the triumphant youth on the platform, resentment flickering within, his fists clenched in anger. That glory should have been his. The second match commenced swiftly, appearing rather tedious compared to the fierce exchanges of the first, as 2 equally matched Xiao family disciples exchanged sword energies from a distance until one party, drained of spiritual power, succumbed to a swift thrust. The third match fared slightly better, yet the disparity in strength resulted in a hasty conclusion. Finally, it was Xiao Linger's turn to take the stage. She unleashed a wave of sword energy that did not strike her opponent, yet the chi-cultivating 8th layer Xiao disciple collapsed to the ground. It was a jest. Had he not fled quickly, he believed that sword energy could have sent him straight to his ancestors. After the match, the young Xiao disciple boasted extravagantly about the terror of Xiao Linger's sword energy, claiming his survival was no small feat after all. Xiao Linger had already reached the foundation establishment stage, and no one dared to mock him for it. 7 champions were selected, and the second round of draws began, with one individual receiving a bye. Unlike the previous round, Xiao Hu no longer sought divine intervention. Instead, he shot a provocative glance at Xiao Linger. Xiao Linger raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed, while Li Jie squinted, realizing that this boy truly flourished under a bit of sunlight, his rebellious spirit demanding to fight. As anticipated, Xiao Hu faced off against Xiao Linger. Upon stepping onto the duel stage, he shouted loudly, yet unlike his demeanor towards others, his tone bore a hint of trepidation. Cousin, I have received the ancestral teachings. Even if you are at the foundation establishment stage, I shall not fear you. Xiao Linger arched her brow, instinctively glancing skyward, feeling inexplicably that her master was somehow involved. Teach this little brat a lesson. I shall cheer for you from the sidelines. Lijs swiftly distanced himself from Xiao Linger. With a fierce shout, Xiao Hu charged forward, his blood energy coalescing into a black warrior visage. Slap! Xiao Linger effortlessly sent him flying. Unwilling to concede, Xiao Hu scrambled to his feet, charging once more, only to be met with another slap that sent him sprawling. Yet this time, he did not weep. Instead, he relentlessly launched another assault, prompting Xiao Linger to respond with increasing force. After being slapped away repeatedly, Xiao Hu clutched his swollen face, his mind clouded with confusion. Why had the ancestral spirit not yet appeared, despite his unwavering resolve? He had clearly heard that divine voice abruptly cut off. The 10 halls of Yama Fist had a continuation. I understand now. Surely, the ancestor is testing me. Determination shone in Xiao Hu's eyes as he charged again at Xiao Linger, just as both sides of his face were rendered unrecognizable from the slaps. Xiao Hu, dizzy and disoriented, halted and bellowed. Ancestor, aid me, slap. He was once again sent flying by Xiao Linger, his consciousness slipping away. Before succumbing to darkness, he cried out in despair, why does the ancestor not assist me? Chapter 55. The Dragon and Phoenix of the Xiao family. It is preposterous. Your ancestor is residing on your sister's fingertip. Do you truly believe he can assist you? Li Jie genuinely wished to help Xiao Hu, for the boy's spirit truly astonished him. However, as a competent master, his priority lay with his own disciple. Squeezing his softening fingers, Xiao Linger watched as Xiao Hu was carried away, fully acknowledging her master's words. A troublemaker like Xiao Hu needed to be taught a lesson. After just a day, he had swollen with pride once more, embodying sheer defiance. With these thoughts of disdain, Xiao Linger leapt down from the duel stage. Soon, only 2 individuals remained on the stage. The pinnacle of the qi-cultivating 9th layer from the Xiao family hesitated momentarily before begrudgingly bowing and leaping down from the platform. You have not disappointed me. Amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Xiao Qing, clad in resplendent attire, floated in and spoke blandly. Therefore, I hope you shall not disappoint me either. Xiao Linger lifted her head, revealing bright eyes and a radiant smile, her spirit aflame with determination. She had awaited this day for far too long. Of course. Xiao Qing replied with a gentle smile, continuing in a soothing tone, I shall grant you half a stick of incense's time to recover your spiritual energy. No need. The powerful aura characteristic of the foundation establishment stage erupted from Xiao Linger. Xiao Qing's gaze sharpened slightly, retreating 3 paces. Very well. Silence enveloped the stage, and the audience below fell into a hush. All eyes fixated upon the 2 above, eagerly anticipating this duel for an entire 2 days. Moments passed, yet neither Xiao Linger nor Xiao Qing made a move, prompting whispers of confusion to ripple through the crowd. What are Xiao Linger and brother Xiao Qing doing? You see, they do not understand. They are probing each other's spiritual energy, having engaged in a silent exchange of blows at least 100 times. Is that so? The strength of a foundation establishment expert is indeed fearsome. Many nodded in sudden understanding. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger was communicating with Li Jie. Master, regardless of what transpires, please do not intervene, and of course Li Jie suppressed the urge to meddle. Noting that the light orb within Xiao Qing was slightly larger than that of Xiao Linger, yet it lacked solidity and had a dimmer glow. This was a result of Xiao Linger's ultimate foundation establishment. But in actual combat, it would not confer significant enhancement. It merely indicated a solid foundation that could lead to further advancements. Li Jie drifted away, his heart heavy. Xiao Qing's cultivation was nearing the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, and with members of the Ho family present, Xiao Linger could not utilize her 2 most powerful spiritual techniques, the Great Heaven Dragon and the Earth Store Bodhisattva. Given Ho Junyue's vengeful nature, should he discover that Xiao Linger was the one who had repeatedly bested him, he might not wait until nightfall to take action. Just you wait, old tortoise. The day my disciple breaks through to the golden core stage shall be your demise. Li Jie settled beside Xiao Hu, standing atop his head. In an instant, the focused Xiao Hu felt a chill run down his spine. However, he soon dismissed this discomfort as Xiao Qing made his move. On the duel stage, Xiao Qing's figure flickered like a shooting star, his hands ungrasped around the sword, which moved in tandem with him as if an extension of his arm. He employed the most basic of fist and foot techniques. Interspersing the wooden sword between his moves, Xiao Linger wielded her sword defensively, her form continually pressed backward, nearly forced to the edge of the stage, as she executed the first stance of the Qingguang Luiying sword. The azure light burst forth. In an instant, a myriad of intricately woven azure light lines emerged. Xiao Qing maneuvered swiftly within the net of azure light, the floating wooden sword automatically seeking out openings to strike. While he appeared effortlessly in control, several dozen breaths had passed since the battle commenced, and aside from Xiao Linger's azure sword light, no grand or awe-inspiring spiritual techniques had yet surfaced. The ordinary Xiao family disciples watched in confusion, deeming this duel less captivating than their own matches, while those in the tiered stands furrowed their brows, murmuring praises. Both Xiao Qing's sword control technique and Xiao Linger's spiritual techniques elicited genuine admiration. Both possessed mastery over their spiritual energies that was simply extraordinary. Even the young man in white and the trio of youthful maidens regarded the spectacle with rare seriousness. Who would have thought that such a talent could emerge from the Xiao family? Xiao Qing, as a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect, needed no introduction, yet Xiao Linger, having struggled for years under the poison of Huoguo, had risen in a single day, truly capturing the attention of all. The young man in white assessed quietly. The battle intensified, with both Xiao Linger and Xiao Qing exuding surges of spiritual energy, unleashing powerful sword techniques. Brother Yan, do you believe you can defeat that Xiao Linger among those of the same rank? Inquired a youthful girl who had accompanied the white-clad young man. Addressing the young man adorned with a brocade crown, "It would be as easy as pie." Yanli scoffed dismissively, yet his gaze sharpened. Amidst a whirlwind of energy, Xiao Linger and Xiao Qing were forced apart. As they landed, both struggled to regain their footing. Xiao Qing's tightly bound hair now slightly disheveled. He discovered that although Xiao Linger possessed only the strength of the first level of foundation establishment, the refinement of her spiritual power was not in the slightest inferior to his OWNI. In fact, he even sensed an unusual fiery aura emanating from her fire attribute. Could it be the result of the poison from the fire impurity being resolved? Xiao Qing's eyes reflected his confusion as the wooden sword, which had been floating beside him, finally landed in his grasp. "It seems you have acquired some extraordinary fortune." Xiao Linger remained silent, quietly stabilizing her chaotic aura while accumulating her spiritual energy. However, this alone was insufficient. Xiao Qing raised his sword, pointing it directly at Xiao Linger, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing his hair to whip back dramatically in an instant. Xiao Qing's figure vanished from his original position, reappearing right before Xiao Linger. Sword restriction, 7th level. Wind breaks the clouds. As he uttered the command, he swung his sword downward with great force, unleashing a visible wave of spiritual light that surged forth from the wooden sword. Resembling a column of water erupting from the depths, extending 2 zhang high, Xiao Linger leapt up desperately to evade, just managing to land when she heard a sudden shout from above. Xiao Qing's spiritual technique had not yet concluded. He spun mid-air, swinging his sword with one hand down towards Xiao Linger. Sword restriction, 8th level. Furious dragon in the clouds. As the wooden sword descended, a lengthy, clawed cloud dragon materialized around Xiao Qing's rotating body, its scales distinctly visible as it roared and lunged at Xiao Linger. She stepped back firmly, surrounded by a brilliant azure light, executing the azure light flowing shadow sword technique. The two wooden swords collided, the azure light flickering out as the roaring cloud dragon tore through Xiao Linger's protective spiritual barrier, striking her heavily and sending her flying. A long trail of blood was left on the ground as Xiao Linger planted her sword upright. And in an instant, Xiao Qing appeared before her. Sword restriction, 9th level. Angry Moon Slash. The wooden sword grazed closely against Xiao Linger's body, and a crescent-shaped white sword energy suddenly emerged. Xiao Linger crossed her sword, gathering her spiritual power around the blade, forming a protective barrier. With a whoosh of wind, the crescent sword energy collided with her spiritual barrier, forcing her back several steps until she crashed into the ground. Her foot shattering a uniquely composed stone slab, finally halting her retreat. At this moment, she found herself at the very edge of the competition stage. Xiao Qing offered her no respite, closing in with a fierce sweep of his sword. The two sword energies combined, and Xiao Linger retreated an inch more, her heel nearly suspended in midair. The audience held their breath. Even Li Jie was taken aback, but when he saw a faint yellow glow emanating from within Xiao Linger, he felt reassured. Xiao Qing's gaze sharpened, a hint of astonishment flickering in his heart. Despite unleashing 3 consecutive spiritual techniques and overlapping sword energies, he was still unable to force the seemingly faltering Xiao Linger out of the ring. Yet, the game was about to conclude. He remained, without question, the unrivaled champion of the Xiao family. It ends now, Shao Qing shouted, his sword-armed sleeve billowing as fierce spiritual energy erupted once more, in an instant. He executed a spinning leap, unleashing an even more brilliant crescent sword energy, illuminating Xiao Linger's face in that fleeting moment. The expression of defiance flickered on her transformed visage, which had been distorted by the violent waves of energy. Clenching her sword with both hands, she intertwined the yellow glow with her spiritual energy upon the blade, resolutely withstanding Shao Qing's onslaught. The sword energies from both wooden swords clashed furiously, forcing Xiao Linger to gradually retreat. The veins in her hands becoming increasingly prominent, as a primal growl escaped through her gritted teeth, "Will win." Each word was a declaration of her unyielding spirit, and as the azure light surged once more, she broke free of Shao Qing's grasp. In that instant, she soared into the air, channeling all the azure light into her sword, unleashing the final move of the azure light flowing shadow sword. "Evergreen for eternity," she cried, striking downward with fury. A streak of azure sword energy extended rapidly from the wooden sword, reaching an astonishing length of over 10 zhong by the time it fell. Shao Qing was engulfed beneath the azure sword energy, his protective spiritual barrier operating at its utmost limit. Despite his unwillingness, he roared in defiance, yet still found himself unable to withstand the descending force of the sword energy. His legs bending uncontrollably, the barrier shattered, and he knelt on one knee, using one spiritually empowered hand to brace against the violent sword energy above him. When Shao Qing re-emerged, his garments were tattered, his arms drenched in blood, and his hair in disarray, presenting a woeful sight. Xiao Linger, pale-faced, stood across from him, suppressing the dizziness within her, her brows furrowed, a serious expression etched upon her features. She had witnessed the preceding scene clearly. Shao Qing had the ability to evade her strike, yet he had chosen not to, and she could distinctly sense that he still possessed a reserve of strength within him. With his hair whipping in the breeze, Shao Qing rose from the ground, spitting out blood before steadying his trembling form. "Xiao Linger, you have truly not disappointed me. You have forced me to this extent. This battle has been exhilarating," he proclaimed, his body radiating a visible wave of spiritual energy that ignited like flames. In the stands, a young man in white robes named Ning squinted with interest. How intriguing, to witness the flame spirit technique of the 10,000 Sword sect here. Li Jie floated beside him, his gaze shifting as he contemplated retreating into his ring to gather more knowledge. Yet he was interrupted by a voice beside him. "It is said that the flame spirit technique mimics the transformation technique of the demon race, stimulating the potential of the practitioner and enhancing their power. A mid-tier profound spiritual technique. When cultivated to a high level, it allows practitioners to fight beyond their ranks," a young girl beside the white-robed youth murmured softly. The young man, adorned with a brocade cap, snorted disdainfully. "Humph. It can only intimidate those with weak foundations and backgrounds." Ligs scrutinized the defiant countenance of the brocade-capped youth, noticing the radiant light within him. 8th level of foundation establishment. How audacious, he mused, then turned his gaze to the young girl, who was at the 7th level. His eyes then fell upon a burly, stout boy at the back, who also stood at the 8th level. All three were young, the two boys appearing to be of a similar age to Xiao Linger, while the young girl appeared even younger. Where had these individuals emerged from? They clearly did not belong to this locality. Were they here to fish for trouble? The more he observed, the more disdainful he felt toward the trio. He held a particular contempt for those who came to flaunt their power after suffering defeats in the greater world. "Pray, may you never fall into my hands," he thought with a sinister smile, committing their appearances to memory. Behind the young man in white, the unremarkable stout boy shrank back slightly, feeling an inexplicable chill envelop him. He looked up at the blazing sun high above. "Strange, why does my spiritual sense trigger here? Could there be danger?" he pondered, redirecting his gaze back to the competition stage. This moment, the battle between Xiao Linger and Shao Qing had reached a fever pitch, with powerful spiritual techniques clashing back and forth, causing the entire stage to crack. With another violent collision, both combatants landed on the stone platform, each spitting blood as they fell into silence. At this juncture, both were nearly at their limits. Shao Qing appeared to be in a slightly better state, as the flame spirit technique had granted him a formidable enhancement, perfectly suited for prolonged combat. Without further ado, suppressing the chaotic energy within his chest, Xiao Qing charged toward Xiao Linger. He could see that her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. What a pity. The phoenix of the Xiao family still falls short. Observers in the stands shook their heads, having formed conclusions about the forthcoming situation. Indeed, the difference of a single tear is like the chasm between heaven and earth. For her to have lasted this long is already impressive. The elderly matron nodded slightly, acknowledging the brilliance of the contest. While she held hope for Xiao Linger, it was merely that, hope. This battle was not solely about determining superiority. It would significantly influence the future of the Xiao family. Subconsciously, she had already deemed Xiao Qing the likely victor. Otherwise, he would not have made such a shocking decision in front of so many onlookers. Xiao Linger was struck down once more, blood obscuring her vision. Her thoughts weighed heavily. Since meeting her master, she had forgotten how long it had been since she had felt this precarious. Cousin, give it your all. As the spectators leaned towards a singular perspective. Xiao Hu roared from the crowd. Cousin, it must come to an end. Xiao Qing halted a step away from Xiao Linger, the flames of spiritual energy flickering on his surface, an aura emanating that was far beyond what Xiao Linger could compare to. No. With one knee on the ground, Xiao Linger gripped her sword and rose. Aside from the two top-tier spiritual techniques she could not employ, she still had one final move left to unleash. Chapter 57. The Overlord Sword Technique. Unmatched is the essence of being supreme. Concentrate and gather your energy, channeling every ounce of strength within you to strike down with the force of 1,000 tons as you plummet. Just imagining it sends shivers down my spine. Xiao Linger recalled Li Jie's words in her mind. As Xiao Qing's wooden sword descended toward her, she tilted her head and sidestepped, the blade grazing her cheek as she swiftly leaped into the air, expending her last remnants of spiritual energy to propel herself upward. Xiao Qing followed the ascending shadow, and the audience below looked up in unison, the blinding sunlight making it impossible for the lower cultivated members of the Xiao family to open their eyes. However, the Foundation establishment experts in the stands observed clearly. By the time Xiao Linger soared to a height of over 10 zhong, her body was devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. It's coming. It's finally here. Li Jie, riding atop Xiao Hu, rubbed his hands together in excitement, eagerly anticipating the first move of the Overlord Sword Technique. Heavenly Dragon's Descent. What is she planning to do? The onlookers outside were puzzled. Having never witnessed such a peculiar technique, devoid of any spiritual energy aura, only the young man in white furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, I seem to vaguely recall a sword technique that descends from the heavens. But that was that he did not finish his sentence, as the plummeting Xiao Linger captured all his attention in midair. The wooden sword in Xiao Linger's hand ignited, and her descent was several times faster than her ascent. In the blink of an eye, she fell to the ground, enveloped in searing flames. Clang. The severed sword clattered against the stone slab, while Xiao Qing, holding the other half of the broken sword, stared in disbelief at Xiao Linger, even as the scorching fire burned within his shoulder blades. What kind of spiritual technique is this? Xiao Qing lowered his sword hand and calmly inquired. The overbearing sword technique, with her sleeves engulfed in flames. Xiao Linger drew her sword, her hands charred and bloodied. Quite impressive. Xiao Qing nodded, his figure trembling as the embers on his robe extinguished themselves. He then turned to face all the members of the Xiao family. I concede. The spectators below were momentarily stunned, before erupting into a chorus of astonishment. Many doubted they had heard correctly, yet upon witnessing Xiao Qing departing the arena, they were compelled to believe. Brother Xiao Qing actually lost? He clearly still had fighting strength. Why did he choose to concede? No way. Just now, Xiao Linger had held back. The terrifying force she exhibited while descending was palpable even to me. It couldn't merely be a superficial wound. So it turns out to be that horrifying. A middle-aged man in robust attire stepped onto the stage. He had observed the previous exchange clearly, and it was indeed Xiao Linger who emerged victorious. Had she not risked backlash by forcefully halting her sword's momentum, Xiao Qing would likely have perished on the spot. Linger, you performed admirably. The middle-aged man praised, acknowledging that true heroes need no pedigree. Although he was curious about Xiao Linger's spiritual technique, he understood that everyone harbors their own little secrets, especially a genius capable of dispelling the poison of fire. You flatter me, fifth uncle. Xiao Linger smiled lightly. her gaze scanning the crowd until it landed on a familiar figure waving at her from a distance. She waved back. Immediately, Xiao Hu leaped up in excitement, calling out Xiao Linger's name. His voice seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and the entire training ground erupted in cheers. Ligf floated back to Xiao Linger's side, smiling as he asked, "How do you feel?" Xiao Linger offered a gentle smile, her crystalline tiger tooth glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. Just a little bit. She spoke the truth. In the past, she had relished the adoration of the masses, indulging in it completely. Yet, 5 years later, standing here once more and witnessing those once doubtful gazes transformed into admiration and infatuation, her heart remained largely unmoved. "Master, let us return to our training." Xiao Linger spoke softly, and Li Jie nodded in agreement. At this moment, she cared more about whether she was truly strong than about the opinions of outsiders. Especially since formidable foes awaited her in the distance. Those were her true adversaries. Of the same age, with similar talents, she had remained dormant for 5 years, while they had surged forward. She must seize every moment. Impressive, impressive. On the stands, a young man in white from the Ning clan clapped his hands, suddenly turning to the elderly woman beside him. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I now have my sights set on 2 individuals. How about we have them join my Xiantian Dao sect?" The elderly woman smiled. "You might need to consult them first." "Very well, as long as you have no objections." The young man from the Ning clan laughed heartily and waved his hand. "You 3, go and greet the phoenix of the Xiao family and that Qielin child." "Yes, master." The 3 responded in unison and promptly made their way. The elderly woman fixed her gaze on the departing trio, giving a knowing glance to the 4 elders of the Xiao family. At that moment, the young man from the Ning clan cleared his throat, causing the 4 to halt abruptly. "Fellow Taoist Xiao. To be candid, I have urgent matters to discuss that pertain to the future plans of Yushir City. They are also important members of the Xiao family, so let them stay and listen." Upon finishing, the young man from the Ning clan waved his hand, and an invisible barrier suddenly enveloped them, silencing all external noise. "Oh, please, speak, Envoy Ning." The elderly woman furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding rising within her. "Please be patient. Our friend has yet to arrive." The young man from the Ning clan smiled lightly. Feeling puzzled, the elderly woman suddenly looked up at the sky, her pupils narrowing slightly. Above, several figures were swiftly approaching. The Ho family, Ho Junyue; the Wu family, Wu Lianshan; the Qin family, Qin Zhongfeng. "Greetings, envoys of the Alliance." On the pebble path, Xiao Linger exhaled softly. Being too radiant seemed not quite right. Once unfamiliar faces were now showering her with goodwill, and after traversing a short distance, her neck began to ache. Fortunately, she was soon to return to her courtyard. At that moment, Li Jie, hovering in midair, fixed his gaze backward, noticing 3 figures swiftly approaching through the crowd. Their faces were etched in his memory, and he recognized them immediately. "The fish fryer has arrived?" "Master, what did you say?" Xiao Linger inquired with a puzzled expression, her hair swaying slightly as she turned her head. Leading the charge was Yin Li, his eyes flickering. Having only focused on the duel before, he had not noticed how stunning Xiao Linger had become, with her rosy cheeks barely concealing her beauty. His animosity diminished significantly, yet his countenance remained defiant as he coldly stated, "Xiantian Dao sect, Yin Li?" Following closely was a shy young girl who smiled and added, "Xiantian Dao sect." Qian Long is stout, chubby boy emerged, somewhat hesitant to meet Xiao Linger's gaze, mumbling, "Xiantian Dao sect, Li Dezhuang, Li Dezhuang." Li Jie furrowed his brow, casting a few more glances at the ordinary-looking chubby boy. In the face of such splendid names, these 3 characters stood out as particularly remarkable. Could it be that this fellow pursues the mundane path of cultivating immortality? "Linger, why don't you ask which village that Dezhuang hails from?" Chapter 58. Classics regarding her master's occasional peculiar notions. Xiao Linger had long since grown accustomed to it. Suppressing her slight shyness, she glanced at the chubby boy and softly inquired, "Dezhuang, you must be from some hidden village, right?" Yinli raised an eyebrow, unable to comprehend her words, but it didn't matter. The main issue was that the other party had not addressed him, who stood at the forefront. He was the 7th of the 10 prodigies of the Xiantian Dao sect. With physique, appearance, and strength that were no less impressive than those of his round-faced, plump fellow disciple. Unconsciously, he gazed at the pudgy Li Dezhuang, feeling a twinge of rivalry, having already forgotten his original purpose. A small river village, Li Dazhuang was taken aback for a moment before shyly stating, "Miss Xiao, you knew I came from a village?" Li Jie observed the subtle expressions of the two, one arm crossed and the other propping his chin. His gaze profound, as if he had discerned all secrets. With just a slight effort, he was already aware of the limits of these two youths. His question was not posed casually but rather as an insight into the darker aspects of human nature's ultimate strike. After conversing with Xiao Linger for a moment, Li Jie transmitted his treasured tea classics. "Master, do we really have to do it this way?" Xiao Linger felt her ears grow warm. Linger, these three do not seem to come with good intentions. It is time to showcase the art of rhetoric. Li Jie maintained his profound demeanor, his voice low and heavy. He certainly did not wish to engage in idle chatter, preferring to strike down opponents directly. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking. The most pressing concern was the elderly presence outside, whose cultivation he could hardly gauge. If discovered, it might lead to a fate akin to being trapped in the soul-refining banner for 10,000 years. Very well. Xiao Linger acquiesced. Li Dazhuang had been waiting for Xiao Linger to speak, but when he saw her remain silent, he cautiously lifted his gaze. Immediately, a slightly flushed face filled his vision, causing his heart to skip a beat. To him, the rosy imprint on Xiao Linger's face was the most beautiful flower. Just then, Xiao Linger smiled sweetly, her pearly teeth parting. "It is because of Dazhuang's splendid demeanor that one cannot help but wonder what kind of extraordinary place could give rise to such a remarkable figure as Dazhuang. Which is why Linger dared to ask in midair." Li Jie nodded in satisfaction. He had merely suggested a slight adjustment in tone, yet Xiao Linger immediately delivered an articulate performance, proving she was indeed a genius. Effortlessly grasping everything, in an instant, Li Dazhuang trembled slightly. Having come from humble beginnings, he was not particularly esteemed in the sect despite his exceptional talent, often remaining distant from his senior brothers and sisters. At this moment, Xiao Linger's voice resonated in his heart like celestial music. Xiao Linger continued sweetly, "I see that Dazhuang's spirit is full and his aura dragon-like. You must be quite a remarkable figure within the Xiantian Dao sect." For Linger greatly admires geniuses. Thank goodness, thank goodness." Li Dazhuang shyly scratched his head. Just then, a voice laced with sarcasm interjected. "Thank goodness? Humph. A waste can only put on a show before outsiders," Yanli scoffed. His status as the son of a dignified elder of the Xiantian Dao sect, with his imposing stature and remarkable presence, made him the center of attention wherever he went in the sect. How could he allow himself to be overshadowed by someone with no standing? The main issue was that this person was clearly no match for him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger, without needing Li Jie's prompt, immediately stepped forward, her tone sweet and playful. "This elder brother Yin Li appears to be quite a fine figure as well. I wonder how he compares to Dazhuang. I could dispatch him as easily as one slaughters a chicken." Yin Li sneered, provocatively glancing at Li Dazhuang. He understood the other party's character all too well. Usually, he was either in seclusion, obediently following orders as an inner disciple. Why should he be compared to a prodigy of the sect like himself? "Yin!" Li Dazhuang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury, his teeth gritted in determination. If this were within the confines of the sect, he might endure such insults, but today was different. He'll be ridiculed in front of the girl he admired was unbearable. If he remained silent now, he would be unworthy of his humanity. Witnessing Li Dazhuang's wrath, Yin Li did not flinch. Instead, he bellowed defiantly, "How dare you call me by my name? And what of it?" The two faced each other, akin to two volatile powder kegs poised to explode. Meanwhile, the youthful maiden Qian Long stood by, utterly at a loss. She could not comprehend how her two senior brothers, who had seemed fine moments ago, were now on the brink of violence. "You are doomed," Yin Li shouted, brandishing his spirit sword and launching an attack at Li Dazhuang. Unfazed, Li Dazhuang instantly conjured a black staff. Swinging it towards Yin Li's head in mere moments, the two unleashed their fury upon one another, each intent on inflicting severe harm. Sensing the escalating danger, Xiao Linger had already retreated, observing the bloodied clash from a distance. Her admiration for her master growing. Master can even perceive the depths of a person's heart. It is truly terrifying. She mused silently, resolving to study the tea classic diligently. Beside her, Li Jie watched the unfolding drama with a mix of intrigue and concern. Employing the tea classic against Na'vi young prodigies was indeed a formidable tactic, a veritable dimensional strike. As he stroked his chin, a bold idea flickered in his mind. What if he established a sect based on the tea classic? Would he not then become a legendary patriarch in the annals of history? He dismissed the thought. He needed to delve deeper into his studies. The master and disciple exchanged knowing smiles and quietly departed, leaving behind two combatants and a bewildered young girl. Eldest brother, second brother, please cease this fighting. Qianlong pleaded anxiously, but the two were too engrossed in their brawl to heed her cries. Realizing the potential for fatal consequences, she frantically produced a communication talisman and crushed it. Within the invisible barrier, Chen Zhongfeng narrowed his eyes, the initial respect he held for the young man in white dissipating. Ning Envoy, we summoned you regarding the death of Wu Laolu. Yet you arrive making exorbitant demands for all that we possess in the Deqing sword sect. Is this not excessively domineering? Domineering? Ning Baichuan replied with a faint smile, casually waving his hand. Perhaps our definitions of domineering differ. My understanding of it is as follows. Suddenly, a member of the Chen family in the Foundation establishment stage was drawn towards him, unable to let out even a scream before being crushed into a bloody pulp. With a mere flick of his wrist, the blood splattered upon the ground in mere moments. You are already at the nascent soul stage. Qin Zhongfeng swallowed hard, cold sweat cascading down his back. Yet he steeled himself to speak. Ning Baichuan, what you are doing is no different from the demons. If the Dao Alliance were to know. His words were choked in his throat as Ning Baichuan simply extended his hand, as if seizing Qin's throat, rendering him unable to escape the invisible grip. You are already the head of the family, yet you remain so foolish. The Dao Alliance would know? Know what? You seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. I am the envoy sent by the Dao Alliance. What has already transpired will not be pursued. The sect's foundations are not something you wild curs and rats can covet. As Ning Baichuan tightened his grip, Qin Zhongfeng found himself on the brink of death when a young girl's voice suddenly pierced the tension. Master, it's bad. Eldest brother and second brother are fighting. Chapter 59. Intimidation. Upon returning to Xiao Linger's private residence, Li Jie spotted a youth clad in white, seated at the stone table. It was the very individual he had struggled to gauge from the viewing platform. A frown creased his brow, and unease began to settle within him. I underestimated you, Ning Baichuan remarked, pouring himself a cup of cool tea while regarding the two disheveled youths. I am quite curious as to how you managed to incite them into conflict. Master used a bewitching technique. Qianlong asserted earnestly. I witnessed it myself. She merely uttered a few words, and my two senior brothers went berserk. The naive maiden gazed at Xiao Linger with a hint of fear in her eyes. Bewitching techniques? Those are the most abhorred methods among righteous cultivators. Ning Baichuan nodded, sipping his tea. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Linger, his dark eyes emanating a chilling aura that even Li Jie found unsettling, causing Xiao Linger to tremble involuntarily, though not fear. I am here, Li Jie conveyed through a thought, and upon hearing his familiar voice, Xiao Linger felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Could it be that you used a bewitching technique to dispel the fire toxin? Ning Baichuan set down his cup, an invisible ripple emanating from the tea. In an instant, Xiao Linger seemed lost in confusion, ready to speak. But Li Jie employed the thunderous sound of divine movement to shout into her mind, and she regained her clarity. Good heavens, is it truly this formidable? Li Jie thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had he been a moment slower, he might have exposed himself. At this point, he was certain of the opponent's cultivation level, undoubtedly at the nascent soul stage. Regaining her composure against the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Xiao Linger responded with dignity. How do you come to this conclusion, esteemed senior? Ning Baichuan scrutinized her, confirming that his minor spell had not taken effect. With a glint in his eye, he approached her, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke slowly. It is well known that the fire toxin is unresolvable, yet within the realms of demons and malevolent arts, there exists a method of avoidance. How could you, not having strayed into the dark paths, advance so rapidly? Coming to a halt beside Xiao Linger, Ning Baichuan's once gentle tone turned frigid. Or perhaps, you are no longer yourself, but a vessel for malevolent spirits. He raised his luminous hand, poised to press it upon her head. Elijah's mind raced. With his current mastery of the 3 layers of divine movement, coupled with a powerful soul arrow, he might inflict some damage upon this seemingly affable yet sinister figure. for vengeance for the slaughter of his clan, that would have to wait until Xiao Linger returned to exact it herself. Just as he prepared to act, a jovial voice resonated, halting Ning Baichuan's descending hand, and a gentle aura enveloped Xiao Linger's head. Ning Baichuan raised an eyebrow, then suddenly unleashed a forceful tremor, dispelling the obstructive spiritual energy, allowing his hand to continue its descent. An elderly woman in plain garments swiftly intervened, pulling Xiao Linger behind her. Ning Envoy, I cannot ascertain whether Linger is possessed by malevolent spirits, but the soul-searching technique is undoubtedly a genuine demonic art. Ha ha ha, what soul-searching? Xiao Daoist, you jest that I am an envoy of the Dao Alliance. How could I dabble in such vile arts? Ning Baichuan's smile was as gentle as spring rain. Yet Li Jie felt a chill creep up his spine. This man was decidedly sinister. The elderly woman continued, Ning Envoy, you did not indicate a desire to seek out Linger. Otherwise, I would have personally accompanied you. It seems I, the Xiao family, have been remiss. If there are matters to discuss, might we move to the main hall? It would better express our respect for the envoy in no need. You are well aware of my purpose here? Are you not? It is to accept a disciple. Ning Baichuan's gaze settled upon Xiao Linger, his smile radiant. Linger, you would not refuse the opportunity to become a disciple of the innate Dao sect, would you? Such a rejection would greatly disappoint me, and when I am disappointed, his tone darkened ominously, people will die. Xiao Linger's heart trembled as she glanced at the elderly woman, momentarily unsure of how to respond. She understood that a refusal would surely bring dire consequences upon the Xiao family. Li Jie also hesitated to speak on her behalf, fully aware that a single misstep could lead to the annihilation of Xiao Linger's entire clan. Abruptly, the elderly woman's gentle voice resonated in Xiao Linger's mind, and Li Jie heard it as well. Linger, do not be troubled. Speak your mind without hesitation. All consequences shall be borne by the ancestors. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linger's hesitant expression gradually solidified into determination. She clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and declared, I refuse. Clap, clap. Ning Baichuan applauded, his smile unwavering as he regarded Xiao Linger. Very few possess the audacity to reject the invitation of the innate Dao sect. And I, Ning Baichuan, am one who cannot be refused. It seems the families of Yushi City have become rather numerous. Xiao Linger's heart sank, her complexion pale as her worst fears materialized. Ning Envoy, you jest. The existence of the 4 great families in Yushi City is well-founded and not subject to human intervention. The elderly woman replied coolly, Is that so? Ning Baichuan turned his gaze back to the elderly woman, and at once, the ground beneath her began to crack, as if she bore an immense weight. Her body tensed, blood vessels bulging, and her knees threatened to buckle, just as she seemed on the verge of kneeling. She gradually steadied herself. Ning Baichuan's eyes narrowed, and an even greater pressure of spiritual energy emanated from him. Instantly, the ground beneath the elderly woman shattered, her lower leg sinking into the earth. Yet she still refused to kneel, her aging frame standing resolutely, defiantly meeting Ning Baichuan's gaze. In the courtyard, Xiao Linger and the 3 young prodigies from the innate Dao sect struggled to remain standing. Unable to endure the slight overflow of Ning Baichuan's spiritual pressure, Master, the youthful Qianlong called out. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the courtyard, with dry leaves drifting downwards, and the terrifying aura that had loomed over them dissipated. Ning Baichuan snorted, at the peak of the golden core stage. I had not anticipated a figure emerging from such a small place as Yushi City. But this is where your journey ends. The elderly woman smiled. I appreciate the envoy's efforts. Such a pity. Ning Baichuan sighed deeply, advancing towards Xiao Linger, but the elderly woman swiftly stepped in his way. Xiao Daoist, what is the meaning of this? I, Ning Baichuan, merely wish to admire a talent that cannot be claimed by my sect. Is it too much to ask for a closer look? Ning Baichuan resumed his initially amiable demeanor. Of course, this was not entirely the case. It was merely that the members of the Xiao family had likely prepared the necessary items for the envoy. Please, allow the envoy to accompany me to retrieve them. Furthermore, in addition to what the envoy requires, we willingly offer the resources that the Xiao family has collected over many years. Moreover, for the next 50 years, we shall bestow upon the envoy half of the Xiao family's annual gains in spirit stones, as a token of our congratulations on the envoy's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Ning Baichuan halted his steps and burst into hearty laughter. "Why, dear friend Xiao, you are being overly courteous. Let us proceed." The elderly matron sighed in relief, casting a reassuring glance at Xiao Linger before preparing to depart. However, at that moment, Ning Baichuan, soaring into the air, unexpectedly turned back and released a dark light. The old matron, wishing to intervene, was already too late. Floating in midair, Ning Baichuan spoke with a calm demeanor. "Upon reflection, since the Xiao family has shown me such kindness, I cannot fail to reciprocate. I shall gift this heavenly grade Su Ling Qi to Linger." Chapter 60. Su Ling Qi. Su Ling Qi, the purest essence of the spiritual vein, tainted by demonic energy, a supreme treasure coveted by demonic cultivators. Should a human cultivator obtain it and fail to refine it, they may suffer its burdens, leading to corruption in their absorption of spiritual energy and significant loss, halting their progression. Moreover, the stronger the taint on the original spiritual power, the more potent the corruptive effects of Su Ling Qi. It is truly malicious. Indeed, it is exceedingly vile. In the desolate courtyard, Li Jia emerged from his spatial ring, cursing loudly. A soul bound in confinement, he unleashed a rampage over the slightest disagreement. The seemingly ethereal disciples of the innate Tao sect resorted to various cunning traps to bring others to ruin. The moral standards of this cultivation world are shockingly low. Li Jia, gritting his teeth in hatred, reflected that in his time here, he had yet to encounter a truly good person, at least in his hometown. There were legal restraints. Here, it was as if chaos reigned supreme. Given this, he could not be blamed for his descent into darkness. Innate Tao sect, your path to destruction is already laid. Once I master the supreme formation, I shall surely raise your mountain stronghold. With a frenzied shout, Li Jia noted the innate Tao sect in his little notebook. Master, is it difficult to dispel this Su Ling Qi? Xiao Linger, perceiving the disquiet on Li Jia's face, couldn't help but wear a worried expression. It is not about dispelling. Rather, once this substance contaminates, it cannot be separated. It can only be refined. But what? Only cultivators at the nascent soul stage have a chance to refine it. And even then, it is exceedingly arduous. In truth, Li Jia had discovered another method, but revealing it too readily would make him seem too casual as a mentor. He needed to build the atmosphere. Xiao Linger's heart sank. She refrained from tears or complaints and calmly addressed Li Jia. "I understand, Master." This reaction seemed off to Li Jia, who was somewhat surprised. Just as he contemplated whether to disclose the alternative method of refining Su Ling Qi, he heard Xiao Linger's voice again and instinctively turned around, his heart skipping a beat. He saw Xiao Linger's face shrouded in an indescribable darkness, her eyes flickering with suppressed madness and ruthlessness. "I will definitely kill him," Xiao Linger spat through clenched teeth, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Li Jia observed that the once pure light within her was now veiled in a horrific crimson hue. He blinked, thinking he had misperceived. Yet, that layer of red still lingered, albeit dimmed, slowly fading away. "What is this?" he murmured, retreating to consult the Chaos Book, but only received a vague answer. Certain special constitutions of cultivators exhibit different manifestations of spiritual power than normal cultivators. Is this the poison of the fire filth? It seems entirely dissimilar. Why do I sense a sinister energy? In the Xiao family hall, Ning Baichuan accepted the storage bag reverently presented by the Xiao family's elder. Scanning its contents with satisfaction, he then gestured grandly, and the figures of 3 young individuals vanished alongside him. The hall was left echoing with his voice. "Friend Xiao, do not forget our agreement." Once the terrifying aura dissipated, an elder of the Xiao family could no longer suppress his indignation and opened his mouth to speak. That moment, the old matron executed a spell, and the elder, about to voice his concerns, collapsed, spitting blood. The other 3 were left astonished. Just as they were trying to comprehend the situation, that horrifying white figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, silently observing them. That utterly indifferent gaze resembled one that would regard a group of corpses. After a moment, Ning Baichuan shook his head with a smile. "How dull. I can't even find a reason to kill someone. It seems I must try my luck elsewhere." Half an hour passed. The 4 Xiao family elders, now as rigid as statues, managed to move their dry lips, yet still dared not speak, casting inquiring glances at the old matron. Ning Baichuan's capriciousness and disregard for human life had etched itself deeply into their minds. Remember, calamity arises from the tongue. Without strength, do not speak recklessly. The old matron softly advised, her figure vanishing from the hall. When she reappeared, she found Li Jie, who was studying formations at a stone table outside Xiao Linger's courtyard. Hastily concealing 4 bone fragments, casting a puzzled look her way. What does this old woman want now, senior? The matron did not awaken the meditating Xiao Linger, instead addressing Li Jie from the entrance. Li Jie furrowed his brow, realizing he had been exposed. The figure from that night over the Lin Sea suddenly became vivid in his mind. Senior, I know you are present. I come with no ill intent, but to express my sincere gratitude. I possess a treasure. Take it if you find it useful. With a wave of her hand, an exquisite jade gourd landed on the stone table. Li Jie discerned its contents at a glance. It was a fragment of a soul. He was tempted but refrained from acting. A trivial bait was not enough to ensnare him easily. This was something I inadvertently acquired during my travels in my youth. After much research into ancient texts, I learned its nature. As I have no use for it, I have kept it until now. Though it falls short as a token of gratitude for Linger's antidote, I truly have nothing better to offer. The old matron smiled bitterly, her gaze lingering on the jade gourd, which lay silently on the table. After a brief pause, the old matron's expression shifted slightly. She began to doubt her assumptions but remained silent. Continuing to wait, a quarter of an hour passed, and the old matron respectfully bowed towards the air. If the senior does not wish to reveal themselves, I have been presumptuous. I shall take my leave. Just as the matron turned to depart, Li Jie finally spoke, employing his divine movement thunder sound technique. Wait, where did you acquire this? The ancient battlefield of Luai. Luai? Li Jie echoed, and the old matron immediately comprehended. Continuing, in Yanzhou, it was the site of the conflict between the Great Zhou and Great Yan 1,000 years ago. Very well, I understand. Li Jie nodded, resolved to investigate the Chaos Book shortly. He had been troubled by a lack of means to strengthen his soul. Unexpectedly, just as he wanted to doze off, someone presented him with a pillow. If he could triple his size and forge a great spear of souls, even a nascent soul cultivator would perish if they dared not flee. Chuckling to himself, Li Jie asked again, You didn't come looking for me for no reason, did you? Senior, your insight is remarkable. I indeed have a matter to entrust to you. The old matron bowed again and continued straightforwardly. A significant upheaval is imminent in Yusher City. Should the Xiao family face destruction, please take Linger with you. Chapter 61. Enemies on a narrow path. Li Jie did not inquire further about the old matron's so-called upheaval. But the following day, he sensed the foreboding. The Chun family had been exterminated. All 1,500 members of the main line had met a gruesome end. Even without thinking, he knew who was responsible. As he and Xiao Linger strolled through the market, cultivators around them buzzed with discussions of this shocking event. Have you heard? The Chun family has been wiped out. The Dao Alliance envoy has arrived. And he is a nascent soul venerable. The nascent soul stage? Let us hurry and see. People in the market quickened their pace, all heading towards the Chun family's location. Ignoring the commotion around them, Li Jie led Xiao Linger straight to the old bald man's stall. Having absorbed the soul fragment, he had grown considerably, now the size of 2 basketballs. As they approached the stall, Xiao Linger hesitated. Casting a slightly embarrassed glance at Li Jie, Master, shall we still go over? Li Jie, puzzled, looked up to see a familiar face beside the old bald man, Li Laodao, who was energetically hawking herbs, celestial spirit grass. Freshly dug celestial spirit grass, don't miss it as you pass by. Li Laodao had been shouting for quite some time, his voice hoarse, yet he had sold not a single herb. Alas, he sighed heavily, regretting his earlier decision to venture into the small secret realm. Not only had he failed to acquire anything of value, but he had also squandered most of his life savings. After toiling for a lifetime, he returned to selling goods. Cursed, despicable scoundrels. Suddenly, Li Laodao yelled again, startling the old bald man, who instinctively clutched his chest, unable to recall how many times he had been startled lately. Ever since Li Laodao returned from the secret realm, he had often erupted into such rants, exhibiting signs of madness. Had he not shown the contents of his storage bag to others, he would still be under suspicion, needing to remain vigilant at all times. Letting out a soft breath, the old bald man resumed his nap with squinted eyes. At the corner of the alley, Li Jie cleared his throat. Why fear? We have already spared his life. That is a tremendous grace. Just think, in the small secret realm, what cultivator did not strike with lethal intent? Xiao Linger pondered for a moment, realizing this reasoning held merit. She had already spared a life. What more could be expected? Thus, she boldly approached the two stalls. Uncle Li, Uncle Fong. Xiao Linger politely called out. Li Laodao stared momentarily at the unfamiliar face before him, but the old bald man quickly became animated and spoke up. Little girl, what do you wish to purchase this time? Xiao Linger was considered a regular customer, and he did not stand on ceremony. Slightly bowing her head, Xiao Linger feigned interest, awaiting Li Jia's cue. Let us go. It seems this old fellow has nothing of value left. After a brief moment, Li Jia voiced his thoughts. Just as Xiao Linger was about to depart, he suddenly called out to inquire about the price of the herbs being sold by the old man. Initially, Li Jia had no intention of engaging with Li Laodao, but the latter's woeful cries were somewhat pitiful. After all, a man in his 70s was still braving the sun and wind in the marketplace. Even if he did not consider the affairs of the minor realms, it was only right to extend a helping hand to the elderly. After all, he was a fine young man of the new era. With respect for the elderly and care for the young ingrained in his bones, Li Laobei. How much for this? Following Li Jie's instructions, Xiao Linger crouched down and casually picked up a herb. Li Laodao had been scrutinizing Xiao Linger and, at that moment, suddenly realized that she was a fellow practitioner from the minor realm. Initially skeptical, his doubts faded as he observed Xiao Linger's innocent demeanor. 100 spirit stones, he called out casually. He did not believe that Xiao Linger genuinely intended to buy, as what he sold was mere grass, something a 9th-tier Qi practitioner could easily discern. Very well. Xiao Linger promptly produced the spirit stones and placed them in Li Laodao's hand. Staring at the glimmering stones, Li Laodao was momentarily stunned. Facing the direction in which Xiao Linger had departed, he couldn't help but feel ashamed for his earlier doubts. What a good person, he muttered softly. Turning into a secluded alley, when Xiao Linger re-emerged, she was enveloped in a black cloak, striding purposefully towards the Qianyao Tower. Today, there were few patrons at Qianyao Tower, and Ma Kuei was absent. The reception was handled by a young attendant. Sir, do you need anything? The attendant approached enthusiastically. Xiao Linger slightly raised her hand, signaling him to refrain from engaging her, and began her search. Elijah floated on her shoulder, his spirit flickering in and out of visibility. He was currently perusing the materials recorded in the Chaos Book necessary for refining spiritual energy. But the list was overwhelmingly extensive, comprising at least 100 varieties. So many that even his formidable memory struggled to retain them. Fire petal, horsetail lotus, purple water fairy. The materials documented in the Chaos Book were all rich in spiritual energy. Although varied, most were of low tier, with only a few being rare. Thus, Li Jie and Xiao Linger swiftly found over 30 types at Qianyao Tower. Before long, they appeared at another shop, collecting over 20 more refining materials. As they passed a street stall, Li Jie exclaimed in surprise. There's Yangju stone liquid here. The red jade on the stall contained a flowing liquid that appeared resplendent in the sunlight. Indeed, it was one of the refining materials. After inquiring about the price of the red jade, Xiao Linger was about to make a purchase when an unexpected voice rang out. Put down the Yangju stone in your hand. The cold, arrogant voice belonged to a haughty figure. Elijah squinted, recognizing Yin Li, who was alone, with the young girl and the burly man nowhere in sight. This lad's injuries healed quickly. Just yesterday, he had been covered in blood. And today, he strutted about with an air of arrogance, evidently still oblivious to the profound lesson he had yet to learn. Elijah stroked his chin, and Xiao Linger's voice reached his ears. Master! She furrowed her brow, refusing to release her grip. I want to say it a second time. Yin Li's voice turned even colder, revealing his cultivation at the 8th tier of foundation establishment. Sensing the situation was precarious, the stall vendor, with a lower cultivation, hastily seized the spirit stones Xiao Linger offered and fled. Xiao Linger stood tall, her spiritual power surging, confronting Yin Li. A gust of wind swirled around them, stirring up fallen leaves and dust from the ground. At that moment, Li Jie spoke calmly. Linger, give him the Yangju stone. Xiao Linger hesitated, her heart filled with confusion, yet she chose to comply, tossing the Yangju stone away, which Yin Li promptly caught. At least you know your place. He cast a fleeting glance at the figure cloaked in black, tossing a few spirit stones onto the ground as he brushed past and departed. Once he was far away, a glimmer appeared in Li Jie's eyes. He had not intended to provoke anyone from the innate Taoist sect, but with such an opportunity presenting itself, he saw it differently. Linger, follow him. Chapter 62. Surprised Yanli moved swiftly, his sharp gaze scanning the nearby stalls. Upon spotting a broken sword, his eyelids twitched, and he quickly approached to buy it decisively. The broken sword was merely half a blade, rusted and nearly corroded, yet Yanli cherished it as he tucked it away in the alley's corner. Li Jie and Xiao Linger peered in, feeling a twinge of insecurity. Could his discerning eye truly have missed something? Just moments ago, they had passed the stall selling the broken sword, and in his perception, there had been no special feedback. It was utterly ordinary. Individuals from the sect were indeed different. Li Jie felt an itch to confront Yanli. Eager to retrieve the lost broken sword. Linger, hasten your pace. With a swift motion, Xiao Linger vanished around the alley's bend. Yanli completed his tour of the marketplace and ventured onto the main street. Heading towards the Chen family's location, Li Jie furrowed his brow, realizing that if this continued, he would lose his chance to strike. After a brief contemplation, he instructed Xiao Linger to disguise her cultivation as ninth-tier qi. Amidst the throng of people, Yanli, walking leisurely, suddenly halted, a smirk of disdain rising at the corner of his mouth, before heading towards an unoccupied alley. When Xiao Linger pursued him, she found the alley devoid of his presence. Just as she turned around, a sharp gust of wind struck from behind. She sidestepped, quickly creating distance. A mere ninth-tier qi practitioner dares to follow me? Yanli sneered, easily assessing her strength. Xiao Linger remained silent, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Thinking of escaping? Too late. A cold shout erupted, and Yanli instantly appeared before her. A cruel expression etched on his face as he reached out with claw-like hands, aiming to grasp her throat. At that moment, Xiao Linger smiled, and the Earth God statue manifested, directly repelling Yanli. In the midst of his astonishment, the massive sword of desolation appeared in her hand. Great might heavenly dragon! A golden dragon shadow over 3 meters long emerged, roaring as it lunged towards Yanli. The greater astonishment surged in Yanli's eyes as he momentarily faltered, quickly raising a hand to unleash a talisman. The yellow paper disintegrated in an instant, conjuring a towering illusory shield. The golden dragon shadow collided with it, causing countless cracks to appear on the shield, which shattered after only a heartbeat. However, in that fleeting moment, Yanli had already landed, producing a white spirit sword that cleaved through the air, dissipating the golden dragon shadow. So, you're a Foundation establishment practitioner. Playing the fool with me? You must be quite foolish. Do you not realize that in the face of genuine power, all tricks are in vain? Yanli scoffed, launching himself into the air, a series of afterimages trailing behind him, his white sword radiating brilliance as a terrifying spiritual technique brewed. Yet, halfway through his advance, his body suddenly trembled violently, nearly toppling over. Just as he freed himself from the excruciating pain in his mind, a dark shadow loomed above him. The massive sword of desolation struck his forehead, sending him crashing down in midair. Li Jie smirked. He had not intended to intervene, as harming his enemy would also cause him harm, yet the pressure emanating from Yanli was far too intense, prompting him to decisively strike. Withdrawing the sword of desolation, Xiao Linger appeared beside Yanli, skillfully snatching away his storage bag. Just as she was about to strip away his inner armor, Li Jie interjected. Someone is coming, we must leave. In the wilderness, a figure emerged from the earth. Master, why did we run out of the city? Xiao Linger asked, perplexed. That fellow's master is a nascent soul. We must act cautiously. Quickly open the storage bag and retrieve the Yangju stone and that broken sword. Understood. Xiao Linger nodded, channeling her spiritual power into the storage bag, only to be repelled by an unseen force. The ornate storage bag in her hand began to glow, intricate golden patterns emerging. A restriction? Leave this to me. Li Jie raised an eyebrow, his spirit floating to the forefront. Half an hour later. Master, have you not opened it yet? Xiao Linger yawned, feeling drowsy. This restriction pertains to the fundamental laws of the world. Give me a bit more time. Li Jie's spirit was nearly sweating, flickering in and out of visibility as he nearly wore the chaos book out. No one had informed him that setting up a formation and dispelling one were two different matters. Finally, after an hour, the ornate storage bag erupted in a dazzling golden light. Li Jie was moved to the point of nearly kneeling. Exclaiming excitedly, "It's open!" Xiao Linger rushed back, imbuing her spiritual power into the storage bag, and soon, a multitude of shimmering treasures spilled out. She merely cast a glance, her dark eyes widening in astonishment. A mound of mid-grade spirit stones illuminated her small face. Gather the elixirs, spirit stones, and materials, but leave the spiritual tools and peculiar items for him, Li Jie swiftly instructed. Although they had fled far, much time had passed, and Yinli was sure to have awakened, potentially bringing his nascent soul master to scour the Jade Stone City for them. Why? Xiao Linger, stuffing items into her storage bag, paused momentarily but quickly recalled the lesson from the stone scar sword. Certain spiritual objects could indeed bear marks. Soon, the items on the ground were sorted, and aside from the elixirs, materials, and spirit stones, Xiao Linger repacked everything else. "Master, what about this storage bag?" "He indeed. We must provide them with a delightful surprise." Li Jie and Xiao Linger revealed their grand scheme, but the latter immediately displayed hesitation, her body instinctively resisting. "Master, must we truly proceed in this manner?" Xiao Linger queried, her delicate face contorted with worry. "In dealing with our adversaries, we must employ the most formidable tactics. Only then will they remember you, fear you." Li Jie proclaimed with utmost seriousness. "Very well," Xiao Linger reluctantly resolved, nodding with determination. In the wilderness, two figures materialized without warning. Gazing at the barren expanse before him, Ning Baichuan furrowed his brows, the mark he had left now starkly apparent. "Concealment formation?" He raised his hand and struck down. In an instant, a foul liquid surged skyward. Upon sensing something amiss, Ning Baichuan teleported away, but Yinli, whose reflexes were significantly slower, was not so fortunate. He stood transfixed as the deluge rained down upon him. A distorted scream reverberated throughout the wilderness. Chapter 63. Preparation at the Xiao family residence. The moment Li Jie stepped through the gate, he felt a powerful spiritual pressure sweep over him. He looked up to see a figure floating high in the distant sky. A subtle smile crept across Li Jie's face as images formed in his mind. High above, with a darkened countenance, Ning Baichuan unreservedly unleashed his spiritual power, casting a shadow over the entire massive Jade Stone City. Yet, despite searching numerous times, he found no suspicious individuals. Could it be members of other sects? Ning Baichuan's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he appeared within a residence. Qianlong and Li Dazhuang stood guard outside. Upon seeing Ning Baichuan, they immediately rushed over to pay their respects. Inside the residence, sounds of frenzied roaring and objects being smashed reverberated. "You scoundrel! I shall kill you. Today, I, Yinli, swear a heart demon oath. If I do not skin you alive and refine your bones into a myriad soul banner, may I perish without reincarnation. My soul shall scatter. I will kill you." Standing outside the door, Ning Baichuan's long sword-like brows twitched slightly, as Qianlong cautiously inquired, "Master, what has happened to senior brother?" "Ever since he returned, he has locked himself in his room, seemingly driven mad." "You two, step outside." Ning Baichuan waved his hand, and Qianlong and Li Dazhuang exchanged glances before discreetly leaving. Once they were gone, Ning Baichuan flicked his finger to force open the tightly shut door. Yinli, disheveled and wild-eyed, was taken aback by the sudden opening, ready to lash out in rage, only to be slammed to the ground by Ning Baichuan's palm. Yinli knelt there, his eyes bloodshot, muttering incoherently, "I will kill you. I will kill you. Wake up!" Ning Baichuan bellowed sharply. Yinli trembled, gradually regaining his composure. Upon seeing Ning Baichuan's figure, he stood up excitedly and asked, "Master, have you found him?" "No, why not?" Yinli was momentarily stunned, the madness that had faded from his eyes resurfacing, his demeanor teetering on the brink of insanity. Observing his dazed expression, Ning Baichuan's gaze hardened slightly. His disciple was ruined. If he could not eliminate the hidden foe, the heart demon would forever impede his advancement. However, it mattered not, for he had an appropriate technique for madmen that had yet to be passed down. A smirk appeared on Ning Baichuan's lips as a tome shrouded in black mist materialized in his hands. In Xiao Linger's courtyard, after toying with the broken sword repeatedly, Li Jie finally recognized its extraordinary quality. The decayed sword body contained a peculiar crimson metal. He consulted the chaotic book and discovered it was Shuahua Jing, the hardest metal treasure in existence. When forged into weapons, it could significantly enhance their durability. If entirely crafted from this material, armor beneath the nascent soul stage would be indestructible. Unfortunately, the broken sword contained only a handful of Shuao Jing. Crafting even a toothpick from it would prove challenging. He decided to have Xiao Linger store it for future use. 2 days later, Ning Bai Chuan departed. Jie felt an immense sense of relief and began hastily gathering spiritual materials to refine the malevolent spiritual energy. In the evening, he emerged from a shop. "Master, let us hurry back to refine the malevolent spiritual energy," Xiao Linger exclaimed eagerly. However, Li Jie remained unhurried. The process of refining malevolent spiritual energy was exceedingly intricate and could take weeks. He intended to leave Xiong Air in the care of the 5 members of the Po Tian gang. Recently, Jade Stone City had become quite turbulent, with an influx of cultivators leading to frequent conflicts and daily occurrences of murder and looting outside the city. The number of hunters in the Beast Demon Mountain had also increased, with tendencies to encroach deeper into the Shao family's rear mountains. After all, without a formation to isolate them, as long as they went unnoticed, rogue cultivators could come and go as they pleased. Those who could hunt safely would avoid taking risks in the Beast Demon Mountain. This chaos stemmed from the extermination of the Qin family and the disappearance of the Wu family, which had shattered the regulations established by the 4 great families, plunging the entire Jade Stone City into disorder. Only the areas managed by the Shao and Ho families maintained relative peace, yet covertly, others were already stirring, attempting to incite conflict, and of course, none of this concerned him. Before long, Xiao Linger and Li Jie found themselves in the dense forest of the Shao family's rear mountains. After several days apart, Xiong Air had grown considerably, now taller than Xiao Linger by a bear's head, the spirit source essence not only healing its wounds, but also bolstering its strength. Roar. Upon spotting Xiao Linger and Li Jie, Xiong Air, who had been fishing in the creek, scampered over excitedly. After patting its massive bare head, Xiao Linger habitually tossed it a spirit-enhancing pill, which Xiong Air promptly caught in its mouth, affectionately nudging Xiao Linger's hand. Li Jie observed Xiong Air for a while and noted that the light within its body had coalesced further compared to a few days prior. This creature truly grew rapidly. It could level up simply by taking long naps. "Why am I not endowed with such a function?" Li Jie returned to his spatial ring and pounded the chaotic book vigorously, but it remained stubbornly silent. Heaven has no eyes. After venting his frustration, Li Jie began attending to serious matters. Linger, fetch the black robe and wide-brimmed hat for Xiong Air. Xiao Linger responded sweetly, producing a larger version of the black robe and a hat that dwarfed her entire being. Xiong Air looked on in confusion as Xiao Linger swiftly adorned it with the robe and hat. Observing the sight of Xiong Air completely enveloped in the black robe and hat, Li Jie nodded with satisfaction. "Let us depart the mountain." Xiao Linger darted toward the forest's edge, and Xiong Air let out a roar, eagerly following suit. Its intelligence had significantly increased, allowing it to comprehend most of what Li Jie and Xiao Linger communicated. In midair, Li Jie furrowed his brows, realizing he had overlooked a significant issue. If Xiong Air ventured out like this, even wrapped up like a ball, it would be immediately recognized as a magical beast. It still needed training. After half a day of rigorous training under Li Jie's strict regimen, Xiong Air learned to walk on 2 legs. Although its gait was awkward, it was at least able to manage. Under the cover of darkness, a petite figure stealthily traversed the streets of Jade Stone City, soon followed by a large, unsteady shadow. Along the short 3-mile street, Xiong Air stumbled 5 times and knocked over 10 stalls. Drawing a chorus of curses from bystanders, Lijf felt his head spinning. Fortunately, they emerged unscathed near a hall adorned with lanterns. 2 burly men clad in black stood guard at the entrance, each carrying a sword that matched their imposing stature. The sign illuminated by the lanterns boldly displayed the words Petian Gang. Cloaked in black, Xiao Linger and Xiong Air stepped out from the shadows, prompting the 2 men to raise their swords and stride forward. "Where did you come from?" one of the men demanded loudly. "Summon Lu Shilin," Xiao Linger commanded in a voice altered to conceal her identity. "What status do you think you have?" Bang! With a single slap, Xiao Linger sent the 2 men flying, and as her figure soared into the Petian Gang's hall, a multitude of towering black-clad men emerged, surrounding her, many exuding formidable auras. Since when did the Petian Gang gain so many members? Li Jie observed the throng of black-clad figures, estimating at least 100. while he recalled that Lu Shilin had only left with a mere 5 misfits. Including himself, he must be here to disrupt our gathering, shouted the man who had been knocked away as he crawled back in. Ha! A thunderous roar erupted, and all the black-clad men unsheathed their swords. Just as they were about to act, 5 figures dashed in, dropping to one knee before Xiao Linger. Lu Shilin humbly welcomes the gang master back to the gang. Chapter 64. Family. Unlike their initial encounter at the fissure in the ground, Lu Shilin and his 4 companions now appeared vastly transformed, each exuding robust vitality and impressive physiques. If it weren't for their similar features, Li Jie might have doubted he was in the right place. Why are you still standing around? Kneel! The crowd, still in shock, was jolted awake by a fierce command, and they promptly knelt, shouting in unison, "We pay homage to the gang master." The chorus of nearly 100 voices soared into the heavens, as if to rend the very fabric of night. Xiao Linger had never witnessed such a spectacle and was momentarily bewildered, turning to Li Jie for guidance on what to do. Noticing Xiao Linger's silence, Lu Shilin dared not rise, speaking with utmost reverence, "Gang master, I have not squandered your resources. All have been utilized to recruit new members. Now, we have established a foothold in the 3 streets and 7 alleys. That you have done well, rise." Xiao Linger emulated Li Jie's words. "Gang master, there are too many prying eyes outside. Let us converse in the inner hall." Lu Shilin stood, gesturing for the crowd to part, creating a clear path. "Help me, master." Xiao Linger was once again astonished by the scene before her. Li Jie shook his head in frustration, feeling that such a grand display of a male protagonist was still beyond Xiao Linger's comprehension. He immediately transmitted a message, "Come, you are now the leader of this region." After blinking a couple of times, Xiao Linger stepped forward, with Zhong Er wobbling closely behind her. Lu Shilin, lagging at the back, instinctively glanced at the swaying massive shadow, feeling a sense of déjà vu, yet unable to recall Why in the main hall. Xiao Linger sat in a position of authority, while Lu Shilin spoke confidently in the center. "Master, our Breaking Heaven gang's strength has surged, coinciding with the chaos in Yushur City. The territories previously controlled by the Chen family have now become desolate lands, and members of the Xiao and Hou families are scrambling for control. This is a golden opportunity to strengthen our gang, and I hope the master can lead us to greatness." Upon finishing, Lu Shilin nervously lowered his head, fearing that the master might dismiss his modest proposal. "Very well, I approve," echoed Li Jie's voice in the hall. The matters of the male protagonist must be handled personally by him. He understood the intricacies of seizing territory. However, he was utterly surprised to discover that Lu Shilin was indeed a talented individual. In less than a month, not only had he established a formidable gang, but he also possessed such foresight as for his initial plans. Oh no, he had no plans at all. Lu Shilin knelt once more, exclaiming, "Master, you possess great vision. I will not let you down." Li Jie was quite satisfied and waved his hand, bestowing upon Xiao Linger another wave of spiritual stone resources. He also retrieved a low-grade mystic skill from the Chaos Book, Kunshin 5 styles, which required minimal talent to cultivate, as well as the first layer of the Supreme Sacred Spirit technique, and passed them on to Lu Shilin. He instructed Lu Shilin to manage the dissemination of these skills as he saw fit, encouraging him to pass them on to suitable candidates. After offering his heartfelt encouragement, Li Jie bid farewell to the deeply moved Lu Shilin and returned to the Xiao family manor. He had resolved the 2 matters before his seclusion and could now focus on refining the spirit energy. He chuckled to himself, thinking that the old villain would never expect that this spirit energy was truly a generous gift. The high-grade heavenly source of spiritual power, Li Jie estimated, if Xiao Linger managed to refine and absorb it, she would surely ascend at least 3 levels, saving herself nearly half a year of cultivation time. Lost in thought, he was suddenly drawn by a faint murmur. Turning his head, he noticed smoke swirling around the edge of the training ground, where Xiao Hu was kneeling and earnestly bowing his head. "Ancestral spirits, could you please impart one more technique to me? Just one. I truly desire it." With a series of resounding bows, Xiao Hu ignited the paper money before him, saying, "Ancestral spirits, I am burning money for you. If you receive it, please come to find me." "Xiao Hu, are you itching for a beating again? I have told you numerous times that the ancestors of the Xiao family are not buried here." "They are not buried here." A muscular middle-aged man stormed over in anger, grabbing Xiao Hu and kicking him away like a ball, subsequently extinguishing the smoke. rubbing his sore backside after being kicked. Xiao Hu grimaced, but as soon as the muscular man left, he stealthily made his way back to the training ground. Fifth uncle, how long has Xiao Hu been exhibiting such symptoms? Xiao Linger inquired of the muscular man. A hint of worry in her heart. The muscular man, incensed at the mention of Xiao Hu's name, was about to respond when he noticed black smoke rising once more at the edge of the training ground. Xiao Hu, today, I will make you regret it. Watching the two figures fade into the distance, Xiao Linger raised her eyes in suspicion. Master, does this truly have nothing to do with you? Not at all. Li Jie replied, gazing firmly at the sky. As they approached her courtyard, Xiao Linger spotted a familiar figure at the gate. She paused for a moment before rushing over. Father, did the ancestor release you? 3 days prior, Xiao Linger had encountered the old matriarch, sacrificing all her rewards, including the position of family head, to persuade the matriarch to free Xiao Wentian. However, the matriarch had not given a clear response. She had assumed she had failed, only to find a turn of events unfolding. Xiao Wentian smiled faintly, surveying Xiao Linger with satisfaction before speaking. Thanks to you. Father, please do not belittle me. Without you, there would be no present-day Linger. Xiao Wentian laughed heartily. Haha, when did my willful Linger learn to be so courteous? I still remember when you were so proud, wanting to contest everything I said, constantly declaring that I was wrong. You, barely a child, training with those older cousins, running around. Father! Xiao Linger interjected playfully, her ears flushing red, especially with another presence in the vicinity. Why can't I hear that anymore? Li Jie pretended to clean his ears, grinning slyly. You should encourage your father to continue. I must be deaf. Humph. Xiao Linger pouted, shooting Li Jie an annoyed glance. Yet, Xiao Wentian thought Xiao Linger was expressing discontent, smiling wryly as he spoke. I am simply too overjoyed and forgot that Linger has grown up. I was merely reminiscing about your younger days and your mother. Xiao Wentian's words abruptly halted, a shadow of sorrow passing through his eyes, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor. Linger, you must leave the Xiao family today. Ah? Both Xiao Linger and Li Jie were taken aback. The abruptness of his statement was far too swift. Xiao Wentian continued, unfazed. I understand your confusion. Why would I suddenly ask you to leave? You must have noticed the unprecedented chaos in Yushir City these past days. The Chun family has been annihilated, and the Wu family has shut their doors. This is, in fact, a man-made upheaval. The newly established Yuanying of the primordial Dao sect requires offerings, and they have begun to seize territory. The Xiao family has paid a great price to gain half an opportunity. If we triumph in this game, our entire clan will rise to new heights. However, if we fail, Xiao Wentian did not finish his words. Gazing gently at Xiao Linger, Xiao Qing left yesterday. He is under the protection of the Wanjian sect, so there is no need to worry. With your aptitude, you will surely pass the Sect S examination. I know you will not join the Wanjian sect, so it is best for you to leave Cangzhou and choose another sect. The 9 sects here. Xiao Wentian's words faltered again, uncertainty flashing in his eyes as if he were deliberating whether to share further information with Xiao Linger. Ultimately, he chose silence. Damn it! This old man. Li Jie gritted his teeth mid-air, thinking that if the man were not Xiao Linger's father, he would have sent a soul arrow to greet him. He absolutely despised people who left their sentences unfinished. And Xiao Wentian had done this multiple times in just half a minute. Father, I will not leave, Xiao Linger declared resolutely, a fierce determination reflected on her petite face. I want to fight alongside you and the Xiao family. Chapter 65. Refinement. The news brought by Xiao Wentian heightened Xiao Linger's sense of urgency. The moment she returned to her room, she sealed the door and began her seclusion, surrounded by a dazzling array of over 100 refining materials. Li Jie set up a small Zhou Tian array for her outside, then guided her in the refinement of the spiritual materials according to the Chaos Book. To refine the spirit energy, one must first transform the 100 types of spiritual materials into a single liquid spiritual elixir, which demands a high degree of mental acuity. Li Jie initially intended for Xiao Linger to refine in several stages. But upon discovering her spirit division technique had reached the 6th layer, he realized he had underestimated her capabilities. Master, can we start now? Xiao Linger, clad in light clothing, sat cross-legged in a wooden tub, surrounded by the spiritual materials in an orderly fashion. Yes, begin with the cold-type materials, Li Jie nodded. Xiao Linger promptly summoned 10 types of cold-type materials, her invisible spiritual power permeating them. the materials began to decompose, gradually transforming into tiny fragments with impurities expelled, resulting in a luminous, icy liquid that floated aside. Next, the hot-type materials. The room was filled with swirling spiritual light as Xiao Linger focused intently on the refinement process. Unbeknownst to her, the night deepened, and beads of sweat dripped from her forehead, her long hair clinging to her skin, while blood vessels surfaced in her eyes. Surrounding her were 9 differently colored spiritual liquids, with one black spiritual material undergoing impurity removal. Suddenly, Xiao Linger coughed, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. She was too anxious, her mental strain nearing the breaking point. Elijah felt a pang of concern and sent a thought to her, urging her to concentrate while he supported the 9 refined spiritual liquids. Xiao Linger acknowledged quietly, her mental energy waning. Instantly, Li Jie felt a heavy pressure in his mind, as if someone had delivered a punch straight to his skull, causing a pain that pierced his very soul. Noticing Li Jie's expression falter, Xiao Linger, in the critical moment of refining, forcibly divided a sliver of her focus. "Master, are you all right? Are you kidding me? I, the Danjian immortal, can't handle something like this? In my prime, I could single-handedly support an entire city and remain invincible." After gritting his teeth and saying this, Li Jie quickly added, "But that was back then. You'd better hurry up, or I might really pass out." "Understood." Xiao Linger's focus sharpened, and the speed of impurity removal accelerated dramatically. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, the 10th spiritual liquid emerged just as Li Jie reached his limit. His spirit felt as if it had been shredded by knives, his mind a tangled mess. Now in control of the 10 spiritual liquids, Xiao Linger's face tightened. This was the crucial moment where she needed to merge the 10 liquids with completely different attributes into a new spiritual liquid. This required immense time and mental power. Elijah watched anxiously from the side. This girl was being far too harsh on herself. No more. He needed to retreat into his ring space for a quick rest. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, white, and gray. The 10 hues of spiritual liquid ripple throughout the room, each exhibiting a remarkable degree of repulsion towards one another. As they collide, a series of crackling sounds reverberate, yet under the harmonious regulation of Xiao Linger's mental energy, the distinctly separate liquids begin to show signs of merging. Time passes gradually, with the morning light streaming through the window and illuminating the room. The spiritual liquid hovering around Xiao Linger has fused significantly, though much work remains. After consuming a restorative pill, Xiao Linger continues her alchemical process in the dead of night. Li Jie awakens, confirming that a day has passed. The fusion of the 10 types of spiritual liquid has now entered its final phase. A glimmer of colorful light emerges from the fully blended liquid, causing a gentle wave of energy to erupt in the room, lifting the bed curtains. The Madeira liquid displays a radiant spectrum, and Xiao Linger opens her bloodshot eyes. She has finally succeeded in refining the spiritual liquid. Now, the next step involves integrating the liquid into her body, continuously purging the lingering malevolent energy until all impurities are eradicated. Li Jie echoes the teachings from the chaotic tome. Xiao Linger remains undeterred, her weary face once again reflecting determination. The vibrant spiritual liquid cascades into a wooden tub, coalescing rather than dispersing in the water, resembling luminous paint, flowing steadily towards her body, enveloping her in a colorful aura. Her consciousness dives into the sea of spirit, locating the lurking malevolent energy and guiding the influx of colorful light points to encircle the vast. Somber energy.it is a relentless battle akin to soldiers clashing on a battlefield. After an indeterminate time, the dark energy at the center of Xiao Linger's spiritual sea begins to transform, its gray exterior peeling away like fine dust, revealing the pure and sacred essence within. Meanwhile, Li Jie, practicing the spirit division technique, opens his eyes and sets up a hidden formation within the room. The purity of the high-grade spiritual energy source is so intense that even he, as a spiritual entity, can sense it. Perhaps Xiao Linger will surpass his expectations and ascend through greater tiers. At this rate, if she continues her training, it may not be long before she achieves the Golden Core Ancestor level, compelling me to train diligently as well to avoid exposing my weaknesses. Muttering to himself, Li Jie resolves to push through 10 full hours of training today without rest. Half an hour later, he feels a slight headache. Could it be his body signaling a need for balance between work and rest? It seems that the remaining 9.5 hours will have to wait until tomorrow. First, he decides to find some intriguing tales in the chaotic tome to unwind in a flash. Li Jie vanishes from sight in the desolate small market. Several cultivators hurry by, occasionally exchanging remarks. Have you heard? 4 of the 5 major families in Shanyang City have been wiped out, and the 3 major families in Qingye City have been engulfed in bloodshed. In several cities to the south as well, local families have inexplicably turned against each other. How can this be? Isn't the Dao Alliance intervening? Humph. The Dao Alliance. This is precisely their doing. You must not realize that whenever a Yuaning powerhouse is born, the unclaimed cities will erupt in conflict, all for the reshuffling of power, to become the sustenance for the Yuaning masters. I suspect Yusher City is next. The Chen family's territory has already been divided, and the Wu family is being relentlessly pursued by the Shao and Hou families in a few days. A great battle between the Shao and Hou families is inevitable. Is that so? Should we retreat outside the city to avoid the turmoil? Retreat? The greater the storm, the greater the opportunity for us small cultivators. Wise words, my friend. May I ask your esteemed name? I am but a humble wanderer, Gao Wu Yuan. A youthful rogue bows in response. Another rogue is about to introduce himself when several cultivators rush past with alarmed expressions. Prompting him to halt and glance back, he sees panicking vendors hastily packing up their stalls as a throng of dark-clad figures carrying massive swords approaches ominously. He swallows hard, exclaiming, Tian Gang, the Breaking Heaven Gang. Several rogue cultivators immediately prepare to flee, but as they turn, another wave of blue and yellow-clad figures appears, led by a bald man wielding a gigantic hammer who slams it into the ground. Roaring, crush them! No sooner has he spoken than a massive black figure is reflected in his eyes. The hulking figure of Xiong Er, cloaked in black and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, descends from above, wielding a specially crafted colossal sword that cleaves the bald man and his hammer to the ground in a single stroke. At this moment, Lu Shilin shouts loudly, Kill them! Chapter 66. Tempering in Shao Linger's secluded courtyard. Li Jie's spiritual entity hovers in midair, reciting incantations. 4 bone fragments rise at his command, their runes illuminating instantly before swiftly darting in 4 directions, invoking spiritual energy. Formation, arise. Li Jie calls softly, and strands of white, spiritual energy materialize, interlinking the 4 bone fragments to form a net, swiftly coalescing into a vast, square cage over 10 feet high. Satisfied with the visible spiritual energy cage before him, he nods approvingly. This is a first-tier formation. A beast-confining cage. Typically, a Qi refinement stage cultivator would take at least an hour to break free, while a foundation establishment stage cultivator could take even longer, depending on their strength. Some might even be trapped for the duration of an incense stick burning. After practicing the formation, Li Jie places a small stone on the stone table. There are already 9 similar stones on the table, indicating that Shao Linger has been in seclusion for 9 days. He peeks into the room and sees no signs of her waking, so he floats outside the courtyard. Upon reaching the maximum distance, Li Jie expands his perception while casting his gaze towards the training ground. Regardless of the weather, Shao Lai, dressed in a pragmatic outfit, paces around the training ground, overseeing various areas corresponding to different age groups of the Shao family disciples. Li Jie often enjoys watching those under 10. As his thoughts drift in that direction, he hears the sounds of playful banter. However, after a brief observation, his attention shifts as he does not spot the most radiant boy among them, behind a large tree. Shao Hu cautiously peeks out, confirming that the stern middle-aged man in the training ground is not watching him. He swiftly retrieves paper money and incense, expertly lighting them before beginning to fervently bow in prayer. Ancestral spirits, do you see? I get beaten every day, yet I still offer you money. If you see me, please come find me tonight. If you can just teach me one more technique, I promise I won't ask for more. After several repetitive bows, Shao Hu continues, Ancestral spirits, I beg you, have mercy on me. Every night I ponder the next move of the 10 Yama King's fist, to the point where I can't sleep, feeling as if 1,000 little bugs are scratching at my heart. I can't take it anymore. Shao Hu. The enraged voice of Shao Lai cuts through the air as he spots the smoke rising from beneath the tree and rushes over in fury. Hearing the voice, Shao Hu's expression instantly changes, and he bolts away with all his might. But his Qi refinement 6th layer strength cannot match the foundation establishment 9th layer power of Shao Lai. In the blink of an eye, he he is caught and subjected to a thorough beating. Uncle, be gentle. I truly can't take it anymore. In midair, Li Jie listens to Xiao Hu's anguished wails, wearing a satisfied smile. This has become his daily entertainment. He affectionately refers to him as the stubborn little chap after being beaten by Xiao Lai. Xiao Hu is made to stand in the scorching sun, tears streaming down his youthful face as he continues to call out, "Oh ancestral spirits, do you see me? Oh, if you don't pass down your teachings, I might just be beaten to death. I see you." Li's voice suddenly resonates in Xiao Hu's mind. After 10 consecutive days, it would be excessive for him to continue watching, especially since the 10 Yama King's fist comprises only 10 techniques. Moreover, he has grown weary of watching Xiao Hu take a beating. The instant he hears the voice, Xiao Hu's cries cease, his eyes widening in shock as he excitedly shouts, "Ancestral spirit, you finally deign to appear." "Xiao Hu!" In the distance, Xiao Lai's discontented roar reverberates. Xiao Hu immediately regains his composure. Whispering eagerly, "Ancestral spirit, are you going to teach me the technique?" "I can teach you, but let me caution you. This is a high-grade celestial technique. Once you learn it, you must not reveal it carelessly. Rest assured, I swear, I will not use the 10 Yama King's fist frivolously unless it is a matter of life and death." Xiao Hu vows earnestly, suppressing his excitement. "Very well," Li Jie nods, having observed Xiao Hu over the past few days and gaining a rough understanding of the spirited boy, though impulsive. He is not without sense. Listen carefully. Clearing his throat, Li Jie begins to recite the remaining 9 techniques of the 10 Yama King's fist in detail. After memorizing them, Xiao Hu, disregarding the gazes of those around him, kneels in the training ground to pay his respects. Many peers chuckle at his antics, but he remains unfazed. While others mock his exuberance, he finds joy in their inability to comprehend, having imparted the technique. Li Jie withdraws his consciousness and drifts back towards Xiao Linger's courtyard. Just then, the conversation of 2 returning Xiao family disciples catches his attention. This is quite strange. The Ho family has outright abandoned those 2 large spiritual stone mines. They seized the Wu family's treasury, so naturally, they had to relinquish the stone mines. I still find it puzzling. This is entirely unlike the Ho family's previous conduct. That's not for us to ponder. By the way, the scattered cultivators in Yushir City have been quite fierce lately. Have you heard? Indeed. It seems a small faction called the Breaking Heaven Gang is clashing with several other major factions, resulting in many casualties. The mention of the Breaking Heaven Gang causes Li Jie to furrow his brow slightly, feeling a sense of unease. As it pertains to his own interests, he has invested significantly in spiritual stones and pills. However, with Xiao Linger still in seclusion, he knows that worrying will yield no results. Thus, he chooses to focus on his training in the space of his ring. Another 10 days pass, and Li Jie makes significant progress in the Spirit Division technique under Xiao Linger's guidance, reaching the 4th layer, while also finding time to learn a spirit-conducting array.it can be utilized to guide spiritual power in assisting cultivation. While it holds no benefit for him, it proves invaluable for Xiao Linger. As a competent master, he never forgets the needs of his disciple. Currently, in addition to the minor Zhou-Tian array, the beast trapping array, the concealment array, and the spirit induction array, he has mastered a total of 4 first-tier formations. For formations, alas, I have indeed exerted myself too much. It is time to reward myself with a day of rest. Li Jie sighed in contemplation, pondering whether to return to the ring space to find an interesting story to read. A subtle tremor resonated deep within his soul. Xiao Linger's consciousness awakened. He blinked and found himself in an elegantly adorned boudoir. There, he beheld Xiao Linger levitating, with 5 golden whirlpools within her body flickering in and out of visibility, as an exceedingly pure spiritual energy erupted from her being. The external spiritual energy, seemingly guided by an unseen force, surged forth wildly. The whirlwind suddenly arose in the courtyard. Li Jie dashed outside for a glimpse. Witnessing a massive vortex of spiritual energy forming, "Wugwan, here we go again," he exclaimed, only to quickly realize his overreaction, as this time it was within the Xiao family estate, not the depths of the monster-infested mountains. Xiao Linger was under the protection of her kin. Indeed, the next moment, the figure of the white-clad elder appeared in the air above the courtyard. Curious Xiao family disciples glanced over, and although they felt puzzled by the sight of their ancestor floating in the sky, they did not dwell on it excessively. The grand cultivation of the Golden Core stage was beyond their comprehension. Li Jie, returned to his room with peace of mind, observing that the spiritual energy within Xiao Linger, at the heart of the vortex, was escalating steadily. Foundation establishment, second layer. Third layer, fourth layer. Ligia was astonished. Xiao Linger's cultivation was still on the rise. Chapter 67. The situation until she reached the mid-stage of the sixth layer of foundation establishment. The pure spiritual energy overflowing from her body finally subsided, and the vortex gradually calmed. She opened her lightly veiled eyelids, revealing a pair of bright eyes, and exclaimed in unrestrained joy, "Master, I have broken through to the sixth layer of foundation establishment." "Be modest." Li Jie's heart surged with astonishment, yet his face remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples, as he admonished her earnestly, "You've merely broken through to the sixth layer. Look at how elated you are. I was far more composed when I ascended from the first layer to the false Dan realm. Master, Linger understands her mistake. I should not have been so proud and lost my composure." Xiao Linger replied, lowering her head, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. With the purpose of admonishing achieved, Li Jie softened his tone. "Well, although you may be a bit behind compared to when I was young, do not be disheartened. Among the talents in Xiaozhou, there is certainly a place for you, Xiao Linger. Is that so?" Xiao Linger's eyes sparkled anew, for she always cherished her master's encouragement. "Indeed," Li Jie nodded. "There are people waiting for you outside. Temper your aura a bit to prevent the old lady from getting overly excited and departing this realm." Xiao Linger, slightly puzzled, quickly comprehended, her slightly parted lips suggesting she had more to say. After refining the cursed spiritual energy, in addition to gaining pure spiritual power, a surge of violent energy had also flowed into her limbs. She could distinctly feel her strength augmenting significantly. "Should I inform Master?" "Perhaps not. This should be an enhancement effect brought about by the cursed spiritual energy." After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Linger sealed her lips, casting a cleansing spell upon herself before departing. Left alone in the room, Li Jie could no longer suppress his pride and burst into laughter. "Why, disciple, Xiao Linger indeed possesses the bearing of a celestial being." Outside the room, upon witnessing Xiao Linger's breakthrough to the third layer of foundation establishment, the elder's expression visibly shifted, first to delight, then swiftly clouded by concern. After a millennium, the Xiao family has finally produced a genius rivaling the ancestors, yet why must it occur at such a critical juncture? Alas! With a deep sigh, the elder addressed Xiao Linger kindly. "Linger, well done. Thank you for your praise, esteemed ancestor." Xiao Linger replied with a respectful bow. The elder waved her hand, producing a storage bag. "Inside are items you require for your current cultivation. Should you need any spiritual materials or treasures in the future, feel free to contact me. I have placed a communication jade slip within the storage bag that you can activate to reach me." Xiao Linger was taken aback, but quickly declined. "Esteemed ancestor, please reserve these items for other kin who may need them more. I currently have ample spirit stones and elixirs." She was acutely aware of the Xiao family's present predicament. Having already expended a significant portion of their resources, and with future income to be largely surrendered, they had effectively become slaves to the nascent soul cultivators. Accepting the elder's gifts would weigh heavily on her conscience. "I understand your concerns, but that is not for you to fret over. As long as I am here, the sky shall not fall upon the Xiao family." The elder's tone bore an unusual seriousness. Xiao Linger realized that if she refused again, the elder would surely be displeased, so she expressed her gratitude and accepted the items. She wished to inquire about the family's recent affairs, but the elder had already vanished in the blink of an eye. Li Jie, noticing the concern on Xiao Linger's face, floated gently before her and reassured her, "Rest assured, your Xiao family is doing quite well. Just the other day, I overheard passing disciples mention that they have absorbed a significant portion of the Wu family's assets, even acquiring 2 additional spiritual stone mines." "That is good to know," Xiao Linger sighed in relief, her expression gradually relaxing. "Let us go. We have pressing matters to attend to, and it is time to check on Xiong Er and the Pu Tian gang." Through conversations among the disciples passing through the Xiao family, he had learned that the outside world was increasingly unstable. Deaths were occurring daily, not only in Jade Stone City, but also in the surrounding cities. This was a sweeping reshuffle of power that affected a vast array of forces. Before long, Xiao Linger and Li Jie found themselves on the desolate streets, where Li Jie expanded his consciousness to eavesdrop on the discussions of nearby cultivators. "Have you heard? The bloodbath on Linglan Street. The 4 major factions gathered together. and the Putian gang faced 3 opponents single-handedly, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. I know. I want to see it afterward. There were corpses lining the street, blood pooling everywhere. There was hardly any place to step. That Lu Shilin from the Putian gang is quite a hero. He managed to revive a failing enterprise and almost claimed the title of the top gang in Jade Stone City. But now it seems he is finished. Elijah felt a surge of anxiety, his expression growing serious as he urged Xiao Linger to quicken her pace toward the entrance of the Putian gang. Upon arriving at the entrance, both felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The once grand plaque of the Putian gang hung askew, and the surrounding walls bore a large gaping hole. Elijah floated inside, where dried blood marred the ground, yet no bodies were in sight. It was only upon entering the inner hall that he spotted several black-clad men, all at the 6th level of Qi refinement, nursing their wounds. At that moment, Lu Shilin's voice rang out in alarm. Gang leader. The black robe swayed as Xiao Linger stepped forward, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Where is Xiong Er?" She was far more concerned about Xiong Er than these gang members. Reporting to the gang leader, Vice Leader Xiong is recovering in the back hall, Lu Shilin replied, wincing as fresh blood oozed from his injuries while cupping his hands in salute. Seeing his pitiful state, Li Jie felt a surge of worry for Xiong Er. If the bear, having consumed 2 drops of spiritual essence, were to pass away, he would suffer a tremendous loss. Thus, he promptly urged Lu Shilin to lead the way. In the small room behind the main hall, Li Jie found Xiong Er wrapped in white cloth, yet the creature hardly resembled one who had sustained severe injuries, as a table before him overflowed with roasted lamb legs, alongside a trembling little bear. "What the hell?" Li Jie exclaimed, his anger flaring as he approached and slapped Xiong Er on the head. "I have not enjoyed such a feast, yet you bear, are living it up." Xiong Er, feeling no pain, curiously rubbed his head before noticing Xiao Linger and Li Jie, promptly abandoning the lamb leg to stand upright. As he moved, Li Jie caught sight of a massive gaping wound on his chest, extending from his neck to his belly, a sight that was truly alarming. What on earth happened? Li Jie activated the thunderous sound of divine movement, his voice laced with stern inquiry. Lu Shilin hurriedly stepped before Xiao Linger. "I apologize, gang leader. It was my impulsiveness." Elijah frowned, ready to scold him, but Lu Shilin quickly interjected, "Gang leader, I admit there was an element of gambling involved, yet time was of the essence. If we missed this opportunity, the Putian gang would struggle to grow stronger. Fortunately, I won the gambled eye in the War of the 4 gangs. We achieved a resounding victory, and I even recruited a member at the Foundation establishment stage. The reason you see so few people in the gang is that I sent them out to guard our territory. Currently, in Jade Stone City, we are the sole gang remaining, albeit a bit short-handed. But I will do my utmost." Chapter 68. The Counterattack. Chapter 69. The whole family. At that moment, Gao Wuyuan, who was on the ground, rose up with a serious expression and said, "Deputy Leader, it is best not to leave behind such fickle and treacherous individuals who easily shift with the winds." Li Jie signaled Xiao Linger with a nod. He had already noticed the subtle movements of the one-eyed dragon. While speaking, he was secretly gathering spiritual power in his hands, clearly indicating the presence of the 6th elder. Following the instructions, Lu Shilin stepped forward again, launching lethal attacks that left the one-eyed dragon struggling to defend himself against the pressure of Lu Shilin's first-layer foundation establishment cultivation. Just as Lu Shilin was about to strike a fatal blow, the one-eyed dragon suddenly unleashed his formidable power, forcefully shaking Lu Shilin away and making a rapid escape. Elijah observed all of the one-eyed dragon's little maneuvers, his deliberate provocation and retreat to the edge of the crowd, without missing a single detail. "Iron leg, water floating," he sneered. "Farewell, you all." Employing a spiritual technique to break through the encirclement, the one-eyed dragon laughed triumphantly, his figure transforming into an afterimage as he attempted to vanish. However, he abruptly halted, eyes wide with terror at the sudden appearance of a figure ahead. At that moment, a flash of sword light cut through the air. "I am from the Ho family. You cannot." His words were abruptly silenced as the one-eyed dragon was cleaved in two. Xiao Linger floated in midair, blood dripping from her, as Lu Shilin shouted urgently, "The leader's might is unparalleled." All the members of the Breaking Heaven gang immediately echoed his sentiment. In an instant, the hall erupted with cheers, and the ragtag band led by the one-eyed dragon appeared frightened, with one person dropping their weapon and the others following suit. Observing the large crowd below, Li Jie's mind raced with possibilities. He intended to forge an army of cultivators. Once Lu Xilin managed to assimilate the surrendering members of the gang, Li Jie instructed him to gather all the cultivators. Out of nearly 2,000 individuals, less than 500 were genuine cultivators, the rest merely ordinary martial practitioners. Among them, 90% were only at the first level of Qi training. And the highest among the remaining few did not exceed the fourth level of Qi training. However, this was of little concern. 500 well-trained individuals could still constitute a small force, akin to the likes of the Shao, Hou, Chan, and Wu families, which collectively numbered just over 1,000. The first step he needed to take was to enhance the strength of this group. Lacking spiritual stones and elixirs, he could not afford to sustain 500 individuals for long. Thus, he meticulously scoured the Chaos Book, extracting a spiritual technique and a cultivation method. The spiritual technique was Mighty Slash, a high-grade yellow-tier skill, whose power increased proportionately with the user's strength, making it ideal for the Breaking Heaven Gang's use of great swords. The cultivation method was called Zhou Huang Spiritual Resonance Technique, a low-grade yellow-tier method without any cultivation threshold, created by the strongest of a millennium ago, the emperor of the founding Zhou dynasty. As the name suggests, spiritual resonance allows cultivators practicing the same method to open their own spiritual seas, aligning their spiritual energies within the same frequency band, enabling them to launch coordinated attacks, or to channel all spiritual energy into one individual, allowing them to temporarily break through their own tier limitations and gain immense power. However, it also had a flaw. It could not transcend significant tier barriers, with the highest achievement being the peak of one's own level. If one had already reached that peak, any increase in realm would simply enhance the power of the technique. With 500 first-level Qi training cultivators lending their spiritual strength, Li Jie contemplated that Qi training could potentially reach maximum tier, but foundation establishment would likely be far more challenging, considering the vast differences in capacity among the spiritual seas of each major tier. For instance, the spiritual sea of a nascent soul cultivator resembles a vast lake, and throwing 500 first-level Qi training cultivators into it might not even result in a ripple. This also served as a trump card for the Breaking Heaven Gang. Having slain members of the Hou family, and with Hou Junua's meticulous nature, it was very likely that he would soon send someone to seek vengeance, and Li Jie could not allow Xiao Linger to remain on guard here indefinitely. After passing down the cultivation method and spiritual technique, Li Jie directed Lu Xilin to summon another foundation establishment individual, whose loyalty was unquestionable, as he had been the only one left standing. To set an example, Li Jie waved his hand, instructing Xiao Linger to distribute spiritual stones and elixirs. Xiao Linger was exceptionally generous, handing over a substantial amount of mid-grade spiritual stones and elixirs. As she had recently come into a windfall, her personal wealth nearing 3 million spiritual stones, in addition to the resources provided by the old woman. Even if she gave away half, it would still be sufficient for her short-term cultivation. My subordinates are willing to risk life and limb for the leader. The white glimmer of the spiritual stones illuminated Gao Weiyuan's face, causing him to tremble with excitement as he knelt on one knee. The distribution of spiritual stones and elixirs occurred before everyone, and the brilliance of the mid-grade spiritual stones shone even during the daytime, eliciting longing glances from all the cultivators present. Seeing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently heightened, Li Jie proclaimed loudly, "Do you see? The Breaking Heaven Gang rewards merit and punishes mistakes. As long as you contribute to the gang, spiritual stones, elixirs, and cultivation methods are all at your disposal." His impassioned voice moved everyone present, igniting aspirations and dreams among them. Lu Xilin seized the moment to step forward and passionately exclaimed, "The leader is wise." In the next instant, everyone erupted in cheers once more. Li Jie cast a lingering glance at Lu Xilin, growing increasingly satisfied. Indeed, clever individuals never let their leader's words fall flat. At the Hou family residence, a bloodied youth rushed into the main hall and knelt down. "Master, it is bad. Hou Mingyuan is dead." The head of the family, Hou Junue, furrowed his brows and asked, "What happened?" "There is a master in the Breaking Heaven Gang. He killed Hou Mingyuan with a single strike." "A master? Then how did you return alive?" "To be honest, master, I was fortunate to escape, having fought my way back through bloodshed to deliver this message." Hou Junue's brows knitted tighter as he murmured to himself, "Could it be that the Shao family has taken action?" "Master," someone in the hall rose, "it must be the Shao family. We have yet to strike against them. Yet they have taken the initiative to kill our people. Master, declare war on the Shao family. Yes, it is time to settle the score with the Shao family. It is either they perish or we do. Voices continued to rise in the hall, urging Hou Junyue, who remained unmoved, his eyes glinting ominously. Finally, he silenced everyone with a powerful voice. I have my own plans. Anyone who dares to speak further will be dealt with according to family law. Soon, Hou Junyue dismissed everyone, leaning back in his throne, murmuring to himself, to grapple with a tiger is to strike a fatal blow. Chapter 70. Old friend Celestial Spirit Grass, freshly dug. Friend, are you interested in purchasing Celestial Spirit Grass? Just harvested I in the desolate marketplace. The old Taoist was shouting vigorously, while the bald-headed man dozed off habitually. Just as Xiao Linger intended to approach and greet an old friend, she halted her steps and exchanged a glance with Li Jie. Master, there is a stone blocking the path ahead. Should we take another route? I think that would be wise. The two tacitly chose to take a detour. Before long, Xiao Linger arrived at Qinyao Tower, where Ma Kuei immediately recognized the familiar black figure and jogged over respectfully, handing her a storage bag. Senior, it has been a long time. The elixirs you entrusted me to sell have all been sold. Here are 300,000 spiritual stones. Xiao Linger did not look, simply accepting the spiritual stones, as she had come to trust Ma Kuei's character after several transactions. This time, she did not rush to leave but sold some useless contraband and extravagantly purchased a set of low-grade profound-tier spiritual armor for 1 million spiritual stones. Following Li Jie's suggestion, she casually inquired, Little Ma, do you have any treasures that nourish spiritual bodies or aid in the cultivation of mental strength? Li Jie did not hold out much hope. Knowing that items beneficial to spiritual bodies and mental strength were scarce in the market and hard to come by, he was merely testing the waters, having depleted the Yuling Xiang. His progress in the divided mind technique was arduous, and without advancement in that technique, his mental strength would not suffice for learning high-tier formations. As of now, he remained a first-tier formation master. Spiritual body, mental strength. Ma Kuei's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiao Linger and asked earnestly, is it something you require, Senior? Our Qinyao Tower does indeed have such treasures, but management is very strict. As it concerns demonic cultivators, Ma Kuei hesitated to continue, but Li Jie understood his concerns. Demonic cultivators often specialize in mental-type techniques and, having committed numerous acts of cruelty, tend to develop distorted personalities, necessitating the use of such spiritual materials to suppress their inner demons and prevent complete madness. If it is something the senior needs, I can notify Elder Lu, but whether it can be sold will still require discussion among the elder and the overseers. Ma Kuei continued. Lijie signaled for Xiao Linger to agree, as they could at least see what was available first. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yishou, with a few strands of gray in his hair, emerged. He scrutinized Xiao Linger from head to toe, and a white jade stone appeared in his hand, covered in tiny golden runes, exuding an aura of sanctity. If you wish to purchase the spiritual herb from our Qinyao Tower, please place your hand on this. Xiao Linger extended her delicate hand and pressed it against the jade stone. In the next moment, the tiny golden runes sprang to life, rapidly spreading along her arm and enveloping her entire body in an instant. Then, the light from the jade stone extinguished, and the tiny golden runes vanished. Lu Yishou stepped aside, gesturing for her to follow. Please come with me. The two approached a wall, where Lu Yishou formed a hand seal, revealing hidden array patterns that opened a portal, leading to a spacious and bright secret chamber. Inside was a stone table covered with red cloth, and a beautiful woman in a qipao, with a slit reaching her thigh, stood gracefully. Lu Yishou stepped forward. You must have seen the auctioneer from our Qinyao Tower. I will not elaborate further. Xiao Linger nodded and followed him. Lijie critically assessed Zhang Rou. He had overlooked her last time, and was surprised to find that this young woman was not only beautiful and well-built, but also had reached the second level of golden core. Tsk, he exclaimed in astonishment. Master, what is it? Xiao Linger, hearing his gasp, quickly inquired through their connection. I was merely surprised that this auctioneer is actually at the golden core stage, Li Jie hurriedly explained. Xiao Linger was taken aback, reassessing the beautiful woman before her. What she sensed was a veil of mist, faintly suggesting a cultivation level around the 8th or 9th stage of qi refining. Zhang Rou's gaze shifted from the delicate, pale hand of Xiao Linger, and the corner of her lips curled into a blood-red smile. May I be so bold as to inquire why you require spiritual materials to assist in your mental cultivation? Alchemy, Xiao Linger decisively stated, echoing the response that Li Jie had prepared. Alchemy, indeed, is no issue. Jiang Rou stepped forward, her slender, fair hand gliding over the stone table before her, releasing a cascade of spiritual light that descended like a curtain, revealing the translucent, silver-white herb beneath. In that fleeting moment, Li Jie felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. This is silver soul grass, which can soothe the mind and nourish the spirit, if used for alchemy. It can be refined into either a soul-calming pill or a heart-guarding pill. May I ask which one you intend to concoct? Jiang Rou inquired with a gentle smile, her gaze fixated on Xiao Linger. Master, master. Xiao Linger called out twice without receiving a response. That moment, Li Jie was engrossed in hastily acquiring knowledge from the Chaos Book, completely oblivious to the stringent regulations regarding spiritual medicines in the cultivation world. After a tense silence, the anxious Xiao Linger finally heard a voice that brought her comfort. Ahem. Li Jie interjected, regaining his voice. Naturally, I wished to refine the soul-calming pill. In my youth, driven by ambition, I devoted myself tirelessly to the path of alchemy, resulting in mental strain. Now, that damage has become an obstacle to my progress, and I require the soul-calming pill for nourishment and restoration. I see. Jiang Rou nodded, but the soul-calming pill is a fourth-tier elixir. Can you truly refine it? Of course, little Taoist. At this point, I shall no longer conceal my true identity. I am indeed the fourth-tier alchemist in Aigu. What? Lu Yishou exclaimed in shock. Jiang Rou's eyes also flickered with surprise, although a hint of skepticism lingered beneath. Why have I never heard of your name, esteemed senior? In this vast world of 10,000 states, how many names have you truly heard? And now, do you not hear it? Esteemed senior, it's not that I doubt you. Rather, we seek to broaden our horizons. I wonder if you I never refine pills in front of outsiders. Just tell me whether you will buy or not. Li Jie seized control of the conversation once more. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Rou's eyes flickered, and she nodded. Very well. State your price, 5 million. What? This time, all three, Lu Yishou, Li Jie, and Xiao Linger, exclaimed in unison, with the latter two promptly directing their gaze toward Lu Yishou. What just happened? Lu Yishou stammered, realizing his memory was failing him once again. Taoist friends, Xiaorou, please continue your conversation. I must take my leave. Lu Yishou, his eyes darting nervously, quickly activated the barrier and exited the secret chamber. The three gazes converged once more, and Li Jie squinted in the air, certain that the woman before him was indeed making an exorbitant demand. Well done, woman. You have successfully captured my attention. Chapter 71. Striving hard. 100,000. 5 million, 200,000, 5 million, 1 million, 5 million, 3 million, deal. A glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Rou's eyes. Li Jie, acutely aware that he had overstepped, understood that once spoken, the words could not be taken back. His mind raced as he signaled Xiao Linger to step forward, sending out his consciousness to explore the surroundings. The moment his consciousness made contact with the stone wall, the walls around them shimmered with light. Jiang Rou raised an eyebrow, her foundation of golden core cultivation unfurling as she coldly remarked, Taoist friend, I advise you not to entertain any ill-conceived notions. This secret chamber is protected by a third-tier barrier, and even a peak golden core cultivator would find it challenging to breach. Ha ha! Taoist Jiang, you jest. Do I appear to be the sort of person who would attempt to evade payment? Li Jie responded awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently exposed his desire to purchase the silver soul grass. He had been thoroughly defeated in this exchange. Taoist friend, 3 million is the lowest price I can offer, given your status as a fourth-tier alchemist. I currently do not possess that many spirit stones. Would you be willing to wait a few days? To be candid, this spiritual herb is merely being stored in Jade Stone City, and it is possible that a powerful figure from my Qianyao Tower will come to retrieve it tomorrow. If you lack spirit stones, treasures of equivalent value may also serve as barter. Ha 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 ha. Li Jie let out a series of hearty laughs before his expression soured. Taoist Jiang, have you been residing within Qianyao Tower for long? Jiang Rou's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. No. I reside in a courtyard on the street behind, where there is a grand cherry blossom tree still in bloom. So, are you planning to pay me a visit? Ah ha ha ha. Taoist Jiang, you must be joking that I am out of money. Farewell. Li Jie promptly instructed Xiao Linger to turn away. Jiang Rou, unfazed, formed a hand seal to deactivate the secret chamber's barrier. As Li Jie and Xiao Linger reached the doorway. She leisurely remarked, "Oh dear. I just received word that someone from above is about to come and collect this exceedingly rare silver soul grass, which can enhance mental strength and nourish the soul." Xiao Linger halted, while Li Jie froze in place. The two quickly communicated, retreating back. This storage pouch contains 170,000 spirit stones, plus this pouch worth 30,000, along with this low-grade yellow-tier spiritual armor valued at 100,000. "I will buy it." Li Jie gritted his teeth, already marking Jiang Rou in his mental ledger. Xiao Linger's hand trembled as she presented the storage pouch. She had only recently experienced the luxury of her newly acquired spiritual armor, and now everything was slipping away. Yet, for the sake of her master's swift recovery, she persevered. "Taoist friend, how refreshing." Jiang Rou cheerfully accepted the storage pouch, then added, "However, you are still short. This spiritual armor is only worth 70,000. 70,000? But I just purchased it from you." Li Jie was furious, feeling as though he was being toyed with. "Indeed, our selling price was 100,000, but its buyback value is 70,000. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire at other shops." "Fine. 70,000 it is." Li Jie was exasperated, vowing that once he absorbed the silver soul grass and broke through with the spirit division technique, he would be the first to confront Jiang Rou. After producing a collection of elixirs and spiritual materials, Li Jie and Xiao Linger finally amassed a total of 3 million spirit stones. They were then personally escorted out of Qianyao Tower by Jiang Rou. As they departed, Jiang Rou presented them with a purple VIP card. Li Jie barely glanced at it, eager to leave. But upon realizing it symbolized 3 million, he commanded Xiao Linger to return and snatched it from her. "Wait for me, woman, you cunning merchant." The two cold snorts echoed as Xiao Linger and Li Jie vanished. After a prolonged avoidance, Lu Yishou reappeared at the entrance. "Supervisor, is he truly a fourth-tier alchemist?" "Not exactly." Jiang Rou retracted her gaze and walked inside, adding, "But he is not a demonic cultivator either, most likely. He is a woman." Upon leaving Qianyao Tower, Li Jie and Xiao Linger did not return to the Xiao family immediately. Instead, following Jiang Rou's description, they diligently searched the surrounding streets for the cherry blossom tree. Before long, they indeed discovered a tree adorned with blooming cherry blossoms. Upon sighting the opulent mansion ahead, Li Jie instructed Xiao Linger to use Earth Escape. A gentleman never forgets a vendetta. In a flash of earthy light, Xiao Linger vanished from sight, only to reappear before the grand mansion, a barrier. Xiao Linger gasped. Li Jie squinted, feeling a mix of surprise and delight. "Ah, a barrier indicates we are in the right place." As his spirit body approached, an invisible white barrier emerged. He tested it, and seeing Xiao Linger's eager gaze, he spoke, "Indeed, it is a second-tier barrier. 4 bone fragments inscribed with glowing talismans soared into the air as Li Jie chanted incantations, conjuring lines of light. In an instant, a circular formation materialized before him. With a gentle push, the formation flew forth, causing the invisible barrier to flicker momentarily. Li Jie halted, declaring, "Let us go." Xiao Linger stepped forward but was abruptly pushed back. Li Jie quickly clarified, "I meant to return home." Xiao Linger. In the quiet courtyard, both master and disciple diligently cultivated, with Li Jie fervently refining the silver soul grass, absorbing the sacred spiritual light that emanated from it. Their venture to Qianyao Tower had left him profoundly stimulated. Once he had absorbed a significant amount of spiritual light and felt his mental state improve, he bellowed at the heavens, "Wretched woman, wait for me." After venting his frustration, he immediately delved into the training of the spirit division technique. By the time the silver soul grass withered, he had reached the 5th layer of the spirit division technique, nearing the 6th layer. Yet, an invisible obstacle obstructed his advancement. After researching the Chaos Book, he discovered a phrase that baffled him. Yuan returns to unity, transcending the consciousness. Useless tome, can you not translate that into plain language? Li Jie cursed at the Chaos Book, which remained unresponsive. The activation of the Chaos Book required specific keywords. He searched for consciousness, and golden text appeared. Consciousness. When a nascent soul cultivator undergoes the metamorphosis from golden core, their mental power receives unprecedented enhancement, becoming extraordinary. With a mere thought, one can easily encompass all directions. This is known as consciousness. Subsequently, Li Jie discovered numerous techniques related to consciousness. He gradually grasped that consciousness was an upgraded version of mental power. However, he still could not decipher the meaning of that 8-character phrase. As Xiao Linger concluded her training and opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Li Jie's glowing spirit body. "Master, why are you staring at me?" she instinctively inquired, feeling a slight blush under Li Jie's piercing gaze. Ahem. Li Jie floated away, replying earnestly, "It's nothing, merely wishing to assess the progress of your divination technique." "UVE reached the 7th level, haven't you?" "Yes, indeed." Xiao Linger nodded hesitantly. "Then you must understand the meaning of returning essence to unity to refine the divine consciousness mentioned in the 6th level." "Correct? I do," she affirmed. "It refers to consolidating thoughts into one, transforming them into divine consciousness." Lig furrowed his brows. "I find your answer unsatisfactory. I'm currently evaluating you, so you must elucidate with clarity and structured reasoning. I shall grant you another opportunity to reorganize your explanation." "Yes, master." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Linger opened her delicate lips. "I surmise that essence refers to the wandering spirit, existing in a realm of nothingness, often dispersing. It only consolidates when we focus intently on a task. Thus I believe returning essence signifies the act of gathering." Xiao Linger elaborated for approximately a quarter of an hour. And Li Jie listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. By the time she concluded, the confusion in his mind dissipated, and he swiftly returned to the spatial ring, leaving Xiao Linger outside, puzzled. When Li Jie emerged again, it was already the following evening. As soon as he appeared, he revealed a wicked grin, hands clasped behind his back, and proclaimed loudly, "Linger, let us retrieve the 3 million we stored to the Qinyao Tower. I'll make sure they pay for their deception." In an instant, a furtive figure cloaked in black appeared outside Jiang Ro's residence. Lig refrained from acting hastily, instead allowing Xiao Linger to strike at the barrier from a distance. Confirming the absence of anyone inside before he approached, he had now attained the 6th level of the divination technique, manifesting a wisp of divine consciousness, enabling him to learn simple second-tier formations. It was only now that he comprehended why formation masters were the rarest among all professions. The first tier required mental energy equivalent to that of the golden core stage, while the second tier necessitated the use of divine consciousness. This meant that, aside from a few naturally gifted individuals with potent mental faculties, one would need to reach the nascent soul stage through rigorous training merely to become a second-tier formation master. Yet, by the time one reached the nascent soul stage, who would still delve into formations? Defeating foes would be a mere matter of a single strike. Nonetheless, formation masters had their advantages. No innate comprehension was necessary. Simply possessing a formation diagram and sufficient mental energy would allow one to effortlessly set up a grand array. However, the scarcity of formation masters meant that formation diagrams were even rarer. Apart from Li Jie, who possessed the Chaos Book, he could access the accumulated knowledge of formation masters over millennia, along with the Manual of Great Powers, rendering him a truly fated formation master. For bone fragments orbited around him, the runes upon them glowing brightly as Li Jie smirked disdainfully, condensing the intricate formation diagram in his hand and propelling it forward. When the diagram collided with the invisible barrier, an imperceptible ripple spread forth, and the diagram began to rotate, spilling forth numerous golden rays, causing the barrier to flicker. Lig immediately extended his perception. The residence was unoccupied, yet he sensed a significant surge of spiritual energy from two entities, one at the peak of the foundation establishment stage and another at the chi refinement stage. In an instant, he confirmed they were two demon beasts. He beckoned to Xiao Linger, and together, they infiltrated Jiang Ro's abode. The expansive residence was eerily silent, adorned with artificial hills, streams, ponds, and flower gardens. However, despite their thorough search, they found no valuable treasures. "Well done, clever one." Li Jie had not harbored high hopes. He merely sought to test his ability to breach a second-tier barrier. It was obvious that cultivators would not leave treasures exposed, unless they were unable to take them. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the Foundation Establishment Demon Beast. He and Xiao Linger had previously refrained from approaching the beast to avoid detection. "Let us go. Linger, we must investigate that demon beast. We cannot leave empty-handed." Li Jie speculated that capturing the demon beast could provide a meal for Xiong Air, potentially aiding its growth. Behind an artificial hill, Xiao Linger and Li Jie peered out. Before them stood a demon horse, its body adorned with white scales, a white mane gracing its neck, radiating light from its hooves, and sporting dragon horns atop its head, rendering both of them momentarily speechless. Beneath it lay a smaller one. Both demon horses were currently in a deep slumber. "This is indeed a white dragon horse," Li Jie exclaimed, while Xiao Linger appeared restless. For who among cultivators wouldn't he desire a magnificent steed? She resolved to seize the smaller demon horse. With a pair of thuds, a spiritual fruit abruptly appeared on the stone-paved floor, awakening the slumbering young demon horse, which merely glanced at it, showing no interest. Moments later, a larger spiritual fruit rolled in, yet the young demon horse remained indifferent. "Master, didn't you say that these demon horses consume spiritual fruits?" Xiao Linger tilted her head, regarding her spirit companion with confusion. Li Jie too was perplexed. The Chaos Book had stated clearly that demon dragons feasted upon spiritual fruits. Could it be that the fruit was not of sufficient quality? Li Jie urged Xiao Linger to toss out the only remaining low-grade yellow spiritual fruit. Indeed, the young demon horse's nostrils twitched, and it raised a small, milky white hoof, slowly approaching the low-grade yellow spiritual fruit, taking a bite and beginning to chew. Xiao Linger rummaged through her empty storage bag. Unable to find another spiritual fruit, as the young demon horse neared the end of the first one, she grew anxious and contemplated taking direct action. "Master, I have no more spiritual fruits. Should I throw a large recovery pill?" A black pill, the size of a cow's eye, rolled to the ground. The young demon horse, preparing to return to its slumber, lowered its head to sniff, then bit down. Instantly, a gleam sparkled in its eyes as it chewed rapidly. A stream of black pills rolled out, drawing the young demon horse behind the artificial hill. As it bent down, a black burlap sack was thrown over it, and before it could emit a sound, Xiao Linger swiftly rendered it unconscious. The master and disciple exchanged knowing smiles, preparing to depart when suddenly the invisible barrier shifted overhead. Li Jie sensed two concentrated golden core energies returning to him. He glanced up, spotting Hou Junyue following Jiang Rou. When did these two establish contact? Xiao Linger maximized her concealment technique, burrowing deep within the artificial hill. Jiang Rou and Hou Junyue passed over the arch bridge spanning the stream, maintaining their distance from the demon dragon horse. "Hou Junyue, you need not waste your efforts. Qianyao Tower has never involved itself in local disputes, as you should well know." Luminescence surged in the hall, illuminating the entire courtyard in an instant. Jiang Rou seated herself, crossing her long legs, her expression frigid. Hou Junyue, clad in resplendent attire, maintained a two-zhang distance from her, speaking calmly. "The situation has changed. The forces in Yushi City are reconfiguring. If your Qianyao Tower is willing to assist my Hou family, then henceforth, all commerce in Yushi City will be dictated by your Qianyao Tower. Moreover, I am prepared to offer you 10% of my family's annual income. What say you?" The terms proposed by Hou Junyue were undeniably generous. Yushi City was surrounded by numerous spiritual veins, and if all were consolidated under one banner, 10% would amount to tens of thousands of spiritual stones annually. Jiang Rou's gaze flickered as she performed a small spell to warm her tea, yet she did not respond immediately. Li Jie and Xiao Linger exchanged glances. Currently, the forces in Yushi City were dominated by two factions, and it was easy to surmise that Hou Junyue was rallying allies against someone. After a moment, Jiang Rou shook her head. "I apologize, but I still cannot agree." Hou Junyue's eyelid twitched, hesitating for 2 breaths before responding. "Very well, I shall remember Qianyao Tower's answer. Safe travels, no need to see you off." Jiang Rou gently blew on her warm tea, while Hou Junyue's figure vanished from the hall. She sipped her tea, her gaze unfocused as it drifted outside. Suddenly, a fruit on the ground caught her attention. Chapter 73 unfolds. The luminescence in the hall dimmed, and the artificial hill and stream faded into obscurity, leaving only a thin veil of moonlight outside. In Li Jie's perception, the golden core energy was moving away, but soon it halted, as if having entered a room to rest in a state of stillness. He signaled Xiao Linger to burrow to the edge of the wall, refraining from hastily breaking the formation, instead observing a nearby room from which light emanated through an open window. Jiang Rou sat within, seemingly engrossed in a book. After waiting a while, Jiang Rou leaned back in her chair, remaining still. From the fierce negotiations that had recently transpired, Li Jie understood Jiang Rou to be a cunning individual. Ignoring Xiao Linger's caution, he chose to continue waiting. Sure enough, Moments later, Jiang Ro turned over, a pelt of a demon beast appearing seemingly out of thin air, dimming the light within the room. Linger, keep watch over her and report any developments immediately, Li Jie instructed, floating to a position invisible to Jiang Ro as he began to dismantle the formation. To avoid causing excessive disturbance, he employed only a single bone fragment. With the manipulation of spiritual energy so subtle, it was nearly imperceptible. He deftly altered his hand gestures. The complex formation began to slowly coalesce. Xiao Linger, carrying the small demon horse, transmitted real-time updates on Jiang Ro's actions. She moved, she turned over, she stood up, she sat back down, she began to undress. Wait, what did you say? Li Jie's hand faltered mid-gesture. Unable to restrain himself from glancing back, eager to confirm whether Xiao Linger was deceiving him, when the lights in the room extinguished. Master, she turned off the lights. Xiao Linger exclaimed, perplexed. Turned off the lights? A sense of foreboding surged within Li Jie, prompting him to hastily release the completed formation diagram. In an instant, the barrier flickered, and Jiang Ro's furious voice erupted. Thief! I knew you hadn't. He left. Accompanying her words was a surge of violent sword energy. Linger, run! Li Jie shouted urgently, as Xiao Linger swiftly retreated outside. The horse thief, where do you think you're going? Jiang Ro, mounted on a fully grown demon dragon horse, pursued with a speed as swift as light, mere moments away from striking Xiao Linger. Startled, Xiao Linger, burdened with the small demon horse, fled a considerable distance, gasping for breath as she accelerated her escape. Yet, no matter how far she distanced herself from Jiang Ro, the moment she paused, Jiang Ro would swiftly appear at her side. The chase ensued for a full half hour, and Li Jie, emerging from the ring space, grasped the situation. There exists a bloodline connection among demon beasts. Linger, return the horse to her and let her care for it a while longer, Li Jie instructed. All right. After running for so long, Xiao Linger had surmised that the issue lay with the small demon horse on her shoulder. As Jiang Ro drew closer, she resolutely tossed the small demon horse away. Jiang Ro, upon seeing the struggling creature suspended in midair, immediately abandoned her pursuit of Xiao Linger and darted towards the small horse. Both Li Jie and Xiao Linger exhaled a sigh of relief simultaneously. However, at that moment, Jiang Ro, forsaking the demon horse, flew towards them with even greater speed, and despite Xiao Linger employing all her might in her escape technique, she could only match her pace. By the heavens, what a vengeful woman! Li Jie observed keenly as Jiang Ro, moving at full speed, relentlessly summoned a series of bright yellow talismans. The distance between them remained a constant tinzhong, never widening. They were increasingly drawn deeper into the demon beast mountains. Just as they were nearing the second tier of the mountains, Li Jie unleashed the thunderous voice of the divine movement, calling out, "Friend, your speed is too slow. You've been riding on my coattails. Why not cease this pursuit and part ways amicably? Thieving horse bandit. How dare you be so brazen?" Jiang Ro brandished a new dazzling golden talisman, and upon activating it, her speed surged immensely, bringing her within mere yards of Xiao Linger, ready to strike with her sword. However, Li Jie, ever vigilant, preempted her with the thunderous voice of the divine movement, causing her to falter momentarily. The distance between them widened instantly, and Xiao Linger seized the opportunity to alter her escape route, veering away from the second tier of the demon beast mountains. Thieving horse bandit, Jiang Ro, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, grimaced in frustration but quickly resumed her pursuit. Each time she closed the distance, Li Jie would activate the thunderous voice, which, though non-damaging, was irksome enough to significantly impede her speed. Thus, the stalemate continued until dawn broke, and finally, Jiang Ro retreated. "Thieving horse bandit, do not let me encounter you again," she spat venomously before vanishing from Li Jie's sight. Xiao Linger halted, breathless and panting. It was her first experience of fleeing to the brink of depleting her spiritual energy. At that moment, Li Jie suddenly exclaimed in her ear, "Gone! That madwoman is playing hard to get." Run! Just moments ago, Li Jie had relaxed. Had it not been for his mental awareness, he would have fallen into her trap. With a whoosh, Xiao Linger utilized her wind escape technique to flee to the thieving horse bandit eluded capture. Jiang Ro, in a fit of rage, pursued relentlessly. The two figures raced out of the demon beast mountains and towards Jade Stone City. "Look, what is that?" exclaimed a passing cultivator outside the city. lifting his gaze to see two streaks of white light flash by him, followed by a gust of wind that whipped his clothing and hair back. What incredible speed! Before his astonished words could fully escape his lips, the wind reversed direction, tousling his hair anew. Xiao Linger had returned, with Jiang Ro still in hot pursuit. What madness! Li Jie marveled, for even merely employing the thunderous voice had left him feeling a profound mental fatigue. He had used it more times in this month than ever before. As the afternoon sun blazed overhead, Xiao Linger, chewing on medicinal herbs, darted past a great tree, Jiang Ro still in pursuit. In the silent mountain gorge that evening, Xiao Linger relied solely on her physical strength to run. With Jiang Ro hot on her heels, under the starry night, on the outskirts of the Demon Beast Mountains, both figures, drained of spiritual energy, came to a stop not far apart. Thieving horse bandit, your time is up. Jiang Ro gasped, her medicinal pills and talismans exhausted, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Xiao Linger pressed her hands against her thighs, her throat parched and dry, unable to utter a single word. Elijah, his spirit in agony, implored, "Brother, I can't run anymore. Just come over and end me." Jiang Ro stepped forward, unleashing a white sword aura, which sent Xiao Linger's body flying. "I'm going to die." A heavy, mournful scream echoed as Xiao Linger plummeted into the chasm behind her. Jiang Ro approached and peered into the seemingly bottomless void, hesitating for a moment before descending in pursuit. From behind a tree, Xiao Linger's figure emerged. Elijah hastily urged, "Run. If that madwoman discovers it was merely a doppelganger talisman, we're doomed." Xiao Linger vanished in the blink of an eye, and a desperate scream erupted from the dark chasm. Moments later, Jiang Ro, sword in hand and her eyes ablaze with fury, appeared at the chasm's edge, tightly clutching a crumpled talisman. Her murderous gaze scoured the surroundings as she gritted her teeth and screamed, "Thieving horse bandit, you wait for me." Chapter 74. The true essence of wind escape technique returning to her courtyard. Xiao Linger collapsed onto a stone bench, utterly exhausted, her entire being languid and gasping for breath, utterly devoid of motivation. Elijah, beside her, rubbed his aching spiritual head, gritting his teeth in frustration. That Jiang is undoubtedly a lunatic. She would chase for a day and night over a mere horse. How utterly narrow-minded. Just wait, once I, too Linger, break through to the golden core stage, I'll snatch your horse right before your eyes. After venting his frustrations, Li Jie noticed that Xiao Linger had straightened her posture, her eyes shut tight as she entered a state of meditation. Wisps of pure white, spiritual wind gradually swirled around her, gently tousling her long, dark hair. Li Jie inhaled sharply, focusing intently. Xiao Linger was not simply meditating. She had entered a state akin to enlightenment. "What the? You can achieve enlightenment while running away?" Shocked, Li Jie quickly closed his eyes to reflect on the events of the day, hoping to break through to the 12th layer of the divided spirit technique. After a while, he hastily opened his eyes. That was close. I nearly dozed off, to prevent any interruptions during Xiao Linger's moment of enlightenment. Li Jie set up a second-tier minor Zhou-Tian formation in the courtyard and retreated back into the ring space to study the formation notes left by the Supreme Emperor of the Great Zhou, the Saint Martial Sovereign. Xiao Linger's enlightenment lasted for quite some time, showing no signs of ending even well into the night. When Li Jie re-emerged, he felt a sudden gust of wind stirring around him. Puzzled, he noted that under normal circumstances, the minor Zhou-Tian formation would block any ordinary winds from entering. His gaze shifted to Xiao Linger, only to see her internal spiritual light dimming, the winds that had lingered around her dissipating. In the next moment, a shadow darted through the courtyard multiple times, the entire event transpiring in less than a heartbeat. Elijah blinked rapidly. Had it not been for the spiritual energy emanating from that shadow, he would not have been able to discern its presence. Struggling to swallow his disbelief, he gazed at the smiling Xiao Linger before him. "Was that you?" He couldn't recall ever teaching her such a rapid spiritual technique. The 10 escape techniques could not achieve this speed, but perhaps a life-risking use of blood escape technique could. Yet, Xiao Linger would be unlikely to risk her life for a mere display. And there was no bloodlight present during the shadow's flickering. "Master, I have grasped the true essence of the wind escape technique." Xiao Linger beamed up at him, her large, dark eyes sparkling with anticipation, her demeanor reminiscent of a child hoping for praise after doing something good. "True essence? Li Jie was taken aback, his mind racing with questions, unable to focus on her adorable expression. The wind escape technique has a true essence? How was I unaware of this? Xiao Linger patiently explained that upon reaching the pinnacle of the wind escape technique, there was a probability of achieving a state of enlightenment that allowed the technique to reach a realm of unity with nature. As long as there was wind present, one could effortlessly shift their form and appearance. However, I have only just begun to comprehend it, and at most I can flicker 5 times within a single breath. Finally, Xiao Linger kindly offered a way out for Li Jie. Master must have forgotten, right? Ahahaha, forgotten? Indeed, I must have forgotten. You see, age does make one forgetful. Li Jie quickly seized the opportunity to deflect, intending to retreat to the ring space to refresh his memory on the spiritual techniques he had overlooked. Yet, he noticed that Xiao Linger was still fixated on him. His heart sank slightly, an eyebrow arching in suspicion. This little girl, has she discovered something? As Li Jie pondered, Xiao Linger's hopeful gaze began to dim. Why hasn't he master praised me yet? Did I not perform well enough? The two remained in a tense silence for a moment, and Li Jie felt increasingly uneasy under her bright, dark eyes, prompting him to ask, Linger, is there something else? Xiao Linger nodded, then shook her head, her gaze unwavering from Li Jie, and a hint of melancholy began to surface in her eyes. If there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave to rest, Li Jie remarked, oblivious to her unusual demeanor, his spirit slightly stirring as he prepared to depart. That moment, Xiao Linger's soft voice resonated behind him. Yes, it seems Linger is no longer as important as resting in Master's heart. Li Jie's spirit froze. Those words struck a familiar chord. Xiao Linger pursed her lips, continuing in a gentle tone. In the past, Master would always show concern during my breakthroughs, and now, just over a month later, it seems I've been replaced by a newcomer. My efforts must have gone unnoticed. I'm quite indifferent. Really? It's just that Master must be right. I surely haven't done well enough. If this continues, Master may come to dislike Linger, so I shall return to my chamber to rest. Wang Defa. In midair, Li Jie's spirit trembled, his gaze revealing an unmistakable shock. The overwhelming aura of Ti struck deep into his soul, inflicting genuine harm even in his spiritual form. It was utterly terrifying. He began to regret imparting the Ti scripture to Xiao Linger. It was akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. As soon as Xiao Linger parted her crimson lips once more, Li Jie, fully aware of her subtle intentions, immediately responded with genuine emotion. It was indeed my oversight. Your ability to grasp the true essence of the wind escape technique is commendable. You are not inferior to my own achievements in my youth. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You must continue to strive for improvement. Thank you, Master. Although Xiao Linger appeared ready to depart, she remained rooted to the spot, only breaking into a radiant smile and dashing towards the house after receiving Li Jie's praise. Upon returning to the space within his ring, Li Jie sat despondently atop the chaos book. Although he had not exposed his Kuan foot, the fact that Xiao Linger had mastered Ti art to its fullest was enough to give him a headache. He had overlooked a serious issue when passing down the Ti scripture. It could be employed as a terrifying weapon without discerning friend from foe. Alas! Sighing softly, Li Jie resolved to quickly remedy his forgotten knowledge. Compared to the threat posed by the Ti scripture, revealing his Kuan foot was evidently a far graver concern. Xiao Linger's strength was advancing at an astonishing pace each day. If he remained stagnant, he might find himself one day dragged out and condemned to the existence of a homeless spirit. Men must strive for self-improvement, he encouraged himself, and thus commenced his training. An hour later, feeling a slight headache, he acknowledged the necessity of balancing work and rest, deciding to take a 10-minute break. At dawn, having enjoyed a restful sleep, Li Jie emerged from the space within his ring. He observed Xiao Linger sitting cross-legged on the bed, diligently practicing the supreme spirit technique. Watching her intently, a wave of introspection washed over him. This young lady was so devoted to her studies that it cast a shadow over my own status as her master. Li Jie endeavored to train in the art of distraction, but the essence of the soul was innate. His simple and arduous efforts were of little use. Without spiritual materials or treasures, progress was nearly impossible. In the case of ordinary cultivators, one soul could grow alongside their cultivation, but he possessed neither. Upon regaining his focus, Li Jie decided to formulate a rigorous training regimen for himself, urging Xiao Linger to quickly accumulate spiritual stones for him. As he reveled in this thought, a sudden impulse surged within him, activating his small Zhou Tian array. Chapter 75. Blood battle in the mine outside the courtyard. Xiao Hu gazed quizzically at the doorway before him, taking a step forward only to be met by an invisible barrier that thwarted his advance. Undeterred, he retreated and then charged forward again. Bang! With a violent impact, Xiao Hu was flung backward, clutching his bruised forehead in disbelief. Is this the ghost wall? After a brief pause, he turned around and began to retreat toward Xiao Linger's courtyard. As he approached the doorway, he activated his sliding step. Is it not possible? He pondered, scratching his head as he looked upwards. Then sprinting away before leaping back with all his might. Bang! Colliding awkwardly against the small Zhou Tian array, Xiao Hu tumbled to the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. Anger flickered across his face as he unleashed the Tin Hall's Yama fist, striking wildly against the small Zhou Tian array. Open for me, he bellowed, his neck veins bulging in fury. Elijah observed nearby, curious to see just how thick-headed this lad truly was, inflicting such harm upon himself. Xiao Hu ultimately conceded defeat, turning to leave. Yet, after a short distance, he suddenly pivoted and dashed back at lightning speed. Li Jie raised an eyebrow, suspecting the boy intended to sneak in while the restriction was momentarily inactive. With a flick of his wrist, he withdrew 4 bone shards. Xiao Hu charged into Xiao Linger's courtyard, his face erupting with joy, but before he could fully express it, he collided uncontrollably with the opposite courtyard wall, triggering a cacophony of noise. Seeing the demolished wall, Li Jie could only shake his head in resignation. This was hardly his fault. The commotion roused Xiao Linger, who, upon appearing in the room, immediately spotted the gaping hole in the wall alongside the tangled form of Xiao Hu. Furrowing her brow, she unleashed the aura of a 6th-layer foundation cultivator, swiftly pulling Xiao Hu over and slamming him onto the stone table without a word. Dazed and bewildered, Xiao Hu struggled to comprehend the situation until the sharp pain in his rear brought forth a desperate cry. Cousin, stop! Don't hit me! I have something to discuss. Xiao Linger's expression softened slightly, though traces of anger still lingered. Is what you say truly the truth? Xiao Hu, regaining his composure, cast a furtive glance at her face, quickly averting his gaze as he hurriedly replied, Cousin, I assure you, it is absolutely true. I overheard the elders discussing it just outside the conference hall. All clan members aged 15 and above who have reached at least the 3rd layer of Qi training have been summoned. If you go outside, you will see for yourself. In a flash, Xiao Linger appeared at the Xiao family's martial arts arena. Unlike its usual bustling atmosphere, the arena was eerily quiet, with only a few children and a couple of elderly members present. Even the usually active middle-aged warriors were conspicuously absent. The wave of dread washed over Xiao Linger, compelling her to rush outside, but just then, a breathless call echoed from behind. Cousin, wait for me. I want to go too. Xiao Hu, nearly out of breath, waved his arms in a fervent plea. Ignoring him, Xiao Linger pressed onward. Panicking, Xiao Hu pursued her relentlessly, shouting, Cousin, there are over 20 spiritual stone veins in the clan, and there are new ones too. Do you know which one is in trouble? In that instant, Xiao Hu felt a gust of wind whip past his face. Which one is it? Xiao Linger inquired. I don't know. Xiao Hu shook his head in confusion. Xiao Linger's expression shifted, and she suppressed the urge to strike him on the spot as she prepared to leave. Just then, Xiao Hu called out once more, but I know the direction they left in. Lead the way. Grabbing Xiao Hu by the collar, Xiao Linger instantly transported them outside the Xiao estate. Xiao Hu carefully oriented himself, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished. Amidst the brown stone mountains, over 100 members of the Xiao family were engaged in battle against a group of formidable black-clad individuals. Among the black-clad assailants, there were no fewer than 20 foundation cultivators, while the Xiao family boasted only a dozen or so. The disparity in strength was stark. In the brief span of mere moments, the mountain was littered with lifeless bodies, most adorned in the Xiao family garb, as the remaining members fought and retreated, making their way deeper into the spiritual stone veins. Everyone, do not scatter. Retreat towards the heart of the mine, shouted a 5th-layer foundation cultivator from the Xiao family, bravely holding the front line against 3 4th-layer black-clad assailants. Despite being on the brink of collapse, he continually called out to his panicked kin, urging them to regroup. The paths surrounding the mountain were obstructed by the black-clad attackers, and running away would only lead to death. Still distracted? The three black-clad soldiers suddenly unleashed their lethal strikes, and the fifth-layer Shao cultivator was immediately struck by a barrage of spiritual light, spitting blood as he was sent flying, as he attempted to rise and continue the fight. The three black-clad figures pounced upon him, severing his arm and ankle. He collapsed to the ground, issuing a final cry. Run! The head of the Shao family warrior was severed, his face etched with unyielding defiance. He had once been the strongest in this place, yet he met a death steeped in humiliation. As their leader fell, the remaining Shao family members scattered in disarray, one by one succumbing to the blood-soaked earth. The last two foundation cultivators from the Shao family shielded a handful of their kin, fleeing deeper underground as a horde of black-clad warriors surged after them in the dimly lit tunnels. The sounds of frantic footsteps echoed relentlessly. Xiao Yin, her face smeared with blood, desperately fled forward, the anguished cries of her relatives ringing in her ears. She had been running for what felt like an eternity. Her chest ablaze, yet she dared not stop, not even to glance back as the footsteps behind her dwindled. Despair threatened to engulf her. When she spotted a stone wall at the tunnel's end, she broke down completely. Collapsing to the ground, "It's over. It's over." The cries of battle drew closer, and the last remaining foundation cultivator from the Shao family seized Xiao Yin, hurling her towards the stone wall. If you wish to avoid the humiliation of captivity, end your life. With a cold shout, the final foundation cultivator of the Shao family gripped his spirit sword, charging towards the black-clad assailants, blocking the tunnel's exit. Xiao Yin knelt beneath the stone wall, flanked by two equally terrified Shao female cultivators. With a scream, they became the last surviving members of the Shao family in this forsaken mine. Wait, there are 3 Qi training female cultivators left. Let's capture them and sell them to those who enjoy collecting such trophies. And that pretty one, let us keep her for the brothers to enjoy. A group of lascivious black-clad men approached, leering with wicked grins. The beautiful Shao female cultivator chose to end her own life, and Xiao Yin, alongside another frightened female cultivator, resolutely placed her sword against her neck. The leading black-clad individual's expression shifted, and his pace quickened dramatically. Chapter 76. A rampage unleashed. Leave a few alive, but behead all of the Shao family members. We shall return to claim our reward. The rest of you, follow me to the other mines. Today, we shall ensure the annihilation of the Shao clan. The burly leader among the black-clad attackers roared, rallying his subordinates. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind rushing towards him, and his expression changed instantaneously. Channeling his spiritual energy, he thrust his sword backward without hesitation. The violent sword energy was swiftly engulfed by an even more terrifying force. The great sword of destruction cleaved through the air, splitting the burly man, along with his sword, in two, spilling blood upon the ground. 6th layer of foundation. One of the black-clad individuals in the stone mountain widened his eyes in shock, immediately rallying his comrades. Everyone, join forces to eliminate him. As the deafening roar subsided, the black-clad assailants surged forth, unleashing their most potent attacks towards Xiao Linger. Touching down from the air, the ground beneath Xiao Linger cracked under her weight. Her colossal sword struck the earth, stirring up clouds of dust as she surged forth, her eyes ablaze with fury, leaving a trail of dismembered bodies in her wake. In a mere exchange of glances, the man in black fell, lifeless, leaving the remaining 10 foundation-building practitioners to swiftly converge and launch a coordinated assault, their 10 attacks merging into a ferocious surge of spiritual light, shielded by the Kayadagarba statue. Xiao Linger charged forward, undeterred by the onslaught of spiritual energy. The 10 foundation-building men in black were visibly shaken. Some chose to retreat while others pressed the attacked in the next instant, with the golden Buddha's shadow enveloping her. Xiao Linger shattered the wave of spiritual light and cleaved through 3 adversaries with a single stroke of her sword, including a top-tier expert at the 4th level of foundation building. Witnessing this scene, the men in black were gripped by terror and fled in haste. Blood splattered onto Xiao Linger's face, yet she did not falter. With swiftness, she dispatched the fleeing foundation-building practitioners, then plunged into the rocky mountainside. At the entrance of the passage, numerous men in black emerged, weapons drawn, charging towards Xiao Linger. Upon seeing the severed heads they bore, her eyes turned icy, for she recognized those faces. She had once seen them smiling in the martial arts arena. Now forever marked by despair, unable to close their eyes even in death. The archaic descent sword hovered ominously, a faint yellow sword intent radiating from its surface as Xiao Linger summoned her spiritual power. Striking the sword's pommel with force, the moment she unleashed her might, the archaic descent erupted with dazzling spiritual light, soaring forth like an arrow, accompanied by the deafening sound of wind. The men in black who emerged from the passage were torn apart by the brilliance. Even those who did not face the blade directly could not escape the annihilating intent, as the spiritual energy within the archaic descent waned. Xiao Linger appeared deep within the passage, sheathing her sword and continuing her descent. The corridor was stained with blood, the slain members of the Xiao family devoid of heads. Elijah, witnessing this horror, felt a chill in his heart, more so for Xiao Linger, whose small face was already shrouded in frost. After descending for several dozen miles, not a single living Xiao family member was in sight. Xiao Linger gazed at the last passage, hesitating momentarily before slipping inside. She found herself in the dim depths of a mine, where two female corpses lay, having taken their own lives. The only survivor was held at knife point by a man in black. Upon recognizing his face, she furrowed her brow. "You don't come any closer." The terrified man in black cowered behind Xiao Yin, his hand trembling as he gripped the knife. That moment, Xiao Linger's appearance was terrifying. She was drenched in blood, her hair matted with gore, her eyes glimmering with fierce light. Seeing her, Xiao Yan's expression brightened momentarily as she wished to cry out for help. But recalling past events, she could only offer a mournful smile. Perhaps she was destined to perish. Without uttering a word, Xiao Linger seized a stone and hurled it forth. The man in black's pupils dilated as he prepared to strike, but his body suddenly swayed. The swiftly flying stone struck his brow, creating a gaping hole. Blood splattered onto Xiao Yin, who, trembling in fear, sank to the ground, her expression vacant. Xiao Linger turned, coldly uttering, "Go outside, find the large stone shaped like a sword, and bring back the unconscious Xiao Hu. Be careful on your way." Xiao Yin stood frozen, the echo of Xiao Linger's instructions lingering in her ears. With a sorrowful smile and a firm resolve, she began to rise. Outside the rocky mountain, Xiao Linger discerned the closest vein of or and dashed toward it. "Master, thank you," she murmured mid-air in gratitude for her earlier request. "Xiao Dower, hurry along." Li Jie had also heard the commanding shout of the black-clad leader. The attacked mines were not limited to one location. Soon, Xiao Linger appeared at another Xiao family mine, where the sounds of battle had ceased. The ground was strewn with headless corpses. She scoured the entire mine but found no surviving members of the Xiao family. Without pausing, she pressed on to the next location. Within the Red Rock Mountain, a tremendous explosion caused the entire mountain to tremble violently, rocks cascading down. Yin Chengwan, with a furious roar, the black-clad Xiao Lai surged forth from the debris, wielding a crimson blade that cleaved through the air, unleashing a flurry of deadly light. However, his seemingly ferocious attack was effortlessly neutralized by the long-haired man floating above. "Xiao Lai, oh Xiao Lai, after all these years, you remain as reckless as ever. Had you been more discreet back then, you would not be forever trapped at the 9th level of foundation building." Yin Chengwan chuckled, appearing far younger than the somewhat aged Xiao Lai. Xiao Lai offered no response, relentlessly swinging his crimson blade. 20 years have passed, yet I still recall your once proud and defiant demeanor. That day, when my Yin family extended an olive branch, you dismissed it with disdain. Yin Chengwan casually continued, allowing the crimson blade to slice through the air repeatedly. "I remember that day vividly. I came to seek you out personally. Your gaze was unforgettable, as if you were looking at useless." Just as now, a smirk curled at the corner of Yin Chengwan's mouth as he tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Lai. "So, do you now comprehend my feelings?" With a sinister tone, Yin Chengwan made his first move, effortlessly grasping the descending crimson blade, extinguishing the rampant spiritual energy coursing through it. With a forceful grip, cracks began to appear along the blade. Xiao Lai's face contorted in fear as he attempted to withdraw, yet found it impossible to escape. In an instant, the blade shattered into fragments, and Xiao Lai coughed up blood as Yin Chengwan struck him down, smashing him into the ground and creating a deep crater. Within the pit, drenched in blood, Xiao Lai struggled to rise, only to find a foot pressed firmly upon his head. The gap between the fake Dan and the 9th level of foundation building is not merely a simple difference. It is the chasm between you and me, one in the heavens, the other in the earth. Yin Chengwan laughed triumphantly, but his laughter soon froze as a powerful figure in black seized his leg. A surge of potent energy erupting from within. Dado, I nearly forgot. You also practice body techniques? With a ferocious kick, Yin Chengwan sent Xiao Lai flying, only to follow up with another strike. Amidst the swirling dust, a coarse fist came crashing down. Yin Chengwan scoffed dismissively, casually raising his palm. In that instant, a searing pain shot through him as the fist shattered his hand, twisting his forearm in the process. The typically silent Xiao Lai unleashed a second punch. What of 20 years? You remain a worthless fool. As those rough words echoed, the fist imbued with spiritual energy struck Yin Chengwan's chest, sending him careening backward with a shriek. Xiao Lai prepared to pursue, but the cries were abruptly cut off in a heartbeat. Yin Chengwan, having been propelled several dozen li away, returned, his hand gathering spiritual energy into claws, seizing Xiao Lai and lifting him high into the air. Roaring ominously, I told you, the fake Dan and the 9th level of foundation building are worlds apart. Gasping in the grip of Yin Chengwan, Xiao Lai gazed at the collapsed and deformed chest of his adversary, forcing a grim smile. The truth in those words rang clear. Had he been an ordinary foundation practitioner, such injuries would have claimed his life 100 times over. His forbearance, his feigned defeat, his calculated waiting, all now seemed a cruel joke. Boom! The colossal hand of spiritual energy closed in, and a mist of blood erupted as Xiao Lai was torn asunder, crashing to the ground in pieces. A distant, mournful wail resounded. Fifth Uncle. Chapter 77. A fierce battle upon arrival. Li Jie beheld the gruesome scene of the middle-aged man in black being shattered. In his heart, he had already condemned the long-haired man to death. How dare he kill someone dear to the protagonist before his very eyes? TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if his realm had reached the pinnacle of foundation building, not even Jesus or Buddha could save him today. He spoke on behalf of Xiao Linger. Oh? A little brat? Yin Chengwan raised an eyebrow. Swiftly retreating, a disdainful smirk curling his lips as he concealed a cloud-patterned pill in his injured hand. He quietly crushed it, the pure white spiritual light seeping through the wound in his palm, gradually restoring his deformed hand and collapsed chest. Though he was not without injury, he was gravely wounded. Fire stain mark, I know you, Xiao Linger. From 5 paces away, Yin Chengwan continued nonchalantly, his hand now steadily regaining its form. Xiao Linger knelt on the ground, cradling the remains of Xiao Lai, whose body was now reduced to little more than half. Tears streamed from her eyes. Xiao Lai was dead, his mouth slightly agape as if he had words left unspoken. But the faint shape of his lips suggested he wanted to say go. Setting down the mangled corpse, Xiao Linger rose slowly, unleashing the full force of her 6th-level foundation building aura. She lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, the archaic descent sword materializing in her grasp, the yellow sword intent surging forth. Master, please do not intervene. I wish to slay him myself. With a grim whisper, Xiao Linger surged forward, appearing before Yin Chengwan in the blink of an eye, raising her sword high to strike down. Yin Chengwan's pupils widened slightly. Her speed was astonishing. Even his fake Dan realm struggled to keep pace. Yet he reiterated his earlier sentiment. The fake Dan and foundation building were galaxies apart. A hand of spiritual energy materialized, pinning the archaic descent sword in place. In the next moment, his eyes widened again as the spiritual hand shattered, forcing him to hastily conjure a barrier of spiritual energy for defense. Boom! The archaic descent sword collided with the solidified barrier, producing a thunderous roar, and countless cracks erupted across the shield. Yin Chengwan's face paled completely. The sword, imbued with intent, surged forth with an unstoppable force under Xiao Linger's increasing power. As the barrier shattered, Yin Chengwan was sent sprawling to the ground, his feet sinking deep into the earth. Yet he could not halt his retreat, carving deep ruts in the hardened sand and stone. Just as he managed to regain his footing, Xiao Linger's silhouette reappeared before him, the archaic descent sword descending like a pillar reaching for the heavens. Plunging him into darkness, as the blade fell, the clash of metal rang out, and a storm of dust erupted. Yin Chengwan conjured a dark red halberd, blocking Xiao Linger's strike with one hand. At that moment, his collapsed and twisted chest had nearly fully healed. The prowess of the 6th layer of foundation establishment is indeed formidable, compelling me to draw my weapon. Truly, the title of the Phoenix of the Shao clan is well-deserved. Yin Chengwan's arm, wielding the halberd, thrummed with spiritual energy. With a sudden burst, he forcefully repelled Shao Linger and then soared into the sky, raising his halberd high to cleave downwards with a fierce countenance. Bellowing, "I have grown weary of this cat-and-mouse game." Shao Linger, landing back on the ground, swiftly leaped aside. As she ascended, the earth beneath her cracked, and clouds of dust and debris were sent spiraling several zhang into the air. Yin Chengwan burst forth from the chaos, his dark red halberd sweeping in with unparalleled strength. Shao Linger hastily unleashed her sword, the archaic descent, infusing it with a surge of azure light, yet it was instantaneously consumed by the dark red halberd. The halberd's edge struck the blade of the archaic descent, sending her hurtling away in midair. Li Jia observed with clarity that the halberd was no ordinary spiritual weapon. It was at least of the Xian rank, adorned with intricate runes along its shaft, clearly indicating some form of special enhancement. Each swing of the long-haired man caused those runes to shimmer with spiritual light, amplifying his strength manifold. Despite having acquiesced to Shao Linger's request, he sensed the situation was dire and felt compelled to intervene. After all, he had invested considerable effort in nurturing his steed and could not idly stand by while she faced death. Concentrating, Li Jie forged a soul arrow in his hand, bracing himself for action. Shao Linger, battered and bloodied, her resolve undeterred, repeatedly fell to the ground only to rise again with relentless vigor. After yet another strike sent her flying. Yin Chengwan's expression shifted. For reasons unknown, he felt a hint of difficulty when confronting Shao Linger, something even Shao Lai at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment had failed to evoke in him. Rumors circled that Shao Linger had acquired extraordinary fortunes to transcend her tribulations and be reborn. Initially dismissed as mere hearsay, it now bore the weight of truth. Yin Chengwan ascended, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power coalescing into his halberd. Transforming into a deep crimson hue, he stood proudly aloft, his hair billowing, the red light casting a glow upon half his figure. "I am eager to discern the nature of your fortune." As he descended, the dark red luminescence around him intensified, creating ripples in the air as the halberd's runes flared brilliantly. Shao Linger soared from the ground, undaunted, her sword raised high, her hair whipping back in the fierce wind. The two faced each other from a distance of 5 zhang. As Yin Chengwan roared, "Blood Moon Phantom Slice." In an instant, a massive red crescent moon materialized, seemingly poised to tear through space itself. Plummeting towards Shao Linger, at that moment, she cried out, unleashing the archaic descent infused with the form of a golden dragon, 3 zhang in length. The clash of forces obliterated the golden dragon in an instant. Just as she was about to be struck by the terrifying blood moon, a divine light emanated around her, as a benevolent Buddha figure shielded her .2 celestial-grade spiritual techniques. Yin Chengwan's pupils constricted, raising his halberd to strike again. He had witnessed celestial-grade techniques from afar and was acutely aware of their potency. The crimson beam fell from the sky, slamming Shao Linger into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Unable to contain himself, Li Jie felt an overwhelming urge to intervene. But within the swirling dust, a petite figure soared forth once more. The clash of sword and halberd saw both Yin Chengwan and Shao Linger forced to retreat. He suppressed the blood rising in his throat, his gaze fixated uncertainly on Shao Linger. She appeared a tragic figure, drenched in blood, her garments soaked through, yet the straightness of her posture rendered him unable to gauge her true condition. Casually glancing at the fresh fissure on his chest, Yin Chengwan conjured a second cloud-patterned pill in his hand, shattering it without hesitation. Instantly, his waning momentum surged anew, and the dark red halberd gleamed brightly as he charged forth once more. Shao Linger struggled to withstand the onslaught, the earthbound statue flickering between visibility and obscurity. The situation had turned dire. Li Jie furrowed his brow tightly, searching for an opportune moment to strike. Chapter 78. The moment to act in that moment. Shao Linger resembled a leaf caught in a tempest, struggling against the relentless crimson halberd. Strands of her hair fell away, her skin marred, as crimson blood continued to spill forth. Yin Chengwan refrained from employing lethal blows. Targeting only Shao Linger's limbs and less vital areas, he sought to capture her alive, to interrogate her regarding her celestial-grade techniques. The memory of the dragon apparition and Buddha figure ignited a fervor within him. His breath quickening at the thought, celestial-grade techniques held immense value. Even the 10 major sects could scarcely produce a handful. If he were to acquire them, he could trade them for resources, perhaps even ascend to the pinnacle of the golden core stage without direct cultivation. His imagination ran wild with visions of a splendid future, causing his strikes to grow lighter in fear of accidentally slaying Xiaolinger. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, she counterattacked, unleashing a 3-zhong golden dragon once more. The roaring beast engulfed Yin Chengwan, dragging him down from the skies and into the earth. Xiaolinger pursued, her gaze imbued with lethal intent, the archaic descent slicing forth with a wave of azure brilliance. Yin Chengwan raised his halberd to meet the descending strike, but with a surge of spiritual energy, he repelled her back. He advanced, pressing down with his halberd, forcing Xiaolinger's feet into the ground. In that instant, he raised his other hand, condensing a massive spiritual handprint, ready to seize her. Just as the handprint was about to close, Xiaolinger vanished from sight, reappearing behind Yin Chengwan, her sword swinging down. He retaliated with the halberd, the dark red blade intercepting the archaic descent. Yin Chengwan gathered his spiritual techniques to strike once more, sending Xiaolinger flying. Yet, she staggered back to her feet, charging at him again. His expression shifted as he sensed the gravity of his injuries. If he continued to exhaust himself, he would inevitably face catastrophic consequences. The allure of the celestial-grade techniques began to wane. Yet, clinging to a flicker of hope, he shouted, "Xiaolinger, surrender your 2 celestial-grade techniques, and I will ensure the Yin family withdraws from Jade Stone City." Xiaolinger remained silent, her rage manifesting in her sword swing. Yin Chengwan continued, "Surely, you are unaware of the current state of the Xiao clan. The Ho family has allied with my Yin family. Your clan's ancestors may well be on the brink of demise. Do you not wish to return and see for yourself?" Upon hearing this, Xiaolinger's expression shifted, the rampant spiritual energy around her diminishing significantly. Yin Chengwan's hand, still poised behind him, glimmered with spiritual light as he continued with a voice laced with temptation. "If you hand over the 2 celestial-grade techniques, I will not only retreat, but can also persuade my clan to assist you against the Ho family. What say you?" Xiaolinger halted, not believing Yin Chengwan's words but quietly attuning herself to the winds around her. The fierce gale swept past, stirring leaves and dust, while a subtle smile crept onto Yin Chengwan's lips. He preferred the certainty of soul extraction over uncertain exchanges. Without warning, he grinned maniacally and struck. A colossal spiritual handprint emerging beneath Xiaolinger. "Your secrets shall be mine." With a triumphant shout, Yin Chengwan's palm closed, the spiritual handprint coalescing instantly, yet Xiaolinger's form was nowhere to be found. "How is this possible?" He was taken aback, his countenance shifting in disbelief, narrowly evading the archaic descent as it sliced past him. Xiaolinger's silhouette flickered in the tempest, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Yin Chengwan's pupils dilated. This technique radiated a sense of danger, as he beheld the massive blade that suddenly materialized before him. All his greed was suppressed. The dark red halberd's shimmering energy flared back to life. Sweeping outward in a flash of crimson, Xiaolinger was forced back, yet she surged forward once more. Yin Chengwan, barely managing to retract his halberd, was jolted back, a fresh wound opening upon his chest. He coughed blood but steadied himself, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. As the wind swirled ominously around him, he swiftly turned, unleashing a vast blood-red crescent moon. The crescent tore through the earthbound statue, crashing against the archaic descent, sending violent tremors through the surrounding space. Xiaolinger channeled her spiritual energy fully into the archaic descent, straining against the force. At that moment, Yin Chengwan loomed above her. The dark red halberd raised high, an explosive roar resonating throughout the vicinity. Xiaolinger plummeted to the ground, creating a significant crater, while Yin Chengwan descended with his halberd in the ensuing sonic boom. An even larger pit formed, the very earth collapsing beneath them. Li Jie furrowed his brow. The presence of both fighters still lingered within the crater, compelling him to suppress his instinct to act. As he meticulously attuned himself to the unfolding events, the halberd pressed down upon the archaic descent, leaving Xiaolinger kneeling, her hands clenching the sword's hilt tightly, the blade positioned above her head. Her body bowed under the weight, the sword's edge embedding into her shoulder. A flicker of pain crossed her visage as she let out a low growl. her feet firmly planted against the ground. Her gritted teeth twisting her expression, Yin Chengwan gazed in astonishment. With his false core cultivation, he was unable to subdue the girl before him. Even wounded, this seemed nearly impossible. Your secrets are indeed tempting. But if I cannot possess them, then they shall be buried. Yin Chengwan roared, his eyes ablaze with light as he pressed down forcefully on the halberd. Yet, it would not budge. Xiao Linger's expression contorted in fury. Primal growls escaping her lips, her eyes turned a blood-red hue, fiery patterns spreading from the corners. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power enveloped her, and the dark red halberd was thrust aside as if it were nothing. Yin Chengwan's grip shattered, blood spurting forth as he stumbled back, his chest wound spiraling out of control, blood flowing freely. Before he could regain his footing, the archaic descent, glowing with a blend of azure and yellow light, swept towards him. He beheld Xiao Linger, her eyes aflame with rage and eerie patterns, and in astonished disbelief, he uttered, "You are a demon." Before he could complete his sentence, he was sent tumbling 10 li away by the might of the archaic descent. With a sudden surge of blood, he hurriedly looked up at the sky, for the first time sensing the peril of life. In midair, Xiao Linger's entire body ignited as she plummeted at breakneck speed, while the falling meteor transformed into a colossal blade of fire, tearing through the heavens. Yin Chengwan yearned for escape, but a sharp pain pierced through his mind, compelling him to instinctively raise his dark red halberd in defense. He. Not far away, Li Jie smirked. True masters only reveal their prowess at critical moments. Xiao Linger, consumed by madness, was unlikely to notice such trivial anomalies. As the blazing meteor descended, a crisp sound resonated, severing the dark red halberd and taking with it a portion of Yin Chengwan's body. With a cry of anguish, Yin Chengwan turned tail and fled. The bloodthirsty Xiao Linger immediately pursued, her speed in the howling wind so swift it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. By the time she reappeared, she was already a mere 10 feet behind him. She swung the meteor, and the sword aura, no thicker than a strand of hair, burst forth with radiant brilliance, unleashing a sweeping sword energy that cleaved through Yin Chengwan's form, continuing its flight to obliterate the summit of the nearby Red Rock Mountain. What the hell? Incredible! Li Jie, watching from behind, was left dumbfounded. He was certain he had never taught Xiao Linger this technique. Chapter 79. The Separation of Sword Intent. Sword Intent? Yin Chengwan, now lying amidst the rubble, stared in shock with wide-open eyes. He had completely lost the ability to move, helplessly watching as a colossal black sword descended from the heavens, dripping with blood. Ho Junyue, damn it! With a mournful roar, Yin Chengwan was pierced through the chest by the giant sword, his gaze dimming rapidly. Who could have imagined that a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage could comprehend sword intent typically reserved for those in the transcendent stage? Not to mention that the opponent possessed 2 heavenly grade techniques. Had he known this, he would have fled without hesitation. Oh no, he would have unleashed his strongest means to eliminate her, with lingering resentment and regret. Yin Chengwan fell silent. Ligf floated over, his ethereal hands rubbing together in excitement. It was time for his favorite part. Looting the corpse, a delicate purple storage bag floated up, interwoven with golden threads and embellished with gemstones. Clearly not an ordinary item, he tested it and found the storage bag heavily warded. Just then, Xiao Linger, having consumed a healing elixir and barely suppressing her injuries, flew over with a face marked by intense anxiety and concern. The fiery patterns at the corners of her eyes had vanished, yet Li Jie failed to notice the anomaly. Master, we must hurry back to the Xiao family to assist the ancestor. The whole family must have executed a diversionary tactic to lure the family's key forces away and then besiege the ancestor. Xiao Linger exclaimed urgently, "Dio, you truly believe you can be of assistance in your current state?" Li Jie raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing her. Her condition was dire, with a wound spanning half an arm's length on her abdomen, blood gushing and flesh rolled back, and the light within her dimmed, indicating severe injury and depletion of spiritual energy. I need to recover first. Whatever you can think of, those senior members of the Xiao family surely can as well. Besides, if you don't trust those elders, you must trust your father. He is a wise man, Lig spoke sternly. He would not allow Xiao Linger to risk her life like this. The battle at the Golden Core stage was beyond their capability, especially given Xiao Linger's grievous injuries. After gritting her teeth and contemplating for a moment, Xiao Linger gradually calmed down, her face losing much of its worry. The most prudent course of action for her now was to heal. Running around in her injured state would not only be futile but could also become a burden to the family. I understand, Master. Nodding emphatically, Xiao Linger swiftly darted into the Red Rock Mountain to seek a concealed cave for healing and replenishing her spiritual energy. Li Jie then focused intently on unraveling the restrictions on Yin Chengwan's storage bag. Half an hour passed, and a brilliant light flickered on the purple storage bag, intricate runes flashing into existence before swiftly disappearing. A satisfied smile crept across Li Jie's face as he prepared to have Xiao Linger open the bag, only to turn and find her still meditating to heal. He summoned 4 bone fragments. Although he lacked spiritual energy, the runic bone fragments could serve as a medium to channel spiritual energy. He wondered if this would suffice to unlock the storage bag. Muttering to himself, Li Jie activated the 4 bone fragments with a spirit of experimentation. As the runes glowing like insects and beasts illuminated, threads of spiritual energy began to converge and flow toward the purple storage bag. A vague sensation washed over his mind, and soon Li Jie found himself perceiving an ethereal space filled with the pure white glow unique to spirit stones, alongside various spiritual materials and treasures shimmering with ethereal light. His consciousness drifted through the myriad items within the storage bag, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Another wealthy family. Yin Chengwan's fortune was no less than that of the rebellious youth Yin Li. After quickly cataloging all the items in the storage bag, Li Jie's attention settled on a small white jade vial, from which a soothing spiritual light emanated, akin to a gentle sun bathing everything in warmth. What kind of elixir is this? With a flicker of thought, the white jade vial materialized in the external world. Li Jie inverted it, and a pure white elixir imbued with spiritual light floated out, adorned with cloud-like patterns, exuding an extraordinary sanctity, unlike anything of this world. As the elixir returned to the vial, Li Jie's ethereal form vanished in a flash. Within the ring's spatial realm, the chaotic tome began to stir. An elixir with cloud patterns. Li Jie scanned through the entries, quickly pinpointing the information. Cloud Spirit Elixir. A 4th-tier elixir, shattering it allows for immediate absorption through the bloodstream, capable of instantly suppressing a cultivator's injuries, maintaining them at peak condition. The effectiveness varies based on the cultivator's injuries and cultivation level. The more severe the injury, the shorter the duration. The higher the cultivation level, the lesser the effect. Reappearing outside, Li Jie rolled the jade vial to his side. Oh, that's how it is. No wonder the fellow with the long hair fluctuated in strength. Even with a pierced chest, he remained astonishingly formidable. Forcing me to intervene to defeat him, a 4th-tier elixir. Indeed, he is a person of great fortune, but now it belongs to me. Li Jie beamed with pride when suddenly, Xiao Linger's body stirred. Showing signs of awakening, however, after waiting for a considerable time, she still did not open her eyes. He frowned, watching as a strand of golden light, as thin as a hair, appeared around her body, swirling in midair. Creating ripples in the space it traversed, Li Jie recognized it as the sword intent Xiao Linger had mastered, but could not comprehend why it manifested autonomously. As the golden sword intent danced, an overwhelming sharpness surged in the cave. Even Li Jie, as an ethereal being, felt as though he was being threatened by blades. He looked back at Xiao Linger, astonished. This scene was one he had witnessed not long ago. Enlightenment, the sword intent, initially no thicker than a hair, began to split into 2 after a continuous dance, the newly formed strand even thinner and its brilliance almost negligible, yet the ferocity it emanated was still formidable. In that instant, the invisible sharpness within the cave intensified, deep gashes appearing in the surrounding rocks, stalactites overhead being severed and crumbling into dust before they even touched the ground. To prevent any disturbances to Xiao Linger's enlightenment, Li Jie hastily summoned the runic bone fragments to set up a minor Zhou formation for her. The nascent sword intent began to develop, swiftly reaching half the size of the golden sword intent. Then its growth rate suddenly slowed, eventually stabilizing at 2/3 the size of the golden sword intent. However, its luster bore no resemblance to the golden sword intent. It was bright and blinding, as if piercing through the darkness. Li Jie merely stole a glance before quickly averting his gaze. The brilliance of that sword intent was so intense, he felt as though his spiritual eyes would be injured if he continued to look. Such terror! After rummaging through the chaotic tome, Li Jie resumed his observation, left only with a sense of wonder. What is a genius? This is a genius. Enlightening while fleeing, comprehending while fighting. The previous golden sword intent was birthed from myriad blades. Known as innate sword intent, while this was truly Xiao Linger's own. Although both belonged to the realm of sword intent, there was a fundamental difference. Innate sword intent was akin to spiritual materials. Immutable, while a cultivator's sword intent could evolve and grow based on personal comprehension, manifesting unique attributes such as Gale sword intent, capable of conjuring whirlwinds, or metal sword intent, unyielding and indestructible. Why disciple Xiao Linger indeed possesses the grace of a celestial being. Chapter 80. The War of Two Clans. Xiao Linger awoke, a flash of brilliance flickering in her eyes. The wound on her abdomen had healed, and the once dim light within her was now vibrant. Master, it seems I have grasped a new sword intent, she said, extending her delicate, fair fingers, which glimmered with light. With a mere gesture, the rock before her was cleaved in two. This is the sword intent that belongs solely to you. Li Jie replied. Sword intent that belongs solely to me? Xiao Linger inquired, puzzled. Li Jie promptly elaborated. Typically, the highest sword techniques, when cultivated to their zenith, give birth to a sword intent unique to them, provided the practitioner can reach profound realms. For instance, the Gale sword technique, when perfected, produces Gale sword intent, allowing the wielder to summon whirlwinds. I once knew a scruffy rogue who could do just that. What is my sword intent then? Xiao Linger pressed. Is it not obvious? It must be the Overlord sword intent, Li Jie guessed. Logically, since Xiao Linger had only learned one style of the Overlord sword technique, she should not have developed sword intent, but he could only attribute this to the influence of the innate sword intent. Xiao Linger accepted this explanation, nodding earnestly. No wonder the sword energy I unleashed was so ferocious. As her confusion dissipated, anxiety returned to her face. Master, we must hurry back to the Xiao family. Indeed, this time, Li Jie did not hinder her in an instant. The two of them vanished from the cave. The Xiao family estate. The ear-splitting cries of battle soared into the heavens, as the remaining members of the Xiao clan were besieged and slaughtered by the Yin and Hou families, many collapsing into pools of blood. Utterly unable to resist, the Xiao clan's people, powerless to defend themselves, hurriedly ushered the elderly, women, and children toward the ancestral grounds in the rear mountains. The forces of the Yin and Hou families pursued relentlessly, setting ablaze the significant structures of the Xiao clan along their path. Below, the battlefield raged violently, while in the sky, three figures confronted each other. Among them, a sharp-eyed elder with white hair spoke. Xiao Qingru, do you not even spare a glance at your dying kin? The old woman did not respond to his words. Instead, she addressed a middle-aged man in black behind her. Yin Hong, whatever the Hou family has offered you, I, the Xiao clan, can match it twofold. Ha ha, there's no need for that. I am a close friend of Brother Wan Xiu. Yin Hong laughed heartily, his garments fluttering. The three continued their standoff, and as the cries from below grew fainter, the old woman could no longer resist casting a glance downward. That moment, both the white-haired Hou Wanqiu and the elegantly dressed Yin Hong attacked simultaneously. A flash of sword light and a golden seal hurtled toward the old woman. Swift enough to leave no time for any response, a pristine barrier of spiritual energy rose, and the old woman pushed outward with both hands, halting the sword energy and golden seal mere inches from her. Her face strained, as Yin Hong and Hou Wanqiu charged in from both sides. With a deafening explosion, the waves of spiritual energy shattered the sky, engulfing the area in blinding light, and the old woman's figure shot out from within, racing toward the dense forest of the rear mountains. The residual energy from the clash between a peak golden core cultivator and two 8th-layer golden core warriors was far beyond what any ordinary Xiao clan disciple could withstand. If the battle continued here, it would not be long before the entire Xiao clan was reduced to rubble. Yin Hong and Hou Wanqiu understood this well, not wishing to harm their own kin. They resolutely followed suit. As the three departed in quick succession, Xiao Wentian hurriedly returned with a large group of Xiao clan members. The anguished cries of his kin echoed in his ears, and as he gazed upon the charred remains of his homeland, now a sea of flames, his eyes nearly ignited with fury, prompting him to charge forward in a furious assault. At that moment, one of the marauding enemies rose into the air. Xiao Wentian, you have arrived too late. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. sneered a long-eared, drooping-nosed man, a smug smile adorning his face. Die! Xiao Wentian barked, channeling his energy to unleash a ferocious strike. The long-eared man easily parried the blow, countering with a sword strike. Just as Xiao Wentian prepared to unleash a more potent spiritual technique, a harsh voice rang in his ear. "Leave him to me. You hurry to the rear mountains." Xiao Lei flew in from another direction, accompanied by a hasty group of returning Xiao clan disciples. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wentian hesitated no more and swiftly retreated. The ancestral grounds in the rear mountains were the last refuge for the Xiao clan and must not be compromised. The long-eared man did not pursue Xiao Wentian, instead laughing contemptuously as he engaged with the crackling Xiao Lai in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wentian found himself amidst the treacherous terrain of the rear mountains, where Hou Junyue stood proudly atop a large rock. As they faced one another, no words were exchanged. They immediately unleashed their formidable spiritual techniques. The rampant and violent spiritual energy instantly deterred the low-tier cultivators in the vicinity from approaching, with the crucial combat strength of the Xiao clan joining the fray. The tide of defeat was barely stemmed, yet the Yan and Hou families still held the upper hand, their numbers vastly outnumbering those of the Xiao clan. Behind a foam mountain, Xiao Yan tightly clutched the recently awakened Xiao Hu, daring not to make a sound, while Xiao Hu struggled fiercely, voicing his discontent. "Let me go. I want to fight." Having regained consciousness, Xiao Hu effortlessly broke free from Xiao Yan's grasp and charged towards several Hou family cultivators. Among those pursuing the Xiao clan members, the strongest was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and upon seeing Xiao Hu emerge, his eyes lit up with recognition. "Ice you, brat?" The value of slaying a Xiao clan genius as opposed to an ordinary disciple was worlds apart. Xiao Hu ranked among the top 10 on the Hou family's kill list, with substantial rewards for his demise. Gathering his powerful spiritual techniques, the 6th layer Hou family disciple excitedly swung his sword. However, before his sword energy could even be unleashed, it was obliterated by a dark martial deity that appeared, a fist wreathed in black energy striking him with devastating force, shattering half of his body. In an instant, the lower-tier Hou family cultivators were stunned, turning to flee while shouting in panic. "Xiao Hu is here." Soon, more than a dozen low-tier cultivators from the Yan and Hou families encircled Xiao Hu and the two fleeing Xiao clan disciples. After a brief skirmish, the two Xiao clan disciples were slain, leaving only Xiao Hu to fight desperately. He roared in fury, exchanging wounds for kills, and after dispatching several cultivators, he found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Even with the bloodlust-enhancing effects of the 10 halls of Yanluo Fist, he struggled to continue fighting. The 6th layer of Qi refinement was still too weak. Xiao Hu was sent flying by a sword strike, and as he rose, a gruesome scar marred his face, blood clouding his vision. Yet, undeterred by the 8 remaining opponents before him, he charged forward once more, fighting with the resolve to die. The 8 figures exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. One among them, at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, shouted, "Let us all attack together. The credit for killing him will be shared." Just as he finished his shout, Xiao Hu was upon him, landing a punch that knocked his head askew. At that moment, Xiao Hu was also struck by several blades, staggering forward. As he looked up to see a large blade descending from above, Xiao Hu seized it with his hand, bellowing as he unleashed the Tiger's Fury Fist. With 6 opponents still standing, they hesitated, fearing for their lives, and found themselves locked in a stalemate with a Xiao Hu who was already at the end of his strength. Behind the foam mountain, Xiao Yin bit her lip, her hands trembling. The cultivators from the Hou family were roughly on par with her, yet she dared not step forward. After slaying 3 more opponents, Xiao Hu's remaining arm was reduced to mere flesh and sinew, the ferocity in his eyes instilling fear in all those facing him. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Hu's fierce cry nearly caused a 3rd layer Hou family cultivator to drop his weapon in fright. However, his gaze soon turned cold again. "Brothers, he is on his last legs. Killing him will earn us a Foundation establishment pill." The 3 launched their assault together. Indeed, Xiao Hu was on the verge of collapse. His youthful arm was severed, and though the pain did not make him yield, he leaped up to tackle one of them, tightly wrapping his remaining arm around the opponent's neck. The other 2 3rd-layer cultivators seized the opportunity to swing their blades at his back and head. Chapter 81. The traitor. As Xiao Hu faced imminent peril, Xiao Yin finally summoned her courage and rushed out. "You scoundrel, die!" Xiao Yin made her move, but was swiftly knocked down. "What the hell? You scared me to death," exclaimed a nearby Ho family cultivator, startled by the voice behind him, as the image of his great-grandmother flashed before his eyes. After being struck down, Xiao Yin rose again, charging forward, but was sent flying once more by one of the remaining 2 Ho family cultivators. At that moment, Xiao Hu, having just snapped his enemy's neck, sprang up, shocking the Ho family cultivators who had been attacking him from behind. Xiao Hu's vitality was nothing short of terrifying. Roaring, he swung his bloodied fist, instilling fear in the Ho family cultivator, who retreated in panic as he attempted to launch a second punch. Xiao Hu collapsed to the ground. A cruel excitement stirred within the retreating Ho family cultivator, who quickly closed in, aiming his bloodied blade at Xiao Hu's neck. Clang! A long sword intercepted the descending blade. Xiao Yin had blocked it, but in the process, she sustained a wound and staggered back. The 2 Ho family cultivators regrouped, preparing to sever Xiao Hu's head. Xiao Yin surged back into the fray. "Damn it, this kid is on the brink of death. Let's kill this woman first." Frustrated by their repeated interruptions, the Ho family cultivators were incensed. They abandoned their pursuit of Xiao Hu and attacked Xiao Yin together. Facing 2 at once, she found herself in a precarious situation. She was knocked to the ground, blood spilling from her chest. Yet as she saw someone about to strike down Xiao Hu, she surged back to her feet. The 2 Ho family cultivators were completely enraged, no longer distracted, and unleashed their full assault on Xiao Yin. In mere moments, she was battered to the ground, blood spewing from her mouth, as one of the Ho family cultivators kicked her down and raised his long blade. Just before her vision faded, Xiao Yin beheld a blinding flash of white sword light. The descending white sword light cleaved through the surrounding foam mountains and continued to devastate the area, demolishing half of a nearby building. Xiao Linger approached Xiao Hu, checking his pulse, and directly dropped 3 drops of spiritual essence into his mouth, nearly emptying the jade vial. Elijah winced at the sight, knowing it was not the time to voice his concerns. What was given was given. As the spiritual essence entered Xiao Hu's body, a faint glow emanated from within, and the flowing blood ceased, the wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. "Give her a healing pill and instruct her to summon Lu Shilin and Gao Wuyuan," Li Jie suddenly reminded, referring to Xiao Yin nearby. Xiao Linger stood up, promptly tossing a pill into Xiao Yan's mouth, instructing her with a serious tone. "In Xinghua Lane on Linglan Street, there is a broken heavenly gang. Find a man named Lu Shilin and have him rush to the Xiao clan. If he does not believe you, mention Bear Air and the name of the divine spirit technique with that." Xiao Linger dashed off, and Xiao Yin quickly got to her feet, trusting her words, and sprinted outside. She cut her way from the back door to the front, while Xiao Linger, without blinking, rescued numerous Xiao clan disciples caught in fierce battles, leading them towards the Xiao clan's training grounds when she suddenly heard a furious shout. "Xiao Wukue!" On the bluestone pavement, Xiao Lei, his beard trembling, looked incredulously at the fallen Xiao Wukue. His initial intention had been to save his nephew, who was caught in the chaos of battle, only to find that the latter had struck him with a sword that was laced with spiritual poison. Seizing the opportunity, the long-eared, drooping-nosed Yan Zhenming descended with his sword, the sharp sword energy sweeping through, striking Xiao Lei directly. The impact sent Xiao Lei flying several feet, crashing into a large rock before he came to a halt. Yan Zhenming approached slowly, swinging his sword once more. Xiao Lei raised his arm, the lightning arcs flickering briefly before the silver-white spirit sword cut through effortlessly, severing half of his arm. Enraged, he stood up, his beard bristling, and raised his other hand. Yan Zhenming, with a mundane flourish, wielded his sword, sending forth another severed arm that spilled blood. Xiao Lei roared in fury, charging forward, only to be sent flying by Yan Zhenming's powerful kick. Raising his hand, he formed a seal, summoning several spiritual swords from the ground, which pierced Xiao Lei, nailing him to the boulder. "Xiao Lei, you have no one to blame but yourself. It is your own kin who have betrayed the Xiao family. I had hoped for an exhilarating battle with an old acquaintance like you," Yan Zhenming remarked with a smile as he seized Xiao Lei's storage bag, his body gradually lifting into the air. "You two can reminisce slowly while I go extinguish your Xiao family. That is, of course, if you are still alive when I return." On the boulder, Xiao Lei was on the brink of death, his spiritual sea shattered by Yan Zhenming's kick, clinging to life only by a thread of unwilling breath. Why betray the Xiao family? He gazed at the distant Xiao Wukue, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, despair, regret, sorrow. Xiao Wukue laughed maniacally. Why? Because all members of the Xiao family deserve to die. Those who slander me must perish. I want all of you blind fools to die. All of you. Is it merely for this reason? Xiao Lei managed a bitter smile, gathering his last strength to shout. Your selfishness and narrow-mindedness render you unworthy to be a member of the Xiao family, let alone a cultivator. You cannot bear the slightest setback. All of this is your own doing. Well said, your own doing. Xiao Wukue's eyes widened in fury. Facing a battle you cannot win, also your own doing? Do not preach to me about righteousness. Why did you send Xiao Qing away while expecting me to wait for my death? Just because he is your grandson. Are you not selfish? Are you not narrow-minded? Why not allow more to escape? Are we not descendants of the Xiao family as well? Seeing Xiao Wukue's deranged demeanor, Xiao Lei closed his eyes, realizing that his nephew had succumbed to madness. Further words were futile, as Xiao Lei perished. Xiao Wukue continued his frenzied rant. In the distance, Xiao Linger hid behind a pile of ruins, facing the corpses of several fallen Xiao family members. Just moments ago, a sword had descended from the sky, slaughtering all who had gathered here, including a cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. Only she had narrowly escaped due to her speed. High above, Yin Zhenming resembled an evil deity. Wherever a member of the Xiao family gained the upper hand, he would intervene. The situation, which had been gradually turning in their favor, became overwhelmingly one-sided upon his arrival, with no one able to withstand a single strike. In the corner, Xiao Linger clenched her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Do not act impulsively, Li Jie warned seriously. That man in the sky is a genuine gold core cultivator, even if only at the first level. In the past, Xiao Linger relied on top-tier spiritual techniques and unique environments to escape danger. If faced directly, I am certain she could not withstand 3 strikes. During the mining operation, she had expended great effort to defeat a false gold core, and that was only because her opponent had been gravely injured and had ultimately retaliated. Otherwise, he would not have perished. Another sword fell from the sky, immediately eliciting numerous cries of agony. Xiao Linger's fists clenched until they turned purple, despair glistening in her eyes. Master, she cried, feeling utterly powerless. Elijah furrowed his brow deeply. He was not a member of the Xiao family and could not empathize. Yet he saw Xiao Linger's tears clearly, and no one could bear to witness the slaughter of their own family. Nurtured since childhood, Elijah remained silent, his spirit rising. A large group of black-clad men appeared at the edge of the ruins. Chapter 82. Battle. Lu Shilin. Activate the spiritual resonance technique. The sound of Li Jie's voice reverberated throughout the area. In the sky, Yin Zhenming squinted as he observed a petite figure darting out from hiding, rushing towards the sudden appearance of the group of black-clad cultivators. Though perplexed, he unleashed a massive blood moon sword chi. The crimson crescent descended upon all members of the Purtian gang. Lu Shilin did not falter but raised his head and shouted, "Spiritual resonance technique." He understood everything now. His leader was a member of the Xiao family, and if he did not fight with all his might, none would escape the reckoning. Ha! A thunderous shout erupted as hundreds of men released the same spiritual glow from their bodies, rapidly forming an illusory portal before them, their spiritual energy spilling forth. Yin Zhenming raised an eyebrow, puzzled, until he saw a surge of spiritual energy converging on that small, fleeing figure, elevating her cultivation level. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. A secret technique for enhancing cultivation. At the front of the formation, Xiao Linger, also mastering the frequency of spiritual resonance, had reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment and continued to ascend until she hit an intangible threshold, pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Summoning the desolate ruin, she unleashed a 3-zhong tall Wutian dragon, which clashed against the golden dragon shadow and the crimson crescent, simultaneously releasing a brilliant sword chi infused with the might of the Overlord's sword intent. With a resounding explosion, the Overlord's sword chi, the golden dragon shadow, and the crimson crescent were all obliterated. Xiao Linger glanced upward and soared towards the sky. Elijah, Lu Shilin, Xiong Er, Gao Wuyuan, hold off the others. If the spiritual resonance technique falters, I will demand your heads. Rest assured, boss, Lu Shilin shouted, unleashing the aura of the 1st level of Foundation establishment. Xiong Er followed suit, roaring mightily, causing the entire Xiao family estate to tremble. In the high sky, two figures stood 10 zhang apart, with Yin Junming calmly observing Xiao Linger. I am quite curious as to where you acquired such a secret technique, reserved for imperial armies. Xiao Linger responded with sword qi, the radiant overlord's sword qi illuminating Yin Junming's entire form. Not willing to speak. No matter, I shall find out in my own way. With a casual flick of his sword, Yin Junming obliterated that strand of overlord's sword qi. The next instant, he appeared before Xiao Linger, thrusting his azure spiritual sword, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth. When he fully unleashed his spiritual sword, a ferocious and unmatched sword qi erupted, transforming into a massive white beam of light that surged toward Xiao Linger. From movement to attack, Yin Junming took less than a breath. His speed was truly astonishing. Before the Wuyin Dragon's shadow could even manifest, it was annihilated, and the Earth God statue, which had supported him for a moment, shattered. Xiao Linger raised the desolate ruin, combining the yellow and white sword qi. Barely withstanding that white torrent, yet she was sent flying 10 zhang away. Just as she dispelled the sword qi, Yin Junming's figure appeared before her, a cascade of azure sword light slicing through the air. With a resounding clash, the two swords collided, sending Xiao Linger flying as Yin Junming instantly pursued, his form transforming into numerous afterimages, continuously striking. After several moments of defense, Xiao Linger gradually steadied herself and began to counterattack. The air crackled with spiritual energy as the sounds of metal clashing reverberated. Meanwhile, on the ground, numerous cultivators from the Yin and Ho families gathered, launching an assault on the position of the Protean gang. Xiong Air charged ahead, roaring ferociously, his claws slashing, incinerating the black cloak with flames erupting from his body. His fur transformed into a fiery crimson, his eyes burning with an intense blaze. One bear against 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. A second-tier demonic beast, the encroaching cultivators from the Yin and Ho families trembled in fear until a powerful cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation establishment joined the fray, finally halting Xiong Air's rampage. Lu Shilin and Gao Wuyuan soon found themselves embroiled in fierce battles, eye in the sky. Xiao Linger remained on the defensive as Yin Junming's indifferent voice echoed continuously. Your foundation seems to be crumbling. Tell me your secret, and I will grant the Xiao family a grand funeral. Do not misunderstand. I speak of establishing the capital. Above Xiao Linger, Li Jie patiently awaited his moment. At his current size, he could condense nearly 10 soul arrows or a single soul spear. You may laugh now, but soon I shall blow your brains out. Li Jie's body rapidly shrank. He eventually reduced to the size of a basketball, a soul spear appearing beside him. He had but one chance. Failure would mean waiting a decade for revenge. The tragedy of the Xiao family's extermination would be left for Xiao Linger to face later. After several rounds of combat, the desolate ruin was battered by Yin Junming's relentless strikes, with the azure spiritual sword being of exceptionally high grade. Go face me with a Foundation establishment body. Your strength may be lacking, but your courage is commendable, Yin Junming murmured as he sidestepped, the spiritual energy on his sword turning a dark crimson, and illusory phenomena began to appear around him. A blood-red earth and a crimson moon loomed high. Blood Moon Spectre. The azure spiritual sword swept before him, and a colossal scarlet moon materialized, tearing the surrounding space with countless tiny black marks, its terrifying momentum making it hard to breathe. Xiao Linger stood at the center of the sword qi's dominion, Yin Junming's formidable spiritual pressure locking onto her, making swift movement nearly impossible. Even her wind escape technique faltered. Yet, there was no fear on her bloodied face. Her deep, dark eyes remained eerily calm. Channeling the Overlord's sword intent and the innate sword intent into the desolate ruin, Xiao Linger raised her sword to cleave downwards, revealing the Earth God statue surrounding her. As the desolate ruin descended, a golden dragon shadow erupted, and she unleashed a barrage of Overlord's sword qi, ultimately executing 9 strikes of the azure light flowing shadow sword. Simultaneously, Li Jie summoned 4 bone shards, activating a second-tier minor Zhoutian formation for protection, and an invisible barrier suddenly manifested. The blood moon descended with destructive force, first shattering the minor Zhoutian formation, then obliterating the golden dragon shadow and the Overlord sword qi, ultimately colliding with the 9 azure light sword shadows. A hint of dispersal appeared as the blood moon struck the Earth God statue. Its power greatly diminished, yet it shattered both the statue and Xiao Linger's protective spiritual barrier. A burst of blood light erupted, and Xiao Linger's form vanished within. Yin Zhenming watched intently as the crimson glow flickered before him. His brows slightly raising, he sensed that the one at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment had not perished. He lifted his sword, preparing to strike once more, when the blood light suddenly flickered. Xiao Linger utilized the blood escape technique, instantly appearing before Yin Zhenming. The latter's pupils dilated in alarm, prompting him to retreat. However, at that moment, a divine sound erupted in his mind, causing his form to momentarily falter. With a thunderous roar, Li Jie summoned the beast trap, conjuring countless dazzling white rays that encircled Yin Zhenming, effectively sealing off all his avenues of escape. "Kill him, Linger!" Li Jie bellowed, brandishing the soul spear as he soared into the air, thrusting it fiercely towards Yin Zhenming's head. Simultaneously, Xiao Linger unleashed the tyrant sword qi, imbued with 2 strands of sword intent. Without a hint of hesitation, Yin Zhenming retaliated with a brilliant sword light, while a barrier of spiritual energy ascended around him. The tyrant sword qi devoured the hastily executed sword light, only to be obstructed by Yin Zhenming's spiritual barrier. Just as he prepared to unleash a new spiritual technique, his expression shifted dramatically as he sought to flee. But it was ultimately too late. The spear that Li Jie had forged plunged deep into Yin Zhenming's soul, eliciting an agonizing shriek from him, causing his spiritual barrier to shatter instantly. The tyrant's sword qi descended upon him, and Yin Zhenming fell, bloodied. With both hands gripping her sword, Xiao Linger executed the first form of the tyrant sword technique, the Celestial Dragon's Descent. The massive sword ignited in flames. Chapter 83. The demons sound the blazing. Fiery giant blade descended from the heavens, reaching the ground in an instant. The scorching shockwave radiated outward, uprooting a multitude of bricks and tiles. In the cracked pit, Yin Zhenming, bloodied and battered, knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword, while the ominous presence of the celestial dragon loomed above. The azure sword light clashed with the searing giant blade in a stalemate. Gritting her teeth, Xiao Linger growled as the celestial dragon descended another inch. Yin Zhenming coughed up blood, using one hand to brace against the ground, struggling to resist the giant sword's relentless descent. At that moment, Li Jie conjured a small soul arrow and shot it forth. Sensing the impending danger, Yin Zhenming's pupils constricted as he rolled away in a desperate attempt to escape. Once at a safe distance, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Demonic technique?" Xiao Linger did not respond, instead slicing through the air with another tyrant sword qi, her figure advancing in pursuit. Yin Zhenming evaded the sword energy but was immediately confronted by the giant blade overhead. He raised his azure spiritual sword, only to have it cleaved in two, causing him to spurt another mouthful of blood. Ligl lurked nearby, waiting for his opportunity as Xiao Linger unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks. Yin Zhenming retreated under the onslaught, seemingly fearful of Xiao Linger's potential to unleash a sudden mental attack. Not daring to counter but solely focusing on defense, he was gradually forced back, his body drenched in blood, until he found himself perilously close to the ranks of the Break Sky Gang. After being struck and sent flying once more by Xiao Linger, Yin Zhenming landed precisely atop the Break Sky Gang's formation, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he cleaved downward with his sword. The sanguine sword energy surged forth for several feet, staining the bodies of the Break Sky Gang members crimson. Ligs swiftly plotted an escape route, intending to call for Xiao Linger to withdraw. At that moment, a figure soared overhead, executing 2 sword strikes that maximized the power of their spiritual barrier. Several talismans appeared in his hands, and a piece of iron from his storage bag floated before him. Before it could even make contact with the sanguine sword energy, 2 faint sword lights extinguished, and the layered talisman barrier collapsed upon impact. The last piece of iron was sent flying, yet the ferocity of the sanguine sword energy remained undiminished. The figure, Gao Yuan, stood firm against the onslaught, only to be violently thrust back into the ranks of the Break Sky Gang. The formation was breached, resulting in heavy casualties, as Xiao Linger, at the pinnacle of her foundational stage, rapidly began to decline in strength. Lu Xilin returned, positioning himself in the center of the formation and unlocking his spiritual sea. Yin Zhenming raised his sword for another strike, and Lu Xilin bellowed, "Gang leader!" Xiao Linger soared in, positioning herself in front of the formation, her dwindling realm revitalizing back to its peak. With a decisive swing, she cleaved through the incoming sword light. Standing resolutely at the forefront, she deterred Yin Junming, who dared not make a rash move. He was gravely injured, his spirit racked with pain, and both his strength and spiritual energy were significantly diminished. In contrast, Xiao Linger, despite bearing some superficial sword wounds, remained in excellent condition. Her gaze swept across her surroundings, discerning Yin Junming's rapid calculations. The Xiao family boasted numerous high-ranking cultivators, and although he had eliminated several, both sides still stood at an impasse. His eyes narrowed towards the commotion erupting from the Xiao family's rear mountain, formulating a plan. The true fate of the battle over Yushir City never lay with him, but rather with the three figures hovering far above in the dense forest. All he needed to do was to stall Xiao Linger, whose peculiar techniques were ever-changing. Indeed, as Yin Junming contemplated his strategy, Xiao Linger charged forth. Just barely evading the fierce giant blade, he lifted his gaze only to find another kick hurtling towards him. He raised his arm to block, but the force sent him staggering back several steps. Before he could regain his footing, a razor-sharp sword energy slashed towards him, and he was certain he could not withstand it. The sword energy emanated an ominous intent that threatened to pierce his very being. In a panic, he retreated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he cast a furtive glance towards the assembled ranks. Attempting to unleash a flurry of sword energy to disrupt them, he soon realized that Xiao Linger, having learned from past experiences, would not grant him the opportunity. The giant sword cleaved through the air, nullifying all his attacks. As Xiao Linger lunged once more, Yin Junming shouted, "Where is Yin Chengwan?" He had another fake Dan master within the Yin family. His appearance could surely turn the tide. "Heh. I'm afraid not. He is already dead," Li Jie's voice echoed, catching Yin Junming off guard. Sensing the distraction, Li Jie decisively unleashed the divine thunder roar. Yin Junming's already dazed mind plunged further into darkness, his eyes losing their luster as he could only clumsily raise his sword in defense against the incoming Xiao Linger. He was sent flying, his body tumbling across the ground before crashing heavily into a wall. Coughing up blood, Yin Junming felt both internal and external injuries flare up, instantly deflating his aura. Seeing Xiao Linger approach with lethal intent, he hardened his gaze, blood surging through him as he swallowed a vial of medicinal pills. Yin Junming invoked a secret technique to suppress his injuries. At this point in the battle, the Yin family and the Xiao family were bound for a death struggle. He had no avenue for retreat. He soared into the air, the azure spiritual sword's radiance surging anew, forcing Xiao Linger back. Yet she charged once more, her eyes ablaze with determination, the intertwining yellow and white sword intents coiling around the celestial dragon. The giant sword swept through the air, stirring up a tempest of dust and debris. Yin Junming swung his sword to cleave through, propelling himself upward, wielding both hands upon the blade, executing a diagonal slash. The celestial dragon intercepted the azure sword's edge, and Xiao Linger was momentarily pushed back, forcing Yin Junming's massive sword to arc wide. After several intense exchanges, both sides had expended considerable energy, the clamor of battle settling into a more mundane rhythm. The sword energies dimming as they resorted to brute strength and technique. Yin Junming was once again taken aback. In a contest of swordplay, he found himself utterly outmatched by Xiao Linger, whose strength was akin to that of a savage beast. Rendering his arms weak after just a few exchanges, faced with this reality, he was compelled to reassess his situation. Continuing this fight could very well lead to his demise. Prolonged combat had severely drained Xiao Linger as well. Her body marred and battered. Both paused momentarily, gathering their strength and assessing each other's vulnerabilities. Observing Yin Junming's hesitation, Li Jie grasped the situation. The opponent valued his life too much to truly engage in a life-or-death struggle with Xiao Linger. "Linger, go!" Li Jie shouted, immediately activating the divine thunder roar. But it was not an attack. It was simply a rallying cry. Soul charge. At the sound of the fierce command, Yin Junming, already on edge, swiftly evaded Xiao Linger. Refusing to linger in place, Xiao Linger pursued, and as Yin Junming prepared to counter, Li Jie shouted again, "Soul charge!" Fearing the impending threat, Yin Junming retreated, and Xiao Linger's sword energy struck true, forcing him to halt in a fit of frustration and rage. "Soul charge!" Li Jie's demonic voice resonated once more, causing Yin Junming's sword light to dim, sending Xiao Linger's blade crashing into him. Rolling across the ground, Yin Zhenming left a bloody trail as he braced himself against the stone floor, striving to halt his momentum, only to see Xiao Linger charge in with furious intent. Soul charge, Li Jie bellowed. Curse it! Yin Zhenming finally realized the dark trickery at play, but this time, Li Jie had genuinely condensed a soul arrow, driving it into Yin Zhenming's head. His form swayed, and he let out a chilling scream as the celestial dragon cleaved into his chest. Had it not been for the protective armor within, he would have been gravely injured. Despicable, he cried out in exasperation, fleeing without a backward glance. Xiao Linger chose not to pursue. The duration of the spiritual resonance technique was nearing its limit, and she needed to take this opportunity to deal with other enemy cultivators. The battle within the Xiao family estate began to settle, both sides suffering grievous losses, with only sporadic skirmishes remaining. Many turned their gazes towards the distant skies, where the larger conflict raged on. They awaited the moment that would truly determine the fate of the three families to unfold. Chapter 84. Delivering medicine. Xiao Linger hastened towards the rear mountain when suddenly the ground trembled violently. A dark stone mountain was cleaved away, revealing the figures of Hou Junyue and Xiao Wentian. Both bore wounds, though Xiao Wentian's were far graver, his ornate robe soaked in blood, a gruesome gash visible on his shoulder. Blood gushing forth, Li Jie observed the light orb within him, noting it was somewhat dim, yet not to the point of immediate collapse, despite both being at the second level of the Golden Core stage. A discrepancy in their strength was evident. Judging solely by the state of their light orbs, Hou Junyue's was significantly more solidified. Xiao Linger's expression turned anxious, her instincts urging her to act. Li Jie promptly reminded her, "Your father won't die. Quickly, take out your communication talisman and inform your ancestor to come down, telling her your master has something to give her." Xiao Linger, albeit puzzled, complied immediately. But the talisman yielded no response. Li Jie cast his gaze towards the distant sky, furrowing his brows. The situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Above the forest, where a vacuum had been created, an elderly woman bore a broken sword embedded within her body. Her head nearly severed, held in place only by her spiritual energy. Before her stood two bloodied figures, holding only a half-sword. Hou Wanxiu's chest bore a deep imprint from a palm strike, while the large seal hovering before Yin Hong was riddled with cracks. Teetering on the brink of shattering, he coldly cautioned, "Ho, if you don't act soon, do you intend to wait until my heaven-suppressing seal is broken?" Yin Hong felt a deep pang of sympathy, his heart racing with trepidation. The elderly woman before him was nothing short of a lunatic, relentlessly attacking without regard for her own life, drawing blood with every encounter. She had sustained grievous injuries, her life hanging by a thread. Any further delay would surely seal her fate. Hou Wanxiu discerned the essence of the old crone at a glance. Despite her outwardly formidable appearance, her vitality was rapidly waning. Yin Hong narrowed his eyes and discreetly stepped back, shielding Hou Wanxiu behind him. In times like these, caution was paramount. With the old woman's peak Golden Core strength, it was entirely possible she might attempt to take someone down with her before her demise. Just as he moved, the old woman struck. Gathering her spiritual energy into a swirling vortex, she unleashed it, drawing upon the surrounding energies to transform it into a colossal spiritual tornado. Hou Wanxiu and Yin Hong separated, launching their sword chi and spiritual attacks from a distance. The old woman fixated on Yin Hong, unleashing a torrent of frenzied spiritual techniques that forced him to retreat in desperation. Meanwhile, the distant Hou Wanxiu seized the moment, plunging his broken sword into the old woman's back and striking at her head with a palm infused with spiritual energy. However, she retaliated first, a powerful imprint of spiritual force sending him hurtling away, while simultaneously releasing a vortex of energy that engulfed the screaming Hou Wanxiu, crashing him to the ground. Her target had never been Yin Hong. It was Hou Wanxiu. With her injuries intensifying, the old woman swayed precariously, nearly toppling from the heights. At that moment, Yin Heng's eyes widened with excitement as he seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. The Xuanwu Heavenly Seal. The nearly shattered seal expanded rapidly in the sky, transforming into a majestic mound, bearing down upon the old woman with overwhelming force. Bang! The immense shockwave threatened to bend the trees of the surrounding forest as the old woman braced against the colossal seal. Her face illuminated with defiance. She roared with all her might, her legs, deeply embedded in the earth, began to lift. Yin Hung descended from above, standing atop the seal, his feet radiating a brilliant golden light. Blood spewed from the old woman's mouth, her knees buckling as her body splintered like fragile porcelain, cracks spreading all over. At that moment, a delicate cry echoed through the forest. The great might heavenly dragon. A three-zhang golden dragon silhouette appeared, charging towards Yin Hung, who furrowed his brow at the approaching Foundation establishment cultivator. With a casual punch, he obliterated the dragon's shadow. Xiao Linger struck again, and Li Jie swiftly transmitted a message. Old woman, drop the spiritual barrier. The unfamiliar voice caught the old woman's attention, but she quickly realized the necessity of compliance. Two beams of light flickered, one carrying a pill adorned with cloud patterns, the other a jade vial filled with transparent spiritual liquid. Upon contact with the old woman's wounds, both the pill and the vial shattered, their energies flowing into her body. Ligia had offered up the Yunpa spirit pill and the last remnants of the spirit source essence, leaving the outcome in the hands of the old woman. Linger, run, he bellowed, as Xiao Linger immediately executed a wind-based escape. However, the hand seals descending from the sky confined the space, and despite her speed, she was struck. Xiao Linger coughed up blood, crashing into the forest, and Yin Hung was poised to strike down the old woman when the seal beneath him suddenly surged upward. His expression shifted, and his hand instinctively altered direction, plunging downward. Instantly, a ripple of spiritual energy radiated outwards, intensifying the golden glow of the seal, yet it continued to rise. Yin Heng's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Brother Ho, come quickly to my aid." In the depths of the dense forest, Ho Wanqiao, suppressing his injuries, heard the call and disregarding his condition, soared into the air. He beheld the old woman, now radiating a divine spiritual light, and felt an ominous foreboding. Channeling his energy, he summoned the discarded broken sword back to him and, despite his wounds, rushed forward. Beneath the seal, the old woman heard Li Jie's voice once more. "Old woman, the Yunpa spirit medicine and the spirit source essence can only suppress your injuries for 20 breaths. If you cannot eliminate them, I will flee with Linger, and as for the massacre of the Shao family, we shall seek vengeance in 10 years. Li Jie's words were not mere bluster. They were grounded in the assessment of the old woman's injuries and her own cultivation level. She was gravely injured, her inner light fracturing, with numerous cracks adorning her body and several gaping holes. Without the spirit source essence to prolong her life, even the Yunpa spirit pill might prove ineffective. 20 breaths would suffice. The old woman erupted into hearty laughter, her aura surging back to its zenith. One hand braced against the towering seal while the other clenched into a fist and struck out. With a resounding crash, the seal shattered like a crumbling mountain, debris scattering, as Yin Hung, suppressed beneath it, erupted with blood from his orifices and staggered back in shock. Ho Wanqiao arrived, witnessing the old woman nearly fully restored, and his heart sank into despair. He turned to flee, but the old woman's speed outstripped him. As she flew, spiritual light coalesced in her palm, forming a vast vortex that instantaneously engulfed Ho Wanqiao. A terrified scream pierced the sky as his lower half was obliterated into a mist of blood. Seeing the approaching old woman, Ho Wanqiao's spiritual sea erupted, his body emanating a radiant glow. The old woman's gaze sharpened, her speed accelerating as she pierced through his heart with a single palm strike. Ho Wanqiao's eyes dimmed, the light within him extinguishing. His body plummeted, while the old woman immediately pivoted and pursued the fleeing Yin Hung. In an instant, another scream echoed from the heavens. Having slain two, the old woman had expended less than 10 breaths. 11 breaths later, she soared towards the ancestral land of the Shao family, effortlessly sending Ho Junue flying with a single palm strike. The latter fled in terror, but she unleashed another strike meant to annihilate him when a figure clad in black suddenly appeared, blocking the blow with a massive fist alongside Ho Junue, swiftly carrying the injured man away. And she did not pursue further. 13 breaths passed as the old woman roared in the sky, causing all the cultivators from the Yin and Ho families below to succumb to a torrent of blood from their eyes. Hastily fleeing in panic. 15 breaths later, the old woman returned to the ancestral stone mountain of the Shao family, issuing a divine proclamation. This old one is nearing death, willing to transform into a stone statue to guard the Shao family for 10 years. Should powerful foes invade during this time, they may call upon my name at the mountain's foot, and I hope my descendants will cherish this, As her voice faded, the old woman's body atop the stone mountain rapidly transformed into a gray stone statue. Chapter 85. The Curtain Falls Ancestor. Many Shao family members gazed up at the now stone figure upon the gray mountain, tears brimming in their eyes, sorrow etched upon their faces. Even the fierce gaze of Shao Wentian glimmered with tears. As the second strongest in the Shao family, he understood the immense cost the old woman had paid to secure this life-and-death battle. Now, as she approached her end, she still thought of her kin, using the petrification technique to ensure the family's stability for the next decade. Rest assured, ancestor, after 10 years, I shall return a powerful Shao family to you. Shao Wentian bowed deeply to the frail silhouette atop the mountain before resolutely turning towards the shattered remnants of the Shao family. The look of grief vanished from his face in an instant. The Shao family needed someone to hold the fort. He could not afford to show even a hint of weakness, as wolves circled outside Yushur City, and other clans were watching this battle closely. In the nearly flattened depths of the forest, Shao Linger crawled from the earth, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed towards the Shao family ancestral land. She had heard that voice loud and clear. Elijah floated beside her, their gazes locked on the same point, shaking his head in lament. This old woman truly has exhausted herself for this family. Even facing death, she forcefully employs a secret technique to maintain stability for 10 years, living up to the title of Shao family matriarch. Having just glimpsed the petrification technique in the Book of Chaos, he understood that it entailed imprisoning one's soul in a dark, confined space, all while remaining conscious, akin to self-imprisonment. The thought chilled him. A month of such confinement would drive him to madness. Yet the old woman willingly sealed herself for a decade. Furthermore, given the technique's 10-year limit, he believed she would have chosen without hesitation to extend it if possible. After his musings, Li Jia roused the sorrowful Shao Linger, stating it was time to attend to business. The storage bags of the 2 golden core powerhouses awaited their retrieval. Having given away the 4th-grade pills and high-tier spirit source essence, it was time to reap the rewards. In the blink of an eye, 2 storage bags, one black and one yellow, appeared in Shao Linger's hands. Elijah inspected them, noting the potent seals upon them. He could not open them immediately and would have to wait. There were pressing matters to address. The Pertian gang had played a significant role, but had suffered heavy casualties, necessitating his condolences. Swiftly returning to the now desolate Shao family, Li Jia observed Lu Shilin tending to the wounded and the dejected Xiong Er slumped on the ground. He instructed Shao Linger to approach directly. Covered in blood, Xiong Er perked up at her arrival, scrambling to her side, affectionately rubbing against her hands like a dog. Shao Linger smiled helplessly, aware of his desires. But with the spirit source essence depleted, she could only offer him 2 healing pills. At this moment, Lu Shilin approached, disbelief etched upon his features as he regarded the young girl. Yet, recalling the figure that had soared into battle against the Golden Core experts, he was compelled to believe. She truly is the leader of the Pertian gang. Kneeling, Lu Shilin bowed earnestly. Subordinate Lu Shilin pays respects to the gang leader. Rise, Shao Linger replied in her original voice, though Li Jia translated her words. How is he? She inquired, glancing at the heavily injured Gao Wuyuan, whose body bore a gash from shoulder to abdomen. Lu Shilin stood, replying respectfully, he will survive. I administered the healing elixir you provided last time. Shao Linger nodded, her gaze sweeping over the black-clad warriors surrounding them. How many of us remain? Subordinate has just counted. 385 remain. This figure was acceptable to Li Jia. The Pertian gang had not engaged significantly in the battle. The casualties were primarily due to the Golden Core Expert's single strike. With their lower cultivation levels, they had been unable to evade or withstand even a fraction of the sword she released. Left to await their fate. All right, Linger, please hand over all the spirit stones and elixirs from your storage pouch to Lu Shilin, allowing him to return with his men. The injured can remain at the Shao family residence for now. And Xiong Er should also stay behind, Elijah conveyed through a sound transmission, and Shao Linger nodded, relaying Li Jia's words as she passed the storage pouch. In this recent battle, Xiong Er had proven invaluable, guarding the formation of the Pertian gang. Otherwise, the cultivators from the Yin and Ho families would have breached it long ago. Elijah planned to reward Xiong Er once the 2 storage pouches from the Golden Core stage were opened. It was expected that these significant assets of Tsangzhou's Golden Core cultivators would contain some treasures. Let's go, Xiong Er, Shao Linger called, waving her hand. and the towering bear, covered in blood, immediately followed suit. Witnessing the second-tier demon bear walking upright on its hind legs left the Shao family members astonished. While looking at the radiant young girl ahead, they felt that nothing was truly surprising. Battling golden core cultivators with a foundation establishment body, nothing regarding Shao Linger would raise eyebrows now. The raging flames engulfing the Shao family were quickly extinguished, and black smoke began to rise from the ruins, accompanied by occasional cries of agony from the injured cultivators of the Yin and Ho families who were unable to escape in a secluded corner. Shao Wukue cautiously peeked out, his face smeared with soot. Nearby, two Shao family disciples wielding spirit swords passed by, discovering an injured cultivator from the Ho family and immediately struck him down without mercy. Hearing the chilling screams, Shao Wukue trembled. Shao Lei's furious roar had reverberated throughout the Shao family, and many had witnessed him slaughtering his own kin alongside outsiders. He could scarcely imagine the scene if he were to be discovered. Taking advantage of his familiarity with the Shao family estate, Shao Wukue hid until nightfall, ensuring the area was deserted before swiftly making his escape. Suddenly, a cry rang out. "There are still enemies, block him." "It's Shao Wukue, hurry!" Shadows emerged from all directions to intercept Shao Wukue, but most were too weak to pursue. Just as he was about to escape the Shao family, Shao Wukue's eyes lit up, only to be met with a figure at the edge of the ruins that filled him with dread in an instant. Shao Wukue halted, a grim smile crossing his face as he knelt, despair washing over him. The pursuing Shao family disciples brandished their spirit swords, ready to execute him on the spot. Shao Linger intervened, not out of mercy, but because the Shao family had its own laws. Traitors would face public execution to serve as a warning to others. Watching Shao Wukue being taken away, Shao Linger exhaled, feeling considerably lighter as the ominous cloud that had loomed over the Shao family finally dispersed, revealing a few bright stars above. "Master, shall we return to our cultivation?" "Of course," Li Jie replied, already eager to discover the treasures hidden within those two golden core storage pouches. Chapter 86. Opening the treasure chest after 2.5 hours. Li Jie successfully unlocked the restrictions on the bright yellow storage pouch. Shao Linger was eager to open it, but Li Jie stopped her. Opening a high-level storage pouch requires a sense of ceremony. Such haste will yield no remarkable results. Shao Linger blinked her beautiful eyes, filled with confusion. Li Jie pressed his palms together, his expression devout as he addressed the heavens and the underworld, reciting fervently, "Let a heavenly grade appear. Let a heavenly grade appear." Linger, open the chest. A dazzling light flashed as Shao Linger opened the storage pouch. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with radiant spiritual light, and colorful spiritual materials and treasures scattered across the ground. Li Jie quickly scanned the contents. Over 300 spiritual herbs, all of high grade, nearly 2 million spirit stones, some subpar techniques he disregarded, 30 bottles of second-grade elixirs, 1 bottle of third-grade elixirs, for spirit weapons, and a massive stone resembling a miniature mountain, truly immense, comparable to 2 large water tanks. Rubbing his hand over the surface of the stone for a moment, Li Jie raised an eyebrow, using his eye to discern its authenticity. Within the stone was a rich sphere of spiritual energy, even purer than high-grade spirit stones, and a wisp of white spiritual light had already formed within. Hastily checking the chaos book, Li Jie's eyes lit up upon discovery. This was an exquisite spirit stone, and the white light signified the essence of spiritual power. "This is remarkable, truly remarkable," he exclaimed, his ethereal hands unable to resist rubbing together in excitement. Shao Linger, feeling curious, had rarely seen her master so uncharacteristically animated. "Master, is this also a spirit stone?" She could sense the unusually dense spiritual energy emanating from within the rough stone. Even standing nearby, the aura naturally entered her body. "Indeed, this is an exquisite spirit stone," Li Jie affirmed. "Exquisite spirit stone?" Shao Linger's eyes sparkled, her breath quickening. She was well aware of the significance of such a treasure. Unlike ordinary high, medium, and low-grade spirit stones, exquisite spirit stones were not circulated in markets as currency but were purely for cultivation, containing exceptionally pure spiritual energy that could significantly accelerate a cultivator's progress. After scrutinizing the massive stone, which was several times thicker than her own body, Shao Linger couldn't help but smile broadly, her excitement bubbling over. "Master, we've struck it rich." let us cut this spirit stone. With that, Xiao Linger summoned her colossal sword, aiming to strike down on the exquisite spirit stone. She resolved to immerse herself in the cultivation within the bounty of spirit stones in the days to come. Stop! Li Jie shouted urgently, causing the giant sword to halt just an inch above the stone. Xiao Linger looked up in confusion. What is it, master? Quickly put away your great sword. This is a supreme treasure. If you strike it, its value will have, Li Jie lamented, gazing at the crack on the stone with concern, inwardly bemoaning the wastefulness. The hundreds of pounds of exquisite spirit stone were secondary. The essential aspect was the wisp of spiritual energy essence contained within. If it were buried underground with the right formation, it would certainly become a micro-spiritual vein. Such a thing could not even compare to the corrupted spirit energy of malevolent spirits. After explaining this to Xiao Linger, she immediately understood and showered Li Jie with praise. Master is truly amazing. You can even cultivate a spiritual vein, Xiao Linger gushed, her admiration evident. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Li Jie waved his hand, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her fervent gaze before continuing. First, let us gather all these items. Then we will proceed to open the next chest. Yes, the black storage pouch belonging to Ho Wancho floated up, and Li Jie began to break the seals. This time, he spent even more time, struggling for 6 hours to finally unlock it. Damn it, over 500 restrictions on a single storage pouch. Is this even humanly possible? After cursing, Li Jie again addressed the heavens and the underworld. Xiao Linger mimicked him with a semblance of seriousness, discovering that perhaps this could enhance the chances of uncovering rare treasures within the storage pouch. Let a heavenly grade appear. Let a heavenly grade appear. Both murmurs echoed simultaneously. Linger, open the chest, Li Jie bellowed, and the black storage pouch radiated light. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed above him, crashing down heavily. Run! Li Jie instinctively dodged, while Xiao Linger reached out to catch the falling large disc but struggled to hold it, causing it to crash onto the stone table, shattering it. Wang Defa, what is this thing? Li Jie approached, observing the large disc that had crushed the green stone slab beneath it. Judging by sight, the disc appeared to be crafted from a type of black jade, measuring about 10 feet in diameter. Its surface was covered with intricate patterns and runes that interwove chaotically yet followed a certain order. Furthermore, at regular intervals, the disc featured depressions the size of a baby's palm, perfectly shaped to hold a spirit stone, totaling 36 such indentations. After contemplating for a while, Li Jie felt an uncanny familiarity with the complex patterns. Despite racking his brain for a long time, he could not recall its origin. He rummaged through his ring space, but found no clues. Ultimately, he found himself floating in a daze above the disc, arms crossed, lost in deep thought. Damn it, why can't I remember? Am I losing my mind? Xiao Linger observed Li Jie's deep contemplation, hesitating to speak. She was certain she had seen those patterns recently, and they were etched in her memory. As time passed, Li Jie continued to ponder, while Xiao Linger couldn't help but muse inwardly. Is Master studying formation patterns? But why is he scratching his head? Surely, Master knew everything. Could it be a test for her? That's it, he must be testing me. Just as Li Jie was about to abandon his analysis of the large disc, Xiao Linger's gentle voice broke through. Master, are the patterns drawn on it a teleportation formation? The soft tone of the girl was akin to a beam of spiritual light illuminating Li Jie's mind. And in an instant, he felt enlightened, shouting with excitement, I knew it. How could I not see it before, and you discovered it? The tone of Li Jie's voice shifted abruptly, his previous excitement vanishing. As he turned to Xiao Linger with a serious and profound nod, Yes, Linger, you performed exceptionally well this time, even recognizing the teleportation formation. It seems my past teachings have truly resonated with you. In fact, I was contemplating whether to pass on my knowledge of formation techniques to you. Now, you have successfully passed the first phase of my assessment. Xiao Linger's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, she had not guessed wrong. Master was testing her. All right, let us first put away this large disc and then tally the other items, Li Jie continued, feigning interest in the surrounding spiritual materials and treasures. Secretly relieved when he confirmed that Xiao Linger was not overly focused on him. Curse this memory, Li Jie realized that the smaller his spiritual body became, the more diminished his mental acuity and perception became. Without the enhancement of the distraction technique, He felt as though he were merely a remnant soul, weak and helpless. As he pondered how to acquire soul fragments for a substantial feast, Xiao Linger picked up a luminous talisman and inquired, "Master, what is this talisman?" Chapter 87. The Teleportation Jade Plate. Bonus update. The talisman in Xiao Linger's hand was unlike an ordinary yellow paper talisman. Its material was extraordinary, subtly radiating spiritual light. Li Jie examined it earnestly, and his expression gradually turned grave. "If I am not mistaken, this appears to be the Xuanjia Soldier Talisman." The realms of talismans and formations share commonalities, and Li Jie had perused numerous talismans in his spare time. In response to Xiao Linger's puzzled gaze, he beckoned and retrieved the talisman, explaining, "The Xuanjia Soldier Talisman can summon a spirit entity to engage in battle. This particular talisman is of the second tier, and the summoned Xuanjia Soldier's strength should be at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm." As the talisman floated closer, Li Jie noticed the fine cracks upon its surface and continued, "This talisman has been used. It may still summon one or two more times, which is quite a valuable treasure. In the absence of golden core cultivators, Foundation Establishment fighters in Jade Stone City are considered top-tier combatants." Returning the talisman to Xiao Linger, Li Jie began to inspect the various scattered treasures and spiritual materials around them. Besides 2 bottles of third-tier elixirs that caught his attention, the remaining spiritual materials were rather commonplace. After surveying all the resources, Li Jie roughly calculated their gains. They possessed over 7 million spirit stones, more than 500 types of spiritual materials, and a total of 56 bottles of elixirs. He instructed Xiao Linger to keep 3 bottles of the third-tier elixirs, selecting 100 relatively rare spiritual materials from the rest for her, while allowing her to manage the others. Now that Xiao Linger had reached the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment, many ordinary spiritual materials and elixirs would be nearly ineffective for her, making it a good deed to distribute them among her kin at present. The Xiao family was in turmoil, with dwindling numbers and many powerful cultivators having perished. It was imperative to bolster their strength swiftly. Given the recent bloodshed in the nearby large cities, the number of wandering cultivators would undoubtedly increase. Although the old matriarch served as a stabilizing force, new factions could emerge unpredictably. After gathering all their spoils, Xiao Linger stepped out to deliver a portion of their gains to Xiao Wintian and then returned to her cultivation. She had pressing matters at hand, and time was of the essence. "This girl carries a heavy heart," Li Jie mused with a smile, drifting out of the room, subsequently envying the big bear for the rest of the day. It had only been a few days since they last met, and the aura within Xiong had grown slightly stronger. He lamented helplessly and retreated to the space within his ring to study the formation for crafting a miniature spiritual vein. Believing that what one does not see does not trouble the heart. Within the confines of one human, one soul, and one bear, he was the only one growing weaker. Not long ago, he had been a robust 9-foot man. Now he could be likened to a mere basketball. When Li Jie finally emerged from the space within the ring, several hours had passed. Xiong approached, stirring the slumbering big bear at the door, pointing to the ground and commanded, "Dig a large hole here." Xiong immediately complied, digging vigorously with its claws, but after creating a pit 2 zhang deep, it began to slacken, the speed of its digging noticeably diminishing. Li Jie squinted at it, cursing under his breath. This damned bear is becoming increasingly clever. Channeling his thoughts into Xiao Linger's storage bag, Li Jie located the third-tier elixir, the Baoidan, which replenished spiritual energy, extracted 2, and tossed them to Xiong. Upon swallowing the shimmering Baoidan, Xiong instantly transformed into a digging machine, frantically excavating, and before long, had created a hole 10 zhang deep and 1 zhang wide. Delving underground, Li Jie summoned stone fragments to serve as his spiritual sea to channel spiritual energy, then arranged a formation diagram using superior-grade spirit stones in the earth. Next, he carefully levitated a piece of top-grade spirit stone, placing it at the center of the large pit. Rising from the ground, Li Jie performed hand seals and chanted incantations, causing the pit to radiate with spiritual light as a rich aura of spiritual energy emanated forth. Not only had he laid out a grand formation to nurture the essence of spiritual energy underground, but he had also inscribed 5 spirit-attracting formations, utilizing the top-grade spirit stone as the foundation to draw in surrounding spiritual energy. The pure and abundant aura of spiritual energy rippled through Xiao Linger's courtyard, a faint white aurora appearing in the air. Xiong lifted its bare head and sniffed diligently, unexpectedly curling up to guide the spiritual light into its body. Li Jie was momentarily curious, quickly realizing that demonic beasts must possess their own unique methods of cultivation. After restoring the pit, Li Jie returned to the space within his ring, intending to study the large round disc. Not long ago, he had discovered that the material of the round stone disc was called MOU, a low-grade earth-tier treasure. Although its rank was not high, its rarity was comparable to that of heavenly-grade spiritual materials. This was because this type of MOU inherently possessed a slight spatial attribute, making it exceptionally effective for crafting spatial artifacts. Having absorbed a wealth of knowledge, Li Jie manifested and summoned the large round disc from Xiao Linger's storage bag. The immense black disc caused a tremor upon its appearance, startling even Xiong Air awake. However, Xiao Linger, being considerate, had set up a small Zhou Tian formation around herself to remain unaffected. Li Jie recognized what it was: a teleportation disc from the Tiangong sect. Although such a large one was unusual, so he needed to confirm it. Focusing his mental energy, Li Jie began to refine the disc. Half an hour passed, and a faint glow gradually emerged from within the disc, only to extinguish shortly after. Li Jie felt a weight upon his mind, yet a trace of joy crept onto his face. He had successfully refined the teleportation jade disc, allowing him to summon and retract it with ease. Eagerly, he placed down 12 pieces of superior-grade spirit stones, and the corresponding talisman patterns immediately glowed with white light. High-tier teleportation jade discs could limit the distance based on the activated source of spiritual energy. According to the records in the chaotic tome, 12 spirit stones could transport one for 100 miles, but this teleportation disc was unprecedentedly large. Li Jie boldly estimated that the distance might double. The spirit entity floated onto the teleportation jade disc, and Li Jie tossed a fruit onto it, studying the formation patterns for a moment before activating it according to the teleportation arrays method. The fruit vanished in an instant. "Indeed, I am a genius in formations," he exclaimed triumphantly, continuing his experiments as the fruits he placed on the teleportation jade disc disappeared one after another. He was quite satisfied. The teleportation jade disc was exceedingly precious, with explicit value records in the chaotic tome, starting at 1,000,000 spirit stones for even a single piece. And for one of this magnitude, he could only say he had struck gold, clearly indicating that the previous acquisition was a case of ignorance. Suppressing his inner excitement, Li Jie turned his gaze to the curious Xiong Air nearby, intending to determine the teleportation distance, as it would soon become a matter of convenience for him to travel anywhere. "Xiong Air, come here," Li Jie called out, but Xiong Air did not respond. Instead, it retreated 2 steps in trepidation, having just witnessed something suddenly vanish above. Li Jie furrowed his brow and took out a Bowie Dan. After a moment's hesitation, Xiong Air approached. When it stepped onto the teleportation jade disc, Li Jie again placed down 12 pieces of superior-grade spirit stones, adjusted the activation patterns, and selected the direction of the demonic beast mountain range. In a flash of light, Xiong Air vanished in the vast, desolate expanse. The howling wind echoed as a large brown bear stood bewildered, scanning its surroundings and blinking twice. The fierce sandstorm could not dispel the look of confusion and helplessness on its face. Standing upright, its body was rigid, its bare head slightly raised, and its forepaws hung before it. "Roar!" Xiong Air bellowed. Chapter 88. On the road 3 days later, Li Jie was in Xiao Linger's courtyard, scratching his head in frustration over the formation disc. "Something is off. I distinctly chose the direction of the demonic beast mountain range. Why hasn't Xiong Air returned yet? Could it be searching for a female bear? Perhaps I miscalculated the location, but even if I did, with the activated first layer formation, it shouldn't take a mere second-tier demon bear 3 days to return. That damned bear must have gone off seeking a mate." I meticulously adjusted the formation patterns according to the teleportation array manual. There's absolutely no mistake. Li Jie shook his head, his eyes filled with conviction. He felt disappointed in Xiong Air, deciding to sternly reprimand it upon its return for not learning well at such a young age. It would be a problem when it grew up. Another day passed deep within the demonic beast mountain range. "Master, are you certain you sent Xiong Air here? Why do I sense nothing at all?" Xiao Linger meticulously tried to sense the contract mark connecting her to Xiong Air. The faint connection that previously lingered now yielded no response whatsoever. Even upon deeper scrutiny, there was no reaction from her bloodline. It was as if Xiong Air had vanished from existence. Cough, cough. Yes, it must be this direction. Perhaps Xiong Air went looking for a female bear, Li Jie asserted confidently. However, as the night wore on, Xiao Linger scoured the demonic beast mountain range adjacent to Jade Stone City and found no trace of the brown figure. Eventually, she halted at the threshold of the second layer of the demonic beast mountain range, hesitantly gazing inside. Master, you wouldn't have sent Xiong Air in there, would you? The second layer of the demonic beast mountain range was no place for ordinary individuals. It was an uninhabited zone teeming with powerful and terrifying beasts, with vast mountains stretching for millions of miles and connecting dozens of states, rumored to be home to a beast kingdom. Li Jie furrowed his brows deeply, questioning his own proficiency in formations for the first time. However, he dared not enter the second layer of the demonic beast mountain range, for anyone lacking nascent soul strength would be swiftly pulled out. Xiao Linger awaited a response, her eyes glistening with moisture, as the bond forged through blood and prolonged companionship had resulted in profound feelings for Xiong Air. Sensing the situation was dire, Li Jie sighed and shook his head. Alas, it appears this is Xiong Air's fate. I had sensed it would encounter misfortune. Why didn't I think of this sooner? I should have stopped it, but it insisted on proceeding. I was powerless to prevent it, and my words fell on deaf ears. It is my fault. I should have intervened, but as a mere spirit entity, what could I do against such a large bear? Linger, if you wish to blame someone, feel free to blame your master. It is all my fault, causing you to suffer. Li Jie's despondency and self-reproach moved Xiao Linger, who quickly concealed her inner sorrow and stated, Master, I absolutely do not hold you responsible. Even if Xiong Air has fallen into the second layer of the demonic beast mountain range, with its intelligence, it will surely survive. Indeed, you speak the truth. This may very well be a fortuitous turn of events. The demon beast mountain range is replete with rare treasures and materials, and perhaps when we next encounter Xiong Air, he shall have transformed into a veritable scarlet flame bear. After casting a lingering glance at the demon beast mountain range, Xiao Linger turned away. Li Jie, finally able to set his anxious heart at ease, offered a silent prayer to the second tier of the demon beast mountain range. Xiong Air, I have faith that you will survive. Once your master reaches the nascent soul stage, I shall come to find you. Even a bear must learn to live with resilience. In the days that followed, Xiao Linger immersed herself in fervent cultivation on the back mountain of the Xiao family. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon achieved a significant breakthrough, its 3-zhong dragon shadow extending to 5 zhong. While the Earth Store Bodhisattva statue grew even sturdier, its benevolent visage becoming almost tangible. The Tyrant Sword Intent expanded to 3/4 of the innate sword intent, capable of unleashing a chilling light that could extend ADLI. Li Jie, too, was not idle. He diligently studied the intricacies of formation arrays, successfully elevating the Beast Confinement Array and the Concealment Array to the second tier. He had intended to continue upgrading, but the spiritual energy drawn from the 4 bone shards could only sustain the release of second-tier formations. Any further enhancement, even if he inscribed the array patterns, would prove ineffective. Resting his chin on his hand, Li Jie found himself with another pressing matter. He needed to locate suitable materials to refine the Zhouhuang Qinkuan Bagua array jade. For bone shards were no longer sufficient. As Xiao Linger continued her rigorous training, he learned of another formation, known as the Diamond Formation, a defensive array that could be stacked in layers. Even with low-tier array patterns, it could yield remarkable defensive capabilities, making it an ideal choice for their upcoming journey to the 10,000 Sword Sect. With the Diamond Formation, the Earth Store Bodhisattva statue, a substantial number of third-tier defensive talismans, a newly acquired low-grade yellow defensive armor, and Xiao Linger's inherent protective spiritual energy barrier, along with a medium-grade yellow shield, they should be able to withstand a strike from a nascent soul expert. As long as they could endure one attack, he could activate the teleportation array to escape. He had long since learned that Zhang Jin's master was indeed a nascent soul expert, and challenging such an individual would likely result in the young being pitted against the old. Thus, comprehensive life-preserving measures were essential. Although this endeavor had cost Xiao Linger over 5 million spiritual stones from her storage pouch, it mattered little, for with the micro-spiritual vein, spiritual stones had momentarily lost their monetary significance. Even if they encountered treasures that nourished spiritual bodies, they could trade other spiritual materials in exchange. Dismissing the golden barrier that loomed like an inverted bowl around him, Li Jie nodded in satisfaction. His proficiency with the diamond formation had reached perfection, and with a mere gesture, he could inscribe the array patterns. The greatest advantage of low-tier formations lay in their simplicity, making them easy to learn. By the time Xiao Linger emerged from her seclusion 10 days later, her cultivation had once again ascended to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, with surging spiritual light flickering around her form. Upon opening her eyes, her first action was to report her cultivation progress to Li Jie. Aware of her intentions, Li Jie offered her heartfelt praise and encouragement. The following morning, Xiao Linger bid farewell to Xiao Wentian, her father reluctant to part with her as she stepped beyond the gates of the Xiao family. After a few swift movements, she found herself standing beneath the city gates. As she prepared to depart, Li Jie's frustrated voice echoed behind her. Damn it, what an insufferably narrow-minded woman. After all this time, she still can't forget it. Linger, upon our return, we must reclaim the fostered Yao Long Ma at the first opportunity. He glanced at the notice posted at the city gate, a large yellow paper featuring the image of a black-robed man, boldly declaring, 200,000 spiritual stones for the life of the horse thief. Xiao Linger took a moment to glance at it, nodding seriously. The depiction of the black-robed figure was so grotesque that it hardly captured even a fraction of her own remarkable grace. Indeed, master, she replied earnestly, before dashing out of the city, her dark hair billowing behind her in the wind. Gazing into the distance, she softly murmured, 10,000 sword sect, I am coming. Chapter 89. Fortuity with time pressing. Li Jie refrained from recklessly using the teleportation jade plate. Although he felt an itch in his hands, the significant matters of the host took precedence. Thus, he and Xiao Linger proceeded diligently towards a large city. Utilizing the fixed teleportation array constructed by their sect, the 10,000 sword sect lay 1,000,000 li away, making it impossible to traverse solely by their own abilities. After 5 days of travel, Xiao Linger's figure appeared amidst desolate mountain ridges. She effortlessly carved out a cave and swiftly hid within, while Li Jie set up a minor Zhoutian formation for defense. They were now not far from a large city with a teleportation array. Anticipating that they could reach it within another day's journey, Xiao Linger did not relent for a moment. Upon entering the stone cave, she placed down a mat and began cultivating the sacred spirit technique. Meanwhile, Li Jie drifted beyond the forest. It was not that he lacked the desire to cultivate, but rather that he had reached a bottleneck. The divine sense technique required rare materials capable of affecting spiritual bodies, and enhancing formations necessitated more array jade, both of which he lacked, forcing him into a state of inaction. Floating amidst the mountains, he savored the tranquility of the night breeze, hoping for a moment of enlightenment regarding the principles of the world. Yet after half a day, all he felt was a drowsy lethargy. It seems this realm's principles do not deem me worthy and have chosen to withdraw, he muttered, drifting back. Suddenly, the sound of clanging iron picks reached his ears. Who would be mining stones in this desolate wilderness at such a late hour? Li Jie, intrigued, floated over. He and Xiao Linger had chosen this barren mountain ridge precisely because it seemed devoid of life. Yet now he discovered that others were indeed present. On the rugged earthen slope, 3 cultivators at the 9th layer of foundation establishment had gathered. Among them, a young Taoist with an ethereal demeanor appeared to be the strongest, subtly exhibiting signs of breaking into the core formation stage. He was directing the other 2 as they wielded their spiritual artifact picks to excavate the earth. Li Jie observed quietly, momentarily puzzled. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the soil contained no spiritual materials or treasures, with even the spiritual energy being exceedingly sparse. After toiling for half a day, the burly man wielding the spiritual artifact pick spoke with a hint of irritation. Nangong Taoist, is your dragon-seeking and vein-locating technique perhaps faulty? Is there truly a treasure in this barren wasteland? At this, another thin man chimed in, Indeed, Nangong Taoist. Ever since I followed you, my brother and I have endured hunger for 3 days out of 9. We have been digging here for half a month without a single spiritual stone to show for it. Robbery would be more fruitful. As the thin man finished, his eyes involuntarily darted around, colliding with the burly man's gaze, and they both turned towards the young Taoist, causing him to hastily respond, Gentlemen, please remain calm. Please remain calm. There is undoubtedly treasure hidden here. My dragon-seeking and vein-locating technique is a treasured art passed down from the great Saint Heavenly sect before its division. Effective for discovering those deeply buried, elusive treasures. You must have noticed the unique characteristics of this red mountain ridge throughout our half-month search. Unique characteristics, my foot. It's nothing but dirt and rocks, the thin man scoffed. The burly man, however, seemed to ponder, as if he sensed something different, likening it to a dragon. Yes, precisely. It is a dragon. This is a treasure land of the coiled dragon. Once we locate the dragon's heart, we shall surely unearth great riches. The burly man, excited by this notion, began urging his companions to dig fervently. Initially perplexed as to why there were so many piles of earth in this desolate mountain, Li Jie now understood everything after overhearing the trio's conversation. He floated higher into the air, gazing down to see that the young Taoist's words were not mere fabrications. The entire Red Mountain Ridge indeed resembled a colossal, sprawling dragon. The main mountain range twisted and turned like the body of a dragon, while the 4 extending tributaries resembled dragon claws, all clearly outlined beneath the bright moonlight. However, what struck Li Jie as strange was the massive fissure running through the center of the dragon, especially at the dragon's head, where numerous large cracks were visible, giving the impression that this dragon had been slain. He intended to consult the chaotic tome about the significance of this coiled dragonland when the thin clouds in the sky suddenly parted, illuminating the crimson earth. Li Jie's pupils constricted. He noticed that the color of the ground in front of the dragon's head was significantly darker than the surrounding areas, appearing almost blood-red under the moonlight. This seems rather ominous, he muttered as he gazed at the dragon vein. The earlier grandeur had dissipated, replaced by an inescapable chill of death, causing even his spiritual body to shudder. Yet, just then, an excited exclamation drew his attention. "Found it! There's a cave here." The thin man danced with glee before a dark entrance, prompting the young Taoist and the burly man to rush over. Curiosity piqued, Li Jie floated closer. The young Taoist, employing a hand gesture, conjured a fire talisman, hurling it into the pitch-black cave. The immense underground space flashed for an instant, and his pale face turned flush, his breath becoming heavy. "This is it. Let us hurry inside." In a blink, the 3 figures dashed into the illuminated cave. Li Jie stood at the entrance, finding it hard to believe. When did my fortune become so robust? Even this randomly chosen, desolate mountain could yield treasures? He quickly turned to summon Xiao Linger. With the night dark and the wind howling, it was indeed an opportune moment for treasure hunting. Soon, a resonant voice echoed through the expansive tunnel. "Master, it's quite chilly in here." She crossed her arms, a chill settling upon her, as if it were an insidious presence that clung stubbornly, and only after employing a technique did she feel slightly better. "Is that so?" "Perhaps it's the Earth's energy," Li Jie replied nonchalantly, his gaze scanning the tunnel sides. The traces of manual excavation on the earthen stone walls are strikingly evident, exuding an aura of antiquity. Surrounding them is a considerable accumulation of dust and rubble, resembling a forsaken mine. One soul and one person glide forward, navigating through the exceptionally profound and labyrinthine passage. Following Xiao Linger for nearly an hour, Li Jie has yet to discover an endpoint. "Have they hollowed out the entire mountain range?" he mumbles, pondering that the mountains outside tower at least tens of thousands of feet high. They cannot possibly waste time here and must hasten to the Wanjian sect. A faint sense of trepidation lingers in his heart, prompting Li Jie to resolve to search for another quarter of an hour. If there are no findings, he shall wait until their excursion to the Wanjian sect concludes before resuming his search. Xiao Linger advances further, turning into a broader corridor. Instantly, her eyes, glowing with spiritual energy, widen slightly. "Master, there are corpses. On the ground lie several nearly dust-covered desiccated bodies, sprawled in disarray. Their garments have long since decayed. Yet the exquisite cloud patterns upon them suggest a notable origin." Li Jie floats closer. The skin of the corpses is an unnatural shade of black, their features contorted in a grotesque manner, as if they had endured immense suffering prior to death. At that moment, Xiao Linger exclaims with delight, "Master, there's a storage bag here." Hidden beneath one of the corpses, the storage bag, despite the passage of time, radiates an aura of distinction, its surface shimmering faintly with golden light. Xiao Linger raises her hand to retrieve it, but Li Jie hastily calls out to stop her. "Wait!" In Li Jie's keen sight, a layer of exceedingly filthy black flames clings to the storage bag. "Master, is there a problem?" Xiao Linger asks, instinctively halting, her trust in her master unwavering. "Use your spiritual energy to sense it carefully and see if there are any anomalies," Li Jie advises. The The black flames on the storage bag are not emanating from within, but are instead an external affliction. After a moment of careful sensing, Xiao Linger's brows furrow. Previously obscured by the corpses, she had not detected the sinister chill radiating from the storage bag, mistakenly attributing it to the corpses themselves. Now, within her spiritual perception, a distinct black flame is visible, carrying a malevolent intent that sends chills down her spine. "Master, what is this?" she asks, stepping back cautiously, realizing that the likely cause of death for the corpses scattered around is this very malevolent flame. Elijah does not answer immediately. He retreats into the space of his ring, emerging with the confusion in his eyes dissipated. The flames affixed to the storage bag are a form of corpse poison fire. Formless and formless, it surges violently upon contact with spiritual energy, and its conditions for manifestation are exceedingly stringent. It can only arise from the death of a formidable being above the nascent soul stage. Should an ordinary cultivator come into contact, they would meet a fate akin to that of the corpses at their feet, having their spiritual energy consumed and perishing in excruciating physical agony. After explaining this to Xiao Linger, she is understandably alarmed and retreats to a safe distance, while Li Jie, however, advances closer. Though the corpse poison fire is indeed a vile substance, it possesses great utility. If unleashed in combat, it could act as a biochemical bomb, ensuring the incapacitation of at least one golden core cultivator. This is merely Li Jie's preliminary assessment. Should this poison fire originate from a being surpassing the nascent soul stage, its destructive power would be even more formidable, overwhelming even ordinary nascent soul cultivators without specialized methods to counter it. Elijah instructs Xiao Linger to fetch a spiritual jade bottle, guiding it to settle beside the corpse poison fire. The fire is highly attracted to spiritual energy, and thus, a jade bottle crafted from spiritual jade serves as an excellent containment vessel. As the last wisp of black flame is drawn into the bottle, Li Jie decisively seals it, subsequently employing two larger jade bottles, one nested within the other for added security. Finally, he inscribes a layer of prohibitions on the surface to isolate it. Observing the swirling black flames within the large jade bottle, Li Jie claps his hands in satisfaction, instructing Xiao Linger to stow away this biochemical bomb. Now, he possesses a genuine trump card. Any who dare to bark at him should wisely consider their own weight. After securing the large jade bottle, Xiao Linger retrieves the storage bag from the ground. It is sealed with a prohibition, and with time pressing, Li Jie refrains from opening it, urging Xiao Linger to proceed further. He senses that this underground cavern is far from ordinary. The corpses are not typical loose cultivators, but are adorned in uniform attire, unmistakably hailing from a significant power. The corridor widens progressively, ultimately reaching a breadth of several dozen feet and nearly 100 feet in height. Were it not for the earthen ceiling above, this place would resemble an entirely different realm. Li Jie gazes towards the increasingly apparent murky light ahead. Excitement bubbles within him. After wandering here for several hours, he is finally on the verge of uncovering the source. Linger, hasten with Earth escape. The heavenly tier treasure lies just ahead. At his command, Xiao Linger swiftly plunges into the earth, transforming into a streak of light as she races below. Before long, a streak of light hurtles toward the dark abyss. "What the?" Li Jie exclaims, nearly losing his composure in fright, prompting Xiao Linger to hastily cast a spell to ascend. They stand at the edge of the dark abyss, their faces pale with shock. How can such a vast chasm exist underground? Li Jie presses down his racing heart, his brow furrowing as he observes that the abyss beneath them seems to lack a bottom. It appears as though he has stumbled upon a map that can only be unlocked in the later stages. The abyss stretches not only ahead but also to the left and right, its depths shrouded in uncertainty. Countless fragments of stone float above, and the grayish-white luminescence emanating from the depths barely illuminates the surface world, fully engulfing anything that dares to venture below. The boundless, dark chasm resembles a scar upon the fabric of the earth. "Master, should we turn back?" Xiao Linger asks, her heart gripped by fear. The oppressive sensation emanating from the abyss makes her feel as though she might be swallowed whole merely by standing at its edge. "No," Li Jie shakes his head, his gaze fixed on a colossal stone floating in the distance, surrounded by a multitude of smaller rocks, forming concentric flowing earth rings akin to floating islands in the sky. The greater part of the stone is hidden within a dense grayish-white radiance, yet even the exposed section is of considerable size, comparable to half a jade city. Xiao Linger looks up, her small face a mixture of astonishment and confusion. At this juncture, Li Jie declares, "Let us ascend and take a closer look." His mental perception reveals that 3 figures are already atop the stone. Moments later, a shifty little head and a spirit form emerge from behind the floating rock. "Master, what are they doing?" Xiao Linger inquires, puzzled. "Allow me to investigate," Li Jie responds, floating upward, where the 3 hesitating individuals and the entire massive stone come into view. The stone is broad and flat, featuring several grids nearly 10 feet wide. The majority of the rear area is obscured by a mist-like grayish-white glow, rendering it indistinct. Nevertheless, it is apparent that this is a place of practice. Within the depths of the grayish-white light, something peculiar seems to dwell. Curious, Li Jie wishes to approach, but as he does, the space before him ripples in an instant. A wave of intense heart-pounding fear floods his mind, prompting him to retreat hurriedly. Yet, he is a fraction too late, and an invisible force shatters half of his spiritual form. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Linger, help!" Li Jie cries out in panic, quickly realizing he feels no pain and hastily regains his composure. Coughing as he regards the anxious Xiao Linger rushing toward him. "Cough, cough, Linger, that was nothing." Master was merely startled. "You know how unfamiliar things can evoke fear, right?" "Yes, I understand," Xiao Linger replies, stifling a laugh at that moment. A furious voice erupts from below. "Damn it! Who is it?" "I said don't move. Don't move!" A young Taoist shouts in exasperation from one of the grids, his midsection pierced by an unknown force, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. The cause unclear, pain or fright. Behind him, a burly man and a thin one exchange bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. "Nangong Taoist, we truly did not move," the burly man protests, his expression one of innocence. The young Taoist turns his gaze toward the thin one, who shakes his head repeatedly. "Taoist, look at my footsteps. They are precisely atop your footprints." The young Taoist's brow furrows in contemplation as he swallows a healing pill and wipes the cold sweat from his face. Re-examining the scene ahead. "Could it be that I miscalculated?" He then picks up 2 pieces of tortoise shell, tossing them into the air repeatedly. A divination technique? Li Jie is taken aback. He never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable youth would possess the ability to perform divination. While formations may have traces to follow, this craft is akin to deciphering an ancient script. He had previously attempted to learn it, and realized that it is not a skill one can acquire through mere effort. Innate talent is essential. As the young Taoist advances, Li Jie's confusion dissipates, and he understands what had just struck him with an invisible force. This is a domain of slaughtering formations. Chapter 91. Domain of Slaughter. A formation of the 12th tier can be referred to as a domain, its power comparable to the means of tribulation-level cultivators. Only the most elite formation masters can unleash such might, and they must meet numerous conditions, including environmental factors and treasures. Observing the 3 individuals who have already ventured 10 feet into the domain, Li Jie can only express admiration. These 3 fledgling foundation establishment cultivators dare to challenge a domain of slaughter, truly commendable courage. He acknowledges that the practice area contains many valuable items, yet one cannot jest with their life. What treasure can outweigh the value of life? With such vivid examples of folly before him, he must impart wisdom to Xiao Linger. Linger, you must never emulate them. A cultivator must prioritize their life above all else and never be blinded by trivial wealth. "Yes, master," Xiao Linger replies earnestly, nodding. Li Jie's thoughts now lean towards leaving. This slaughtering formation is not something he can traverse, and currently, he does not lack for spiritual materials or treasures. As for the traditional crafts, the 3 shabby itinerant cultivators truly fail to inspire any thoughts. Just as he turned, a spark of insight flickered in Li Jie's eyes. Out of curiosity, he immediately tilted his head back, directing his gaze towards the 3 individuals struggling forward in the dojo. There, he beheld a skeleton quietly lying on the ground, its spirit sword broken and dim, while the golden armor, though dust-covered, still hinted at extraordinary origins, and the bones radiated a lustrous sheen akin to jade. Li Jie blinked rapidly, his previous disdain swiftly transforming into astonishment. Reaching the yawning stage, with jade-like bones that had not decayed, what lay before him was, in fact, a yawning corpse. Moreover, Not far from his side lay a storage bag. Linger, it seems my master spoke a tad too loudly just now. Consider it as though I never said it. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. We shall descend, Li Jia exclaimed excitedly. And his figure immediately floated back to the edge of the dojo alongside Xiao Linger, concealing themselves. The three individuals ahead were all at the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Launching a surprise attack after they had secured their prize was evidently unrealistic. Though the possibility of them engaging in a fierce battle or perishing suddenly could not be dismissed, he decided to observe the situation first, eyeing the lethal realm resembling a chessboard. The young Taoist cautiously extended the tip of his foot forward, ensuring there was no danger before placing his foot down, subsequently moving ahead the length of a stone slab. The burly man and the thin one hastily followed suit, positioning themselves on the same slab. The young Taoist diligently calculated the situation, while the thin man's eyes gleamed at the sight of a storage bag merely a few feet away. Just as he was about to make a move, the young Taoist's cold voice rang out. If this killing formation is fully activated, neither of us will survive a single breath. The burly man, who had also been tempted, immediately slapped the thin man's hand down upon hearing this warning. Casting him a couple of significant glances in comparison to the treasures of the Yuaning powerhouse, the scattered items around them were mere trifles. As time passed, the young Taoist advanced another 2 spaces, bringing him within less than 10 feet of the Yuaning skeleton, with the storage bag merely 2 yards away. The burly man and the thin man's breaths grew rapid. The thin man quietly pointed to his throat, and the burly man shook his head. 2 hours elapsed. The young Taoist pushed forward another 2 spaces, drawing almost within reach of the Yuaning corpse. He meticulously calculated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. And finally, after a little more than half a day, took that final step. The 3 stood before the Yuaning skeleton, and the young Taoist gazed longingly at the storage bag just a few steps away. Shaking his head in regret, brothers, reaching this point is my limit. Let us take the armor and the broken sword instead. Is that so? The burly man's eager gaze shifted from the storage bag, and upon exchanging a glance with the thin man behind him, he turned back with a sinister laugh. Then you are of no use. He and the thin man launched their attacks simultaneously. The young Taoist, caught off guard, hurriedly raised a barrier of spiritual power and attempted to retreat, but was immediately struck by 2 beams of sword light, sending his body shattering into pieces upon the ground. The burly man was about to claim the armor when the thin man suddenly surged forth, striking out with a palm. Instantly, a fierce light shot from the burly man's eyes as he retaliated with a palm strike. You scoundrel, I've known you would attempt to ambush me. The thin man and the burly man each retreated a step, positioning themselves on opposite sides of the large stone slab. He, you didn't expect that I had laid a spiritual poison on you, did you? The thin man laughed heartily, casting an object from his hand, causing the burly man's rising spiritual power to immediately wither. This extinguishing spirit powder possesses both yin and yang components. It remains undetectable when simply touched, but once the 2 combine, an explosion will ensue. You despicable! The burly man glared at the thin man advancing toward him, his expression shifting rapidly, but when the opponent was about to strike, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did you think I had no defenses against you? Do you believe that if you dare to use your spiritual power, your body will instantly explode? The thin man was taken aback. Have you cast the explosive spirit curse on me? Isn't it obvious? The burly man stood tall again, a cruel smirk appearing on his face. The thin man quickly regained his composure. Yuan Kuan, if you kill me today, I assure you will never find your little wife again. What? You dare to lay hands on my little wife? The burly man's expression changed drastically, but upon recalling the value of the Yuaning skeleton and the armor, his eyes quickly regained their resolve. In this critical moment, the thin man hastily cried out, and your only son? Humph, my son? The burly man scoffed. In truth, that is your son. Don't think I'm unaware of your affair with my first wife. How can you be so sure? The thin man was utterly flustered. He. The burly man's voice suddenly turned shrill, because I had long ago altered my cultivation to the rootless technique. With a shriek, the killing formation fell silent once more. What a thrilling clash it was! Li Jia marveled from the back, waiting for the burly man to emerge. At that moment, Xiao Linger suddenly asked curiously. Master, what is the rootless technique? Li Jie replied solemnly, it is best for girls not to pry into men's affairs. Oh, Xiao Linger lowered her head in disappointment, yet her curiosity remained unabated. Li Jie awaited patiently. The burly man sat cross-legged on the stone slab, seemingly refining the extinguishing spirit powder. He could hardly contain his impatience. Since his arrival at this sleeping dragon land, he had been here for nearly a day. If the burly man took 3 days and nights to refine it, it would delay Xiao Linger's important matters. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jie said, Linger, let us also enter. The large stone slab of the dojo bore clear footprints. We merely need to follow them. Just as Xiao Linger began to move, the seated burly man suddenly exclaimed, Why are you still alive? With just the two of you, you think you can kill me, Nangong Zheng? You are far from capable. Were it not for that storage bag, I would have long since dealt with you. The young Taoist's voice rang out once more. Li Jie's expression turned puzzled, prompting him to signal Xiao Linger to retreat and conceal themselves again. Just moments ago, he distinctly felt the young Taoist's aura dissipate, yet now it had inexplicably revived, leaving him utterly bewildered. What kind of sorcery is this fellow practicing? Chapter 92. The treasure seizure. The burly man was bound to the ground, unable to move, and screamed frantically. What kind of dark sorcery have you used on me? Imph! You can't even recognize a mere binding formation? Truly a fool. Let me see how your brain is constructed. Nangong Zheng approached the burly man from behind, a red dagger appearing in his hand, and he aimed it directly at the burly man's crown. Amidst the latter's piercing screams, he seized the brain and tossed it aside, then placed a clump of gray-black flesh into the vacant cavity. You waste my flesh, Nangong Zheng mumbled to himself, his gaze shifting to the nearby storage bag. However, once I acquire this storage bag, it will all be worth it. A fervent light gleamed in his eyes as he affixed several talismans onto the barely alive burly man. Swiftly forming a series of hand seals in an instant, the burly man stood up, his eyes devoid of life, and began to stagger toward the storage bag. In but a moment, his body was shattered by the invisible forces of the realm. Yet he continued to move forward, Li Jie observed from a distance. This fellow possesses a wicked aura. Could he be a practitioner of ghostly arts? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. At this moment, the dismembered flesh drew closer to the storage bag, grayish tendrils emerging to envelop it, pulling it back. Why, little treasure, come back to me. Nangong Zheng smiled. Outside, Li Jie also smiled, his and Xiao Linger's hands clenched tightly in tension. Come on, old pal, just a bit more, just a little bit more. Li Jie's mind screamed, his spiritual eyes wide open, every movement of the Yuaning storage bag tugging at his spirit. He wished he could personally step in to assist Nangong Zheng. The blood-stained storage bag moved 2 meters before suddenly halting, the flesh pieces sprouting gray growths rapidly decaying into black. Sigh. 3 simultaneous sighs echoed. Nangong Zheng gazed longingly at the storage bag now tantalizingly within reach, his eyes drifting to the headless corpse of the thin man, a flash of regret crossing his face. He then retrieved another clump of gray-black flesh and stuffed it into the thin man's chest cavity, employing the same secret technique. Soon, the headless corpse of the thin man stood up, swaying violently as it moved outward. Bang! The killing formation activated. The thin man's corpse shattered into pieces, and several chunks of decayed flesh began to crawl toward the alluring Yuaning storage bag. This time, the decaying flesh deteriorated even more rapidly, having moved merely half an inch before coming to a stop. Nangong Zheng shook his head. Indeed, the dead are ineffective. Sigh. 3 more sighs followed, and Li Jie felt his heart sink. Yet, observing Nangong Zheng's demeanor, he was unwilling to concede defeat. A hint of struggle appeared on his face, as if he were engaged in a difficult internal debate. Just when Li Jie was about to lose patience, he finally made a move. Another Nangong Zheng appeared, standing blankly beside the original, the only difference being that his features were a blur, and his complexion bore an eerie pallor. What is this? Li Jie's heart skipped a beat. Even having guessed that the young Taoist was a practitioner of ghostly arts, the emergence of this faceless puppet still sent a chill down his spine. Attaching 3 storage bags to the newly appeared faceless Nangong Zheng, he flung him into a safe area a distance away. applying several defensive spells to himself before swiftly reaching out to grasp the storage BG. In an instant, blood and flesh exploded, and his arm was entirely lost. Nangong Zheng displayed no pain on his face. Casting a glance at the storage bag, in the next moment, he stepped outside. Bang! Flesh exploded once more, and similar circumstances unfolded. Nangong Zheng's flesh began to move, enveloping the Yuaning storage bag and slowly advancing toward the safe zone. Though Li Jie felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness in his heart, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement as he watched the storage bag gradually inch its way outward. After all, it was an item left behind by a powerful nascent soul cultivator, a rarity even in the entirety of Zhangzhou. Encouraging himself with a silent shout, "Go for it, old buddy," he saw that the corpse, now sprouting flesh-like growths, had finally managed to retrieve the storage bag. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Linger, both of them recognizing the exhilaration and relief mirrored in each other's expressions. At that moment, Nan Gongxing's face was rapidly transforming, a youthful visage appearing almost instantaneously. He darted forward, seizing the mass of flesh and the storage bag from the ground, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Despite the considerable cost he had incurred, every effort was worth it. With the nascent soul's remains, earth-grade armor, and the storage bag, he would no longer have to worry about cultivation resources for a long time to come. Contemplating this, a faint smile crept onto Nan Gongxing's pale and unremarkable face as he stepped lightly towards the exit. Outside the arena, Li Jie and Xiao Linger also smiled. In perfect harmony, they began their preparations. One summoned ethereal energy while the other conjured a small arrow in her hand. Linger, freeze. Just as they stepped out of the deadly arena, Nan Gongxing heard a sudden exclamation. His pupils dilated in an instant, reflecting a massive golden dragon silhouette and a torrent of white sword chi that surged toward him. In a state of terror and fury, he retaliated, but all his hastily unleashed spiritual light was utterly extinguished. "No!" he cried out in despair, watching the nascent soul storage bag slip from his grasp. Yet, the situation was far from over. Chains of white spiritual light ensnared him, a containment array. His expression shifted drastically as he altered his hand seals, attempting to break free, only to be abruptly interrupted by a searing mental pain. At that moment, Nan Gongxing felt a sudden chill at his waist. A delicate hand had violently yanked down his belt. "Despicable fiend!" he bellowed, clutching his pants as he finally managed to complete a spell with his fingers. Instantly, Xiao Linger felt the storage bag in her hand attempting to fly away. She hurriedly pressed down on it, striking and hammering, yet the bag still managed to escape her grasp. The black storage bag returned to Nan Gongxing's possession, and he swiftly donned a new appearance, wielding a pitch-black spear, roaring in fury as he pursued Xiao Linger. He could hardly believe that someone would dare to intrude upon this place. He had not felt so constrained in centuries. "Despicable fiend! You dare to steal from me, Nan Gongxing? Your name shall be erased from the reincarnation bridge." His speed was astonishing, even able to catch up to Xiao Linger, who was using wind escape techniques. He slashed with his spear, the rampaging black energy exuding a power that could rival a golden core. "What a strange fellow, Linger! Turn left!" Li Jie exclaimed in surprise, urging Xiao Linger to change direction just in time to avoid the dark light emitted by the spear. Reaching the edge of the abyss, Xiao Linger immediately employed Earth Escape, while Nan Gongxing disdainfully followed suit, utilizing the same technique. "What the?" Li Jie blinked in astonishment, confirming that the fleeing figure's escape method mirrored Xiao Linger's exactly. "You won't escape today. Hand over the storage bag, and I may allow you to leave. Otherwise, you shall learn what it means to be unable to live or die." Nan Gongxing roared in exasperation, closing in on Xiao Linger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jie urged Xiao Linger to flee underground. As the two figures pursued one another, they unwittingly returned to the vicinity of the abyss, slipping into the gray-white aura behind the floating arena. Chapter 93. The Great Terror. "Despicable fiend, do not let me catch you. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul and spirit, then track down your family, binding them all into the soul-devouring banner, to be eternally suppressed." Nan Gongxing raged, his eyes bloodshot. "What a fellow! He has gone mad." Li Jie observed the frenzied Nan Gongxing, shaking his head in resignation, and triumphantly transmitted a message. "Old buddy, is it really necessary to be this upset over a mere storage bag? I acknowledge you put in some effort, But we all understand that good things naturally belong to the stronger. Whom can you blame for your lack of skill? You cannot catch up to me. Why not return and gather some treasures instead? Pfft. Hearing the disembodied voice, Nan Gongjing spat blood, then retrieved a new faceless flesh body from his storage bag. His original form shattered, leaving only a mass of gray flesh. The new Nan Gongjing opened his eyes and devoured the mass of flesh. Instantly, his cultivation visibly surged, reaching the false core stage, drawing ever closer to the golden core. Wogan Linger, run! Li Jie exclaimed in shock, realizing that the opponent's dark arts were endless. His mental attack not only failed but seemed to provoke Nan Gongjing further. However, at this moment, Xiao Linger's speed diminished drastically as she urgently called out, "Master, there's something ahead." Turning back, Li Jie saw a massive bronze gate, radiating intense gray light, suddenly materializing before them, adorned with carvings of a divine tree that sent a jolt of recognition through him. It was identical to the one depicted in the Book of Chaos. Despicable fiend, prepare to meet your end. Just as he was astonished, Nan Gongjing charged in, and Xiao Linger once more advanced. The closer she approached the bronze gate, the slower her pace became, as if an immense weight were pressing down upon her. Accompanied by an indescribable force of restriction that constrained her entirely, behind her, Nan Gongjing swung his spear, his movements appearing to be in slow motion, the trajectory of the strike clear as day. Xiao Linger retreated slowly, summoning the colossal sword of desolation, attempting to strike at Nan Gongjing's head with agonizing slowness. His eyes shifted slightly, his head pivoting with what felt like an eternity, the sword narrowly grazing past his face as he roared. Frenzied fiend! Ignoring the sluggish clash between the two, Li Jie struggled to turn his head. Even his ethereal form was severely affected by the dense gray light. His attention was drawn to an incredibly terrifying light mass emerging within it. Heading towards the bronze gate as he turned, he witnessed the bronze gate swing open to reveal a towering black figure, astride a half-bloodied warhorse, its body pierced with numerous long spears and swords. The dark blood congealed upon its armor. Within the massive helmet, a single eye glowed with a terrifying red light. At that moment, Li Jie locked eyes with this figure just as it raised a colossal black blade several feet long. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming aura of death. "Run!" he cried out, his head laboriously turning. Even though he was frantic, his warning took what felt like an eternity to reach Xiao Linger's ears. However, upon hearing the first syllable of her master's voice, Xiao Linger abandoned her struggle against Nan Gongjing, bracing herself to forcefully break through. She was all too familiar with her master's tone. She knew exactly what he intended to convey as soon as he spoke. Seeing the dark energy she unleashed strike Xiao Linger, Nan Gongjing prepared to attack again, but suddenly, his pale face turned crimson as he looked up to behold a blindingly bright red blade of light hurtling toward him. The dazzling radiance enveloped dozens of feet, leaving him with no means of evasion. Nan Gongjing was cleaved in half, his entire being obliterated within the blade's light. Having reached the periphery of the gray light, Li Jie hurriedly summoned the three-layered diamond array, urgently reminding Xiao Linger to employ all her defensive measures before retreating into the safety of his ring space. The blade's light was too terrifying. He suspected that even a brush against it would lead to his demise. After flying several